Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the LPL Summer Promotion Tournament. My name is Julian Page-Time-Card. Joining with me is Jake Spawn Tiberi. Once again, we have another great matchup here in our quarterfinals. It's EP taking on ADG.
Yeah, so EDG second side, ADG stepping onto the rift for this promotion, and they're going against probably one of the weaker LPL teams in this. So this might be a good chance for one of our LSPL teams to steal a win.
Yeah, to advance to the semifinals and get one step closer to potentially being promoted into the LPL. You're right, it's actually the lowest place LPL team for the season, EP, versus the top place seed for the LSPL left in the tournament, of course. Top two seeds gone through to the LPL already. Congratulations to those two teams, QG and Vici Potential. But yeah, this is the best looking team that was left, I guess, that didn't make it. They actually lost to the eventual winners, the two teams that are already in the LPL.
Yeah, they certainly did, and they lost a couple of cheesy matches as well. We saw a Nah AD carry come through for their AD player RQ, so that was a little bit of an interesting pickup. But these guys, they play standard when they want to ADG, but they also do have some cheese up their sleeve.
Yeah, for a while it was nothing but Riven Katarina from their top and mid laners, so which are both Korean as well. So some flair going on, but they've kind of refined their picks a little bit, have a bit more versatility, and that's opened them up in the map to play, some other more standard things as well.
Yeah, it certainly has, and I actually think it helps them in the tournament because you have to be able to play against both. Do they go cheesy one composition when it really opens up? If you don't pick enough CC, Katarina will come out from Bamey and will go through the energy pacemaker lineup. Of course, Amazing J top, that was Drizzle. They're both playing pretty well.
Yeah, Raphael's been okay, I think. Certainly finding his way back in after some very strong games from him in the middle of the season in particular. Zhang out there as well. New Eddie Carey actually been quite impressive since he joined the team.
Yeah, he certainly has. He gives them something else, a mid-game presence. EP very good in the early game, then fell away very heavy in the mid. So I think Zhang Ao really adds that to the team.
Yeah, and Shu there rounding out the support role. Very versatile player. Everyone loves Thresh Annie, of course, in China, but he's also capable of playing the Janna as well. Been a very strong player, especially on the Thresh.
Yeah, and this is the thing that kind of separates the Chinese supports. A lot of them play Thresh, Annie, Leona when they want to, but there's only a couple that can really play the Janna. Shu's shown that he's okay at it. Tries his hand at it every now and again. And disengage, very important in the Chinese meta because it's all about protecting that AD carry.
Yeah, and there are even fewer Nami players there as well. So lots of engage here. Really bloodthirsty in China. And you mentioned the strong early game and decent mid game from EP. Closing out games has certainly been their biggest thing. And ADG, of course, an LSPL team. Certainly the best LSPL team left here in the tournament. But we have some potentially long games here. Both teams, they want to close and close fast.
Yeah, they certainly do. ADG, when they look on point, are a snowbally team. They get mid and top ahead very, very well. Ray up there especially can play some real heavy carry top laners. None of these teleport smite ones. He pulls out the ribbon and goes nuts. We've already seen Carry do that once. So I think that they've probably got a better matchup here than they could have drawn in the LPL. An early game team versus an early game team going head to head. That's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, and ADG full of promising players. Some of them at one point were being considered moving to that main roster of ADG, of course, being their B side. But we'll start on the top side. There's Ray, Rise, Hecarim, Jarvan. The man does it all.
Yeah, he certainly does. The Rise is what you need to look for as well since the patch changeover. And Xixiao Yin coming through. He plays a lot of the standard junglers, but once again, it's all about snowballing the top and mid lane.
Yeah, and Lee Sin falling off a bit does hurt some of these high-pressure junglers. Both Drizzle and Xixiao Yin do like the jungler a lot. I wonder if it'll just see play based on snowball potential. That'd be quite interesting. But Bamey there in the mid lane, ADG's other Korean player here. And just look at that champion pool. It's wonderful.
Yeah, and look at the KDA he takes with that champion pool. It's one thing to be able to pull out the pocket picks, but to make them work to a 6 KDA is absolute beast. This guy goes nuts when he wants to.
Yeah, great stuff. And actually a change here coming through. RQ not going to be playing its Chinchao today as their new substitute AD carry player.
Yeah, so we'll have to see exactly what he brings out there coming in from the sub position. Expecting it to be a little bit more standard in the bottom lane along with Shine now that is what has been brought through.
Yeah, and Shine there as well. Our last player, the support, of course. Pretty standard stuff. Thresh, Annie, Leona with a smattering of Janna. That's Chinese supports through and through.
Yeah, exactly right. Annie, Leona, the two big ones to watch. You can't really call yourself a support player unless you pull the Thresh out at least a half of your game. So he has that also in his sleeve, but he really is all about that engage.
Yeah, and again, ADG can play the standard stuff, but do like to mix it up every now and then. Exciting to see how the best-looking LPL team left in the promo tournament is going to do here. We had M3 advance yesterday, of course, our LPL team, with a resounding 3-0 against KX Happy in their quarterfinal. I believe the winner of this match actually goes on to face them as well.
Yeah, certainly do. So one thing to note between Raphael and Bamey, they're both Victor players. 5.6 Victor is actually disabled, so won't be available in the Champ Select, I believe, which may change how they want to play this.
Yeah, mid lane has been opened up a reasonable amount, though. Be interesting to see what the teams do want to go for. Perhaps the farm-heavy style might bring Bamey's Katarina back into the fold. It'll be interesting to see just what ADG want to do. But one thing's for certain, both these teams in various games across their careers, they like to throw out curveballs.
Yeah, they certainly do. And Luden's Echo, if we touch on Katarina, has really opened her back up into the meta. If you throw that Q at the range minions, you can nearly chunk them out once you get to around the level 9 marks. But if we go through the most picks, you can see Amazing J, he really likes that Hecarim.
Yeah, Hecarim now, his big ones in there as well, popping down to Raphael. You can see plenty of stuff we've been seeing quite a bit of, and maybe it's the jungle that suffers a lot. Lee Sin Jarvan was so popular in the first half of the LPL season, and unfortunately since then's really dropped away.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't. He tried his hand at the Rengar, didn't look too proficient at it actually, did Drizzle. So there was a very clear strategy against EP the whole way through, and that was ban those two.
You can see now moving over to ADG's picks, the one ribbon game there for Ray in the recent history. Katarina, 3 games actually with a pretty decent win percentage.
Yeah, it certainly does. 67, only dropping one of those games. Katarina, very hard to deal with in unorganized team fights, and that's kind of what LPL and LSPL thrive at. It's kind of like organized chaos running around in the mid game.
Yeah, it really is, and again, could get very bloodthirsty. Drizzle and Raphael, when they came onto the lineup in the regular LPL season, did start really mixing things up with creative level 1 or jungle strategies. The meta's kind of been turned on its head a couple times, you have to think, in 5.6. So this first game especially, it's a best of 5, a long series for these two teams to have to battle through, and we could see some crazy stuff.
Yeah, we certainly could, and I expect it, whoever drops game 1 to pull out something pretty unique in game 2. We've seen it in the history of League of Legends as we actually jump straight into Champions.
Yeah, we're already here. EP going to start on the blue side, ADG over on the red, and EP, respect shown to Ray, instantly ban away the Riven. Lulu banned there as well by ADG, and Rek'Sai the second from Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, so taking that one away from Xi Xiaoyan, of course, able to snowball lanes, probably better than any jungle at this point, Rek'Sai. The knock-up is just way too hard to get away from. Couple it with the fact that the flash burrow was instant knock-up. It's just so good.
Yeah, we've seen Rek'Sai be popular throughout the entirety of the LPL. I believe the most picked and banned champion in the entire season here in spring, but Maokai banned from ADG as well. Wouldn't be that surprised to see Annie either banned away or prioritized quite heavily here as a LeBlanc ban actually away from Raphael, but towards Bamey.
Yeah, so getting that one off the board, I think it has to be Hecarim. Giving Amazing J Hecarim at this point, especially with the Riven who can kind of match aggression off the board, it's just going to be very bad news. And I think that Energy Pacemaker put a fairly high emphasis on that.
Yeah, and we saw Kalista actually the last ban there for ADG, so away from Zhang Yao. That opens up lots of different top laners for Amazing J. Currently hovering onto the Gnar, but could take away the Hecarim if he wants it. And we saw yesterday in our promotion match, Looper's Hecarim was unbelievably good.
Yeah, it certainly was. Hecarim kind of does something that no one else can do, and that is solo out nearly every AD carry in the game once he gets that challenging smite. You see the summoner spell swapped over straight away, and that is a very important pickup, you feel, for the course of this series. If it does well, it's going to be banned.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Amazing J's Hecarim, he was the one that really brought it back, that put Teleport Ignite originally into the top side of the map, but everyone's adapting to Smite Teleport as ADG. Gnar Sejuani, very standard and a great teamfight combination for their first 2 picks.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is what we've been seeing a lot with the popularity of Sejuani coming back in. Gnar really has made a resurgence onto the scene just because it's so much easier to layer that CC, and if we go back to the Hecarim, it was actually Insect that made the Teleport Smite popular. He just did it in a different position.
That's true. He was actually in the jungle that time around as EP. Considering their next few picks here, Raphael certainly had a bit of a rough end to his LPL season. EP in general, of course, struggling towards the latter stages, but Azir will get locked in and it's paired with Nunu.
I love this combo. It just gives Nunu so much flexibility. Being able to throw the Blood Boil onto Azir is so important late game, especially if you get some cooldown reduction and some extra points into it. You can get it on a couple of carries at once, so if you get something scaling like the Jinx that Xin Zhao's about to take away, it really is a good news story for your team. So like what Drizzle and Raphael are bringing, the top half of the map, very good skirmishes in the mid game.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what ADG want to take away. They're looking at Jinx right now. Annie, of course, was expected to be a bit more of a contested pick, but only just showed up then for Bamey as a hover. Considering to go a bit more late game, maybe want to disengage support, and they do have Janna available, and that's what they'll take. Janna Jinx is their 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, so a very strong lane, but they need to make sure that they don't get Urgot Leona or Urgot Annie through here from Shu and Zhang Ao. Don't know if Zhang Ao plays it. Don't believe we've seen it yet, but Urgot, just such a lane bully. You throw in Engage, he does a lot of damage.
He might have had one Urgot game, I think, but it depends how EP want to play it. They've already got the Nunu. Feel like they might be setting themselves up for a bit more of a late game carry. Possibly even wanted to take the Jinx, and it got stolen away by ADG. So this would be more in line with, I think, the team comp they have. We actually had, I believe, Vault Elite's last game yesterday in their best of 5 against EDG. This is almost the exact same comp they ran.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the Konami lane is just so strong. Sustains incredibly well. And the Tidecaller's Blessing does work throughout the entirety of this lane, because Kog'Maw generally wants to trade with 1, 2, or 3 auto attacks and then get out of the skirmish. You can keep him topped off. Goes through the Janna shield relatively well. So I like what they've brought to the bottom lane here. I think that Energy Pacemaker, even though going second, have got the better standard lane.
Yeah, great draft here from EP. Be interested to see if they can get the scaling happening. That's probably the only big thing, is that apart from Nunu, lots of farm required for these 3 lanes. So Hecarim, Azir, and Kog'Maw all need to secure the early farm, and Bamey going to keep it real safe here. Xerath is the last pick from ADG.
So the Shurima mid lane coming out. We saw a lot of Xerath with the popularity of Azir coming through. It still is a very heavy counter pick. And the one thing you will say is that Xerath Jinx are probably two of the best high-range carries in the game. If Xerath's able to get any poke through, Jinx is unrivaled in the fact that as soon as 1 kill goes through, she is the best hyper carry. If you can get no kills through in a fight, she is not able to get excited, can't really use that mobility. But the difference between her and Kog is they both shred tanks the same way, but Jinx, she's just so highly mobile.
And I like that you mentioned the range thing, because of course, what's the issue with your mid lane? If they can't get in and burst down the team, you can't get resets, but long range Xerath always going to get in there.
Yeah, exactly right. Able to poke out, but we'll go through the lineup. That was Hecarim versus Nah. In the jungle, we have Nunu versus Sejuani, and expect to see this one a hell of a lot.
Yeah, we'll see if Nunu can pressure out the Sej early as Azir versus Xerath, the throwback to the original first few weeks of the LPL. Starting to see this a lot more with Azir rising back in 5.6 as we pop to the bottom side. It's again Hypercarry Central, Kog'Maw versus Jinx.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this is why I'm a little bit worried for ADG, because Hecarim going to be able to deal with Xerath Jinx a lot better. But that is exactly where Shine comes in on the Janna versus Anami. Heavy disengage out of the supports.
Yeah, I like the comp from ADG. It's kind of like a great, well, one of the best front lines, one of the best back lines, and I guess Janna's job is to kind of flip between the two and tie the room together.
Yeah, exactly right. That's all she's doing. She's going to stand in the middle, hopefully push everyone back onto the Hecarim and let him do as much work as, get him out of there as well as Nara, and let them do as much work as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's good stuff. Strong drafting from both sides. Very standard, actually, as we move into our first game between these two.
Yeah, it certainly is, and kind of disappointingly so. That's a very heavy CC. Nearly League of Tanks without a tanky support and mid laner coming through from ADG. I like the poke element, though. Well,
things might change as we move through, but we're about to get into game 1. And welcome onto the Rift for our first game of the day here for the LPL Summer Promotion Tournament. EP from the LPL versus the LSPL's ADG, also known as Edward Gaming's B team.
Yeah, so we're onto the Rift, and very standard start through from everyone. See if we do get the lane swap. Nami is on the top lane, but Kog, Jinx, and Janna all down the bottom. And you expect Amazing J, he wants to take a camp. Nah can do the same at the Wolves.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to do. We've seen quite a lot of lane swapping with the Smite top laners in general, just because you can jungle reasonably well. But I think everyone would be fairly happy with their standard lanes. I mean, just looking through them, apart from mid lane, which is only slightly ahead for ADG, it's pretty stable across the board.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we'll have to see how the lanes work out. Probably both wanted to go for the 2v2 because they're relying on their junglers to scale up as well. And the longer that Nunu can, I guess, pressure out this Sejuani, the longer it won't really be relevant in the game.
Yeah, Drizzle actually starting the Grump by himself, but should be fine on the Nunu. Amazing J will take away the Wolves here. So should be able to clear that camp for himself with the help of Smite. Shine actually starting a freeze on the bottom side of the map, but EP's bottom lane's already there doing the croaks.
Yeah, they think a lane swap is going to come through, and the freeze is actually going to help hurt ADG here, because a lot of the minions are going to die from... Energy Pacemaker's minions are going to kill ADG's minions, and not many of them are actually going to die. You see, coming into lane, only 2 went down, and that's more experience picked up for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, just not able to push the wave in early, deny it off shortly, and we will actually break out into standard lanes. And again, I guess the biggest thing for me with ADG is they're usually a team that snowballs in the laning phase, and they've sort of picked to match and scale with EP.
Yeah, they certainly have. And Energy Pacemaker, again, we said that they're a very good early game team, but struggle late game. They've picked a very late game focused team comp as well, so maybe hoping to use champions to better close out games.
We'll have to see, because again, both teams having to adapt to 5.6. We've seen a lot more of this sort of team makeup from lots of different teams, actually, as we continue some trades in the bottom. But both Jinx and Kog'Maw, especially with the Nami there, they can get some pretty good harass off.
Yeah, but Shu not able to get the second bounce, doesn't get the heal onto Kog, so we'll have to see if that works out in the lane in the end, because just a little bit of a misstep. Already Nunu showing himself bottom.
Yeah, Drizzle getting spotted by a nice ward and trying to get the double buff pressure in. Good little show there on the bottom side, but AEG dodge it completely.
Yeah, they're certainly able to get away from there. Was maybe trying to zone away from the cannon creep, but in the end doesn't work out. And Jin Jiao so far having a great time in this lane. Wow, Raphael getting chunked.
Yeah, and this is sort of what we expect from the lane. Bamey actually very low on mana, so going to use that passive to get some of it back here, maybe even aggressively use that biscuit. But if Xerath can keep a Zero at range, and should be able to with all of the range that Xerath has, going to have a fun time here in the mid lane.
Yeah, certainly is. And you can already see the understanding from Bamey. He pinged out exactly where the Nunu was there without any vision, and just backed away from the lane. Made sure Azir was back at his turret before he showed again aggressively. You can just see that these guys much better laners than what we were maybe seeing yesterday out of KX happen.
Yeah, and ADG aggressively pushing almost all the lanes they can afford to. Ray even moving Amazing J in towards the top, and that's fine here for Sejuani. She'll happily farm to 6 with all her lanes aggressively pushing.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what happens. Drizzle now feels pressure to gank lanes instead of counter jungling, because if he does try and counter jungle, it's all going to be about Bamey and Ray collapsing first to help out the Sejuani. So it's just going to, I guess, relieve a lot of that early pressure.
Yeah, Drizzle here again in the bottom side. Chomp has used very nicely. Tornado as well, just to zone them away, and more pressure from Drizzle amounts to just a few auto attacks on Jinx.
Yeah, so able to get some spells out, burn through some of Janna's mana, which of course hurts the trading potential that can come out of ADG, but in the end, just another reminding gank that if you're going to push out, I can, as a Nunu, kind of come in and help the lanes.
Yeah, Ray now is all about to transform into Mega Gnar. Will AoE the creeps down now in melee form, and Amazing J going to get zoned a little bit, but keeping up nicely on CS.
Yeah, so he's able to keep up on CS, doesn't really want to fight at this point because of the aggressive item choice coming through from Ray in that Duran's Blade. Just wants to continue to farm through, pick up the Barmies into the early challenging skirmishing saver, and then he will try and win the lane. It really is just all about the early farming coming through from Hecarim at the moment.
Yeah, and again, continuing to pressure. Ray doing a nice job here in the early stages, but very quiet here so far. In fact, we look through the other lanes, no major CS leads anywhere except, in fact, mid lane. Raphael getting poked out a bit, but able to keep nicely ahead on CS for now.
Yeah, so Raphael actually doing a great job on CS. You have to think some of that was because of Bamey's early mana problems, that he wasn't able to prioritize, I guess, CS over the harassment he was trying to get down. That's always the danger with Xerath. If you just don't push the wave, and if you go for that harassment, you do miss a lot of inconsequential CS, and has hurt him at this point.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you get to harass and farm with your long range through the wave, but Raphael probably positioning quite nicely, able to dodge some of that out, and Nami Kog in the last hit nicely under turret. We'll ease out here, and soon these AD carries approaching that 50 CS mark. We're going to have some big items back soon. We're going to probably look for the first recalls.
Yeah, we certainly are at this point, especially with Nunu Sedge. They both actually fly through Dragon at this point in the game. Nunu, of course, unrivaled in how healthy he stays. So I'm surprised with how much time Drizzle's put on the bottom side of the map. He hasn't got that one pink watered out yet, but a nice trade in the bottom.
Good pressure coming through. Jinx with the rockets just poking in. Zhangao forced away from the lane and going to have to get healed up here. That's going to waste a lot of Nami's mana, and if the jungler comes, especially in Sejuani's, even now here in the bottom lane, Zhangao could be first blooded.
Yeah, certainly looks to be that way, and wow, Jin Jiao with a very good trade coming through there, and a lot of it,
Yeah, has to be careful. Raphael flashing in, but Bamey flashes after him. Raphael tried to line up the ulti, but didn't pull the trigger.
Didn't have the mana pastry time. A little bit early aggression and miscalculated the mana pool required to pull it off. Used the E to get past him, then realized, hang on a second, I ran out.
Yep, doesn't have any more mana for the Emperor's Divide. Doesn't cost very much. I think 100 only probably for the first rank, but Bamey will be happy, uses his flash, but Raphael just kind of sits there and looks a bit silly.
Yeah, but he got the heal and the flash out of Bamey in the mid lane. So in the end, maybe it was just an elaborate mind game coming through.
Maybe. Is Bamey going to continue pressuring out? Great stun, actually going to get a bit of harass down, clearing out the rest of the wave, but everyone probably going to look for some early shops here. And Bamey, despite being slightly behind in CS, is actually going back. Fiendish Codex to Chalice of Harmony currently.
Yeah, so Chalice, the pickup here coming through from Raphael. Just such a good mid-game item for the Azir. Gives you everything you need. Some CDR, lots of mana. Just really is the complete purchase. Jinx going back. She's pick up a BF sword. It's always great as Jinx, if you can win the lane to the extent that you can stay for a BF sword. We see a lot of Jinx have to pick up boots too or something like that to kind of augment all their orb walking they have to do. But with that, the zap is going to be chunking out, and the turret pressure now really starts, because if Jinx gets any free time in minigun form on that turret, it's just going to melt through.
Yeah, it's a crazy thing to say, but Jinx, a lot of her lanes really do start getting going when she has a BF stock. We saw early on in the LPL at least, Jinx players were swapping into other lanes just to get enough money for the BF sword, and then swapping back and taking over lanes.
Yeah, exactly right. And you throw the fact that Janna's Eye of the Storm at level 5 already got 3 ranks in it, just is going to help that even further, going to get it to the point where it's nearly double BF sword on top of it and just chunking through.
Yeah, and Zhang trying to fight back, actually has a Shane plus a longsword, so moving into that phase second after that component, and of course the Trinity Force will be Kog'Maw's first item, but going to struggle in these trades, I think quite a bit actually, especially while Nami's getting her levels up as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So as long as they get a 2 auto attack trade, it's in Kog'Maw's favor with the Tidecaller's Blessing. As soon as it goes anywhere over that, or the zap hits coming through from Jin Jiao, give it straight away to the Jinx. Just extended trades is what this lane's all about.
Yeah, good ward clear there as well by ADG as Sejuani will start the dragon, but a nice ward from Drizzle. Went for an early Sightstone actually before finishing his machete. Has been slightly behind the Sejuani, who's got a Cinderhawk enchantment finished already, but early dragon attempted, but immediately denied.
Yeah, but Vision's what the name of the game's all about. Dodging the first Sejuani ult through Vision of Nunu is going to be worth more than a completed Cinderhawk every day of the week. It just allows them to be able to keep tabs on what now is a very dangerous jungler in Sejuani.
Yeah, Sej looking good. Level 6 now as well for both of the junglers. So maybe look for Xu Xiaoyin to get into some of the lanes and start aggressively ganking. Bottom lane looks pretty nice, especially with the Jinx Janna ready to go. So we'll see where they do want to move in. Shu, they're going to put the ward back in there, and Drizzle again with the Sightstone. Aggressive Vision's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, and he's trying to get in here behind. Wow.
Yeah, Bamey getting caught in transition though, but Xu Xiaoyin's here as well. Emperor's Divide going to push him back. Teleport, they're going to come in for both, but Ray came in first. Bamey going to get first blood, maybe no, the snowball, not enough yet. Moves around for the Q, but Nunu gets first blood. Amazing Jay's joined in as well. Nas forced to hop over the wall. Sejuani far too low as Shine is forced to come into the mid lane. Jinx is here as well. But Ray running out there. Amazing Jay gets another kill for himself, and that Hecarim teleport was amazing.
And that's with ADG rotating first pastry time from the bottom lane. Just weren't able to get there and impact. It was lucky to not be a 3-for-0 for Energy Pacemaker, and showing that they can team fight pretty well in the early game. We already knew that. I don't actually know why ADG, after going so well in their bottom lane, would pick a fight like that.
I mean, Bamey just shouldn't have been walking there. Nunu's been aggressively moving in for Vision the entire time and just got caught in transition, which started that whole sequence that resulted in 2 kills for EP. They'll get the dragon out of it as well, so collecting everything for their early game.
Yeah, so getting a very good lead, 1,000 gold just through the kills. They pick up a dragon. Now a lot of pressure with a 20 CS lead in mid lane. And where they were building pressure in that bottom lane, completely relieved. Zhang Yao, he's going to be able to push out. He's going to get a free back, probably come back with 2 components of his Trinity Force. And that's just not great. They've given Cog, at his weakest part of the game, a free couple of minute window. Yeah,
and Cog really does get going with the Trinity Force moving through. I think Sheen Fate, in a lot of instances, is such a strong 2-item spike in a way for a lot of Kog'Maw. So he's going to return to the bottom lane. Berserker Greaves has been completed for Jin Jiao, but right now I think we'll have to give Cog back the advantage in the lane.
Yeah, you certainly do, especially because he was able to grab a couple of CS that put him back right into the lane. Only 10 down now, and we'll be able to pick majority of that up. In the top lane, we see early home guard boots coming through from Hecarim. The reason I like that is because Nari's going for that crazy frozen mallet build, which I just completely disagree with still. I understand the principle behind it, but I just don't think it translates into the mid-game power spike people do. It's a good laning item in the fact that it slows Hecarim down, keeps you in harass range in mini-Gnar form. But when it gets to the team fight, you just don't do enough. Hecarim, on the other hand, recognizes his lane now a little bit weaker, so he picks up the Moby Boots so he can recall whenever he wants, just recklessly shove out. And then in team fights, that teleport gank now becomes all important.
Yeah, and almost not even getting the Cinderhog finished quite yet. Does have most of the components, so Skirmisher's Saber the likely pick up there to combining with the Cinderhawk enchantment. But ADG, bottom lane roaming a bit, haven't quite pushed out a turret, but trying to get some pressure down into mid.
Yeah, so they've rotated around, and once again, this is just confusing because they're giving Kog'Maw free time. Wow, good ult.
Good ulti there coming through. Raphael just going to dodge the knockup. Ulti there as well, but ultimate from Jinx will clean it out, and that was worth it as Shu flashes in for the bubble. Shu Xiaoyin in trouble, but Baimi will move them back. No tower, but they do get the kill.
So they get the kill. They're not going to be able to push in for the turret. And that was still a lot expended. They used 2-3 ultimates to get it. They might even nearly lose the turret in the bottom lane. Energy Pacemaker, they got out-rotated there, but not really much going to come of it.
Good dodge of the zap, though, as well. Sejuani can't close the gap. Even the Zephyr landing there for Shine doesn't open up enough space for Sedge for the Arctic Assault. So Jinx Janna will return to the bottom side, continue farming away, but Zhang got away with a lot of free farm and turret damage there.
Yeah, and, you know, they picked up the kill. They equalized mid lane. That's a very good move, but in the end, not really much coming through apart from the kill, which at that point in the game, they should have just, if that was the case, commit with the Jinx. Push the Nunu off the lane. Nunu Nami, absolutely no wave clear. I would have liked to see them commit and go for the turret trade. Mid for bottom, that definitely would have been in their favor.
And Drizzle now down in the bottom half as well. Good scrying orb. But Jinx will spot him off in the bush, so he'll have to run away now as well. Great instincts there from ADG. I think they've recognized their bottom lane has been picked on a little bit here in the early stages of the game, and they're both farming well. In fact, we look across the board, CS quite even for everyone, although there's a slight disadvantage for mid and top lane there for ADG. But other than that, it's been a pretty quiet 14 minutes or so. An EP with an early advantage, but a slim lead of only 400 gold.
Yeah, so 400 gold is the difference now. Energy Pacemaker, they do have the Dragon, which we really haven't been able to put a gold value on with especially AD carries like Kog'Maw that go for not really attack damage stats, more that Trinity Force that gives you the augmentation of your kit. Really is difficult to say the first Dragon is worth 600 gold.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? It obviously gets more valuable, and the other dragons are worth gold as well, but we'll see. EP at least have the first one. They'll be happy to maybe start snowballing that objective, but Shine put down a pink ward there, and apparently, yeah, can't see that ward.
Just out of range, and that's the one that he was trying to pick up, so that's disappointing coming through there, but they'll be able to, once again, re-push out. Trinity Force is the purchase, though, for Zhang Ao in that bottom lane. That's very good click. 14:30, he was able to pick that one up.
Yeah, great timing there. You usually look at it for 16 minutes as a good part time, so about a minute ahead there of that one is again that poor ward. It's just so sad.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we see now once again 3 members for ADG in this bottom lane. Sedge looking to use her ultimate in coupling up with Jinx once again. Probably has the most kill potential on the map, so definitely good to continue to camp out this lane, but with the Trinity Force, expect trades to start going in EP's way.
Yeah, it's time for Kog'Maw to really start getting ahead in these lanes, maybe even rotate if they're able to get the turret in the bottom side of the map. We look across the rest of the Rift, though. Athene's Unholy Grail completed for both mid laners, so starting to get going with their builds as well. Sightstones are plenty for the junglers, who have also met Cinderhawks, and Ray still looking for his next item. Ninja Tub has been completed, and Skirmisher's Saber plus the Cinderhawk done for Amazing J.
Yeah, so able to get in there. We see actually ADG able to pick up the first Scuttle Crab.
No, that was a steal by Drizzle, actually. Managed to smite it away.
Wow.
Yeah, slight misbite by Shu Xiaoyin, and Nunu just walks away with it.
Yeah, so Nunu able to get in there and fix that one for himself. Nunu, of course, very good at securing objectives. They actually sent Shine back. They staggered their backs in the bottom lane. Now that they're sending Jin Jiao back, I think the turret will fall because there's not really much wave clear to be offered. They must know that he's backed out there. Has been able to pick up Zerka Greaves and Infinity Edge. So once again, AD carries particularly operating at a very good CS rate this game.
Yeah, they're both farming well, 150 CS or more at about 16 minutes in this game. Is very nice stuff. Xu Xiaoyin pulling the wave off there as well. We'll get a couple of the last hits here, but mostly just saving them for Jinx. And we've had the bottom lane back away once again from EP. No major items just yet. But again, lots of jungle pressure thrown down here, and it's mostly just been farming in the bottom half.
Wow, the AD carry Dream. The jungler willing to hold the wave for a good 15 seconds. That was me, Pastry Time. I'm smacking W, taking the wave, and then getting back into my jungle.
Well, ADG going to start pushing the turret now. It's all Jin Zhao. Happily collects the CS from his generous jungler, and this tower is dead.
Yeah, but they're gone for the teleport gank.
Oh, nice stuff from Amazing J. Who's he want? He's going to look for Jin Zhao. The shield does come down. Tidal Wave as well will force the flash, but there's a FLICKR multi following through. Great disengage here, but a double bubble coming through for Shu. Raphael's down here as well. Zhang gets the kill, and Sejuani just can't disengage or disengage. In fact, Shine going to get dived. Amazing J collects the kill.
And Ray, you are so late on that teleport. It might have been because he didn't have the Mega Knight form, but that's going to be another dragon going across for Energy Pacemaker. They'll also be able to leave Zhang out there for the bottom turret. And that's just better map awareness coming through from EP.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about ADG being a strong laning team, but their early rotations have been quite poor in the early stages of this game. Kog'Maw gets the bottom turret as well. A second dragon goes over to Energy Pacemaker. And all of a sudden, Drizzle going to push some of that vision forward with his Sidestone wards. And they're going to look to rotate this Kog'Maw into other lanes and start taking some additional turrets.
Yeah, they're just going to look out to shove the last lane. I wouldn't be surprised if Drizzle sticks around in the proximity for a little bit of coverage, because they need to make sure the deep freeze doesn't come through from Jinx. She's going to actually counter push as well, so that's good news for Energy Pacemaker. But you're right. Right now, it's all about getting probably into the top lane. You don't want to try and siege up against Azereth, but nah, he's not going to have much utility here in clearing out the waves.
No, and we see Azir actually returning to that mid lane. I imagine those towers are quite healthy in the mid side, but a need to see large rod up for Raphael. We saw Shia yesterday from World Elite on his Azir, building Stinger second on a lot of his builds, and then just kind of moving into whatever need to see large rod Adam he wanted, usually a death cap. Raphael going to skip that though and going straight for the late game.
Yeah, and that's kind of weird. Maybe in trusting in the Blood Boil coming through from Drizzle when he needs it, and just hoping he can get some surprising burst damage through. But Stinger has been the regular pickup coming through here for the mid Azirs, and it just, once again, it doesn't give you any like noticeable stats. You don't get that big AP value, but it just augments the kit from Azir so well.
Yeah, it just smooths it out. I mean, I think just feels better to play when you have that Stinger going after your Chalice. So Raphael, though, going to stick with power for now as Drizzle, very tanky so far in the unit, looking for an Aegis. And we've seen this so much from junglers here. It's always a Cinderhawk and then immediately into the Aegis second item.
Yeah, exactly right. Some of them were even circumventing going for the Sidestone in the favor of just picking that one up straight away. It's a very good snowball item, as Papa Smithy loves to point out. It just gives your team so much work. As a jungler, it's very hard for you to solo carry. It's all about getting your team ahead.
Yep, and Drizzle gets his team further ahead by sniping the blue buff away from ADG, so Bamey will lose the blue buff, a crucial piece of Xerath's kit here as we move towards the mid game especially, and that turret defense might not be nearly as easy without an almost infinite supply of mana.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. That's why they've rotated it across, because they're confident now without the blue buff, Xerath not going to be able to anti-siege that one. As we see in the top lane, actually, Amazing J's turret, it's losing a lot of health.
Yeah, mid turret there for EP, also looking quite unhealthy, so EP might want to rotate around, protect some of these turrets. Ray continuing to push in with his frozen mallet now, so bullying Amazing J off the lane. Blue buff still being attempted here by ADG, but they have to be a bit careful. Amazing J's come around. He's level 13 with 2 parts of his Trinity Force. He's a very scary hacker. In the blue will get taken. I believe Amazing J got that.
Yeah, he certainly did. And this is the thing about the Smite top lane, is they're always higher level. Wow.
Yeah, bubble there lands onto shoot Xiaoyin, but isn't quite going to take it. Shine put a shield onto him. Scuttle Crab going to go down there as well. And lots of movement here looking for some rotations. And EP have done it wonderfully. Mid tower now with 4 EP members on top of it.
Yeah, and that was just a great zone coming out of Amazing J and Drizzle, teaming up as the Hecarim. They've now got the inside lane on the bottom lane as well. They're all heading there as 5. What a good, impressive movement.
Yeah, Jinx running down there with the Zeal ready to go. So he has good wave clear in rocket form especially, but the rotations have come very quickly here. Amazing J already down here running through. And again, ADG here to defend, but raising the top side with his teleport, building up rage. EP might just get themselves another turret.
Yeah, Energy Pacemaker, wow, they were committed.
Ulti lands in, Amazing J goes down to Bamey as he gets sniped away, and EP have to back off the turret. A good Sejuani ult, but thankfully for EP, it's only the one member down.
And that's absolutely bonkers. You have Kog'Maw, you have Azir, you don't need to commit that hard with your melees of taking down the turret. Instead, Hecarim stands in turret range the entirety and gets chain CC'd through from, as we have a bit of a fight.
They're sure going to get caught as well. Raised, Frozen Mallet helping out nicely for at least the chain. Good 3-man Nara ulti, he wallops him in as well. Drizzle forced to use the absolute zero. Bubble catches Jin Jiao, takes a massive amount of damage, and Raphael comes in to clean him up as Drizzle will get the kill. Ray chasing in there trying to get Shu, but Azir going to claim that one instead, and a good 2-0 turnaround.
Yeah, so in the end they turn around, they trade a turret there because Azir wasn't able to go defend against Bamey, but that was a very interesting move coming out from Jin Jiao, deciding to stand in the absolute zero.
Yeah, great bubble. I mean, tried to kite out of it, but got nailed by a Nami bubble. And unfortunately, after that, the channel completed, and there was just too much damage done already.
Yeah, but my problem with that is it's a Nami bubble, and you have Flash still available, and yet you die. Probably cost his team the team fight there by just not being able to react. Definitely a good bubble, but that summoner spell probably could have saved him.
Yeah, Amazing J now going to move back in. Almost has his Trinity Force completed, so pretty strong stuff coming through. You look at Ray on the top side as well. Randuin's Omen on the way. Again, delayed in the tankiness because of the Frozen Mallet pickup ever so slightly, and he'll be good once the Randuin's comes through, but if he can't keep pace with the carries that are getting stronger on EP, like you said before, Frozen Mallet going to look a little silly.
Yeah, and the problem is yeah, cool, Randuin's fantastic against the Hecarim, great against the Kog'Maw because it lowers his attack speed, but there's an Azir that has a death cap already, just going to be doing work as Raphael in the mid lane, and the similar power spike has been hit on the other side of the map, but you see there's already a locket picked up nearly coming out of Drizzle, just going to be in a position to give him his team so much more.
Yeah, as we see ADG, defensive pink wall going to clear out the green ward there on the ridge. Going to set up maybe for a killer onto Zhang Ao, but the crits are coming through. Teleport actually forced up by Amazing J. Might want to turn it around. Great chompers, though. Stop Amazing J in his tracks, but Dragon back up in 15 EP, looking for their third.
Yeah, so they're going to be able to get vision over the area apart from the Scuttle Crab, which is about halfway through timing out, so that will be available when this Dragon is started up. They're trying to shove out the lanes. ADG, they elect to shove mid lane. Raphael, he's shoving out bottom, and we'll see who can make a better move here.
Yeah, bit of a race coming through. Actually, EP on top of the Dragon as well, although ADG will force them off, pushing the waves in, but Raphael working on this top turret should be able to get it down and does. And now the Dragon's been started by ADG. It's 4v5 right now, but it's going to be 5v5 again real soon.
Yeah, it certainly is. Raphael's here. It's now a 5v5. If you're ADG, I actually think you have to back away. Give this one up. Probably not worth fighting over a third Dragon.
They're going to try. Ray's trying to build up a bit more rage. Shouldn't take too much longer here in combat. The Dragon also going to get aggressive on. They don't know if they can really outsmite two smites, so an Azir actually going to pick it up, and they'll start the fight. Ray goes in massive. Huge wombo in there with the Xerath ulti. An Amazing J in the back's getting kited off. Jin Jiao trying to run away. A good flash there, but he goes straight into Raphael, unfortunately, and goes down. Azir going to get chased away, knocked up by the Sejuani. And it's 4-for-1 with Amazing J still getting chased.
Yeah, and underestimating the team fight coming out of ADG with both myself and Energy Pacemaker. They're going to get aced here, and what a team fight.
Yeah, Frozen Mallet, good for chasing here. Ray picks up the last kill on the Mini-Gnar, and now they're going to keep pushing. No Jinx, unfortunately, a crucial piece missing in this push.
Yeah, it certainly is, but they'll still be able to get some damage done to this mid turret, probably be able to take it down, so they grab an objective back, and they take a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and that was a great fight. Let's see it again.
Yeah, so it's all about the Gnar positioning. Nami not able to get anything off. No counter engage coming through because they get absolutely nailed here by everything. You see the Wombo, it was the Gnar ult, the Xerath, as well as the Jinx firing in there. They do pick up Jin Jiao on the back line, but the damage was already done. Pastry time, they needed to position that one a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Jinx, just couldn't peel the Hecarim. They started the fight really well, but this is the problem with Hecarim, especially at this stage with the Skirmisher Saber and the Trinity Force. Practically impossible to peel for your AD carry, and apart from Shine's ultimate, ADG didn't try. They just killed EP instead.
Yeah, exactly right. So in the end, there was no disengaged Azir ultimate coming through to keep Gnar out. There was no tidal wave that really knocked him up and allowed Kog'Maw to reposition. So Zhang Ao not getting the support he needed in that team fight, and they were made to pay for it.
Yeah, both AD carries actually sort of being left out to dry there. So we'll see if the teams do adapt in the next few team fights, but people are really powering up now. Phantom Dancer is done for the Jinx, so looking for a very hard carry build coming through. Locket done for Sejuani as well. Randuin's are now an additional giant spot up for Ray as well. And even the Void stuff there for Bamey for maximum AP carry damage.
Yeah, so Bamey is now ahead, you would have to think. He's got the 4-1-1 scoreline. He's in a position to hard carry this game from the mid lane. You already saw how much damage his ultimate did. Probably the only danger to him this time is the fact that Hecarim will start diving the Xerath. Prioritization over the Jinx, I think, needs to be there. Just because Kog'Maw, he'll probably shred the front line quicker than what Jinx will at this point in the game. However, that Xerath, if he's ever able to set up and take out Zhang Ao again, team fight over.
Yeah, and he was the big threat, really, after Ray's ultimate set him up nicely, as Baron's now being considered by both teams here as well. Getting some decent vision around it. Have to be careful. Good Baron damage on both sides, in fact, with all these hyper carries coming through. And we look at the gold lead. ADG, a slight one here at about 1,300 gold ahead, but it's not that big a lead here in this game, as we expected with the two late-game team comps. Very tense.
Yeah, it's just on a knife edge. Each team trying to get advantages when they can, but they don't want to ever opt into a team fight that they don't think they can win because of exactly what you were talking about. Both are late game team comps. Both are going to have confidence in their execution. So it's all about just getting there at a fairly good pace.
And right now you can see both teams without a major objective to play around. Dragon in particular being down after their last team fight, just sort of playing it safe, pushing out the waves with their long-range spells. I'm going to go spend a bit more gold here, but that's going to give CS and especially experience over to the carries on both sides, as well as Raphael, almost level 16 now on the Azir.
Yeah, so he's able to get that through there. Nearly has the final part of his, nearly has the third rank of his ultimate, coming through there at level 16. Has picked up the Merc Treads. This is something that I really like. I think the more we see this patch, the more Merc Treads become a priority. Sejuani ultimate, eating a stun coming through from Xerath. They're just all so important to be able to get out of quickly to reposition yourself. I'm expecting a lot more mid laners to pick up the cleanse and a lot of Merc Treads to be prioritized.
We even have Merc Treads on the jungler for ADG as well, so quite a number of those boots in this game in particular. Nice to see the players adapting to 5.6, and certainly teams are discovering exactly what you can and can't do on this patch, but as we've seen, it's very wide open. So while this game in particular might have a lot of standard picks in it, who knows what will happen in the rest of this best of 5.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and we'll see exactly how it works out. Top wave, bottom wave actually is pushing very heavily for ADG. It's actually nearly at their inhibitor turret. So now Baron control will be ceded over to Energy Pacemaker. Can they make a move on it? Because currently Azir, Kog'Maw, they probably do the most Baron damage in the game.
Yeah, Nunu helping out there as well. Fought Blood Boil on either of those carries. And Ray down the bottom side does have his teleport, continuing to aggressively get farm. He's actually got 262 now as a top laner. So he's been farming side waves pretty much constantly here in this game, basically matching the mid laner CS, who've been doing a very similar thing. Again, it's a tense standoff, but Azir continuing to poke vision out from under the Baron. And ADG, one of the things that comp doesn't do that well is if they can't find the perfect engage, it's very tricky for them to get a pick.
Yeah, it certainly is. They can't really set up for them. They've got the poke champions, not the pick, so they need to be in a siege situation as maybe no.
Sejuani just fine. 3,000 health or so in the health pool there as well, without a major giant spell item yet for the Sejuani. So looking strong there at ADG's jungler, and just Arctic Assault out from under the bubble.
Yeah, so able to get out there. Once again, they're setting up around Baron. It doesn't look like either team wants to commit. I expect that ward line to be taken over to Dragon in about 30 seconds because that one is up. So we'll see who jockeys for position better.
Yeah, I mean, the wards in general, very messy across the map. I think a lot of them have dropped away. We've had a really tense standoff between both teams around the different objectives. Baron for the last few minutes, and soon to be Dragon as well, as it would be EP's 4th, and that would threaten the 5th Dragon for the rest of this game. Jinx really needs her last whisper though, and Jinjal's still farming for it, but he's unfortunately been relegated to wave clear duty as Ray just standing in the middle of everyone there trying to get a team fight going, but we'll slow some people down, but can't really, again, just no hard engage here for ADG.
Yeah, this is a mistake from ADG. It's only their first Dragon, and they're going to lose a lot in the top lane. Already a turret goes down. Unless they're willing to burn teleport, Amazing Jay's going to get some damage done here.
I think they're going to have to burn the teleport as well. He's on top of the turret. Trinity Force Hecarim going to rip through the structure. Even reasonably tanky now is on Ray. Actually just pop back. No home guards anywhere right now for ADG. And Hecarim going to get a good chunk of damage done to that turret. But he takes it.
What a bad mood. Will teleport out, be completely fine. That is a nightmare coming through from ADG. Unless they manage to sneak a Baron somehow, which they're not going to be able to do. They just lost their base pretty much. So open at any point for a Dragon.
And very confused as to why Ray didn't want to trade the teleport, but maybe thought he could make it back in time. Warmog's done for now as well. So the front line for ADG pretty well prepared for a lot of these fights, but Jinx still needs some items. Bamey strong, but getting stronger, I guess that's fine as well. But again, they have to fight around objectives. We saw they won a big fight around the Dragon, but when they just recklessly get out-rotated like that, they have the less stuff they have to defend, the harder it is for them to find favorable team fights.
Yeah, and the problem is now is that Hecarim can just sit top lane whilst Dragons 4 and 5 are there, and you can never go there unless you have the teleport available. You're just going to have to match Hecarim around the map, and he's the team fight key here for the team. We saw the team fight they won. It was all on the back of Ray being able to combo across with Bamey, so just doesn't go to their win conditions to give away an objective like that.
I mean, smart stuff for EP to at least run ADG around the map. They've been consistently out-rotating them in the mid game here as well. 6-4 currently in turrets, and a lot of that's from just fantastic movement here from EP and Amazing J in particular. And Hecarim, even without the teleport, going to continue to be annoying. And, you know, Ray, he can maybe stand up to Hecarim, probably not going to die, but unfortunately it's not where his team needs him. He needs to be grouped together.
Yeah, exactly right. And with the build Ray's gone with, he's not going to be able to really bully him away unless the hyper procs come through and he gets multiple auto attacks on. So Hecarim might just be able to walk past him, get a couple of autos onto that inhibitor and continue to whittle it down. As we see, they're looking for a pick onto Shu. But as you said, if this team doesn't do anything, it doesn't do well in picks. It does fantastic in pokes. Of course, if you face check them, they do have the CC, but it's really, they don't want to use any of their ultimates to get a pick.
Yeah, certainly open areas are not the best spots here. As a good Tornado, disengage is Amazing J, and EP, that is their difference. They have good engage options just from Amazing J's Hecarim on its own, although Ray looking aggressively for a team fight, but Raphael will dash his way out.
Yeah, and there was a Sun Turret there, so he didn't want to go too deep, of course. Able to do some damage there at the Sun Turrets, and just to clarify, you might think this team, it has heaps of CC. What are you talking about? They have fantastic pick. You don't want to commit a Sejuani ult or a Gnar ultimate to a pick unless it is on both the Azir and the Kog'Maw, because otherwise there's still a real potential that this team can win a team fight if you blow one of those major cooldowns. So instead, what they're looking to do, control vision just like this.
Yeah, and it is wonderful. Sidewave control gets him a fight. Amazing J going to get chunked out. Drizzle will channel his ulti, but that's a great pick there for ADG. Now the poke going to follow in as well, and Ray is still so healthy. Just going to bounce in a mini enough bomb. Jinx ultimate coming through as well, still continuing to chase with the slows from the boomerang. Shusha going in aggressive, gets Mikhail's though, and Bamey snipes the Kog'Maw. Ray going to move in as well. A reset there for Jana. Shu goes down as well. Jinx gets excited. Ray gets a slow, and that's a 3-0 win for ADG.
And they're going to grab the Baron off it. That's exactly what we were talking about. Don't look for the pick. Make them come for you, and a huge team fight going the way of ADG. Just good vision control. Able to get through there, and they'll pick up the Baron. With a Jinx late game, 2-3-7 going to go back and pick up the last Whisper, not to mention the fact that there's a Xerath on the team who's extremely fed. They're going to siege up so nicely.
Yeah, Jinx winning that fight without her last Whisper was crucial there. And Hecarim, he's a great at engaging, but if he gets caught, he's the first pick to go. Energy Pacemaker run out of offensive options.
And the thing about Hecarim, he's not a pure tank, he's a bruiser. So he needs to go in there with someone else. He needs to be up in the front line with Nunu, or he needs another threat in there. Raphael needs to be diving the back line with him and looking for that ultimate. Instead, goes in by himself and just gets shredded through.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of damage for ADG, so good defensive posture. They're able to protect their AD carry and their Xerath, who positioning was fantastic as well. Azoni's going to make that even easier, and Jinja all of a sudden real scary on the Jinx with the 3.5 items ready to go.
Yeah, so he's got all the items necessary. Nice move in the top lane from Amazing J, actually. He's trying to keep them occupied with that top wave. They're always going to have to send someone up there and answer it, so they're not really able to siege as of yet. Their wave positioning not great. Teleport coming through.
Yeah, Amazing J going to look for a flank, but Jana going to try and disengage. He's going in aggressive. Finds Jinjao, is forced to flash, but too much damage from Amazing J. Gets the kill. Now Shine going to get picked off as well by a bubble, and EP answer back with 2 free kills.
And they just run top lane. It is completely open. They don't actually have to tank anything up here. They decide against it. Once again, bonkers gameplay coming out of here from Energy Pacemaker, because they had the inside lane there on the map. Instead, they're not going to be able to take much. They're up in 20 seconds. We'll maybe get another way into the base, although Minion wave not there.
They're getting poked out, waiting for their wave, and as soon as ADG join in, the Baron buff going to make it tricky. They do get the tier 2 turret, but could have maybe just got the inhib instead.
Yeah, I can't believe they just didn't rotate through and get the inhib. They get 2 picks, so they completely nullify Baron. Game back on an even footing. We'll have to get back to base and maybe try and contest for this dragon. It's number 4 for them, which is extremely important. But that was all an amazing Jay. Drew 2 people top lane with a fantastic push. Backed away, got the teleport in on the 2 members. And Jinx at this point, even though she's extremely fed, as soon as that challenging smite goes through, there is no hope she beats him.
Yeah, and Ray chasing down as well, looking for a slow. We'll get the first auto attack, and the Frozen Mallet will get to work. Can't really chase it down. It'll take a long chase down the lane for Ray to actually kill the Heck Room, and now we'll back away instead.
Yeah, so now this time Ray has the teleport advantage, still has the Baron buff, I believe, so we'll be able to push in nicely, and it doesn't look like Energy Pacemaker want to contest for this dragon, so 5th dragon maybe now no longer a thing. If this game goes until the 50-minute mark, you would think that there would already be someone in a clear advantage.
Yeah, and it's honestly been a battle of sideways for the last 15 minutes or so. ADG forced that fight around Baron that got them the objective by having a massive wave down the bottom. I believe Ray had been prepping. He's now on the top side with his teleport, and ADG are 4 members strong in the bottom side. This is more of what we... good thing to see from them, because this is strong rotational play in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and there was 3 cannons in there. 2 have been taken out, but there's still 1 available. They're not going to be able to clear out this wave. Maybe they will. Jinx not really in a position to be able to take it out, and Baron buff ran out at a very fortuitous time. It's
pretty safe for Jinx to actually get the rockets in there, so somewhat surprised that ADG didn't want to get a bit more aggressive onto that tower, but again, fearing a potential dive here from Heck Room in particular, Ray instead going to clear some more waves out. And this Nah, he has been farming for a long time.
Certainly has 335 CS at the 37-minute mark. Not used to seeing that on a top laner, but we did say they play around Ray, they play around Baimi. They expect those 2 people to be the big carries for the team. This game, Jun Jiao, he's stepping up. He's got a very reasonable scoreline on the Jinx, is in a good position to be able to carry this game, but won't be able to do it solo, is not to that point. They do need the supporting cast, and Ray, he's looking for a flank.
Yeah, he's going in, but that's it. Spotted actually was not quite on top of a ward, just a nice rotation from EP. We'll throw a couple of autos in. Actually was on top of a ward, excuse me. But that's going to free up some space here, and the tower goes down.
They get the transform out of Ray, so I'm surprised they didn't pull the trigger right there. Might have been able to go in instead, just back away, give up 1 turret. Still only 2,000 gold, and in a late game composition, that's nothing pastry time.
Yeah, and we look over at the carries on EP here as well. Defensive items now completed for both Azir and Kog'Maw, sorry. A QSS done for the Kog, and a Zonya's completed in the mid lane there for Azir. ADG's massive CC that was so effectual in the last little fight, significantly less good now.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we see they're starting to set it up once again around the Baron. They want to get vision control. It's about 2.5 minutes away. So getting in position for that one, it's only 9 to 10. The game feels a little bit more action-packed than that because we've seen some nice movements around the map to, I guess, set the teams up for success. They're just very hesitant to pull the trigger.
Well, for 2 teams that were noted for strong early games and landing phases, we actually had a very subdued landing phase after the first few kills. And as a result, all that action's just been multiple team fights that have gone back and forth throughout the entire game.
Yeah, it certainly has. And Ray, we said that maybe the Frozen Mallet, not the best first item pickup. Now that he's got 4 items, 5 items actually, nearly going into probably a GA as the last item, he's in complete carry mode, going to be able to take this game over if he gets a good team fight. Because honestly, even though Kog'Maw fantastic against takes, still going to take a fair while to shred him.
Yeah, I mean, just a massive health pool, honestly. It takes a lot of % health magic damage to get through all of the tank items that Ray has. If we do a quick check, actually, Warmog's Spirit Visage, Frozen Mallet, and a Randuin's Omen. And when I see him next, he'll have something like 4, maybe even 5,000 health.
Yeah, he certainly will. He is absolutely massive at this point. Not to mention how tanky Sejuani is, who's also around that 4,000 health mark. So 2 huge tanks, although Sejuani, without the resists that Ray has, still taking a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, just a Chain Vest there, plus a Locket in the Randuin's. Maybe needs a bit more ML, possibly a Spirit Visage of her own, but maybe even, I don't know, the Chain Vest could be anything. Maybe just a Thornmail for some extra dive potential. But there's Ray. That is so much health.
Yeah, it certainly is. Thornmail, maybe a GA. Late games GAs are a very good item just because they give you a reset button to play around. So we'll see exactly what they do want to go for here as we see.
Probably Frozen Heart now they think about it, because they don't have one yet, which is actually kind of a big deal.
Yeah, that is a huge deal. Like the pickup there that you came through with. Frozen Heart would be very good.
Makes sense on Sedge. Good against Azir, good against Kog'Maw.
Doesn't build it. I don't think it builds out of a Chain Vest anymore.
It does not. That's very sad. Who's going to build the Frozen Heart now, Spawn?
Maybe the support. Come on, Sean.
Take a lot of gold for Giant to pick up that item as just vision battles coming through now. Azir excellent at clearing vision safely out, and ADG have monopolized the control around the Baron area. So Sejuani playing forward again. Big health pool, but not that tanky, especially with all the damage that's currently coming through from the energy pacemaker carries. But ADG doing well. Bamey is threatening with such a strong zone of control that Ray down the bottom, who's again just been pushing waves all game long, just being completely unhindered in his adventures.
Yeah, he certainly has been. But the scary thing is that slowly but surely, Amazing J has built up a very full item pool. They've started up Baron. He hasn't got home guards. He's not going to be able to get that big teleport.
No, Scrying Orb coming through, and Ray going to try and zone them away. ADG, can they finish the Baron? No, they're forced to disengage. The Amazing J dives into Jinchao in the bottom, in the back, and he takes so much damage. Still alive still for now, but Bamey even uses the heal and can't save him. Ray, though, massive ulti into the backline, and Shine pushes them back away, but Azir already getting the double kill. Ray now going to get chased, and it'll take a while for him to die. He got Mikhail's in there as well as he gets a 3-man wallop, but swaps into Mini-Nar form, almost gets sniped by the Kog'Maw, and Bamey trying to do the damage here. Ray still getting chased, but EP, they've gotten the 2 kills they need. They'll get onto the Baron.
Yeah, so they're onto the Baron. They're just trying to stop Ray's back. He's in the base because they don't want him to be able to teleport back in. If he gets that teleport, teamfight will go to ADG.
He's going to have to run back onto the Nami. He's really deep in enemy territory. Baron does go down to EP. Can ADG buy time for the backs? Nara is somehow still alive. Actually survives the chase through the enemy Nexus almost. Will somehow get away, but unfortunately Jinx died immediately, and that was ADG's team fight gone.
Yeah, you see the health regen, so there's no point shoot. Actually, they got the teleport through.
Oh, he actually used it, but cancels it, realizing that Nami can actually cancel it away. Amazing J now coming through for the flank, and Ray going to get chunked down. There will be enough damage here as Azir joins through, and Ray finally dies.
Yeah, and that was crazy. Why would you teleport directly in front of a Nami who has 2 ways to stop it? A little bit of a judgment lap coming through from Ray. Maybe a little bit of that emotional stress coming through in the form of tilt, but we'll actually see exactly what's going on here because all of a sudden, Amazing J, he's in a position to be able to take over the backline in this game. They'll grab another next inhibitor turret going down, probably be able to pick up double inhibitors.
That's a scarily large Nami, by the way. Actually, Elixir of Iron there on Shu. So that's hilarious. It's bigger than Kog'Maw's model. It's really scary. It's like as big as Hecarim.
I don't even know what you're talking about, mate. That's an nerf.
That is an nerf there. Very big manatee there on the Rift as EP get some inhibs, by the way. 2, in fact. They're 1 top, 1 mid, and then back themselves away. That last fight went really poorly for ADG. I thought they were set up so well to get a good team fight, but you saw what the Hecarim does to Jinx when you can't peel for it. Was stuck in the Baron pit, couldn't do anything, and a 4th Dragon even going to come through for EP.
Yeah, and I actually kind of disagree with EP grabbing that one. There was another 5 seconds on Ray, and look where the minion wave was. It was absolutely massive. With the Baron buff, they might have even been able to grab the last inhibitor, Nexus turret coming through there, but instead they make the safe play. They go back and spend all of that gold. You see, it's like a Mercurial scimitar finish now on Kog'Maw. He's absolutely massive coming through there. Going to go for a 2nd defensive item as well, so just trusting in his natural scaling to get him going in the late game, and everyone else, they're pretty much finished.
Yeah, I mean, they've got actually pretty good damage threats. It's weird to see Kog'Maw in this sort of team comp. He's usually, the big focus, the big carry, or the sole carry of any sort of team, but the damage actually spread nicely across the top, mid, and bottom lane, so Zhangao not pressured to go into any sort of super carry build like an Infinity Edge, just decides to play safe. As long as he's doing consistent damage, that's his job.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. It's always that risk where if you're Kog'Maw, you go the 6 damage items, you're like set up for success, and then all of a sudden you get caught out, you get killed, and your team loses because of you. Instead, he's going for a very safe build, trying to get a little bit tankier because, of course, being able to consistently hit for less damage is better than just being wiped off the face of the map.
Yeah, Ray, again, with the 5,000 health as a Hex Drinker now as well, so a bit more offensive power and some resists. As again, just going to move in. Ray very threatening, but he has to set up the best team fight for his team, and with the 3 carries, they're playing pretty far back. Amazing J, the only one happy to play forward with 5k health of his own. There are 2 super minion waves pushing in the top and mid as well. So for EP, this is only a matter of time.
Yeah, it certainly is. Amazing J takes half of his health in damage coming through from Bamey, so he's doing work. But it's just yeah, it's already in there. They need to send someone back. Probably next wave, this will be over on Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, Drizzle, massive amount of health as well, and a very big Yeti also with the Elixir of Iron. I believe a turret may be set up there by Raphael. No, not quite. Not going to force a little ARAM yet, but we're going to keep pushing in. It'll take EP a little bit of time, but all they have to do is wait for the minion waves, and this tower will eventually go down.
Yeah, it certainly will. And Jinx, she's kind of ducking back and forth between mid lane. They're just trying to keep that wave under control, trusting the top lane one to just crash against the turret for a little bit. So it will keep them out. But you feel they have to pull the trigger soon. Otherwise, it's just going to get to the point where they're being strangled in their base.
I think Baron buff might have worn off as well, so making the siege a little trickier for EP.
Teleport behind.
Oh, they actually are going in. Ray wants to look for the flank. Sejuani going in as well. Massive 4-man Nara ulti, and Baby goes on to Raphael. He does instantly as Zhanghao's getting chased away, and ADG pulled the trigger, but Jin Zhao dies in the middle of the team fight. Sejuani trying to peel them off, but Zhanghao's still alive. Amazing Jay here as well at full health, and a great flank here, but it's 3-for-1 the trade. Sejuani going to be the 4th kill down as well. They threw everything in there, but Jinx again standing in the wrong spot.
I even think I saw a kitchen sink at some point fly past. Wow, that was absolutely everything you could have possibly used to win a team fight. But in the end, Jin Zhao just gets caught out of position one more time. The team fight and the game will go across to Energy Pacemaker, but ADG, they went out in style, tried something new.
Yeah, just the first game of the best of 5. Don't forget, plenty more to play for here as a very close game 1 just goes over the Energy Pacemaker. But Ray, that play was ridiculous there from the top lane. You can see the synergy between the Korean solo laners, Ray and Baimi, on point, and it's honestly their sub-AD carry player new to the roster here for this event that needs to just clean things up ever so slightly.
Yeah, for me it was a jungler in the AD that really didn't do much that game. Expected a little bit more from Sejuani, especially when Ray is serving you golden platter ultimates there. Needed to be in the middle of that one, but wasn't able to get it done in the end. But Energy Pacemaker playing a late game composition were very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, honestly, for, again, the early game snowball teams, had some very strong performances in the late stages.
Yeah, they certainly did, particularly coming through on that Hecarim. Amazing Jay. That man's a beast.
He's an absolute beast. We'll see if we can get the Hecarim again, because when we return after a quick break, it is game 2 between EP and ADG. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Promotion Tournament here as we're in our quarterfinal match between Energy Pacemaker and ADG. EP up 1-0 in the best of 5 after a very close game there, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly was, and wow, what a way to end it. Ray went in with a huge Gnar ultimate. It was really the story of the game. Ray doing fantastic work, but Jin Zhao kind of ended up in the middle of 4 people and died.
Yeah, Ray and Bamey, the 2 Korean solo laners for the team, looking great, but the Jinx positioning not quite on point yet, so we'll see if ADG can clean a few things up here in EP. You know, a decent start to the game. Ended strong as well with the late game composition. Was impressive, but we are into the draft now. Swapping sides, of course, with ADG on the blue and EP over on the red. Xerath Maokai there for ADG, and Rek'Sai and Riven banned once again by Energy Pacemaker.
And getting rid of the Xerath means that maybe Bamey is looking at that Katarina, because getting rid of one of the longer range champions with a stun, doesn't want to have to deal with that. Played it fairly well in last game, but they're also getting rid of the Nuno. I think that's definitely a smart move. Drizzle had a really good game of positioning around the map. It gets rid of some of the synergy with Azir, so you don't really have to ban that one now, as well as all the scaling hyper carries.
Yeah, synergy with Jinx as well is the big one for me. Nunu, such a great ban because it blocks a good jungler and arguably 2 great laners as well in Azir and Jinx. So strong stuff overall. LeBlanc, the last ban there. So Raphael, the very good LeBlanc players, respecting Bamey twice now and banning that away. And Xu Xiaoyin might just go straight back to Sejuani.
Yeah, certainly looks to be the case. Don't know if I value it as high as maybe the Gnar that we saw first game, because Ray just played that terrifically, but he might want to play something a little bit more carry-oriented. And this is the one that doesn't make sense to me. Taking away Maokai when Hecarim's still available. Hecarim, we saw he got unkillable last game, but more importantly, he was like an assassin in the backline with the challenging smite, able to fly in there and delete either the AD, or if he was getting anywhere near Bamey, was giving him a real trouble as well.
Yeah, and Kalista being freed up as a pick here as well. Does get locked in by Drizzle, so that'll be Zhang Ao's AD carry. And we've seen Zhang Ao play a lot of good Kalista, actually. When he came onto the team, that was one of the champions he played most in the LPL. And EP might just complete a bottom lane here. It's going to be Thresh for Xu as well.
Wow, that is...
No,
wow.
Last going to switch to Lulu instead.
2 crazy picks. Didn't expect to see a Lulu come through, so maybe that'll be Raphael in the mid lane. Would be surprised to see Amazing J in the top lane pick it up, so also not really a great support at the moment is Lulu, so looks to be a mid lane pickup, but we'll have to see exactly how it works out. Shine, on the other hand, very practiced at the Thresh. Couple it with a Jinx means you can't really lane swap because they have such a good time in the 2v1. Good lane coming out of here from ADG.
Yeah, I like it. We talk about Nunu being a potential blocker pick for this comp, but apparently still happy to maybe pick this up as well. I like the EP is sort of showing a bottom lane potentially in ADG. Going to try and do them the same favor here, not show too much, leave those solo laners open, and it is the bottom lane completed for ADG, Thresh and Jinx.
Yeah, so they're able to get that one through. As we said, really good 2v1 lane. Thresh able to get around the map, impact other lanes, but then also the flay into the Chompers combo is just so devastating as soon as Jinx has any items available. So it's a strong lane. I want to see whether they do elect for the lane swap. Of course, we saw standard lanes game 1.
Well, if that's the pick, I think they'll probably opt for a lane swap there. Don't really want to face check an Annie as a Jinx here, especially with Kalista. And it is locked in. You have to think that's a support pick, and Drizzle going back to Lee Sin.
Wow, that is craziness. Electing to go the king of early junglers against Sejuani, who is just so strong late. This game goes anywhere past the 30-minute mark, really firmly in ADG's favor right now. You just feel they scale up so nicely.
Yeah, they might even go even deeper into the late game potential here for the Jinx. So we saw a Kale being hovered briefly. In fact, Shine selecting it once again here. This looks like a very specific comp for ADG. Very defensive so far with the summoners that Bamey has. And if these picks go through as well, basically all in on 2 carries once again. And it almost worked in the last game. Ray's going to have to come up even bigger. Cassiopeia Kale at ADG's 4th and 5th picks.
Cool, so that is a Kale being picked up probably in the top lane, although we might see a mid lane Kale. You can never know here with Cassiopeia players, particularly in the melee matchups. Sometimes like to go into the top. Papa Smithy, a very big fan of that top lane Cassiopeia at the moment, thinks that it is something that breaks the meta. And Amazing Jay looking at a Jax.
Well, I mean, Cassio would have been okay against someone like Lulu if that was Amazing Jay's top laner, but not quite as convinced to get someone like Jax. So maybe just have Kale sit up there instead. Be interested to see Ray on a champion like Kale. Very different to the Gnar that he played in the last game. It is a Jax locked in here for EP, so very set stuff here for them. I wonder where ADG are going to put their carries here as their last few picks, but EP, this is a very EP style comp. Big late game carry for Amazing J and lots of strong early presence in the other lanes.
Yeah, there certainly is. And the thing about the Jax pickup is who do you put against him late game? There's no one that can really go toe-to-toe with a late game Jax in a split push scenario. And diving a Lulu, always a bad idea. So we'll see exactly how this game works out. But ADG, they have a fantastic 5v5 team fight. So Energy Pacemaker, they just look to take that away completely.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. Split push, splitting up the AoE comp here. We saw Gnar Ultimate last game for Ray almost turn the game around for ADG. Another big high-impact situational ultimate here for Cassiopeia, and these matchups are nuts. Kale versus Jax, we said it would get crazy as we move through the day. That's certainly true here. And Sejuani versus Lee Sin, bit more normalized there as well.
Yeah, a bit normalized, but not 5.6 normalized. Lee Sin really fallen out of favor for a lot of junglers. We also see the Cassiopeia versus the Lulu matchup. Cassio going to be able to bully around this matchup very hard.
Yeah, and there's Jinx versus Kalista this time. So Jin Zhao taking the same carry there, but Zhang Yao going to mix it up into one of his most played from the LPL. And Shrine on Thresh versus Shuzani. Big engage supports for the bottom side. High impact ultis across the map. This is going to be a good game.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think that Jin Zhao is the play to focus on. Needs to lift. Didn't look convincing in game one. If they are going to bring this back to 1v1 ADG, you feel their bottom lane has to do some work.
Yeah, their landing was great. They got to the position they needed to get into those late game fights well, but when it came to execution in the late game, Bamey and Ray looked great, and Jin Zhao did not quite deliver.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. Now they have the extra pressure of Drizzle's Lee Sin kick. If he can do anything, it's get the Jinx into the middle of the team fight, and that's what he's going to look to do.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get it done. We're about to get straight onto the Rift. And welcome back here for Game 2 between ADG and Energy Pacemaker for the LPL Summer Promotion Tournament. We're in a quarterfinal now on the same side of the bracket as M3 versus KX. Happy that we saw yesterday. The winner of this best of 5, of course, will go on to face M3, who had a 3-0 victory yesterday with Looper and Dade playing very nicely. A close game one, though, between these two teams, and should be a close series all day long.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be building up that way, pastry time. And Energy Pacemaker, they won a game late, but now a little bit more mid-game oriented. This is what we were expecting out of the team. What we weren't expecting is a teleport smart Jax.
Oh, whoa. Amazing J really going crazy. I mean, we've got a Kale. I thought that was nuts. We've got Cassiopeia coming back with Cleanse. You know, okay, these things I can accept, but yeah, Amazing J being like, you know what? You know who we can add to this pool of Shyvana Hecarim? Jax, apparently.
Yeah, exactly right. He has that flash on his Q if you have a ward available, so maybe expect him to grab some green wards while he's split pushing so he can always jump away from things. Also can use his creep wave, but this is what we were expecting. Energy Pacemaker with the Kalista, with the Annie, dodging the early lane. Want to be able to go back at level 6 when they have the Tibbers available and blow up Jin Zhao. But in the early game, Jinx and Thresh, for me, is one of the scariest lane combos.
And you can tell that they're setting up for an early level 2. We've seen so many chompers into flares, into hooks, into dead. By actually, it's Name 0 and both World Elites bottom lane, Mystic and Conan doing that as well. So we're actually going to start a somewhat of a freeze here. Not here for the full freezes, Jin Zhao, but instantly Thresh has started to roam away.
Yeah, and wow, they didn't give solo experience across to Shi Xiaoyin, so able to see whether he gets it in the end. But Ray, he's following around for a little bit of a jungle follow. Don't want to go near that Annie Kalista because they do a lot of work in the 2v1 as well.
Yeah, decent jungle follows for both, honestly, here. I mean, Kale just fine in the damage department, and Amazing J's Jax, especially with a smite, going to be able to contribute quite a lot there as well.
Yeah, and this is the thing that confuses me about follows. You have a Ruby Crystal, right? So you're obviously not looking to take the big ones because otherwise you starve your jungler out of too much. But you're just able to stay very healthy and I think invade a little bit more effectively if you take that Hunter's Machete early game. Like, there's no reason they couldn't start at their bottom side of the map and then invade with double machetes because they would be so healthy through the auto attacks. Instead, not electing to do that. He has a Ruby Crystal, a little bit more combat stats, of course, readily available. We'll also be able to go back and grab the Barmy Cinder nice and early. And now Ray and Thresh, they team up to make a duo lane. Didn't really take this into account, but Kale, she's pretty much an AD carry with that E turned on.
Yeah, good roam for Shine. They're going to make a odd 2v2 lane here. An Amazing Day will teleport down. That's the reason you can't go early Machete, because if this ever happens, you have to get back to your lane immediately.
Yeah, you certainly do, but you also get the challenging smite, which against AD carries makes you a very good duelist, so you're able to get in their face. He's quite tanky with that Ruby Crystal, but only has pots available, so not really looking to fight. And Jinx needs to be careful here, because if there's anything Jax excels at, it's killing an AD carry, and they're in a 1v1 lane right now, and you already see Amazing J pretty confident.
I mean, taking a good amount of trade damage. A great mechanic from Jinja switching weapons there, but Baimi has to be careful now as well. Cassiopeia with her flash. Still a pretty easy gank here. Drizzle going to pressure and maybe even just gets a repeat. Cassio very aggressive in the lane. Drizzle's going to come in, hops onto a ward, instantly forces a flash, still takes poke, and Baimi all of a sudden has to play very far back.
And nails the Q as well, sending a clear message. I can land these, and if it ever comes to a return gank, you're going down. The thing that is worrying for Jin Zhao is he got a better exchange out of that was the fact that there were so many pots available for the Jax player, Amazing J, that if this ever happens in a skirmish again, he's just going to have a better time of it. Ward already prepped, they're going in.
Yeah, Baimi going to go through now. A bit too aggressive. Raphael coming through with the damage. Drizzle's going to go in as well. Lulu forced to flash, but first blood does go to Drizzle, although Shedwani joining in as well. Going to knock up the Lee Sin. Flay back there as well is going to force the flash up. Permafrost there for a bit of the slow. Flash hook there after it for Shine, and Shu Xiaoyin goes in, but he can't finish the kill, and Shu now down here as well. Shine got robbed.
Yeah, that was like, what, 3 HP that Drizzle survived on, I think, and that's completely nuts. Able to get out of there. Shu Xiaoyin will be able to grab some free experience for himself. They might try and push out the lane, although it was pushing back, so they should probably leave it. If I'm a mid laner, I'm spamming back ping right now.
Yeah, Amazing J going to clear out some of his minions under turret. Been pushed in quite heavily by the Jinx, but will avoid the counter-strike. Good chompers actually to zone it away, and right now Jinx navigating the 1v1 very well.
Yeah, it certainly is, but you see the 22 CS being picked up by Jax is okay in the early game. He had some camps farmed up as well, so he's doing all right for himself. Needs to be careful, though, because he doesn't have his teleport available, so you'd say the early game advantage has gone across to ADG, because even though the kill went across to Energy Pacemaker, they're up on gold.
And another kill being attempted here in the bottom side by ADG. This one will take a while. The wave has to reset and push back out for Amazing J to get into hook range. And meanwhile, Drizzle and Shu going to rotate into the enemy jungle and maybe even try to look to steal away a camp or possibly an early dragon.
Yeah, I think they're just looking to continually pick on the mid lane of Cassiopeia. Amazing J, Sixth Sense tingling, is going to go back and pick up his Barmy Cinder, so he wanted nothing to do with that bottom lane. And Drizzle, he's going to pick up the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, there's some low-level junglers right now. Drizzle only level 3 will ping 4 as he takes out the crab, but does take it away. That denies the potential early dragon coming through as Ray. Still with the Doran's Ring here on the top side. Wonder what build Kale wants to be going towards today, but having a fun time here on the top side. Good CS early on in the 1v1.
Yeah, 14 CS up and able to take the 1v1 quite handily. Once again, these are the things about these top laners. They deal with range carries very well. That's why we never see range in the top lane, because there's a lot of answers to it. And most of the time they only clash late game. So we'll see exactly how it works out. Interesting thing for me right now, Drizzle picked up a Barmy Cinder before he got any jungle item. So he's extremely tanky in the early game.
Yeah, and he's going to use it to tank up the early dragon. Shu going to join down as well and help trade tank it there. Drizzle is actually one of the first people to really do well on the early dragons, as Ray just going to cancel the back from Kalista.
Yeah, so quite cute there coming through from Ray. Good Sentinel was scanning out the brushes from Zhang Yao. He's up in CS against the head-to-head matchup by 10, but of course, Ray is ahead of Energy Pacemaker's Amazing J as they pick up the first dragon.
Yep, dragon does go there to EP, so good early pickup there. And again, the mid lane very farm heavy at this point. Cassiopeia doing nicely on the CS. Raphael not quite getting as much harass and farm in as he would like, but Cassiopeia starting to stack up the tier, been playing very defensively without her flash. Or cleanse, actually, but both are going to be back soon. Ultimate here for Cassiopeia. All of a sudden, you're very immobile, but much safer in this situation.
Yeah, you certainly are. With the lack of damage coming through from Raphael and Drizzle, 2v1 potential is actually quite high currently in the mid lane from Cassiopeia. And the one thing you will say about Raphael's Lulu is he's quite short range still. So even though it's a range carry, you need to get up into the back minion line. As soon as you get any form of creep blocks, Cassiopeia is just so good at punishing people that come a little bit too close.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Lulu, for once, does not bully a laner here in a lane. She's usually very good at poking people out early and applying good pressure, but Cassio, one of the few bullies that can actually out-bully Lulu.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. So we'll have to see whether that lane continues to snowball in Cassiopeia's favor or whether she's able to bring it back, Raphael, on the Lulu pickup. First turret has gone down of the game. This is the regular thing we see with Jinx as soon as she goes back and grabs that BF sword. Very good at pushing. Surprised that Energy Pacemaker hadn't swapped back before this and tried to equalize the lane. But maybe just too far ahead.
I mean, they got the dragon, so maybe thought they didn't have to, but will lose the turret as a result. Zhangao now 81 CS before his first back is a lot. Even had a potion spare from the early stages of the lane, so going to go back and spend a good chunk of gold, and it's BF sword for himself.
Yeah, so he's able to go back, get BF sword, and a Vamp as wow.
Yeah, Bamey, great ultimate. They're going to go in onto Raphael. Lulu with the ulti should be safe, but another bit of poison lands on Bamey. Wonderful 1v1.
Yeah, able to 1v1 out there, but no summoner spells burn, so just exchanging ultimates. We'll be able to shove in a lane really quickly, though. So you do give the advantage very heavily to Bamey right now, and this is what they needed, their mid lane to start snowballing.
Yeah, and Bamey played great in the first game, looking much stronger on the Cassio as far as proactive things in the mid lane goes, and almost 1v1ing fellow Korean mid laner Raphael with a Tear of the Goddess, by the way. If Bamey keeps going, his Cassio could take over the mid game. Certainly
could, and he's got a nice advantage now, 20 CS in the mid lane, grabbing that blasting one. You expect it to be an early Seraph's Archangels coming through there, most likely for the Cassiopeia, although also got the components for... Wow.
Yeah, that's a weird bit of vision.
That is crazy. Also got the components for the Abyssal Scepter, is what I was going to say before I got distracted by the greatest place ward of all time.
Yeah, really strong stuff. We've seen a couple of funny place wards here in this series so far, but Jungler is here down the back. Xu Xiaoyin does have his ultimate ready to go. So if they do want to start a 3v3, they have to be careful. And Zhangao trying to bait very hard, but ADG playing carefully. In fact, Sejuani snuck him into the top rush.
Yeah, and this is a time where Sejuani's stronger.
Oh, good stun coming through, but a great Sejuani ult to counter it off. The Jinx ult lands as well, but actually going to go through everyone. But Drizzle locked up for days there, goes down, and they'll still chase in. Ray teleported back up there as well, and ADG get the first kill.
And they might even be able to grab their dragon. They have 2 ranged carries on full health. Not dragon, turret.
Yep.
And that's going to go down.
Yep, is going to go here. Kale even looking for a dive. Still with the ulti is Ray, so can dive aggressively if he wants. But a second turret here for ADG, and we've seen this before from Jinx players. When you can start snowballing the objectives, game gets pretty far out of control for the enemy team.
Yeah, because she's a late game carry that goes early. Wow.
They're getting jumped on Lantern though out as well. Ultimate available as well for Kale, so perfectly safe at this stage. Does take a big chunk of damage, and unfortunately ADG not sticking together means they don't get the turret in the top lane.
Yeah, they tried to cut off the CS and let a lot of it die. I think the right decision. Wow.
Amazing J going to get caught here though as well. Permafrost lands in. Hook will come through as well. Flay in there as Ray's just DPSing over the wall, but has to be careful. Jumps over the top. Ultimate at the last second, and Jin Zhao will collect the kill.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a misplay coming out of Amazing J. He saw people head into that part of the jungle, and there are no vision wards in there. Just face checks 2 members and gets wiped off the map.
And Zhangao getting a bit of free time, continuing to farm up here on the Kalista. Actually 13 or 15 CS ahead of the Jinx now, but Bamey doesn't need to roam quite yet. Happy with all the chaos that's happening in the side lanes here. And again, just continuing to grow a large CS lead, now 20 up against Raphael.
Yeah, so able to continue to shove in the Lulu. Of course, much lower mana cost coming through from Cassiopeia, so we'll be comfortable shoving that lane in repetitively. Raphael having a very bad time, wants to be grouped with his team, but not able to do so. And now the Jack's falling very far behind as well. Everything going wrong for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, and Ray powering up. We talk about Kale's early and mid-game pressure. Not quite sure how the matchup's going to shake out, but with a Nash's Tooth versus Skirmisher's Saver, might just favor the Kale.
Yeah, I certainly think it does favor the Kale, and a lot of the damage is going to be shrugged away from the ultimate. Jack's, of course, very good in consistent trades, but Kale will be able to put some distance in between him without any form of slow coming through, so probably give it across right now.
We can see Shine attempting a hook there, but starting to pressure in. ADG won the turret that they started so long ago. Shine even going to set up for a hook, but tower does finally fall. That's 2-0 now in turrets for ADG. Although EP is setting up a gank on this Kale.
Yeah, they certainly are, but Ray, he's got the read of it. Has been pinged out. They might get it.
Nope, wrong bush to walk into. Does get slowed there by the Stalker's Blade. Ulted himself at a great time though, but still getting CC through it all. Drizzle follows in with the Q, and that's an easy pickup for the Lee Sin.
Yeah, but an unnecessary pickup for the Lee Sin. You've got a Jax. He's 1 auto attack away. Just give him the kill. Amazing J can't catch a break.
No, not today here, but 10 seconds next till the next dragon might give EP another objective that they can start snowballing. Already have the first one, going to line up the second.
Yeah, certainly looks to be the case. That's a visual bug there. Scuttle Crab is about to be taken. No, they just abandon it. Shine, he's now in there. This is a bad situation for Energy Pacemaker. Their AD carry still top lane.
Yeah, and interestingly, Zhengao trapped there without a teleport. Ray does not have his either, but in the 4v4 have to favor ADG with their Jinx down here, who's got good items. Almost the Infinity Edge completed after that last back. So Johnny ready with her ulti. Cassiopeia might even look for a flank, and Amazing J, he wants to go in, but just can't.
Yeah, once again, this is the benefit of having a top laner with the smite who's higher level. Even though he hasn't got the smite up, he's kind of showing, I've got a smite, you can't take it down. As soon as he backs away, they recommit to it though, and they will pick up the first dragon of the game for ADG.
Good stuff there, going to help out Cassio and Jinx quite a lot here. Zhangao just taking the trade makes sense. There was nothing he could do to get down in time, so they'll get their first turret in this game with Energy Pacemaker, but with Cassiopeia and Jinx starting to scale up, things will get out of control in this mid-game.
Yeah, I guess the good thing for Energy Pacemaker is they have a better spiking mid-game AD carry. So Kallista's going to be stronger before Jinx is. Jinx is strong when she grabs the Infinity Edge. As soon as Bloodthirster Hurricane comes through, there's a lot of squishy targets on ADG's lineup. Even the Thresh really isn't going to be a tank. It's up to Sejuani to provide that. And unless the perfect KO ultimate stops the Ren sets coming through, you can see Kallista doing some mid-game work.
I mean, we saw Ray and Baimi do a lot of work in Game 1 in general. Certainly, I think that Kale has to use that ulti to great effect appeal for immobile carries, but I think Baimi as well. If he can line up a Cassiopeia role, Kalista has so much trouble when you have big AoE ultimates because she relies on hopping away so far. It's big targeted CCs and massive AoEs that keep her down. Urgot Hecarim have been pretty popular against her in general. Cassiopeia role, not quite as reliable, but does a similar thing.
Yeah, it certainly does. And look, he's going to have to nail the perfect one until the QSS comes through. So maybe it is when the QSS, the Kallista can get very far ahead. Of course, being able to cleanse away that big stun that you're talking about. But I still think that just because it's a cheaper item build, that's what people don't realize about Kallista. Everyone's like, how does she get ahead in items? Well, it's because they don't cost as much when they come through. And that's where a real strength lies, is the fact that if you're going to play, you go this Hurricanes build, it's very cost effective.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, Zhangao does need to get to his Hurricane, but not too far away there. Bloodthirster completed, dagger in the inventory as well. Jinx does have her Infinity Edge, so starting to get stronger. Ray also just pushing out waves relentlessly, incredibly far ahead of Amazing J and CS.
Yeah, so he's able to continue to bully. 50 CS is the gap. Amazing J won't even be able to freeze out the lane because with KO ultimate, turret dives are so easy.
Yeah, and a lovely rotation from ADG, threatening either the turret or their lives with the dive potential there as well. And Ray and Shine, even Sejuani coming in, a good flank there to force them off the turret, and all three outer turrets now felled by ADG.
Yeah, and that's just a fantastic move because of exactly what we were talking about. You've got this tanky Sejuani that would be able to dive at the worst of times. You throw in the fact that there's a KO ultimate on such a short cooldown that can be nailed from range. It just means that they can dive at reckless abandon, particularly if there's only 3 members.
Yeah, and I mean, they're moving Amazing J into side lanes. They're trying to get Zhangao farm in the bottom half of the map as well. EP are still finding their mid-game pressure. A lot of it's Callista-centric, and Raphael kind of had a poor time, can only really help out the other carries as well. More of a utility champion on the Lulu. Drizzle was expected to have more pressure. He started the game off great, but since then, it's all died down, and right now it's been Cassiopeia, Jinx, and even now the Kale as well.
Yeah, exactly right. So Kale's still in a position because of that 50 CS advantage where he can solo out the Jack. So that's fantastic news for ADG because that's Energy Pacemaker's one clear win condition. Get the Jacks ahead, continue to force split pushing. No one else can answer it. However, that's completely out the window now. You see he takes so much damage.
Yeah, going to go in. Skirmisher Saber is pop there, but Ray going to go back in and do good damage here. The Q you can see is Amazing J chunked down to 50% health as the minion wave chases him away as well.
Yeah, and Amazing J just not understanding the mechanic, not getting the fact that he cannot fight while that Q is on him because he's not ever going to be able to get in range of the stun. Unless he goes a very burst-heavy build. I don't know, we've seen some crazy things coming out of the likes of Cali Trolls when he plays it in North American LCS, actually going the Hextech Gunblade over the Blade of the Ruined King, just because it's better in burst. Consistent damage, don't get me wrong, Blade of the Ruined King, much better build, but if you can't get on top of people consistently, you're relying on your Q, you're relying on the W, and a very good slow, then maybe that's something that he can keep in mind, but he's not going to be able to win the 1v1 for another 10-15 minutes.
I mean, they're both going to go shopping, but Amazing J maybe even wants to think of just the Sheen here as well, but has a dagger looking for a Zeal maybe as the next item, and need to see Large Rod has been picked up by Raya. He briefly considered a recurve bow for a possible Hurricane, but just going to go for big damage right now.
Yeah, he needs to grab, you feel that death cap just to be able to really snowball this advantage, because just going to repeat, late game, Jax is going to do really good things in this team comp. He's going to be an absolute monster. Get in there and brawl with everyone. I don't know whether they have the damage to cut him down. But in saying that, it's so long away.
I mean, yeah, Amazing Day is trying to farm. Zhang Yao's kind of catching up as well. Raphael just clearing mini waves at this point. It's caught up slightly in CS, but Cassiopeia's had free reign of all the farm here in the lane after Drizzle's early pressure sort of faded away. And ADG starting to get aggressive wards done, clearing vision out of the blue side jungle of Energy Pacemaker as well. Next Dragon's back up in a minute, and it just feels like EP have no way into the pit.
Yeah, I know. They definitely do not fight this Dragon fight. That would be suicide unless they get a very good teleport advantage. There's no way they can contest any of these objectives. They're all about just lane pushing, trying to defend their remaining outer turrets and not give up too many objectives until the 30-minute mark. Right now, I don't expect them to move out anywhere.
And this is much more of the game I think we expected out of ADG. Pick strong lanes, start snowballing here, and then just take over the mid game and win before your opponent can outscale you.
Yeah, definitely agree. You see Ray even taking the Gromp away. Not the smite top laner we're used to, but using every bit of resource to be able to farm up in this mid game. Now 167 CS. That's 40 ahead. That is completely huge. And he'll even be able to have access to his side of the blue buff because ADG, they've controlled Energy Pacemaker's blue buff since the second one.
Yeah, Cassiopeia already has that, and Bamey getting strong as well. Abyssal Scepter completed first, followed in by the Archangel Staff, which is probably soon to be a Seraph's, given how quickly Cassio can charge that up. Jinx even moving into a Phantom Dancer as well for a bit more late game, and EP, bit of a desperation Baron here.
Yeah, it has been pinged out though because they're able to see just on the edge of vision the spikes coming through, but they've got no one in position. KO will now teleport. They'll just be able to collapse and kill.
Yeah, ultimate. Oh, no, forced to be cancelled there, but EP do get off the Baron as a result. So Ray gonna have the teleport on cooldown for a little while, but ADG are already on top of a dragon.
Yeah, but the mind game is there now, pastry time. Unless that Baron is warded at all time, Energy Pacemaker in a very good position to sneak it. This is something that CLG used to do a very long time ago with double Wriggles Lanterns, especially on their top laner like Jax. Just be able to steal that one away at will. You just pop a ward over the back of the pit, jump in there, solo it down.
Yeah, you can see that happening there. Even Callista can jump in there as well if you want to get really creative. But ADG get a dragon instead. That's their second here of this game. Raphael's on the bottom. Now actually split pushing on the Lulu. Does have a needlessly large rod, so a little bit better from the wave clear and working in for that death cap. Lulu only really needs her 2 items to be effective in team fights, but still needs to get the 2 item spikes. EP in general been heavily delayed this game.
Yeah, Energy Pacemaker just look all out of sorts. 3,600 gold is the advantage currently, and now ADG, talk about quick Barons, Cassiopeia, Kale. You've got a Sejuani for percentage health damage, not to mention a Fed Jinx. They do Baron real quick.
They do, and they're clearing up vision. They might just go in for it. They're a big brother team, I guess. EDG is famous for the 25-minute Baron after winning a team fight. ADG maybe going to steal that one out of their playbook here.
Yeah, it certainly would be something that we would have to look out of. EDG are very good at doing that. They win a fight, and all of a sudden they have the whole map under wraps just because of their fantastic objective prioritization. They're able to get the absolute maximum out of everything, and you would expect that to carry over from their sister team.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they train and share strats together, so wouldn't be surprised at all here as we've got Sejuani. Everyone powering up here over on the ADG side. We've got the Cinderhawk, Ninja Tabai, and the Sightstone, but a Giant Spout now in for Sed, so probably another Randuin's coming through. Still building up for Ray, but he's got his Merc Tread, so a bit of tankiness there on the KO build as he moves in, again, probably for that Death Cap. And Sorcerer Shoe's done for Amy, quite strong on the Cassio, and that Phantom Dancer is not long away for Jin Zhao.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. So finally, they're in a position to be able to win the next team fight convincingly, you feel. This is what a 4,000 gold lead does. It just means a completed item on every main carry. And from there, Energy Pacemaker, they haven't got a winning lane anymore. You could maybe have argued that Zhang Ao was ahead, but Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer versus Bloodthirster Hurricane, giving it to Jinx.
And that's bad news for Callista. We talk about her mid-game power. matching items with Jinx when Jinx's build is significantly more expensive than yours, coupled with the fact that you just don't have good options now when it comes to fighting in the mid game because everyone else on your team is still scaling up and you're ready to fight.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's what we said. The 1,000 gold gap between the Jinx and the Kalista just means that the more expensive item is going to be built at the exact same time. Really isn't a good news story, and now they're in a position to bait out Baron. There's no way you can face check because we're talking about Cassio, we're talking about Sejuani. They have fantastic AoE CC, but otherwise, Energy Pacemaker, they're just going to give away an objective.
Yeah, and Amazing J does have his teleport working on a turret here, but Sejuani going to go in onto Drizzle. Shine looking for a hook as well. Everybody joining in from ADG. They have to do something quickly because they've already lost a turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so turret goes down. They still don't have the teleport available, but it's reality, it's an outer turret. They can just reset, do the exact same thing again, clear out wards because Energy Pacemaker, even with the turret, they're not in a position to fight still.
No, Raphael going to clear some waves out, and ADG might just get on top of the Baron. They have started it now as well. And Amazing J is going to have to come in quickly. Drizzle pops the ward in and gets the bad news.
Yeah, so they've started it up. The bad news is that Shu went back, and they're going to be able to finish it before they even go. Even if the teleport comes through, it's a 4v5.
Drizzle maybe going to try for a steal. Throws out the Q. Port in there as well. Sejuani with the ulti, and ADG back off the Baron. That might give it back over. Jack's going to smite it away. Sejuani now in trouble as Shine gets kicked by Drizzle and dies. Massive CC into the 3-man Wild Growth. Ray fighting back as Jin Zhao's looking for some resets, but Jinx will get stunned up there by Annie. Zhangao gonna dive in there as well. Bamey maybe can get some kills in here as well. Does get the kill into Zhangao. Ray going off as the ADG Koreans turn it on. Triple kill for Ray.
Yeah, they're able to get the kills. Energy Pacemaker probably gonna get aced here because they've run straight back. Wow.
Oh, Drizzle. So much damage. Uses everything. Q, Smite, and poor Kale just dies.
Yeah, but the player vision coming through. No, Jinx is actually up further, so looking to back away potentially. If he doesn't one-shot. Oh, wow.
Oh, Drizzle. Another good kill. And should have gone in a bit earlier there. Jinx could have started zapping and orb walking, but Drizzle gets 2 practically free kills.
So he turns it into a 4-for-4, and Drizzle all of a sudden 5-1-1 has the Baron on him. This game back to a knife edge pastry time. Only 700 gold.
I mean, ADG giving away that Baron was a little bit silly here. They basically made both wrong decisions. They either had to finish the Baron or get off earlier and challenge. And unfortunately, they got off the Baron late and then didn't finish the Baron.
Yeah, it just wasn't a clear call. It was, I'm going to stop them from coming over the wall. I've altered, but we're not going to finish the Baron. So in the end, he just walked in. It was only 1,800 health. That's a Lee Sin Q and double smite coming through. Of course, they didn't calculate the fact Amazing J such a high level at this point in the game and really cost him. That's a level 14 versus a level 11. Unless they really committed to that, never going to win the Baron smite.
So let's see it again here. You can see they started off, but
they're stunned. 1,700 health. And then all of a sudden, you got double junglers pretty much in the pit. One of them level 13 versus a level 11. And they just take over this fight. If that kick had have gone through instead of killing them, the team fight would have been completely different. This is the part that it turns around, though. In the pit, Raphael tries to 1v2 and just doesn't have enough to get it done. So Shu and Zhang Ao come back in, and all of a sudden, the Lulu support is dead. Drizzle saves the fight with 2 really clutch kills. And you can see how pumped up Amazing J is.
Yeah, after stealing that Baron away, looked great for his team. Ray and Bamey then brought it back for ADG, and all of a sudden, Drizzle cleans out 2 kills, and we're back to even. Look at that gold lead, only 1,000 up for ADG.
And the scary thing now, Trinity Force completed. Amazing J really gotten going. He's got the challenging smite, can probably jump in on, wow.
Ray is really strong, Spawn.
Yeah, and he has a Zhonya's actually, so some defensiveness coming into his build as well, but still the siege coming through. They can't really stop this one.
Nope. Jin Zhao almost with the last Whisper. No, doesn't go in for the last few rockets. If they rotate Kale, it's a very safe siege, though, so wouldn't be too surprised to see ADG and Ray actually with that positioning. Might even think about a dive, although is getting spotted by a ward.
Yeah, certainly is. And a couple of times they've actually done this, ADG, as Ray gets caught out.
Yeah, oh, Hookdo lands in. They actually stopped the Counter-Strike coming through, and Ray going to turn it back around. The box used there by Shine, I think, to try and trap Amazing J, but a wasted cooldown means that ADG just going to go back and pick up the turret.
Yeah, so they pick up the turret. Now they've got themselves a 2,000 gold. They rotate down into Dragon as well. You expect that one to go in their favor because Ray can probably stay top lane and pressure.
Yeah.
So ADG, whilst giving away a little bit of an advantage, they're starting to slowly build it back.
Yeah, and they're on the top of the Dragon now. 3 dragons to 1 it will be after they take this one away. Dragon there does go over. Good smite there by Xu Xiaoyan. And it's been a crazy game here. I mean, ADG much more on the front foot with their picks this time. You can see how their snowballing style really helped them dominate the LSPL, but The last few fights were just a little awkward drizzle, especially with some great plays, and a questionable strategic call on the Baron means that ADG, for all their mechanics, especially in the top and mid lanes here, they can clearly win these fights just purely by outclassing EP, but EP just a bit more experienced, a bit more stronger as a team as far as strategy goes.
Yeah, exactly right. Agree with you. They just look like the veteran team coming through here, so it's almost like they're trying to counterbalance how good, especially Bamey and Ray are at this game of League of Legends, because those guys, they're really performing as we have Amazing J maybe caught out a little bit.
No flash, but Leap Strike ready to go. Creep Wave, little late actually, but trying not quite in range there to land a hook. Didn't trust himself.
Yeah, and the warding totem's been picked up by Amazing J, so he has 2 wards that he can jump to there. I like the adaptation coming through. We've seen it be pick up more and more for top laners, but with Jax's kit just makes a lot of sense because he hasn't got a flash.
Yeah, it's a standard thing for top laners, and I think benefits Jax maybe more than any other laner as a result there from the top side of the map. So strong stuff from Amazing J. He's always got a good escape, even building a Giant Spout now to start going tankier, and we saw what his Hecarim did in the last game. The Jax, pretty similar feel once it gets to a late game situation.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's the other bruiser, of course. Hecarim does a little bit more with less. You feel that Hecarim's mid game is probably stronger than Jax, but 6-item Jax, you still probably don't put anyone on par with him, except for maybe Aurelia in the late game, because she's a little bit harder to peel than Jax, but Jax's damage is just ridiculous.
Yeah, Amazing J exceptionally scary as he moves into the later stages of this game. We're almost at 30 minutes in the second game as well. It's been, again, a slog so far as the best of 5 goes. We're already only 2 games in, and we've gotten, what, close to an hour and a half, I think, as far as total games played. And again, ADG had a lead. They've still got a slim one of about 2,000 gold, and the Dragons especially, they can look to snowball. But it was a very close game 1. It's shaping up to be an incredibly close game 2 as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I like that you mentioned time, because this is always going to play on people's mind. The games are going for so long right now that if you give it 1 game away, it's like, wow, that last 50 minutes just meant nothing for us, especially if it goes back to 1-1. The psychological advantage will be there for ADG, but in saying that, 2-0 is such a hole in best of 5s. We saw World Elite nearly do the miraculous comeback and climb out of it yesterday, but reverse sweeps, I'm going to say they're a little bit more common than they should be, but they're still hard to pull off.
I mean, momentum's a big thing, and teams make it maybe a little sloppy up 2-0, but when you're down 0-2, it can be just as difficult as well. So EP continuing to wave clear, trusting in their late game here, Amazing Day especially, just buying time across the map. And ADG just, again, need to have a bit clearer execution in the later stages of the game. We wondered if the early game Snowball team would maybe have trouble closing out in the later game, and unfortunately they've had a couple missteps to even the game back out and look a little lost, honestly.
Yeah, they certainly do, and you know, it's all about having these short-range top lane and mid lane. They really don't have a great siege composition. They only got the Jinx to be able to take it out. They have very good zoning, but Raphael, he's just able to sit back there and wave clear for days on Lulu, so they're struggling to be able to siege up these turrets. Got very good counter initiate, but not fantastic initiate.
I mean, they have such a good siege as a result, though. Nobody wants to initiate on top of a Cassiopeia ult, so you've even got Threshlands and Kayle ult to keep you safe. I think ADG can honestly just start sieging.
So there's only one danger about this, and it's what Cacao, Spirit, all these Lee Sin players brought into the meta. It's not the insec that everyone likes to see, hashtag insec, where you ward hop, kick someone in. It's the flank kick, where you don't even have to use that. You just legitimately get control of your jungle, the 2 paths on the side where they're trying to siege, then just ward hop behind one of the key members and boot them into your team. And it's legitimately impossible to stop because of how tanky Drizzle is. The response to that is, of course, you turn around, blow all your CC on him, but then you've just CC'd a jungler. It doesn't really make that much sense, and the team fight still goes against you. So I really do think it is risky in this case to siege up, because they were far enough ahead to dive. Now that Jax has got a couple of items, probably not the case, so they still need to play it a little bit slower, eke it out to a little bit later.
And Ray's committing to split push now as well, so ADG not happy with the siege as far as win conditions go, playing more around objectives and split pushing here is Ray. Ruden's Hurricane's been picked up with a Nash's 2 Zonyas, so he is all about the split push. And Amazing J already teleported too early to try and stop the Baron, and Ray with his holding ready to go. If Jax is anchored to the bottom lane, ADG have a much clearer path to this Baron.
Yeah, they certainly do. So now it's up to EP to just start a fight. They need to get in there because they can't, unless he just follows the Kayle around the map and tries to stop the teleport, really do anything about this split push.
I mean, we have Amazing J actually down towards the bottom side, but Shizwani's going to get snared up there by Annie. Zhang out with good damage. Ultimate miss there. Forced to assault and flash away.
Jinx
does
is
just
caught.
get out, but yeah, Jinx now forced to flash as well. Drizzle going to get the slowdown as well. There's the Fate Skull moving in. Kick there just for damage almost, and Drizzle gets the kill.
Yeah, Drizzle able to pick that one up. He is now an absolute monster on 6-1 and 100% kill participation. Better yet, he's picked up majority of them himself, and that probably makes up for Amazing J's happy finger on the teleport, to be honest, because now there's no way they can just start the Baron.
And ADG feels like a couple of nerves here coming through, not quite executing in the later stages of the game. We've seen a couple of mistakes around this particular stage where the map is very open. Your calls need to be clear. Ray's been great. He's been consistently split pushing in the last 2 games, but ADG just don't seem to decide in a single win condition.
Yeah, exactly right. But now they maybe have. They've started up the Baron with Jinx dead.
Well, we saw what happened last time when they did this, as some wards come in and Ray gonna waste his teleport right back.
That was a bizarre call.
It was. I mean, Amazing J's teleport was pretty interesting a couple minutes ago. Ray answers with one of his own and gonna keep pushing here again, joining in with his team. Maybe feels like he has to be there just for extra damage, but if you're pulling your split push KO build off to team fight, something's probably gone wrong in the communication there.
Yeah, it certainly has. But they will be able to pick up Dragon number 4, so maybe a clear win condition coming through with the Dragons. You'll think they'll be able to take a team fight if they're able to pick that one up. Energy Pacemaker, do they start the Baron?
I mean, they might. Scrying although does see them. They've started it off, but not confident in their ability to finish. It was actually a nicely timed Dragon from ADG. They did pick up their 4th only a moment ago, so have a good win condition, have played well around the Dragon, but seem a little lost between spawns. So we'll see what ADG can get done in the next 6 minutes before the 5th one comes back up. If they can make some ground, just get vision around and keep the farm up, they can move into the 5th Dragon and have a realistic shot of fighting, but Drizzle and Amazing J are doing it again.
Yeah, they're starting it up, and this time it's going to be probably impossible to peel them off because they've got so many Callista Spears in, as well as double smite. This will go down right now.
Yeah, Ray went back to shop. Their ulti lands in onto Shu and Raphael. Might try and get a good spot going in. Callista does secure the Baron, but Raphael goes down, and Bamey has to turn it around. Ulti's there just to get enough damage, and Ray is ripping through people as Jinjao gets soaked. Shine's dead as well, but it's 3v2 now as Drizzle, Raphael, and Shu are all dead. And again, it's the big carries here in the top and mid lane. Bamey and Ray always coming up big in the fights.
Yeah, but another Baron goes down, Pastry, just delaying the game. Now that's another objective not available for ADG. They're ahead at this part of the game still. They're playing like they're kind of even or behind. I really do think they have a bigger advantage than what they're letting on. Jinx is absolutely massive, but can't get any peel. Poor Jin Zhao, he looks like he's out of position every game, but it's just because Amazing J beelines for him and tries to take him out.
Yeah, Heckroom in game 1, Jax in the second game. It is not a fun time to be a Jinx in this series, but thankfully his teammates are doing enough work here in the fights. There's a lot of damage here on the ADG side. It's hard to know which carry to focus. Jinx is probably the best first one, but Ray and Bamey are picking the slack right up.
Yeah, it certainly is, and all of a sudden, the Nah AD carry is starting to make a little bit more sense, because if I'm Jin Zhao, I'm playing Nah, Urgot, any self-sufficient champion. Ezreal. I'm pulling out the Ezreal because no one wants to peel for me at this point. Of course, it worked out for them. They were able to get a favorable trade. But finally, Energy Pacemaker with some forward momentum, able to pick up some turrets.
Yeah, Baron buff helping out here, and this push will happen quite quickly. Bamey can't quite get through the minions. Never mind, they take it back. Shreds through them there on the Cassiopeia with 3 massive damage items and a bit more gold to spend.
Yeah, so they're able to get some gold. One thing I do want to point out is they got Baron on 2 of the most important members, on their AD carry, who's going to be the person taking the turret, and their split pusher, the Jax, to be able to get the minion wave up there. So that's probably in EP's favor. And I don't know why they're not pushing a little bit more, because they have a tiny window. They have the teleport advantage with the Baron buff. Maybe not go for the full-on siege, but try and get someone in the top lane, push that turret in, push 2 opposite sides of the map, and play on your mobility, because you got another couple of minutes where that's going to be a factor.
Yeah, and I can tell why Ray is always in side lanes pushing. His side wave control is excellent. We saw it almost win them a game single-handedly in game 1, and even the top wave's pushing in, and Ray's back down trimming the bottom side as well. It makes sense why he picks up as much CS as standard farm-heavy mid laners here on top lane, is because he's always moving in, collecting extra CS and keeping the waves pushed in the side.
Yeah, so he's able to equalize that one out there. Also collapsing around this dragon. It's up in 2 minutes, but you can see how much they value the 5th. Already trying to get control over that portion of the map. And wow, the game really is now super close. Where ADG had a lot of advantages early, That's a 5-item Kalista. She's going to be doing work because it's such a cheap item build, a little bit ahead of the Jinx at this point. Has a null magic mantle. Jinx will be able to go back and finish up the Bloodthirsty, you feel, in a couple of minutes, but really has equalized here. Cassio probably the only person that has a huge distinct advantage.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me the thing is that Jinx really does need some lifesteal here. We've already seen that Amazing Jay and Drizzle are willing to dive straight on top of the Jinx. She's not going to live that much longer with the Bloodthirster, but it's better than nothing here, because right now, Jinx is never living through these fights.
Yeah, definitely not, especially with Grump buff coming through for Amazing Jay before every major objective. We'll be able to go back right now and pick that one up. Hope it is the lifesteal as Amazing Jay maybe caught out Gray in the top lane.
Oh, good ulti there. Shu maybe caught out, but shields there too much. Bamey forced to use the cleanse there, but Gray actually now with Shine going on to Amazing Jay, but Jack's just doing a little too much damage. They're going to see if they can kite him for long enough, and Ray forced to all block aggressively. Zonya's there as well. Counter-Strike coming in, a good playback. Ray still alive. Sejuani joins in, and Jinjal snipes him with the ulti.
Yeah, that is so many members committed to taking out that Jax. You saw what the Smite did right there. Just kept him alive for so long, and they'll grab an objective for 1 kill off this. Amazing Jay with teleport available, Dragon a minute 20 away. If they don't lose anything else, that's actually an energy pacemaker's favor.
Yeah, and Ray continuing to push on the top side instead, with Dragon still down for a minute 10. Items being picked up. Jinx does have the Bloodthirster down now as well, so now equal in strength there to the Kalista, but EP, another good rotation. That's 5 turrets to 4 now.
Yeah, able to pick up both. Ray in the top lane might have the ability to be able to take out that, but he's low, has to go back, so can't continue the split push. And wow, this game pastry time, it is so close. ADG, they definitely have advantage over this jungle area. It's only 40 seconds until the Dragon's up. They're looking to get control, but you're feeling this Jax. He's an absolute monster. All of a sudden, Lulu, she's pretty strong. Kalista gone back and picked up a Hex Drinker for some reason, but pretty good at this point in the game as well. Would have preferred the Blade as kind of a quasi-second defensive item, but they've definitely got some tools to win these fights.
Yeah, and ADG looking for a pick before this Dragon. Can see all of the pings as Ray pushing out a massive minion wave from the bottom side as well. Sentinel coming in, will spot Shine, who's going to clear it away. But the rest of ADG is still off to the side. They've noted Ray's down there. An Amazing Jay with a Banshee's Veil now as well. Shu runs in there, forcing the flash away from Shine. And Dragon's back up. It's going to be one hell of a fight.
Yeah, so now Flash not there for Shine, so not going to be able to get any Flash plays in there on the back line. No big disruption going to come through from the Thresh unless he lands the God Hook. They'll be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab as well.
Oh, and actually they've started the Dragon. Wow, they trust in the damage here. Ray is ripping through it, so is Jinx, but ADG needs to secure it. Amazing Jay's in there as well. Smite goes down, Sejuani gets it, ADG now going to burst out with the damage, and Amazing Jay's dove in the back. Ray forces Zonies himself, and Shu Yin tying them up nicely. Drizzle kicks Jinjal back, but he's still alive, and Bamey in the backline's going off. ADG take over the fight. Jinx gets a triple kill, and that's a 5-for-1 ace.
Yeah, and that will be the game. That is inexcusable. 2 junglers, a higher level top lane than Jin Yin, and he grabs the Dragon. How did he get it? I don't know.
I don't know either, but a great smite finally coming through for Shu Yin, and ADG going to push him for the win. 30 seconds, a long death time is here, and with the 5 Dragon Jinx, she rips through turrets.
Yeah, she certainly does. That will be the game. That will be the equalizer. Finally, things going Xin Chao's way as well in that last team fight. Able to pick up the triple, I believe.
Quadra actually at the end of it.
Wow, what a game.
Yeah, amazing game from ADG. And they're going to equalize here. It's going to be a long series between these two teams, you have to think. Look fairly evenly matched, and again, these solo laners from ADG look wonderful.
They certainly do. Ending up 100 CS in both lanes pastry time. Completely bullying around Raphael and Amazing Jay. An energy pacemaker. Their draft was bizarre. They actually passed over the Hecarim, and I think they just got overconfident.
I mean, quite possibly ADG answered with some pretty funky picks of their own. We certainly expected the drafts to get a little more creative. I think that's Bamey actually sort of leaning back and being like, I did a lot of work that game. That was very tiring.
Yeah, that certainly was. Back is a little bit sore, but they need to keep it up. 1-1. This is a best of 5. And we're back to pretty much where we started.
Yeah, pretty much best of 3 territory now as we've had the first 2 games get split. Yeah, Bamey can't take too much of a rest there. He has at least 2 more games to play. Hopefully for him, he thinks at least it's only 2 more. But I mean, as long as they win. I guess if they lose, he doesn't want to play only 2 more games.
Yeah, exactly right. If it's 0-2, he's not going to take it.
No, and we'll see what they can get done. We'll take a break, but when we return, the third game between EP and ADG will join us. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Promotion Tournament quarterfinal. We're doing Energy Pacemaker and ADG. My name is Julian, Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Jake, Spawn, Tiberi. And it's been a 1-1 split so far. Crazy long games here, and ADG eke out the second one.
Yeah, they certainly have been long games, and ADG in the game too looked much better late game than Energy Pacemaker. Energy Pacemaker looked like they were having the same difficulties that they were having all series long. If they don't get ahead, they struggle in the mid game and can't get anything done late. ADG, credit to them, they looked really impressive.
Yeah, and again, it's the Star Korean solo laners that are really, honestly, impressing me the most here. Definitely Jinzhao cleaned up some of their positioning there. It looks like a very strong Jinx player. I wonder if that's picked or banned away what he'll go to, but Ray and Bamey just look fantastic.
Yeah, and they did it on some crazy picks. Cassiopeia, Kale, they came through, and in the end, they dominated the team fight. So much damage that it freed up Jinzhao. All of a sudden, not the primary threat. Amazing J trying to dive on other people. The Jinx just able to get all this work done from that, like, 1,000 range or whatever the heck she has in the rocket launcher form. Cleaned up the last team fight, and they're able to move in for a nice win.
Yeah, just too many carries there for EP to handle, but we'll see how they do take themselves into this third game. EP on the blue side, ADG over on the red. We've got Rek'Sai Riven again banned by EP. Consistent bans here up against ADG. We've got Maokai and Azir this time banned away, and the Cassiopeia banned away for EP. Can't really blame them.
No, neither can I, because Raphael got bullied in lane. That was pretty mean. Principal office for Bamey in that mid lane.
Detention.
But detention. Not able to get much done on the Lulu. Didn't actually like the pick in general. Was a little bit confusing in the team comp, I believe. So see what they go to next time. I think that Raphael, he needs to be on a threat if they're going to be successful.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to ban away LeBlanc, because EP have done it twice, but no, ADG will ban Xerath instead, almost away from themselves, although Raphael, a good Xerath player as well. Lots of picks to take away, and it is the first pick, LeBlanc.
LeBlanc coming through as a first pick. Got to be careful of running that many threats now, because she'll make you pay getting in there and assassinating one of your star players. And we'll see exactly what Ray and Bamey played this game in response to that, because you feel their picks are kind of connected to each other. Wanted to get in there, heavy damage on the Cassiopeia. Okay, I'll play a little bit more supportive. Still a lot of damage in the top lane coming out of the Kale, but I've got that ultimate to keep you safe. They're kind of like a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, certainly feels like, you know, they're a duo together, and then you staple the other three together, and they're a trinity that sort of carry the team through the rest of the game. Even in game one, where Ray was playing Nah, he was getting ults in and Bamey was following up, not the jungler.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's why it's kind of fun to watch these guys play. As we see a Thresh and an Elise be picked up here in the jungle. Was waiting for the Elise to become a little bit more popular. The more tanky people get, the better off Elise comes in the meta, just because of how her Q works.
Yeah, lots of good pick potential here as well for ADG. So I like it, a bit more aggressive, more snowball. They can get ahead in their lanes once again. They can start to really snowball the mid game, get aggressive vision out, and then constantly pick people off.
Yeah, and Drizzle once again hovering his Lee Sin. He played it well. And a pick away Nah in the top lane coming through from Amazing J. Of course, he's able to play it himself, the mini Nah specialist.
Yep, a great mini Nah. Apparently that's ADG's specialty as well. Don't forget with their AD carry Nah game. But that was, of course, a different AD carry. And listen, Nah, I like it.
Yeah, so at least he went off last game. He picked up a couple of kills that maybe he should have even let go over. First one to Amazing J, I actually think got them a little bit far behind, because if that had been over on the Jax, maybe Jax bullies out the top laner Kale a little bit more, but wasn't able to get much done because he was in a little bit of a gold sink in that game, Amazing J.
Yeah, and we can see ADG going to consider their next few picks as well. Without the Sejuani, maybe they don't feel confident going into the Jinx, but this is some weird stuff from ADG. Sivir, Lulu, their third and fourth picks.
Yeah, this is crazy now coming through. It might be a top lane Lulu, could be mid lane. Definitely won't be support, but we'll have to see how that works out. Sivir, that's a very strange pick coming. Whoa.
Yep, Zhang insta-locks the Draven. Jana's going to join them as well. That's a nice counter pick to Sivir.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can smack her around in the laning phase. That now automatically becomes a lane swap. There is no way you put a Sivir anywhere near an early game Draven.
And I wonder what ADG are thinking here with their solo laners. They need another damage threat here. Right now, as it stands, they're very low on damage towards the later stages of the game. Hecarim wouldn't be too bad. He's a decent carry. Lulu needs someone to support here, and it's weird to see Lulu not paired with a hyper carry, but ADG clearly valuing the utility.
Yeah, definitely want to get that in there. Hecarim is a very good top laner with Lulu, synergized as well. Able to get the knock up. Kale, I don't agree with the pick at all. That is such a squishy lineup. Amazing J will be able to have his way, but that is what they've gone for.
Yeah, that should be raised Kale once again. And honestly, I can understand why you don't like the pick, but ADG really need a high damage laner somewhere, and it's Kale that they've looked to.
Yeah, that is what they've gone for. I just think that Hecarim could have been that high damage. When you look at the backline coming through from Energy Pacemaker, if you jump on top of Draven, there's not really much you can do. We've seen that Hecarim can solo people out, not to mention the fact that you got the Lulu ultimate to come through and knock everyone up. There were some answers there with the Hecarim. Kale, on the other hand, is going to mean that there is zero frontline. They've got an Elise who by herself isn't good enough in the front line, doesn't have any AoE CC, just has a cocoon. Unless they get some great picks in this mid game, it's going to go downhill quick.
Yeah, we'll go through the lineups. Na versus Kale once again here. Ray will see if he can bully again there on the Kale. Lisa versus Elise. Classic jungle matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've gone back in time, seasons past pastry time. It is the LeBlanc versus Lulu. Once again, very standard counter matchup coming through from Bamey. We'll be able to knock LeBlanc out of a lot of her damage.
Speaking of counter matchups, Draven versus Civil, one of the best matchups here for Draven. Arguably better than Jinx and Janna Thresh there. Bit more aggression from Shine. His Thresh was wonderful, but ADG have one plan here, Spawn. They have to start snowballing and get picks because that's all their team comp does.
Yeah, if they do not get picks in the mid game, if they're not able to fast push down structures with the Sivir and rotate around the map, I actually don't know what another clear win condition is until maybe super late where their damage becomes king, because otherwise, there's no frontline.
Yeah, I mean, EP are not lacking for frontline or damage or any tools here moving to the later stages. So, going to be a pretty one-track thing here. We'll see if ADG can do it. We're about to get into Game 3. And welcome onto the Rift for our third game here between EP and ADG. We've split the first two, with EP winning game 1 and ADG winning game 2. They were very close first two games, but with ADG's draft this time, it is go hard or go home.
Certainly is Bizarro League of Legends coming through as maybe Amazing J's being caught.
Going to take a couple autos here. At least not quite committing to the cocoon just yet, as Drizzle will zone them away, but ADG's aggression and power in numbers should get them some aggressive wards down.
Yeah, so they at least get some aggressive wards coming through on the other side of the map. You see Raphael returning the favor.
Very deep ward there from Xu Xiaoyan. And again, wanting to lane swap away from the Draven. That is step 1 here for ADG.
Yeah, it certainly is. So they don't want to run head-to-head in that one. They've got a deep ward there, so they'll wait the Draven at the turret. Maybe look to swap back. There's a ward in the lane down the bottom. That's just to see whether one of the top laners rotates down extremely early. But you can see everyone kind of staying off the map, not wanting to show themselves, because on the side of EP, they really want to stand in lanes. They don't get it.
And I think they might have just seen Amazing J's now. They'll definitely see him as he walks up in there, and they'll get the lane swap that they want. Will ADG. Draven looking for that counter match and does not find it.
Yeah, not able to get it yet, but we'll still be able to do fine at the level 6 mark. So we'll see how quickly they swap back and whether they push out this lane. Looks like they are going to, because straight away they stop the Krugs and they're willing to go straight to lane.
Yeah, looking to maybe get a freeze down there as well, but we are going to have something different for EP in the top side there. ADG going to try and zone out Amazing J, and he didn't start on a jungle camp there with Drizzle, so going to get zoned heavily from this top side.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's also got a health crystal there, so probably a first items Balmy Cinder coming through. Just for some mid-game aggression on that Sunfire Cave, going to be able to be picked up this time. Definitely will not be the jungle item because he hasn't got Smite, not available.
No Smite this time, so Skirmisher Saber now probably an overreach even for someone as creative as Amazing J, as Drizzle fishing for a level 2 gank here in the mid lane, but Lulu pretty hard to gank.
Yeah, it certainly is, and while he waits here, giving up control of the blue buff on the top side, we'll be able to rotate through for the enemy's blue buff, and you see a fast push started here for Energy Pacemaker. They're trying to get an early advantage, and I agree with this. I don't think the zone is a good, the freeze is a good tactic for either team, because we've seen that if they're able to get ahead early, they do more work.
Yeah, it's hard to freeze with Draven anyway, just because you want to keep hitting things to catch your axes, so you're going to naturally want to push anyway, so you might as well get it over and done with.
Yeah, certainly. So he's able to get in there, catch more spinning axes, get that bounty up from his passive nice and early, continue to shove out. Now they're sending a second person probably up into that top lane as we see Shu recall. Gonna go send Amazing J some help, and that's pretty much an AD versus AD matchup now.
Yeah, I mean, again, we joked about the ADG AD carry Nah game that their old AD carry RQ played, but now we're actually going to have Elise coming in. Ray's joining in as well. A good polymorph there from Bammy as Repel is going to move in. Good slow moving in. Cocoon just missing there after the flash, but Amazing J on the top side gets exhausted. One more order from Siver, and first blood goes to ADG.
Yeah, and you just think, why is he moving up that far? The freeze is only going to get deeper now as he falls down. Jana was heading into his lane. There was an answer coming, but a little bit of impatience from Amazing J means that he falls.
You can see Jin Zhao going to hold the wave even further back now. Going to start to trim it. That's a massive blue stack there, so it'll push in towards the turret. And Thresh even leaving now might even start roaming.
Yeah, he has the opportunity to, because as you said, that is a huge creep wave. The only danger is Siva didn't trim very well, so if she wants to keep it, they're going to take a lot of damage. Probably has to let it hit the turret. And there it goes, maybe.
This is very sneaky, though, from ADG. Yep, does hit the turret. So misstep slightly there from Jin Zhao. We actually got quite low regardless. Drizzle, level 2, looking for a gank in the top side to bring Amazing J back into the lane. But Dragon's going to go over to ADG, stealing it away in the lane swap situation.
Yeah, able to get it done there. You see the face check coming through from Thresh, not really fearing much. And that's still a frozen lane pastry time. It's not going to hit the turret.
Nope, Cannon Creep does get in there, but should be okay for now. Shine zoning everyone else out, and Amazing J all of a sudden real far behind as Raphael gets good damage onto Bamey, but Lulu should be just fine, especially when she gets her ultimate.
Yeah, exactly right. And Bamey actually winning CS after that gank came through the blue Raphael's flash. So once again, lane's going in ADG's favor, even after the early push came through from Javen.
And that's sort of what we expected from this team. They were noted as one of the best early game snowball teams, usually from strong laning. And after we've seen Ray and Bamey play 2 games, it makes sense. They're very strong. And even Jin Zhao's laning has been excellent in the first 2 games as well. You can see Ray going to take away some jungle camps. So Grump, pretty strong here, has to be careful.
Oh,
but
poor Grump.
Good work by Ray. Just managing to oust the monster there in the jungle, but ADG continuing to get their freeze on, starting to push the wave in, but a big stack of minions is going to arrive quite late, and ADG might even look to dive or possibly just push the turret.
Yeah, no, they're definitely looking for a dive. They're bringing Elise around the side. There's 2 members there to try and trim this wave. So they won't actually go for the dive in the end, and Amazing J, he might actually be able to pick up some CS.
Yeah, good presence by Drizzle. Amazing J will finally get some CS under his belt and experience as well. Just hit level 3 at 6 minutes in, so some very valuable stuff picked up there. But ADG kind of done with the freezing portion now, going to start hard pushing into the top.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Siva didn't do it even earlier, as we see Zhang out in the bottom lane, starting to push out his wave on Draven as well.
That is some sick axe catching as well, but Ray meets the wave in the turret. They haven't quite pushed enough of the turret health down in the bottom side of the map, so Ray going to pick up a lot of extra CS and experience here as a result. Draven's looking strong, goes back and actually buys a BF sword, but ADG have navigated away from the Draven very well.
Yeah, they certainly have. Raphael goes deep, gets some good harass down. But Lulu, so tanky with that shield, didn't even have to expend ultimate, which is available. You feel that there is no kill potential for Raphael in this lane.
And Bamey with Ignite, especially if Elise comes to visit again. It's Amazing J gets hooked away, flayed back once again, and almost a kill. Siva Boomerang Blade, not quite enough damage.
Yeah, and finally, they're just going to get Amazing J out of the lane. They're bringing up their duo to try and pressure. Need to make sure that they can't shove this one out, because if ADG get the lane swap back again, you feel like Amazing J's game is probably over.
Yeah, it's just a little tricky here, but Draven so strong now with the BF sword in this lane before Siva's had a chance to shop. Shine posturing aggressively, but ADG have pushed it out. That's going to give them a swap back if they want it.
Yeah, it certainly is, and wow, get in there, face shoe. You've got a BF sword to a Doran's blade. Might get caught out here, but they should be able to win the team fight still.
Yeah, going to dive back in, and maybe a mistake there from ADG. Going to force the Siva ultimate out. They tried to go for a pick. It was very sneaky, but it'll cost them a lot.
I can't believe how passively Shu just played that. You have a Draven with a BF sword. Get up there and trying to be some proactive play. They're not going to win this game. They're already 1,000 gold behind at 7 minutes by just being outlaned.
They're just the first blood on all the rotations, giving them nice advantages across the board. AD carries are fairly even as Ray teleports again perfectly to meet the creep wave in the top.
Yeah, so they, in the end, shove it out. They get the back. And this is just bad news for Energy Pacemaker. Once again, Amazing J's lane is going to be a 2v1, and there is no answer currently for that. Nah, he can be dove. He's so far behind. Ray, he's about to pick up level 6. He'll have his ultimate available. That Kayle, completely safe in this lane, even 2v1.
Yeah, and really strong movement here from ADG, navigating wonderfully in the early levels. to get themselves a nice advantageous situation. 1,000 gold doesn't seem like a lot, but at 8.5 minutes, it's quite a lead.
Yeah, it certainly is very impressive. And you see the BF Sword now responded in the bottom lane. Moby Boots picked up for Shine, so he's going to be able to get around the map. And there's just bad news, really, for Energy Pacemaker. It's so early, so probably will, like, they have options to be able to pull it back. They're just not making any proactive moves, though.
Not quite yet. They're starting to fast push to the top side, which is why Shine has gone back and is actually rejoining his top laner now to form a new duo lane. Jin Zhao is hard freezing in the bottom lane once again. So Amazing J relegated to jungling. But look at those items. No smite this time, so can't jungle with a machete. Double Ruby Crystal cloth armor. That screams emergency.
Yeah, it certainly does. That's like gold efficiency, bang for buck. Like, let's try and get anything out of this early game because he's just not in a position to be able to play League of Legends as it was. So going to have to just avoid laning for as long as possible, get gold where he can, but anytime he shows in that bottom lane, you feel Sivir going to just punish.
Now, Amazing J coming down. I think he got into Mega enough form, was able to AoE the creep wave down, so has reset it now. We'll start to get a bit more breathing room here in the lane, but Sivir not too bad 1v1 in this particular situation, so we'll see what ADG can get done with their Sivir, but right now just playing it casually, farming everybody up, but you know that the mid game is going to get real strong, and Bamey's come to the bottom lane.
Yeah, Bamey's in the bottom lane. Sivir goes aggressive, so Amazing J knows.
Yeah, Bamey is going to come through, tags him with the picks, just need to line up the glitter lens, goes in aggressive, finally gets it. Great play there, knock up for the dive, and Jin Zhao gets the second kill.
And that's just Amazing J, he's really struggling right now. He's just not playing the lane smart. He's overextending for CS, and he's getting very little support from his team. You feel like Energy Pacemaker as a whole have kind of just thrown him to the wolves and put everything onto Shanghao's back. If he can carry on Draven, it'll be very impressive.
Yeah, and Ray gets a couple extra CS, but takes the Dark Passage out. EP finally get themselves a turret, but at 10.5 minutes in, with two different 2v1 lanes, and Jin Zhao, look at the response, immediately shoves out the bottom lane.
Yeah, so he shoves it out. Amazing J is half the CS of Ray right now, and there's not even that much of a discrepancy in the AD carries currently, so they've just lost out huge on the early game. They've got a turret to nothing, and they're still 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and Ray still on the top side, going to push things back out. It's quite a bit of gold to spend at this particular stage of the game, having held on to the double Doran's Amp Tome for quite a while. Bamey moving in for the Charles as well, and Raphael blasting one Fiendish Codex. Not your usual combination of items.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. Just wants some aggression. Feels that he has to start winning his lane. Hasn't had that advantage so far. Lulu doing completely fine against the Assassin this time. This isn't the persistent damage threat coming out of the Cassiopeia. This is a straight-up burst mage, and Lulu's always been able to deal with them handily.
Yep, EP, they're going to look in for their first dragon now. It's good rotation to the bottom side of the map, but ADG are moving in for a fight here. Raphael going to get their first, though. Dragon has gone down, and Jin Zhao doesn't pop the ult. He doesn't have it, crucially, so can't rush everyone in for the team fight.
Yeah, so no team fight going to eventuate from that. Just a dragon goes down. They top lane, once again, really far frozen in, so they can't even get Amazing J any CS there. He's once again back in the jungle.
Oh, great hook, though. Actually lands in onto Zhangao. Flame moves in as well. Sivir going to come in as Elise is also down as well. And Draven, good damage, but can't quite do enough. The exhaust will save him. And Amazing J down here as well, looking for the flash. Ray also tried to answer with the port, but cancels it away. So good timing from EP, just keeps Draven alive.
Yeah, so they're able to keep Zhang Ao alive. He is the carry right now, so they need to do everything they can to ensure he's winning the lane. If that kill went across right then to Sivir, you felt that the game was slowly slipping out of reach, but they're able to equalize. Good teleports coming through here, but I'm really worried for Amazing J, man. That top lane, it's not going anywhere.
Yeah, Ray looking for the Natural's Tooth again here with the Stinger, plus the Amp Turn, and not really hard pushing these waves, just kind of shoving them out gently. Again, looking maybe to slowly push into the top side of the turret. Ray is so threatening to Amazing J right now. He's almost triple the CS down of this KO.
Yeah, he certainly is. Ray is doing fantastic. Almost said Rail. That's a great name for a new champion.
That is. Well, there you go. We'll put that one in the books there, send that one through. But as we move back in, Zhangao getting good farm. That's actually the best news here for Energy Pacemaker. You can see a Bloodthirster first, going to be the Crystal build coming in.
Yeah, it certainly is. And we see once again Cinderhulk being picked up for the Elise. So that item, extremely tanky. That's not anything really new. Elise used to even go Juggernaut back when the items came out because she doesn't really benefit from Magus or, of course, the Warrior Enchant. Not really much coming through there. So pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, a bit more tankiness, able to dive a little more. Elise already fairly good in any sort of skirmish or tower dive situation, so just accentuate that part of her kit.
Yeah, certainly is. And you'll see actually sneaking in right now. Draven here can't really disrupt and might have a look at a Cocoon.
Bammy actually forced away, but has to line this up well. Drizzle's down here as well, so 3v3 will eventuate very soon here. Cocoon lined up beautifully loose. Now Thresh gonna run in. Drizzle though does come through, and the lantern's gone out. He actually got Shu there, did Shine, with that hook, and Jinjo gets the first kill, but Siva kiting away, trying to stay alive, doesn't quite, but Drizzle will go down as well.
Yeah, 2 for 1 in the end, as well as a fantastic rotation in the mid lane mains. Ray takes down a turret. Wow.
That was sick. Cocoon there, and then all the buttons used for Elise. Repel's out of the way, and we mentioned tower dives. Elise pretty good still.
Yeah, fantastically. There was a flash to get in range for the Cocoon. That's what really it was all about. And Xixiao Yin able to pick up another kill. Another outer turret falls. 1-5, 4,000 gold the lead at 14 minutes. ADG. Fine wine, they're getting better with age.
Yeah, they are indeed, and it's a mid-game snowball that's starting to come through now. Steals away the big Krug there as well. Going to leave Shu the job of cleaning that out. Ray pushing the waves out with the Stinger. Naturals is very close, and a massive wave meets Jin Zhao in the top lane.
Yeah, everything just lining up right now for Jin Zhao after a nightmare of game 1. Just has so much at his feet right now. Game 2, got the Infinity Edge finished off, just picked up a huge creep wave. And Siva, she's going to be rocking this mid-game, especially with how not tanky Amazing J is. If I ever thought I would say that about Amazing J's Nah, she's just going to be able to take over.
Yeah, and can't even look for any sort of aggressive items. No Hex Drinker, no Phage coming through. So a Trinity Force, if he wants it, going to be far, far away. And Amazing J just has to try and farm, get the tank items up. But especially with a couple of additional damage threats, I guess at least from the top lane, sort of evening things out. Amazing J not going to be having a fun time, still horrifically behind Ray in CS.
Yeah, certainly is, and they've put 2 people again into his lane. Poor guy just getting absolutely bullied. Should have picked Garen again. Wouldn't have happened that time.
Oh yeah, sure. Garen definitely not going to get bullied in a 2v1 lane.
Hey man, he's passive, health regen.
Hey, it is good health regen, you're not wrong, as Ray has to navigate away from a 1v3 actually as Drizzle rotates in for a gank. No gank forthcoming, no means, just the tower will fall away there, but top tower looking to go down soon as well, so ADG should be back up in the advantage 3-2 as Blue Buff going to go over to Lulu as well.
Yeah, and look, Amazing J, he can't get anywhere near that turret. He's just going to be dove by the support and AD. AD is actually 2 levels higher than him right now. Nearly equal with the solo laners, and that's not at the expense of Shine, because Shine, he's even level 8.
Yes, Shine looking good. Got the Moby bits, got his early shield down as well. Dragon, though, back in a minute. 10 going to be the next point of contention for these two teams. And Infinity Edge and the Zeal is done for Jin Zhao after a wonderful early landing phase and a couple kills donated over as well. And you look over at Draven, normally a strong matchup, but just finishing the Bloodthirster now. As Bamey again gets aggressive, but doesn't panic, doesn't even need to use the ultimate.
Yeah, nothing coming through there. So Raphael, he's getting some hurt down. He's building a CS advantage, but not the early game we're used to seeing out of the block. No roams coming through, no aggressive play, and you see the deep vision coming through from ADG. They're starting to take over the map and strangle them off farm. You can see it with the 60 CS advantage in the top lane. Siva also equaling out Draven's farm, plus you throw in the fact that there's 3 kills currently on Silver. Just fantastic news, and they've caught out Raphael.
Yeah, this is what ADG needs to do. Jin Zhao going to run straight in. Raphael flashed immediately. Flash hook does hit there onto Raphael, but he mimic distorts away. Ray will chase in. The Dark Passage, they're going to keep in. Shine really wants his kill, but ADG will give it up because Dragon's about to respawn.
Yeah, it certainly is, but they got heaps for that. They're able to grab the flash. They're able to get the ultimate, probably secure themselves the Dragon. Both teleports are available, so they can even send Ray into the top lane to get rid of any farm that they were hoping to get on the Nah. But instead, they choose to try and go for a gank on Nah. He teleports out. Good map movement from EP.
Yeah, really strong stuff. They'll get themselves a second Dragon here in this game. That was all but ADG's, but a little too bloodthirsty, you have to think, looking for a couple of extra picks. It's good, that's what their comp does, and there's still 4,000 gold ahead, but Snowballing Dragon was another way for them to keep in this, another win condition, in this game, and they're cutting themselves kind of off of it.
Yeah, so the one thing you will say is that they still have the mid-game problems. They're super strong in the mid-game, but not late.
Good Cocoon there, landing onto Amazing J. Will not continue the aggression. Wild Growth used already as Xu Xiaoyin dives in very deep onto Raphael. Gets kicked away though. Still fairly tanky with the Wild Growth and the Cinderhawk, and Bamey coming now as well. Shine grabs onto Amazing J. Ray's down here as well. Zhang Aldo's joining in as Shu resets with the Giant ulti. Kale though dives in onto Elise, and Siva gets the first kill onto Na. Dives forward, gets Lee Sin. Zhang Ao gets wrecked there by Siva, who gets a double. And a Shu gets hooked again by Shine. Dark Passage drives them in. Shine has to be careful. Raphael almost getting the kill onto Thresh. Ignite actually almost enough on its own, but ADG playing with so much momentum.
And this is what they have to do. They're a mid-game composition. Keep up the aggressive. Wow.
Yeah, another good Cocoon. They're diving in onto Shu. They want it, but Repel will keep Elise safe. Comes back down. They'll take the turret, and it's so much aggression, but it's paying off every single time.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a measured aggression pastry time. They're prioritizing objectives still. They've got a huge wave in the bottom. Wave control's been fantastic. Ray even recognizing the fact that top wave is massive for him at the moment. He's going there to make sure it hits the turret as well. Actually just takes away the Grom. And that's a 7,000 gold lead before 20 minutes.
And that's mostly just strong rotation and really good farm from ADG. They've got 4 turrets. That's certainly helping out as well. But EP have 2 of their own, and they're even ahead in Dragons as well. It's just that ADG been able to pick up the kills, navigated wonderfully through the map to maximize their CS, and it's showing across the board.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can't fault their gameplay this time around. They got the better of the lane swap, able to keep Amazing J down, and he was the hero of Game 1. He was so far ahead on Hecarim, and once again, wasn't willing to pick it up. I really have to question the drafting phase that's coming through from Energy Pacemaker. Not able to get much done.
And Amazing J is horrifically behind in gold. 4,800 to 7,200 is the current gold difference between the top laners there. We've got Siva again going for the Phantom Manta, so maximum damage coming through for the Infinity Edge, and back to the Hurricane here coming for Ray as well, who should have close to 100% uptime on that E once it hits level 5.
Yeah, and the problem here for Energy Pacemaker is they don't have good wave clear. LeBlanc has to wave clear with her face, which just means that anytime she dives in, there's always a threat of a Cocoon, Lulu Polymorph, something like that hitting her, blowing her up. And there's just no other wave clear to come through for the Energy Pacemaker lineup, which means that they can continue to siege on ADG's side. Sure, they're not a good late game team, but if you stay ahead 10,000 gold nearly throughout the mid game, doesn't matter how bad your team comp is. You can run around with whatever you like. You can have Eve at this point and she'll do work.
Yeah, and ADG have some strong champions in the mid-game, like we've said. I actually love the build you're on frontline from earlier as well. Xu Xiaoyin lived so long just because of Cinderhawk, Wild Growth, and then eventually the KL ultimate.
Yeah, exactly right. So able to make anyone tanky as they try and go in to get a pick, but nothing forthcoming, and you see already a quarter of the health gone. Mid pushing, bottom pushing, all the waves in ADG's control, and they'll just continue to siege up.
Yeah, Ray casually, again, moving between the waves, always wants to be away from his team in the mid-game, getting a CS lead, pushing in the waves, pressuring turrets as well, and ADG plays so well as a 4-man unit. Ray, his map movement, you might think it hurts the team, but they look so together at this stage of the game.
Yeah, they certainly do. Once again, Raphael trying to dive in, nothing forthcoming, unless Amazing J does a great Ray impression and nails a 5-man Nah. I don't know how they win a team fight on Energy Pacemaker's side.
Yeah, and Ray even moving to the bottom side of the map as well. Doesn't have his teleport, but it'll be back up soon. You can tell Raphael diving in, trying to poke them off, but every time he goes in, ADG throw out some cocoons and hooks, and if one of those hits, EP will lose their LeBlanc and any hope of defending this turret.
Yeah, well, the turret will probably go down now. Once again, they clear out with LeBlanc ultimate, but that's on cooldown now next time it comes around. And meanwhile, Ray...
Oh, amazing. Actually gnaws the wave to clear it out. Very cute stuff, but Ray even semi-diving Amazing J gets him to 50% health.
Yeah, and this is just shows how far Amazing J is behind. Feels he has to burn his ultimate to get it. Going all defensive items at this point, still ATCS down. And once again, sure, you clear out the wave, but what does it cost you? Now if you get dove, you don't have any utility to be able to add to a team fight. Wow.
Drizzle gets caught, Latin comes in, but Shine has to back away. Cocoon, though, will cover their retreat and buying time for Ray to push in the bottom side. They've got good damage done to their tier 2, and this tower's going to fall soon.
Yeah, it certainly is. Probably next wave. Amazing J has to go back. Top lane in the exact same situation right now. They're just wave clearing for days.
And again, Jinzhao's pretty immune to all of the LeBlanc peel coming through. And plenty of peel from the team, and the spell shield helping as well. They finally break the tier 2. Ray's going to get the same in the bottom side of the map, and it's wonderful execution by ADG.
And now it really is 10,000 gold at 23 minutes. They've extended it so far. Once again, there's just not an answer out of Energy Pacemaker. They fell so far behind in this early game where it looks like they were going to be able to execute with the Draven. Draven had the early push, but Amazing J just got completely outlaned.
Yeah, I mean, it was great movement to keep the Gnar down consistently. Extended that 1v2 for what felt like about 10 minutes in this game, and it's still reflected in the CS lead. Ray is closing on 100 up on this Gnar.
Yeah, certainly is. And, you know, Amazing J, he just misplayed the lane. We can go back to what kicked it all up. He got 1v2'd and gave up a kill when Shu was trying to move into his lane. They had support on the way. He just had to give up maybe one more wave and then would have been completely fine. Instead, dies. Shu at that point couldn't go into the lane, and it just completely hurt them. Maybe 5th Dragon will help, but yeah.
Good kick there from Drizzle to disengage, but he gets Polymorph there, forced to flash away. And gets chunked to 50% health. Raphael diving back in onto Shine, but pretty tanky as the thrust. Amazing J gonna try and line up the ulti, but Ray's flank from the back, picks up Raphael, ultis himself, dives in onto Zhang Ao. He's gonna go down here. The Wild Growth will save him, ripping through everyone, and this Kale, absolutely massive, still not dead, and ADG will take a 5-0.
What a team fight coming through. Energy Pacemaker thought they had what they wanted there, but in the end, it was a great flank and their surrender.
Yeah, 25 minutes in, not even about 24 and a half, and ADG just wiped the floor with EP. Kale came in, Nash's Tooth Hurricane, and that's all she needed.
Yeah, exactly right. Able to completely smash every member. The Elise was so tanky, but once again, Jin Zhao, he's been the difference between the two games. The solo laners always look good. Jungler looks okay, but Jin Zhao, 7-1-3 that game. Once again, really stepping up in that AD carry position. And Amazing J, great first game, head in hands.
That's Zhang Ao. He is unhappy with that game. I mean, he got the counter pick, instantly locked into Draven, one of his better looking AD carries, clearly a favorite champion of his, and can't get sleepy now, buddy, because you have 2 more games to play if you want to get to the semifinal.
Yes, certainly does. So it's 1-2 now in favor of ADG. And man, they pick so weird in the draft phase, but it always works out.
I mean, we said it. Their comp only did one thing. Get to the mid-game, snowball and get picks, and then win. Yeah. And thankfully for them, that's exactly what they did.
Exactly right. We gave them a 30-minute timer. They finished 6 minutes early.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from ADG. We'll see if they can do it again and close it out 3-1 here, because when we return from our break, we're going into our fourth game of the summer promotion. And welcome back straight into Champ Select, everyone, to the LPL Summer Promotion Tournament. My name is Julian Page-Tamkar. Joining with me is Jake Spawn-Tabiri, what could very well be our last game of the series. And miraculously, almost, ADG are up 2-1 against EP.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they did the last game in emphatic fashion. 26 minutes, I think it was.
24 and a
24.
half. Didn't need the 30-week game. Them took it a little bit earlier, and what a game they played here. So well and truly into the draft now. ADG on the blue side ban out Maokai, Xerath, and Azir as their 3 picks. And EP again, the Rek'Sai Riven join in, and the Cassiopeia is gone once more.
Yeah, but they leave the KL open, and twice now, Ray really made them pay for that. So I want to see if they can do it a third. Looks like Bamey. I wanted a cat pick, but I'm hovering the LeBlanc right now.
I mean, LeBlanc would be fine here. It's been contested for the entirety of the series. We saw it first picked by EP by Raphael, who had a decent game in LeBlanc, but just couldn't fight through the Lulu. With Lulu open, maybe ADG consider something different, but they lock in the Thresh.
Yeah, so they take the Thresh, and I agree with what you just said. The Lulu seems to be fine in the lane against the LeBlanc, so why would you first pick it? You don't really need to. As we see the Kalista hover coming back through, I expect Amazing J to go back to an aggressive top laner, but wow, Ray's really had his number in this whole series nearly, apart from the first game.
Yeah, he's a wonderful laner. I mean, even in that game, Ray was finding CS. He was setting up ultimates. He just couldn't carry hard enough on the Nara, I guess, despite how good his ultimates were. EP are going to reset a little bit, though. Nunu, who was banned in Game 2, I believe, might see a pickup here as well. And I like this potential takeaway from EP. It's nice and flexible. This doesn't give away too much, and it sort of denies the LeBlanc pick as well. So it's Lulu, Nunu.
Yeah, it certainly does. But Raphael, I think, played it in Game 2. Didn't look fantastic coming through there. So we'll have to see how it works out this time around. It is locked in, and immediately Sejuani is the hover coming through from Xiao Yin. Looking to take that one away.
Yeah, his fancy hat there as well. Been wearing it nice and dapper all series long. And for me, it's interesting to people always want to pick Sejuani into someone like Nunu, but I guess they don't feel overly pressured in the jungle as far as kill pressure goes. Nunu obviously very annoying, can take away a lot of your jungle. See, the ADG boys, they're pretty happy. Up 2-1, I would be too.
Yeah, exactly right. Not much to worry about there if you're up 2-1, and we see it will be a Kalista picked away from Zhang Ao there. We'll have to see how that one works out. Of course, Jinx is still available. You always love to grab that one if Nunu is picked.
Yeah, and the Sejuani as well for ADG, so pretty strong setup so far. Again, picking their bottom lane early, wanting to counter pick on the blue side for their solo laners. And EP, oh man.
It's really a Juggermore.
We're going back. Yep, Nami Kog'Maw, and that gives away everything.
Top lane, Morgana. Come on, Amazing J.
I mean, he could do it. That would be great. It would sign up the comp very nicely. ADG can maybe steal it away here, but I think they're just going to have to go back to mid-game pressure. One of the few ways to beat Juggernaut is to make sure it doesn't get to the late game, and ADG is going to have to go all-out aggression.
Yeah, and that's what they look like they're going for. Commit to the mid-game once again. They take away the Orianna, who, if you send the Lulu into the top lane, is actually a fantastic addition to the Juggernaut at the moment. I like the control she gives, but what I'm really worried about here is if Energy Pacemaker grabs something like a Hecarim, grabs something like a Shyvana, I think it augments Juggernaut better than people realize because it gives that legitimate second threat. And if you're peeling away the back lane whilst keeping your Juggernaut so healthy, you have a second target to throw all your shields on. Things like that can get scary real quick. Jax is kind of in that situation as well, but I just feel Hecarim's a little bit better.
Yeah, we saw Amazing J pick Jax over Hecarim in one of the games, and live to regret that decision. He's got the Smite teleport already highlighted, so could be going, is probably looking at one of these sort of picks. Hecarim's locked in, EP, wonderful team comp they've put together.
Yeah, they certainly do. I still think in this particular situation, Shyvana is a little bit better, but Hecarim will serve the job completely fine. All Hecarim's looking to do is disrupt the Kalista, then there shouldn't be enough consistent damage to get through Kog'Maw. Like, expect like double Mikhails, all kinds of crazy things to come out here. It's about getting everything on the Kog'Maw, putting him in the front line, and letting him take over.
Yeah, and ADG, you can see an interesting team comp. Very mid-game centric once again. Big, high-impact ultimates from Ray and Bamey once again. So look to them to be the playmakers here. But Rumble Orianna, just not quite as good late game as Kog'Maw.
Yeah, exactly right. It's all about the Kog'Maw, but we go through the lineups. We see Amazing J. That's a variation of Juggernaut. He's got the Hecarim to dive the back lane against a Rumble.
Yeah, and there's the two frosty junglers as well. Sejuani versus Nunu. with Xu Xiaoyin taking on Drizzle. Bammy versus Raphael in the mid. Going to be back to farming for both these guys. Orianna versus Lulu.
Yeah, the battle of the control mages, both spiking in the mid games. Orianna probably a little bit better late, as we see Jin Zhao taking on Zhang Ao in the bottom lane. Kalista versus Kog.
Yeah, and last but not least, Shine versus Shu. That's Thresh versus Nami. And again, ADG probably want to play aggressive. It's not quite the all-in mid-game comp from the third game there, but they really do have to kind of win the game. It's on somewhat of a timer here.
Yeah, it certainly, as soon as the 2 items come through, we normally say 3 for Kog, but the Lulu as well as the Nami just augment so well means that they'll be able to get into that mid game. And throw something out there crazy, Pastry Time. If the Kog'Maw eats the Sejuani ult, they will win every team fight.
Yeah, and that's sort of how Juggernaut's supposed to work. Stand there, eat skill shots, get wild grab. We'll see how it goes. They're about to get straight into game 4. And welcome onto the Rift here for ADG versus Energy Pacemaker, game number 4. And the LSPL team here, ADG, the highest LSPL team left in the promotion tournament, currently up 2 games to 1.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they're looking to win again with another mid-game composition. Maybe looking for an early invade. They want to keep Amazing J down one more time. You can see finally he's backing away here. He needs to play safe, just farm up. If they get this game to 30, 35 minutes, you think that they can win through comp alone.
Yeah, it's a pretty weird team comp again from ADG, but we said that about the last one, identified their win condition, they executed beautifully here. Not entirely sure what ADG can do here, but from the looks of things, it's just another strong mid-game with some really good team fighting potential.
Yeah, well, the problem with Juggernaut is you have to stay completely together. So if they ever get one of those out rotations, catch someone out of position, if one piece of the Juggernaut puzzle falls away, then it really isn't that strong of a composition. So the thing is, if you catch like maybe a Nami, if you catch the Lulu and make them use their spells on themselves, all of a sudden, Kog doesn't have the skills required.
And the one thing I do like about ADG's comp is the level of mobility they have between Orianna, Kalista, Thresh, and even Sejuani with their gap closer. Rumble's a bit immobile, but can run back and forth and has so many different ranges on his spells that he's probably fine in all the situations. If ADG are going to win mid-game team fights, if the game's even, it's going to be by splitting up the Juggernaut with all their control ultimates.
Yeah, it certainly is. So that's what they want to do. As we said, if Kog's in the front, he's the one tanking all the skills. He's probably going to be all right as well. Ray, he does something new here. Oh, just survived.
That is some calculated jungling that just manages to get the camp away. Hits level 2 on Rumble by starting Amp Tome, and Xu Xiaoyin going to start blue all by himself.
Yeah, but standard lanes. This actually falls quite heavily into EP's favor, you feel, just because of the fact that ADG, they seem to have the measure of all the other lanes, and Kog Nami, it's the safest of the Kog lanes.
It's also the best of the Kog lanes, as it turns out. Nami synergizes excellently here, and you can see the range advantage. When that W is up there for Kog'Maw, Jin Zhao just can't really approach, especially because EP beat them to the race to level 2.
Yeah, certainly. So they're pushing out the lane. It will push in. They're not going to lose any CS, but it's all about staying safe right now for the Kog'Maw. If he's farming unharassed, he's winning right now, as we see a little bit of a scuffle between Amazing J and Ray.
Yeah, interesting top lane matchup here. Rumble can certainly bully some lanes, Maokai being the one that most obviously comes to mind, but what do you think of this particular top lane matchup?
Yeah, the problem is he just has too much of a smooth build pass into the magic resist, because magic resist mid, magic resist jungle, magic resist top. Just means the fact that if he grabs that Spirit Visage early as a gank comes through.
Yeah, Drizzle coming through here onto Bammy. That's going to force a flash. Does use it a bit late, but Drizzle comes forward. Ignite goes down, and Raphael claims the first kill.
And wow, they used both summoner spells to try and get the Ignite onto Drizzle. That was a misplay out of Bammy. He loses a second. I even think the flash was just a waste of flash coming out of him. There was no way he was getting out of it. And now whenever he pushes up, Drizzle going to be there once again.
And a rare mid lane gank from Nunu. Successful there for first blood. So things going nicely here for EP. We've seen ADG get advantages in their lanes consistently, especially for mid and top side. So with that little setback here, EP jump out to a nice little lead.
Yeah, and what I want to point out is the fact that that's Drizzle understanding the Sejuani matchup, not even the mid lane matchup, because Sej gets so low on her first clear. So as a Nunu, you have two decisions. Do you invade or do you gank early? Because otherwise there's no point in picking the matchup. He saw a window of opportunity to go mid, which is the rarest of the Nunu ganks, and was able to make it work.
Yeah, great stuff there from Drizzle, as Ray will stop the next gank coming through actually towards the tri-bush there. Has some good intuition that Drizzle is going to be there. We'll now see him walk across the ward and should be able to back away to safety.
Yeah, certainly should be able to. Amazing J not even trying to loop behind him with that charge. So in the end, he'll just be able to walk away. Drizzle will go back to base.
On top of another ward, unfortunately, is Jinja going to get aggressive. Aquabrisen getting him out of the Marshall Poise. Wonderful skill shots by Shu.
Yeah, Shu able to, I guess, save some harass there. Will keep him nice and healthy. And this is the thing about the Kog'Maw Nami lane. Generally, you can auto-attack harass. At this point, it's just not worth it for Zhang. As long as he's farming, he's just there for the 25 minutes.
Yeah, and we can see now Sejuani coming back in. Drizzle will get slowed by the Orianna dissonance, but Bamey out of mana. Double Doran's ring here for the aggressive choice, but getting ousted by Raphael's early chalice.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's because Raphael, he picked up the early kill. He also still has the flash available. Knight halfway back off cooldown as well, so he's in a fantastic position in this mid lane. Not really much they can do, and Zhang Ao, he's up 6 CS already.
Yeah, great CSing under turret as well. Shu helping out wonderfully there for his AD carry player, and that's all he needs. Kog'Maw, farm up to safety. Maybe get aggressive when you have your Shane, especially when you get your Trinity Force, but just get to safety because Kalista, she's going to hit a mini power trap while she's getting up to those 2 items.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll have to see whether he goes for, I guess, a Runan's Hurricane to continue to shove in, or whether he wants the lane control, goes to the Bloodthirster, just tries and gets some trades through, because you feel with that combo, as soon as you add a Sheen in there, that's stuff that can't be healed. Bloodthirster probably the smart decision.
Yeah, I mean, just it comes in so nicely there. You get your Sheen, your Fade, especially if you have it as well, to chase for a couple of extra autos, and the levels come up, your abilities get stronger. Just everything synergizes so well with this lane, which is part of why we see it. You don't see Kog'Maw without Nami usually, but with Nami, it's a fantastic duo lane.
Yeah, he certainly is. You kind of see him in 2 flavors. You either see him lane swapping with the Janna or laning with the Nami. They're the only 2 supports you can really run with it currently, and they're doing it quite well down here, starting to shove out that wave. They've also brought Drizzle down for some help, probably just trying to shove this one out, get back an early shot.
Yeah, just a bit of assistance required there, but Drizzle now going a bit more into farm mode. Does actually have a Trailblazer and a Sidestone, so able to provide good forward vision, and everyone's still farming through. Drizzle will get the Scuttle Crab, take out a Sentinel there as well, actually getting it 2. Gets spotted by the second one, but collects the gold nonetheless.
Yeah, so able to pick up some nice gold for himself. With that Scuttle Crab going down, that's like 100 gold. He'd make him bank.
Yeah, he is indeed. As we look at Ray now on the top side, Seeker's Arm Guard's been completed there as well, and a Balmy Cinder there for Amazing J.
Yeah, and that's good for Amazing J. He's got a lot of magic damage currently coming out of his build because of that Balmy Cinder, so we'll be able to get some damage down where he maybe wouldn't be able to because of that arm guard.
And again, it's the crazy Smite Teleport top laners that keep showing us new things here in both the Summer Promotion and the LPL playoffs. And Bamey just trading back and forth, starting to get a bit more aggressive, but Raphael flashing forward. Drizzle's here now as well. Bamey going to protect himself. Does have the ultimate there, but can't pull the trigger without the ball on top of him. Dive does come through. Ulti comes back just in the nick of time, and Drizzle goes down.
And they overcommit for another kill because they thought the flash still wasn't there. It wasn't, but they just weren't able to get enough damage down. No real AP coming out of Raphael, and it was just an overcommit. You don't have to do it. You're winning the lane. It's a Juggermore comp. Just play patient, guys.
Yeah, be passive and scale up here. And amazing to me that Orianna was able to do that without pulling the ultimate. I thought she made a very rare mistake by leaving the ball out instead of keeping it on top of herself to ult Nunu away to dissuade the dive. But not quite enough damage between Nunu, Lulu, understandably. And Bamey gets away with a free kill there.
Yeah, so it gets the lane back in his favor nearly, because at the end of the day, now you've got rid of both the flashes, the ultimate. If you call in Sejuani for another gank, she's level 6. There's a real potential that you have some kills because, hey, even his ultimate is still up. He's got some pretty good kill potential.
Yeah, now with the Chalice coming back, those double Doran's going to start to pay off a bit more if Bamey wants to get aggressive in the mid lane of the map here. We've got Cinder now completed for Sejuani, so getting towards that Cinder Hawk, probably going to see a Sightstone follow that as well. And down the bottom, Sheen for Zhang Ao versus BF Sword for Jinzhao.
Yeah, so you really now give this one across to Zhang Ao. Extended trades probably going to go, like if they all in each other, probably going to go across to the Kalista, but that's never going to happen. It's going to be 2 autos, go back, get some healing through from the Nami, be able to go for round 2 as soon as all the cooldowns are back.
Kalista, 550 range or less with all that hopping about. Kog'Maw, significant range advantage with Bio Arcane Barrage pop, so ADG bottom lane have to be careful in their trades, but Rumble starting to farm up, keeping pace here of Amazing J, who's got his Skirmisher Saber done now as well. Bamey also with the blue buff. Maybe just going to zone something out. In fact, Sejuani off to the side might be looking for a gank here.
Yeah, potentially looking for a gank. The pink wards are in the brush with each other, so probably just looking to clear that one out. Although now she's over the wall. Really smart move coming through.
Yeah, nice stuff. And actually going to wait here, but we'll get spotted. Good guess there from Raphael. But the damage now coming in there. Raphael now going to get ulted back there as Drizzle comes down as well. But Wild Growth used there onto Lulu. Ultimate doing good damage there. Knocks him up to cancel off the end of it, but too much in there. Amazing J jumps in as well, but Ray now rotating down on the Rumble, but he's silenced there from the overheat. Can't use the ulti. Finally going to get it done. No, doesn't quite use it. Pops it very late. No, not even using it yet. Both these laners holding off for so long, and Bamey just lives.
Yeah, so it was a 1-for-1. It wasn't even smart intuition. They just had a good wall over Baron, so they saw the dash come through. But Amazing J, he went super deep for that. I want to know if his smite was available. I need to see the replay because he took a heck of a lot of damage as he dove in there. Maybe wasn't able to get anything done. And Ray, he's picked up a kill for himself, has a CS advantage as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird that we've seen him on a great game on 2 great games on Kale, and now this Rumble game. This guy can play a lot of different champions. Had Riven banned 4 games in a row now as well. You can kind of tell why. No matter what he touches, he's able to find a way to carry.
Yeah, he certainly is, and he's just so smart. He's able to pick up farm wherever he wants. Goes mid lane, picks up another wave and a half for himself. Now he's got a real advantage. As we see in the bottom lane, a little bit of back and forth coming through. Zhang Ao starting to get the good end of this lane just because he has the sustain.
Sejuani down now as well, looking in, but can't quite get in there. Just clears out a ward instead. And we are kind of getting closer. Need to see Ladrod here for Ray coming through. Going for a quick zone. He's going to skip the Haunting guys, it looks like.
Yeah, that's craziness. Just looking for the big damage coming out of the Flame Spitter. Not really an ulti-reliant build. Pastry time coming through, and they start up the Dragon because teleport not available.
Yeah, Bamey in trouble, though. He has to draw the ball back, but Amazing J going to dive in on top. Shy going to pull the lance, and that gets her to safety. Dragon's going to go down as well, but Tidal Wave comes in, just missing Bamey as Shine moves into zone them with the boxer. Double ulti keeps Amazing J and Drizzle up, and Ray's rotate around the side, but Kog'Maw already got the double kill. Bamey's forced to flash away. Ray's going to go down here as well. Gets smited as Amazing J gets the kill. Bamey will fall to Kog'Maw. Jinjiao's going to go down, and Kog gets a triple.
Yeah, triple for Kog. Also giving a kill over to Amazing J. They're the people they want to get going, and the ace for the first Dragon going down. Energy Pacemaker, 3 kills. Once again, don't want to call a game, but 3,000 gold ahead with a Juggermore comp at 12 minutes. We could be seeing a game 5 pastry time.
We could indeed. This looks a lot looks a lot like the position ADG were in the last game here, and they had the mid-game comp. To be ahead with this sort of composition was pretty crazy.
Yeah, it certainly is. Let's see the replay. It was all about the early damage they got down onto Bamey. He lands a good shockwave, but kind of sets Nunu up in the brush for a huge ultimate. Takes 2 people out straight away, and from there, there's just not enough done. Pretty good equalizer comes through, but unfortunately, without that double pen build, just doesn't have the spike at the first Dragon. That's why the build is so popular, because for its gold, bang for buck. We talk about thrift shopping a lot in the LPL. That's what it is, and yeah, sure, he's got some huge items, but just not the same effect.
And I never thought I'd say this, Spawn, but that team fight was also won by the Nami Kog'Maw flank, essentially. Orianna had an ultimate to use on the 2 of them to maybe kill the Kog, which would have turned the fight around, but instead tried to peel off the divers, and it went horribly wrong as Sejuani getting chased out of the jungle by Drizzle. Might even die here. The red buff already stolen. They'll give it up as for the chase there, but now Sejuani getting forced out of her own jungle.
Yeah, and this is the thing. You have to understand Nunu. What does he do? He does drive-bys, he grabs buffs, then he gets out. He's not a duelist in any sense of the word, because that's a Cinder Hulk Sejuani. Probably not going to be able to kill her. So just grab what you're in there for, deny experience, deny pressure, go into lane, shove them out, and now Energy Pacemaker really looking safe.
Turret down now as well on the mid side, starting to take out structures. Energy Pacemaker, that'll increase their gold lead up by about 4,000 gold.
And that was one auto attack pastry time coming through, chunking it out. Drizzle now with the dive.
Yeah, Amazing J going to come in there. Ray can't really do anything, doesn't even have the zombies there to free himself from the stasis, and Amazing J 2-1-2 now on the Hecarim.
Yeah, able to pick up another kill as we hear Chinese Rumble die. One of the coolest death animations in the game.
It's good stuff there as Shine clearing out some vision. Callista's trying to push out aggressively into the Kog'Maw, but Trinity Force has been completed. We already talked about the poke down the bottom lane before, and ADG might already be too far behind.
Yeah, and look, Energy Pacemaker, they're playing this part of the Juggernaut much better. They understand there's a potential for a dive. Just back away from the turret, get right back, shove out the wave. play this extremely safe. And I understand the theory of pushing in to set up the blue buff, but it's not really getting Cog behind because he can see us at turret completely fine.
Yeah, blue buff does get taken away by Bamey, though, who really needs to finish out Athenes. You can see Raphael already completed the item, and Oriana was having a good lane for herself, equalized it back after the first blood by the bit of a misdive from Drizzle, but all of a sudden Lulu with 6 assists is quite far ahead in gold.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Drizzle once again just waiting for Rumble to come back to lane. Wants the re-dive. Just looking for it. Maybe a bit of an overreach because he's spending a lot of time there. But we'll have to see how it works out.
Yep, Ray instead, now with the zombies completed, going to go ahead and clear out a camp with the help of Bamey. Drizzle still hanging out on the top side of the map, looking again to catch Rumble back in transition to the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I wonder if it will work out with the Zhonya's coming through. Definitely looks like that is what they're setting up for, but we'll have to see if it works out. As we see, AD carries just farming away.
Yeah, looking for a dive, but little ambitious. There's Zoni's up as well. Although the turret does go down. Amazing Jane, no ultimate, unfortunately, can't dive into the top side there. Turret will go down, though. 2-0 now for EP as far as the turret's concerned, and keeping themselves back in the game. Dragon is back. Our ADG did secure the first one. That was the only thing they got from that last Dragon fight after they got aced. And EP going to potentially line up for that as well. But honestly, that doesn't even matter that much.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. That's not really an objective coming through that they really care about that much, as we see the one auto attack trade coming through. Something that I want to point out that's confusing me about both teams. Energy Pacemaker obviously play terrifically around the top lane Hecarim, and it's been available every time, and they only took it game 1 and now game 4, and that's where they've looked the strongest. ADG look much better in lanes, particularly around their lane swaps. And they had the deep vision this time around and didn't elect to go for it. They went for just standard lanes. So very confusing really from both team lineups that they're willing to take things that appear to be against their strengths, at least in this series.
Yeah, it's been an odd series for sure, but ADG trying to find some momentum. Actually, flash snowball there for Drizzle. Lantern, though, will get them to safety, but Amazing J's flanking. Tidal Wave joins in there as well. Bamey almost dead immediately as Amazing J gets the first kill. Now Sejuani going to get chased out, and that's going to be the double coming through.
Yeah, and that's just horrible. New Cog doesn't really need kills. Picked up enough early. He's got the Trinity Force already. But the Hecarim now 4-1-2, really a snowballed Hecarim, which means that there's a legitimate second threat on this one threat comp that will just be able to take over the mid game, supplement all the weaknesses of the team comp. They're pushing through really aggressively, will be a 8,000 gold advantage already. And wow, Energy Pacemaker revitalized after getting beaten 0-2 in the last couple of games.
Yeah, losing the last two, going to try and equalize the here and force a 5th game. Jinzhao in the bottom will get the turret there on Callista, so going to go back, probably has a lot of the Bloodthirster almost finished there, as he's got quite a number of components done already. In fact, with a big stack of gold, about 2k, we'll have enough for the item.
Yeah, definitely. We'll even be able to grab some more as he goes back. Grabs a dagger as well for himself. On the other side of the rift, Cog finishes off his Zerka Greaves, grabs a Vampiric Scepter, as well as another longsword. Don't know how he's holding all of that, but he manages to juggle it.
Yeah, building in for a Blade of the Ruin King there, as well as Bamey now does have an Athene, so mid lane is getting slightly stronger, but Sejuani pretty behind. This is the look we saw from Xu Xiaoyin in game 1. Lots of Ruby Crystals and a Cinderhawk and no major items yet.
Yeah, and you really think at this point, probably better off to just have gone for the Sightstone, because Vision is going to be king against this Nunu. You saw them get collapsed on. With some better vision, might have been able to spot that one out. And Energy Pacemaker, they're really doing a good job of controlling the map. Will now pick up a Dragon of their own first of the game, and there's no way that they can contest.
No, ADG falling further and further behind in this game. 6,000 gold behind now. As EP going to take away the first Dragon. Drizzle's Nunu going to be more than enough here. And that was the other thing. Nunu not banned here in this series. ADG have started to take that away or ban it away from EP. Again, both teams have had interesting drafts at different points in this series. So if we do force a game 5, and that's the course we're on right now, given the advantage EP have, the last draft's going to mean a whole lot.
Yeah, it certainly is. Finally, ADG, they're making a smarter move here. They're just trying to trade cross-map objectives. But in saying that, 2 lanes are being pushed right now by Energy Pacemaker. Might be able to take away everything if they're in a position to do so. You see, with some shields, Amazing J going to be able to pressure here. No, they just rotate into the bottom lane. They'll get 2 for 1 at least.
Yeah, but Raphael doing some good damage there. Kog'Maw continuing to push with the help of Nunu. Now you can see the Bioarcane Barrage keeping him safe. Going to wear off soon, though. But we'll get into range. They use these normal 500 range auto attacks. And that turret, not a lot of AD there for Cog, but dies in a pretty close fashion.
Yeah, it certainly does. So they're able to grab 2 turrets to the 1. They also get even more farm onto their Hecarim, who's now gone into the top lane to pick up a couple of waves of CS. And there's one last thing that you have to mention about a Kog'Maw comp with all of these shields is that they take Baron without taking damage. So from now on, with that bottom lane pushed in, as soon as Amazing J's teleports back, they can just throw all the shields onto Nunu. He takes no damage. Kog'Maw does it extremely quick with the build as well as the W. And they've got every avenue to success right now.
7,000 gold ahead now is a cute little move. They're going to move Kalista very far on top of Raphael. So a bit of Ren damage there coming in by Kalista. Will force Raphael slightly back. Ray actually joining in as well. Home guard, Sorcerer's Shoes there for Rumble, going for some big flanks almost with the champion. He's certainly got the ability to make plays. Ray has been doing so all series long, but he's going to have to find some sick Rumble ultimates to bring ADG back from this.
Yeah, he certainly is, and they're kind of resigned to death brushes now, and that's where you know a game has deteriorated out of control. If you're just looking for huge 5-man ganks, probably not in your favor, as we see Amazing J completely by himself, able to get this turret. Scary thing, if Rumble goes near it, they can probably just dive him.
Yeah, spinning his scythe around, getting just the Shame procs at this point. Doesn't even have the Trinity Force completed, but is not far away off the item. We've seen it. It does take a while for Hecarim to get to this point, and he has to get there in good time, but when that Trinity Force gets completed, Amazing J will be the strongest champion on the map by far.
Yeah, he certainly will be. 4-1 and 2, 166 CS. He probably has it now. I didn't quite catch the cold. He does. And wow, he is so scary.
Yeah, Kalista seems to clear out some waves. No Hurricane just yet, so this will take a little while longer, but nice pierce there, lines them all up. Very good stuff. Nice mechanics.
Yeah, it takes them all down. It's always satisfying when you get to see the gold. When you're behind this far in games, you have to take the little victory, so you would have enjoyed that.
ADG do have to make sure they at least keep control of themselves emotionally here. I mean, this game's not looking good. They can certainly fight back and try and at least make it more even and maybe mount a comeback if it goes longer, but right now, they just have to be thinking, keep focused, make sure we keep playing well, and steel themselves for Game 5, because EP, they're on course now to force a 5th and final game here. And remember, this is single elimination here. Only in the quarterfinals, you need to break through to the final, win your semi in order to qualify for the LPL. And both teams do not want to miss their chance to either go back in if you're EP or get there for the first time if you're ADG.
Yeah, and wow, Jun Jiao, he's being caught out.
Yeah, Amazing J just uses the ulti, challenges there with the smite as well, and basically a solo kill by Hecarim.
Yeah, exactly right. Just pretty fundamental kill being picked up there, and a little bit of an overextension coming through from the Kalista player. You can see not many smiles now on ADG, and I agree with you. They need to keep their spirits up. They won Game 3 in emphatic fashion. It was EP with their back against the walls. This is a big momentum game for them, but ADG need to remember what they've got done in this tournament.
Yep, Ray going to tag Amazing J. Actually might go in the ulti, misses though from Sejuani. Flush, Flay there actually from Shine. And now Bamey coming in as well there. Amazing J just going to buy some time. He will go down, but you can see EP immediately on the Baron.
Yeah, they certainly are. The teleport comes through for Rumble. I don't actually know what he's going to be able to do unless he lands the equalizer of all equalizers to steal it away. See if he can make it happen, but consume smite, pretty good.
He's going in for it, does pop it down. That's not going to steal it though. This is Harpoons actually gets close, but Drizzle had it under control.
Yeah, certainly did. And now Lulu, wow.
Nice Sonya's there from Ray, but Sejuani coming back in. Good Lantern out there as well. Ray will keep alive, but the tidal wave coming in so slow, just misses him there. As will scrap shield his way to safety, but EP still get the Baron buff. They're able to continue their offensive.
Yeah, they just need to go back, recall, pick up the Blade of the Ruin King and siege up with their composition. No point chasing stray kills. Sure, it would have been nice to grab Rumble. He's not a necessity at the moment. 5v5 team fight with that death cap being finished up by Lulu just is all in the favor of Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, I mean, even the Void stuff here for Amy tells you that ADG are really moving into some emergency builds as well. Hurricane not even done for Jin Jiao. He might lose this game before he's able to get the mid-game power spike, and that mid-game's not really going to come here for ADG because ADG have just fallen too far behind.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, unless they really get an unlucky turret dive from Energy Pacemaker where they're able to layer a lot of their CC, like the knock-up coming through from the face call, as well as a great Orianna ultimate onto a like equalizer or something like that to really swing this game around. Just probably going to be talking about the next one. Of course, looking for opportunities. That's what you do in a best-of-5 series. You have to take the good with the bad. They had a great Game 3, not a great Game 4 coming through, but they have to just sit there, look at what they did wrong, discuss it as a team, and see if they can turn things around.
They're trying to 3 or 4 or even 5-man gank Amazing J, but he's buying all the time. It got them a Baron last time. It's going to look to give EP their second Dragon this time, and they might just leave Amazing J in the top, start splitting bot, and with a tier 2 already down in the bottom side, that inhibitor will fall quickly.
Yeah, it certainly will, so they'll see exactly what they can do here. As you mentioned, wow.
Just going in, actually now trying to solo out the Rumble. Amazing J almost gets it done. And you see the problem, everybody leaves to try and gank Amazing J, and he just solos people.
Yeah, exactly right. Now he pushes in on a turret by himself without the Baron. Once again, they bring another 4 members to him, and he just gallops away.
And you can see EP now running down the mid lane with the Baron up. Minion's going to start a siege here on the closer side of the Hecarim, able to join him if he needs to. But he has his teleport as well. He can join them from almost any spot here, and EP just need to start the siege and start breaking the base.
Yeah, once again, Cogmore in the front line. He's staying nice and aggressive. Now that they've brought all their members over, they'll wait for someone to show on Amazing J's side of the map. Have probably one more wave of the Baron, I believe. It might be out.
Amazing J going in. He wants to clear out the turret. Equalize it out as well. Ultimate there, but Amazing J does get the turret. But that will buy ADG a little bit more time.
That's just a bad play from Amazing J. There's no reason to stick around like that. You've got 4 people grouping mid. Just get out. Instead, he costs them the end of their Baron buff. And, you know, he's had a good game. Hecarim's looked much more favorable. He's definitely ahead of his laner, but there's a certain point where you have to just let your teammates carry him. And at this point, it's not about the Hecarim. The comp isn't focused around it. It's about the Cogmore. Just let the group of 4 do work. All you're there to do is attract people to your lane.
Yeah, and I mean, EP actually stuck in the bottom side. Hurricane did get completed by Jinjal, though, so going to start to rip through the big waves with much more efficiency. Kalista sort of primed to start doing some work here in the game, but again, they're just too far behind to really set up a big 5v5 team fight. If they get some picks, though, they can start bringing the gold lead back in their favor.
Yeah, and that's all what it's all about. Like, you saw that they were pushing every lane simultaneously, trying to get some pressure around the base. You die prematurely on Hecarim, and all of a sudden, Kalista's up in CS.
Yeah, Bamey looking for a new to see large rod, finally going to get the death cap moving through as well. Gray, is that a Rylai's he's building?
Yeah, it certainly is going in for Rylai's. Maybe he's going for a Void Staff as well to just try and get some magic penetration through on his build, but would expect the Rylai's to come through a little bit better of a team fight item, and that's where you expect the game to come down to. As we see Cogmore being left the red buff there, so that'll go across against Zhang, to Zhang Ao. And now maybe all the outer turrets going down, the inner's much harder to siege. They just wait for the second Baron because honestly, they kind of wasted the first one.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time here. QSS done for Cogmore as well means Zhang Ao is practically untouchable here in this particular game. Last Whisper coming through for Jinjao, so starting to get stronger again. ADG are hitting their item timings, but it's just a few minutes too late at this point.
Yeah, they just didn't hit it at the same pace as what Energy Pacemaker hit it is more important coming through this one. And we'll see exactly what this means. Teamfight-wise, they still got a great teamfighting comp. It's a little bit different from the Cogmore comp. Relies a lot more synergy to come through still. Cogmore, you kind of just stand in the front, shoot people, and everyone else puts their spells on you. But in saying that, we've seen stranger things happen throughout the entirety of this season. Normally with the Cogmore comp coming back from 10,000 gold deficits, but Orianna, Rumble, Kalista, they're no slouches in the late game.
Yeah, ADG have their playmakers with some high-impact ultimates, so they can make a difference here, but EP are sticking together as a group now. Again, back to the 1-4 split push. Amazing J here in the top lane, and EP is going to continue applying pressure because slowly but surely the base will break.
Yeah, exactly right. They're trying to drag them across the map. It's probably about time that they send Amazing J back. Get whatever gold you have at this point, has about 1,100, and then set up for the Baron again. Send him into the top, bottom lane, make sure he has a teleport available, and just clear out vision, make them face check, win a team fight, win the game.
Yep, Zhang Ao going back here. You can see Raphael with an Aether Wisp in the inventory, so going for a Snowball Lich Bane as well to add some additional damage coming through from the utility champion. Mikhail's done for Nami. Tech items coming through for Amazing J. Even a Warmogs and now an Aegis coming through for Drizzle. Went for the quick Warmogs there, basically just as a snowball item.
Yeah, exactly right. Trying to get as tanky as possible. Kalista notoriously can't deal with HP stackers, so that's exactly what he's gone for there. Expect to see probably the Frozen Heart finished up first for Amazing J to once again just take away any impact Kalista can have on this game. And wow, they're in such a good position, Energy Pacemaker, but if they've done anything, it's muck around in the mid-game way too often during the season, and this seems to be another one of these games that should have probably been over at the 26-minute mark, but it's just been delayed.
Yeah, they've just, played it a little too softly with such an advantage here, and that is giving ADG time to pick up their major items. They're hitting some item timings again. We said they were late, but if they can find some good positions here, they'll actually be able to pull off some great stuff, given that they've now caught back up slightly in items.
Yeah, and the great thing about League of Legends, no matter how good your team comp is, no matter how easy it is to execute, execution is still the aim of the game. And the thing about these high skill cap compositions to execute is the fact that they actually, as a turret goes over to actually ADG.
Oh, might have been caught though. Bubble coming through, doesn't hit though. Shu getting shredded there by Jinjar. Drizzle now going to walk in. Amazing J porting into the back, going in on top of Baby, who goes down. But Jinjar still moving in. Raphael going to get aggressed on a Kalista, doing great damage, gets the double Ray. Good Zombies there as Jinjar still diving in, but taking too much damage. Rumble will fall as well. And ADG, they made a run of it, but EP are going to clean them up.
Yeah, they certainly are, but you could see it was so close, Pastry time. And nearly went pear-shaped as the ace comes through for 2. But in the end, Cogmore reigns supreme on the backline, able to free hit. They took out the 2 supports, but just weren't able to kill the Cog.
And you can see what ADG's team comp wants to do. Use their big zoning control ultimates, get Kalista to isolate targets, and then hop between them to kill them instead of going for big AoE rends. But a little too far behind, and the inhibitor finally falls in the mid lane.
Yeah, so the inhibitor falls. They probably have free reign of this Baron as well if they want to go for it. Wow, that's a serious look if I've ever seen one. No fun and games going on right now in this game.
Nope, no Garen dancing this time for Amazing J. It is all business right now. And EP, I can't blame them. They've got to close out this game and force the 50 because ADG, they are still showing fight despite the deficit.
Yeah, exactly right. They hit some threshold 3-item spikes off mid and AD at the moment. They're pinging back. They don't want to maybe face check this Baron, so they'll let it go. It goes across to Energy Pacemaker, who will reset. Oh, wow, they're getting so greedy. They're going for a dragon as well. There are holes in EP's game, even though they're so far ahead and played it so well. I just think they're a really greedy team.
I mean, yeah, they've certainly played quite greedily in this game. This Dragon, as it turns out, given the big bottom wave, is actually quite safe, so not too bad there. Now going to go back and spend their gold, have full advantages now, moving into potentially their final push here with 3 Dragons up to 1. An absolute embarrassment of gold here up as well, but again, the game's just maybe gone 6 minutes too far.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know what? What ADG takes from this game is the fact that even when we were so far behind, we look like we were executing just as well in team fights. All they have to do is avoid getting behind in the early game. That nightmare team fight that happened where they were able to give Cogmore the double kill and triple kill, I think it was, and a couple of kills over to Amazing J and Drizzle where they just got really tanky. They avoid that first dragon fight. All of a sudden, this game looks completely different.
Yeah, and ADG clearing out waves well. They've got decent wave clear with the Orianna zone. Kalista, especially when she gets free time with the waves, will push them out quickly with the Hurricane. QSS now done for Kalista there as well. So again, starting to see the potential of fights here for ADG. Still behind a monstrous amount of gold with a 10k deficit, but if EP don't execute these last few minutes well, ADG might keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, exactly right. All they have to do is keep stalling. They're getting to the point, and that was a Void Staff in the top lane, where they do meaningful damage now. The Death Cap's finished on Orianna. QSS, as you mentioned. Sejuani only going to get tankier, gets much stronger as the game goes on. So as we keep mentioning, Energy Pacemaker, they're way ahead in this game. But there just looks to be some holes.
Yeah, I mean, just not quite executing cleanly. That was our question in this series. We've noticed that EP did this in the LPL where they would get ahead but not be able to close out games. In ADG, as an LPL team, we maybe expect they're a big mid-game snowball team, big early game as well. Maybe they can't quite close that clean. A great equalize lands on the Zangao. QSS is out of the Rumble ulti though, and Sejuani just can't get in. Jinjo gets wrecked by Hecarim. Shine going down as well, and EP just too far ahead at this point. Baimi will go down there as well, despite the nice shockwave, and they're going to force a game 5.
Yeah, so they're able to get in, finally close it out. Took 33 minutes, but Energy Pacemaker, they take game 4. We're going to a 5.
We are indeed. The surrender comes through for ADG. They know the game is done. And a big game here coming up for both these teams. This is the quarterfinals of the summer promotion spawner. We're going to a 5th game.
And they still don't look happy on Energy Pacemaker's lineup. In fact, I'm going to say ADG look a little bit more calm.
Yeah, slightly. I mean, not the happiest face there on your screen, but still focused in, know that they can do it. Are confident in the series, you have to think, after being up 2-1. Nobody wants to go to a game 5 because you just play one game with everything on the line, but that's what we've got here.
But in saying that, Pastry time, at the bottom of my notes in big bold writing is ADG are great at cheese. And if there's ever a time to bring it out, it might be a Game 5.
Well, it might be as well. We'll see what cheese ADG can find. But our fifth and final game for today's summer promo is coming right up. And welcome back, everyone, to our final game of today's LPL Summer Promotion quarter-final between AD Gaming and Energy Pacemaker. My name is Julian Patrick. Joining with me for the final time for tonight, at least, is Jake Spawn Tiberian. We have been on a roller coaster today.
We certainly have. Actually started off last night if we want to go super deep, because World Elite and EDG went to 5 as well. Now Energy Pacemaker versus ADG. This is a promotion tournament, and one of these teams will go through to face Masters 3 for that spot in the LPL.
Yeah, there's that semi-final spot open on this side of the bracket, of course. Still haven't played the other side yet, but M3 are eagerly awaiting their opponents here. Took a great 3-0 yesterday to push themselves straight into that semi-final, and now a hard-fought battle is going to see which team gets to play them.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I really want to see this pick ban phase pastry, because, wow, we have it straight away. Because the games really have looked crazy from that point of view.
Yeah, draft has been a big important thing here. So EP on the blue side for our final game. ADG over on the red. Rek'Sai banned away by EP. Lulu smart ban there from ADG.
Yeah, it just shuts down the Juggernaut comp straight away. I wonder if they also hit Drizzle's Nunu, because that's actually looked fairly impressive.
I agree. I mean, they banned it away and had a pretty easy game of it once they did that. So Riven banned again. Ray will not get that in their last game, unfortunately for him. There's the Nunu banned away from Drizzle, though, and these teams, again, after a 5-game series, you start to really develop habits on what you should be banning by the last game.
Yeah, well, the thing is that ADG, they get ahead playing mid-game comps really well, whereas Energy Pacemaker, they like to have the scaling, but still play fairly early. So I just think it's really smart to ban those picks, and wow, they're completely reacting to last game, also getting rid of the FLICKR, because now it sets up for a mid-game versus mid-game fight.
And that's probably where ADG want to be, but we've seen both teams can be explosive. Cassiopeia, the last ban there from Energy Pacemaker, is amazing, Jay, considering what he wants. No Hecarim this time. That was a big force in the series so far. And we talked about it before. EP, we think we sort of know what to expect, but ADG might have something crazy to throw at us.
Yeah, they certainly might. Energy Pacemaker, they've done it before as well, so we'll have to see how it goes. It is Thresh being picked up for Shu first up. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Nautilus for Shine coming through in response. Very strong lane, particularly if you throw a Callista in there. That's got mid-game written all over it.
Yeah, Annie open as well. Haven't seen her at all, maybe once, I think, in this series.
I think Shu played it once.
Yep, I think so as well, but been surprisingly people going back to the harder engaged champs here. What are you doing, Ray? Is Chu Xiaoyin going to highlight the Elise once again? He said he's been okay, I think, through this series, but just get more mid-game power in there, at least from the jungle. But ADG might be going real deep already on the first pick. No, swaps away just at the last second. It's not Shen, it's Jarvan Elise.
Yeah, top lane Jarvan coming through for Ray. Maybe even a mid lane flex. Hell, it could be a potential double bruiser bot lane. I don't know what these guys are going to bring out. As we see Drizzle, he's highlighting the Lee Sin. He went off on one of his Lee Sin games. Really does look confident on that. And I agree, if they're willing to go mid-game with jungler, you can go mid-game with jungler.
Yeah, Drizzle can at least keep his lanes up with the early pressure from Lee Sin and then still provide some utility late game as well. Lee Sin, such a weird champion as far as his power goes, but almost always relevant at any stage of the game. And that's a pick away. Amazing Jay going to go to Maokai for the final game, and Drizzle does lock in Lee Sin.
Yeah, so Drizzle, Lee Sin, that's a good front line already coming through. 3 very beefy members that will continue to scale up as the game goes on. All 3 kind of have all game-catching... Wait. Start that again. All 3 kind of have game-changing catches as well. Lee Sin with his kick, the hook that can come through, not to mention the fact that Maokai, if he's able to get onto an important target with that WC, sees them for days. So I like what Energy Pacemaker are going with so far. They do have a recipe to win this final game.
And he locked in, though, coming through. That Shine's first play in the series, I believe, and Jin Jiao going to go back to Sivir. We've seen this look from ADG before. Don't know quite what Bamey's going to pick. They have to think his mid lane's being left open. But if ADG take this game, it should be a quick one.
They have like this human wrecking ball of just pop the Sivir ult, get in there and crash into the Energy Pacemaker lineup. Have to see how that works out, because Raphael, he's hovering in his ear. That's a big stop sign in the middle of the initiate.
Yeah, it's great. I wonder what Zhang Yao's going to play. That's my big question. Callista is open, but I don't fancy Callista against this much engage, especially. You can see Zhang Yao looking a little tense. He's kind of thinking back and forth, doesn't really know what he wants, but they are going to lock in Callista Azir as their last picks.
And a lot of pressure now on Raphael to get the perfect Emperor's Divide. Really shove everyone off Zhang Yao so he can get some work done.
That's not Katarina.
That isn't Katarina.
I mean, Bamey has had to open all series. ADG stopped playing it. They do lock in the Xerath, but again, lots of mid-game power. Xerath doesn't quite fit in with the comp, but he does just add a bit more versatility to the team comp.
Well, the one thing, again, there's synergy between Ray and Bamey. So Ray is kind of like the basketball hoop, and Bamey's kind of the ball just being dunked repetitively on top, especially if he adds something like a Hydra in there. He gets on top of Raphael or gets on top of Zhang. Out there is an easy way that they can blow it up really early in the game. So it kind of fits in. It's not part of the rush composition. Gives them more of a backline artillery feel, but you do think there can be something there in the comp.
Yeah, can certainly add plenty of damage into the comp as we're going to go through the matchups as well. For our final game, it's Maokai versus Jarvan to start things in the top lane. Ray's been wonderful all series long. Can he carry from the top lane?
Yeah, we'll see if he can get it done. Lee Sin versus the Elise coming through as Drizzle takes on Xi Xiaoyin. Jungle has been back and forth.
It has really. They both had good games and not so great games, to be honest, as Raphael Bamey going to take Azir Xerath, another classic matchup. Zhang back on Kalista, Jinjiao on Sivir for the second time in the series. And last but not least, very aggressive, engage heavy on the bottom side, Annie versus Thresh.
Yeah, so we'll have to see who gets ahead in this laning phase. We used to see M3 repetitively bring out this combo, the Kalista Thresh, get a quick level 2, try and take over the lane, get really snowballed and ahead. But you think with the Annie, there's, once again, some nice CC that can come out, stop all of that aggression.
Yeah, Annie's great at stopping Kalista in her tracks. We've seen Nautilus be popular for that reason, but Annie's almost just as good as Nautilus is as well. So it's going to be an explosive final game here. Both teams have certainly struggled moving towards the latter stages of games, but they both have some good comps to bring them into their final game.
Yeah, they both have kind of mid-game comps again. Raphael, probably the hardest scaling champion, with Azir going to come through and really get things started.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, though, as we move straight into our final game. And welcome back here for our fifth and final game. So you're just waiting for the game to start. Having a slight issue there. Seems like one of the players hasn't quite loaded in yet, but you can see players looking focused, starting to rub their eyes. It's been a long afternoon of playing for them, or at least for us. I don't quite know what time it is in Shanghai right now. But it's been a long series. It takes a toll on you.
Yeah, it certainly does. And, you know, I think they started around midday. Might be around
whatever time it is now. I don't know what time it is.
about 5 o'clock for them.
Sure.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, I mean, a long day. We saw Zhang at the end of the fourth game, actually, head in his hands, basically face-palming on the desk, being like, how did that happen? Looked so deflated, but a bit more energetic now. Back on Kalista, one of his comfort picks for the final game here. And I have to say, win, lose, or draw, it's been a great series for both of them.
Yeah, it certainly has. And, you know, they've shown some different things. Energy Pacemakers still don't look like they've got over their hump of, I guess, closing things out in the mid-game. Been pretty heavily criticized all series long, but they definitely still look like they can play some early game composition. Same could maybe be said for ADG. They closed out a lot quicker when they got ahead, but it kind of seems that they just roll the dice. If they get ahead, fantastic. If not, they really don't have an answer. Yeah,
and again, they do play well around each other in the later stages of the game. It's, again, that same duo, Ray and Bamey in the top and mid lane, as the fellow Koreans have looked great all series long, but they're not always putting it together. Their drafts have been, it's been crazy drafting actually throughout the entire series for both of the teams here. So be interested to see how this last game goes. And Ray is really committing here on the top lane Jarvan.
Yeah, certainly is. So we'll see exactly how that one works out. Jarvan has some interesting spikes in his kit. Level 2 is really strong. His passive is ridiculously strong throughout the entirety of the laning phase. But Maokai, with the usual Maokai build we see, of course going that Righteous Glory into some armor, might be able to equalize this lane, become that big tanky beast, and there's not really a tank buster on the lineup of ADG to deal with that.
Yeah, it feels like in general, ADG again just want to get ahead in the early game and then snowball that through the mid game. EP have a couple more options for scaling, but again, we've seen both these teams win when they get ahead early and then are able to carry that eventually into either a mid game or a late game advantage. Unfortunately, only one team can do that here in this game.
Yeah, exactly right. So we'll have to see how it works out. Lane swaps seem to have fit ADG better. Standard lanes seem to be what Energy Pacemaker will look to do, but ADG with a longsword on Jarvan. That's probably going to be a standard lane.
Yeah, nice and aggressive here. I think Jarvan does want the 1v1. So onto the rift for our final game between Energy Pacemaker and AD Gaming. It's been a hard-fought battle here in the Summer Promotion Series, but only one team can make it to the semi-final against Master 3.
Yeah, so we'll actually get to see who it is with this game, Pastry Time. They've left us waiting all afternoon, but they're finally underway, and we'll see exactly how it goes. Best of one now. Everything on the line. See whether cooler heads prevail with Energy Pacemaker being able to eke their way into a win, or whether ADG are explosive enough to close this one out.
We'll have to see. And just looking through some of the early items, nothing particularly out of the ordinary, except maybe in the mid lane there for ADG. Baby, I didn't quite remember if he did this in the first game when he played Xerath into Azir, but here's a Crystalline Flask to start that lane.
Yeah, just looking for some stain. Also going at least 9 points into utility there. So he's got some biscuits instead of some potions. Of course, they're much better for you.
I mean, I think we noted earlier he ran out of mana quite early trying to harass the Azir down. So maybe thinking, you know what? If I'm going to harass him down, I'll constantly use my abilities. I just need significantly more sustain to keep that pressure up.
Yeah, definitely looks to be the case. Actually recalling to pick up another potion as well, as the lane swap does come through from both teams. Scouted out by Energy Pacemaker, maybe, but that's a pretty dangerous lane.
I mean, it's weird because I'm not sure if either team, like which lanes they want here. From my perspective, it seems like ADG are happy with standard lanes, but maybe they're trying to swap the Kalista away. That would make sense away from the Annie. They are strong early if they can sneak into a brush show, but Shine's already spotted them.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes because they've spotted each other. Now, big pings coming out. Amazing Jay, he's going to be able to pick up his own camp for himself. Great. Ray, sorry. Wow.
Yep.
Going to be able to do the same.
Yeah, going to take away the Wolves as well. Jarvan, of course, was a jungler not too long ago here in this season of League of Legends, but has certainly fallen away for a pick for most of them. But Ray does like the top lane. Jarvan's played it a couple times in the LSPL, I believe, so he'll take it here and hit level 2.
Yeah, certainly will. But Amazing Jay, much quicker jungler at the moment. He's going to be able to get ahead a little bit further in this lane. Actually gets a couple of shots in there from his jungler to help him out. And Maokai, he's going to have much more experience coming into lane.
Yeah, first teleport, though, does come for Jarvan, who's going to move down. Just some potions and a ward there moving in, possibly again expecting the swap. But both top laners will finally meet each other. But Amazing Jay's gone back, and he's got a cloth armor.
Yeah, that is so cute from Amazing Jay as well. Some harass.
Yeah, Jinjao on the top lane has to be careful. Kalista level 2, so good. Shine gets nailed by a hook, though, and the Rend is going to come in. Didn't actually use the spears onto Jinjao, I don't think, but good harass by Kalista Thresh.
Yeah, because of the spell shield, had to hold off for a little bit longer, which meant that it didn't go through onto Jinjao, but getting it down onto Annie, that's good. It will burn through some of the early consumables.
Good stuff there, Amazing Jay. Going to push these waves out. Should be quite a lot of farming here, if it, at least if the lane's going Maokai's way. He doesn't really want any shenanigans to happen, but Ray, happy to scale up, and I hope he goes damage here, because he does need to try and assassinate the carries here on Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, well, it's certainly going to be a brutalizer, if not maybe that Tiamat coming through, because he has a longsword. So he has to go damage, otherwise he might just sit on it forever, I guess.
I mean, it depends how much damage, I guess. Yeah, expecting the longsword to go into something, but does he feel like he has to go randoms? Maybe a Warmogs to be another frontliner. I mean, with Elise here, maybe you want to be a tank just because that will actually provide a frontliner. As Jinjao gets nailed by a hook, ignited and flayed back as well. Pierce will just miss there as it didn't even pop the spell shield, but Sivers forced away already.
Yeah, and popped the, wow.
Good cocoon there onto Drizzle. Damage coming in as Elise happy to fight here. Red buff still doing work as well. The range from Elise really abusing Lee Sin, but now with Marco rotating up as well, Elise forced to back away. In fact, Amazing Jay gonna flash forward, gets a twisted advance, forced to flash. Raphael gets blocked away. Drizzle tags him with a Q, but does not follow in.
Yeah, so a really aggressive move out of Amazing Jay there. Gets the flash out of the jungler. Probably not worth it for the top laner to give it up. Although with the cloth armor, he's relatively safe in his lane, you would have to think. And already some counter jungling coming through from Drizzle.
And Drizzle not on the Nunu, but still playing aggressively in the enemy jungle here on Lee Sin. We've talked about Drizzle's Lee Sin pressure. It's been fantastic all throughout the LPL season this spring, but he's doing it once again now in a very, very crucial game for his team.
Yeah, and wow, already an early advantage from that trade went across to the Kalista. Able to force the Sivir back. Jinjao actually has to pick up a second Duran's Blade, and you never want to have to do that. As Ray, good ward. We'll spot out the gank coming through from Drizzle. Nothing much going to happen in this bottom lane.
Yeah, gone are the days where double Durance was a standard pickup on 80 carries. Much prefer now to rush towards your big ticket items ASAP. Just get some flat AD, and Jinjao, that is certainly a defensive option here.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, I'm really surprised they went towards it. Normally, ADs do anything they can to avoid the double Dorans to the extent where we normally see Longsword picked up, even if it's not going to build into anything until later, just because at least it gives you bang for buck eventually. But in the end, Jin Jiao decides he needs it to win the laning phase, and not surprised. That's what ADG is all about, getting ahead in the laning phase, crushing mid-game.
Yeah, Elise is up here as well, so certainly still demonstrating that style here in the last game of the best of 5. Trying ready for a stun, but EP are playing safely back in, knowing that Elise probably hanging out in the brush, who's already recalled away.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be that way. Just pointing out the mid lane matchup, we mentioned the flash start already. Doesn't look to have made any difference because this is it. Still even in CS, still forced out all the potion. Maybe a little bit more mana available is all, but still seems to be going pretty well for the Azir in a counter matchup.
Yeah, Raphael's played wonderfully on Azir when he got it in Game 1 and looks to be on the rise here in Game 5 as well. Lancer coming in, great spell shield over. Drizzle follows in, dodges the hook though, will Sivir. But the Q finally going to tag in, gets the slow there. Zhangao comes in with the random. First blood goes to Kalista.
And that is so good for Kalista. Forces a double Doran start out and still manages to pick up first blood. Not to mention a huge CS advantage. Zhangao really rolling in this game.
Yeah, but at least trying to take the dragon here will get the trade, or at least attempt to. Drizzle sticking in the top side should leave Elise with enough time, but we've seen a lot of junglers solo dragon at level 4. Elise is having a bit of a struggle here.
Yeah, able to get through in the end. She stays relatively healthy. The Spiderlings can tank it up. She does percentage health damage, so should be fine doing it. But all in all, that is much better news. 1,000 gold lead early for Energy Pacemaker. That's really good.
Dragon, though, does get taken away. Smites early, actually. Amazing Jay here, but throws the sapling in just to get the bad news, and will now go back as well.
Yeah, so he'll be able to head back. I wonder if they swap the lanes back. They do. They send the Kalista now with a BF sword into the 1v2 lane. Try and pick on this Jarvan. Really like it because Jarvan, he's going full offensive.
Yep, wants that Tiamat here. Double longsword plus a pickaxe. Really wants to get aggressive, but like you said in the 2v1, going to struggle there. If he does maybe have some jungle pressure coming, that's a good, strong 2v2 from ADG, but already have to be concerned about Zhangao's Kalista. We've seen what happens when he gets going.
Yeah, you certainly do. You also have to be worried about Raphael in the mid lane. He's doing some work here.
Yeah, getting aggressive onto Bamey there, who's, again, on the Xerath, at least slightly the counter matchup, semi-counter matchup at least coming through for Azir. Spiderling tanks that one up. Drizzle takes it away, but Bloober gonna get sniped away. No, Drizzle steals it.
Yeah, Drizzle able to grab it. That's even better news for the Azir player. You see, Bamey, he's already so low on mana, and without that blue buff, no Chalice either. Instead went for a very greedy Codex to grab the CDR there. Might be able to get shoved out of lane.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Bamey Xerath looked fine, especially comboing with Ray's ultimates, but it's really been ADD's mid-game team fighting that I think's impressed me most. Their landing has been good sometimes, but it's been strong early game play that's got them to a mid-game where they can start to excel, and when they combo well together, especially the top and mid laners, they look wonderful.
Yeah, they certainly do, and wow, you just saw Ray. He does so much damage already. That's 2 Qs, and Zhang Ao's at half health. He doesn't have much sustain, only some potions. So you do still need to respect this all AD Jarvan. You can see they don't want much to do with him.
No, it's 1v2, and he's actually getting ahead in this lane almost. Level 7 now as well. Ultimate ready to go. If Elise does pop down to the bottom side with EP this far extended, that is going to be a good kill potentially, but Ignite comes through. Does use the ulti now as well. Actually used it to escape there. Very smart stuff, and Shu gets Fates called out at the last second and just stays alive.
Yeah, so able to stay alive, but they get everything off Jarvan, including the flash. And this is always the worry about assassination. Jarvan does so much damage, but he's kind of really good at going forward and really bad at getting out.
Yeah, and Kalista thankfully able to get Shu out there. It was a wonderful play to almost get a kill in a 1v2 situation, but we'll take the creeps as they come in instead. We'll go back, probably have to burn the teleport again, just to be able to get back to lane in time. And he's come down, but it's too late here. Ray needed a little bit of help to get some kills and get snowballing, but instead, Kalista's just happily farming away.
Yeah, and instead it gives 2 CS advantages across. One to the Maokai, one to the Kalista. Every lane winning in quite emphatic fashion right now for Energy Pacemaker. Even they're pinging out Sivir for a bit of a turret dive. Ray stayed in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. He's doing okay in the lane. Probably feels like if people do come down, he will have pressure here. But Sivir's actually recalling BF Sword now up for Jin Jiao, so maybe going to look to swap back. In fact, they are just currently on the verge of swapping around as Ray's just got his Tiamat.
Yeah, so Ray grabs Tiamat. He's at a very good point in the game. See a couple of members hanging around mid lane trying to get a gank onto Azir, standing on top of a pink ward. So they know they're not scattered out. But Raphael, he's playing much more composed this time around. Now they're trying to collapse on bot.
And the dagger and BF sword here coming through for Zhangao means that that tower, if they free hit it, going to take quite a bit of damage. Sivir has rotated down as well, but a 2v2 lane at this point for EP, probably not something they're too afraid of.
Yeah, they're definitely not afraid of it, but until they have that... Oh, Fake Call's back up, so yeah, they're not afraid.
No, I mean, Anti-stun comes in. You have to kind of kill the Kalista in the round of spells, but Thresh can then peel away. Always tricky to kill Kalista lanes because their support always feels so safe with their ultimate available, but Zhangao right now probably not even too worried about that, looking to get aggressive and take the turret.
Yeah, he's looking to get up and I guess still show that aggression. The good thing about Kalista lanes is you kind of, especially with Thresh, you just split up, and on one side if they go on Thresh, you fake call him out. If they go on you, he just lanterns you away, so you're relatively safe in both situations. There's not really a good target unless you can 100-0 the Kalista.
Well,
that's really your only choice.
Ray's coming in for some 100-0ing of his own, but good ward there. Will spot it off, and Raphael will back out from under his turret. Make no mistake, Jarvan, if he gets on top of someone, does ridiculous damage, but Ray has been denied at every turn so far.
Yeah, he certainly has, and they were just once again walking in, trying to get some relief for Xerath because it's been relentless so far. Not to mention the fact that there's next to no kill potential on Maokai. Ray at this point wants to be snowballing lane, so there's not really much point him being up there. Just push it out, go to another lane, see if you can get something, go back up top, continue to farm.
Yeah, and behind on CS there to Amazing J as well. Did well to get the CS that he's gotten, but if he'd stuck a bit in the top lane, he would have equalized or probably taken over Maokai in CS. Still feels confident, you have to think, in the matchup, but with the tower gone now as well, he's kind of running out, he's run out of a safe spot to farm.
Yeah, he certainly has. Look, it will continue to push in. I don't think there's much kill potential for Maokai to kill him, but I do not think, wow.
Ooh, stun just missing there, and again ADG come to the mid lane, but instead Elise gets hooked away. Flay back there as well. Repel will bring her straight back down. Flashes over the wall to the Dragon Pit though, but Elise can't do that again.
Yeah, and look, they've got everything that they wanted. The Dragon's about to come up. Drizzle takes some poke, but 30 seconds, you feel that that's going to be Energy Pacemaker in the driver's seat to take that one over.
And Raphael still pushing in. Athene's now finished for Azir as well. Real tanky at this point in the game, and ADG not looking so good in the jungle items.
Yeah, they're just a little bit further behind. The Sidestone was picked up first for Lee Sin. Not really the option coming through here for the Elise player, but you see, how many longswords is Ray going to pick up?
Well, he's got 4 so far, I believe. Raphael gets stunned. Finally, Cocoon lands in as well. No shocking orb to come through. Ultimate channel by Zera. Needs one more ball. Can't find it. Oh, just missing there is Shine in here as well, but Ray's also come through. Amazing J teleports in. It just gets a kill and a support.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up a kill, and they use so much to try and get in there on Azir. This is what we said about this team. Very good at going forward, but the big Emperor's Divide comes through, able to cut everyone off, and they're going for very snowbally builds here on ADG's side, but it's not working out this time around. 2,500 gold, the lead for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, Dragon up as well. EP might look to pick up their first, but instead going to get the kill onto Jin Zhao. Ward's in there as well. Does get hooked. Great spell shield. Never mind.
Yeah, so they're just looking to once again invade the blue buff. Probably not going to be able to grab it this time, although they really want it.
Good Cocoon there. Smite comes through for Drizzle. Does steal it away.
Yeah, but they might fight here.
Yeah, Sivir ulti coming through. They do want to fight. Amazing J diving back in. Ray, though, diving in on top of them, trying to peel the Maka. But a great kick there by Lee Sin. Jin Zhao going to get chased through by Drizzle as well. Ray gets to the backline, picks up Lee Sin, diving onto the Kalista as well, but forced to flush out. Still chasing in there. Jin Zhao finally dies to Amazing J. Ray somehow gets the kill onto Kalista, but finally dies, and it's a bloodbath. 3 for 2.
3 for 2. They get the blue buff in the end. They're going to be able to stop the junglers back as well, so that will mean a Dragon and Energy Pacemaker really putting it on for the last game of this series. But God, it's going to be crazy. There's a Brutalizer now picked up as well
yeah,
for Jarvan.
you saw Ray again. Some crazy team fight, and he managed to find 2 kills onto priority targets and only just died towards the end of it.
Yeah, the scary thing, though, is that Amazing J, he's 3-0-1, already has his Righteous Glory. Going to go back with 1,500 gold. He'll have a Frozen Heart in no time, and from there, you just feel that no one is going to be able to cut down the tree.
No, I mean, Amazing J certainly caused chaos in that fight as well. If we're going to credit Ray for performing admirably, definitely hats off to Amazing J for zoning out absolutely everyone.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is the thing about Maokai. He just gets one item, dives on the back line, and as Atlas likes to say, becomes immortal.
He does become immortal there. And Amazing J not really a pick we associate with him that often is the Maokai, but playing it still the same style, getting aggressive for his team. He's always been a big playmaker and initiator. And Zhanghao's Kalista with an early Hurricane actually trying to speed up that Bloodthirster timing. It does auto-push the waves for you, but when your team's this aggressive, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it certainly doesn't. It's Amazing Jay going in again.
Yeah, he's actually got no help coming. Oh, no help right now, but Drizzle is coming along the way. Bami's actually in here as well, but Drizzle's straight in there. Azir comes in as well. Kick just wide, though, is Amazing Jay. Still diving in. Will get the kill under the turret. Ray's here as well. They're looking for the dunk. Good Emperor's Divide to kick them back, and Bami getting too low. Forced to flash away. Amazing Jay will get taken out by Ray, though. And a good little trade there, 1 for 1.
Yeah, good trade, 1 for 1 against the Tide, more importantly. Ray comes in, and he does so much damage at this point in the game. Really is an assassin on Jarvan, picks himself up a blue buff as well, which will only help. And the reason that the Hurricane build is good this time around is because there's no tank. Really only, wow.
Yep, ultimate being popped there, going on to Zhanghao. Shine coming through, Ray's down the bottom with the TP. Now uses the dunk on the shoe, will follow through again. They'll happily dive, you have to think at this point. No, not at all.
Yeah, so still no tank coming through there. They didn't burn Tibbers, but wow, Ray on the back line. If he's able to continue this form, now 3-1-1, going back with another 1,400 gold, he's going to be able to tear them apart. If he gets anywhere near Raphael Zhang, it's going to be bad news.
Yeah, and you can see that's Ray, I believe, focused in this last game here, and I can't blame him. He's looking good so far at 3-1-1, but needs to continue this performance. ADG, however, they're going to get the bottom outer turret.
Yeah, so they're able to ping back that lead. It's now only about 2,000 gold, and he's going full snowball. Going to pick up a Last Whisper as his third item, and this is really, once again, a 30-minute game coming through from them. They want to finish it early.
Oh, hook there, lands onto Elise. Flare will come through. Drizzle again nails him with the ultimate. Elise trying to find somewhere to go. Does have flash, but didn't find ink. Actually gets to the Krugs. Flash coming back off cooldown. Maybe can kite away for long enough. There's no turret here, though, and I think Xin Xiaoyu has actually done it. Cocoon there onto Drizzle will keep him safe for a little while longer, but there are no friends left here for Elise. Spiderling takes up one shot. Does get flayed back, though, and Raphael gets the kill.
They betrayed him. The Spiderlings brought the Lee Sin closer. They were, of course, going to get that kill. But a good answer coming from Energy Pacemaker, but they give away topside advantage. Ray going to absolutely tear through structures with the attack speed he's able to get from his standard.
Yeah, but EP still pushing in the bottom side. The Hurricane decimating these waves in the bottom side of the map. So EP going to pressure it onto a tier 2 turret now. Scrying will spot them out, though, and EP pushing in for a mid-outer as well.
Yeah, and with the Maokai around, they have very real dive potential. It has to be respected. No teleport available. Xerath, fantastic at clearing out waves, but still can't defend his turret.
Yeah, good rotation there by EP, able to get the 3 outer turrets down. Ray does finally answer in the top side with the Jarvan, and might be looking for someone moving back to get a kill here. Again, if Jarvan can find some good flanks and get onto key members, he can be an assassin and carry for his team, but EP are getting stronger and stronger, and that gold lead back to about 3,000 ahead.
Yeah, certainly is Amazing J. Ray. They're about to bump heads into each other.
Yeah, Ray, don't think he can fight this one. Maokai a little too tanky. Massive arcane smash gets him out, though, of the EQ, and now Ray going to get chased down. I don't think you can believe that happened, but Righteous Glory coming in. Drizzle will join in as well and get outplayed. Amazing J, what a performance.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Just interrupting the EQ coming through from Jarvan. That's just a heads-up play. It's one of those reactionary things where as soon as he held it, because you saw him go in, he threw the sapling, W to him, and he held the Q, so it was definitely deliberate coming through there, so just a really heads-up performance.
Wonderful stuff there. Understand the interactions very well. Not super surprising, Amazing J has played his fair share of pretty crazy top laners here, but EP getting aggressive onto the blue buff again. Hook onto Shine does land. Shocking up through there to try and peel. Shine actually going onto Raphael, but Annie does go down. Dragon back in a minute 10. EP all over the map right now.
Yeah, and that was the teleport coming through from Amazing J to grab a kill. They're going back in.
Yep, they are going to re-engage here. Drizzle with a good flank. Cocoon goes wide there. Drizzle dives in. The Flake comes back there. Shu doing well there as a kick comes back in there. Elise will come back down, but nowhere good to go. Dives, he lands onto the ground. Ray diving in massively, going in 1v4. Gets 2 kills, though, with the rest of them, but now Jin Zhao going to get chased down. Can't fight them off. Might get a 3rd kill. Doesn't even. And Amazing J gets a triple.
Yeah, triple kill picked up for Amazing J, and that's a member you don't want to get fed. He's just getting tankier and tankier as the game goes on. You understand exactly what Ray was trying to do. All the cooldown expended. Thinks he can get in, get some AoE across with a Sivir, but in the end, probably not worth it.
No, I don't think so at all. And Ray, again, he's had so many moments where he's willing to dive in and just try and get some kills, but every time he does it, his team's falling further and further behind. It gets to a point where he can't do it anymore.
Yeah, if we take another look at it, a really good Lee Sin Q coming through here. Would have been tempting to kick back Bamey, but understands that they can take him without the ultimate. Instead, sets up the play onto Xin Xiaoyin. And this is the confusing bit. Goes in, gets a huge dunk over the back, able to take a member out. In fact, they get 2. But when you're behind, it actually snowballs the opposite way if you give away 2-for-2 trades, because you catch up a tiny bit, but you're exponentially making the other team stronger.
And Amazing J happy again, but in the picture-in-picture, Shine gets picked off one more time as EP go for their second Dragon.
Yeah, so Dragon going to go across there. And now you think maybe a Desperation Baron. What do ADG have up their sleeve? Because playing Standard isn't going to work against an absolutely massive Maokai.
No, this lead here mounting as well. 5,000 gold ahead now for Energy Pacemaker. And it's not just Maokai that's now the problem. Kalista going for lots of different items. It has the Hurricane and about every other 80 item in the book so far. So going to finish a different mix of items, kind of moving in for half a BT and half a Last Whisper, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll be able to check out what goes through there. You also see Lee Sin picks up the Hex Drinker this time around. Drizzle thinks that he has a little bit of AD up his sleeve. See if that works out for him. They're contesting the blue buff, though. Yeah,
they are going to try and go in for it. Driver wants to steal a hook, though. Lands in onto Ray, but Shrew might just get caught out. It takes too much damage, but will get away. Fate's Call helps him out. Ray too far forward now after all that. And Thresh actually ends up with the kill. Raphael getting chased down, but Amazing J taking up so much damage. Shine's going to go down in the collateral as well. Jinjiao will fall, and EP just wrecking them now. 4 kills for 1.
Yeah, they're able to clean that fight up. Only the Elise survives on the back end. Being hunted down now by 2 members of Energy Pacemaker.
Gonna find Drizzle, might be able to get a kill here actually, but a third Ginner joining with the Lantern. Cinderhawk makes Lee Sin a little too tanky, and once again, Rappel gonna move him down and dies immediately.
Yeah, and Amazing J sitting there tanking Baron at 22 minutes, only loses half of his health. He lost nothing throughout the entirety of that fight. Have to back away because Ray, he still does really worthwhile damage. That's nearly a Quadra sitting
He's
there.
actually TPing in already, so a smart recall there. Oh my god, he's going in, but he ganks the minions instead. Realized that they're probably all gone.
Yeah, picks the wrong way. Actually has home guard Mobies for a snowball item.
I mean, it makes sense. He knows he has to make big plays. We've seen him make huge ultis from behind on Nara in game 1. Probably feels like he's in a very similar position in that game, honestly. And if he can find the right targets, it'll look good. But as he said, the more he does this, he does counter jungle away the red buff. His team will just keep falling further and further behind. The gold lead massive now, about 8k.
Yeah, that's real brave. He might even have been caught out here.
Doesn't quite have flag for 6 seconds, but will walk out pretty casually as it turns out. You can look down as well. ADG building up towards their major items, but Death Gap still on the way for Bamey, and the Zeal there as well for Siva. Those double Dorans really sticking out like a sore thumb for Jinjiao.
Yeah, they certainly are. See if he's able to make the build work in the end. He's about 30 CS behind to make matters worse. And once again, setting up for another Baron. They understand exactly where the objective is. And when you've got a Maokai this tanky, why not just go for it? Repetitively set up, because they're going to have to come face check you, and you have very good insurance with the Azir, with the Kalista being able to secure objectives so well.
And you can see now Ray, longswords 5 and 6 of the game, I believe, now in his inventory. So another 2 going through. Hookdo does land onto Elise. Q comes out as well. Ray looking to get the dunk onto Zango. That's a good target. Does get the kill, Will Siva. And ADG all of a sudden catch EP out of position, but they're still fighting in. Have to back away from the Azir ultimate. Amazing J come through as well. And there's a hook onto Elise. Pretty tanky though, as Elise repels away as Shu goes down. Shine gets that kill. Dives onto Raphael to buy time, but Amazing J still so tanky. They're just trying to find a line, but Ray getting too low now as he Drizzle dives into the back. Amazing J gets a kill there along with Lee Sin. Shine will go down there as well, and that's a 4-for-2 trade.
And there is legitimately no way they kill Maokai anymore. He is just so huge. You see, with everyone spamming abilities in the team fight, he just gets so much health back. Just craziness. That was the only member that probably couldn't have got fed. If you have a damage dealer fed and you're this Jarvan at this point, it doesn't matter because you just instantly wipe them off the map. It was just so unlucky that Amazing J really was the catalyst behind this game, because you see how quickly Ray takes someone off. In fact, we're going to see it again. Just dives over the wall as soon as he sees Kalista. And that's like legitimately nearly a one-shot with missing the EQ combo. It was just all about the dunk. Emperor's Divide does come through, and that's the spell that really made the team comp work for Energy Pacemaker here, as well as the fact that Amazing J is just a beast. Like, we'll just see how long he tanks for on the back line.
Yeah, just going to keep going in. Raphael kites away the diver who eventually dives in, and Maokai just not interested in dying.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, and actually gets a surprising amount of damage out of his ultimate there because it was fully stored. All the damage he was absorbing, of course, passed back onto everyone else, and it's just getting worse and worse because the two bruisers, the Lee Sin and the Maokai, they're the one picking up all the extra gold, and the bigger they get, the less effective Ray gets.
Yeah, and he's gone full damage. He's got one drop to assassinate the AD carry. Finally did it with the help of a cocoon from Elise as well, but EP now on top of the Baron. They might be able to get in here and assassinate again, but Hook lands onto Elise. Amazing J immediately goes in over the top. They're going to try and peel it up, but Repel does come down. Dark Passage, though, keeps them safe, and they're straight back onto Baron.
Yeah, so they... Wow!
Yeah, Shu gets caught. That cocoon comes in. Baby trying to find him, but the Fate Score comes to Amazing J. Gets the kill onto Elise. They pull off the Baron to aggress onto Shine. Shine's going to fall there as well. Baron still not dead. No, it actually did die in and amongst all the chaos. And EP, 2 free kills in the Baron, so far ahead now.
Yeah, kick still available. Does he go in for it? No, probably didn't have a ward or his W available. So doesn't choose to go for the risky play there. Instead, they're just going to play it slow, push in with this Baroned up minion wave.
The play it slow, of course, means that try and break the base at 26.5 minutes. We definitely criticized DP for not closing out games when they were ahead, but this time they are going full steam ahead.
Yeah, so it looks like they might go for the inhibitor as well. Pastry Time really break open the base. They nail it and they'll get away safely.
I mean, what can ADG do? We've already talked about the Maokai being far too strong at this stage of the game. Even with everyone from ADG back up with the short death timers, they just can't fight anymore.
Yeah, exactly right. Maokai's an absolute monster. He's like 4 items at 27 minutes into the game, and it's not really a cheap build coming through. Also has the biggest fist with that potion I have ever seen in my life.
Yes, Elixir of Iron, I believe, growing the tree to even bigger, more horrifying sizes as Ray continuing to get CS on the sidelines. I mean, he's going good as far as items go. He's ready to assassinate people, but you look at the gold distribution on ADG's side. 10,000 gold there in the top side, and everyone else is struggling for cash.
Yeah, exactly right. They're just falling further and further behind. There's 4,000 gold behind for the jungler position. That's just huge. It
is. I mean, they're starting to lose more structures here. Dragon goes down as well to EP just casually. Not that they even need the third Dragon. They'll take it, though, of course, moving in towards a 5th if the game does go that long. But EP, you can tell, they're not interested in mucking around this time, Spawn. They want to finish the game and finish strong.
Yeah, they certainly are. I actually disagree with the split push coming through here. I think the only way that Energy Pacemaker loses if they actually fight a 4v5. So they will back away, just let Maokai take the top turret against no one. That's a Yomu's Ghostblade now finished up for Ray. So he's going full assassination mode.
Yeah, he really has one way and one way only. It's to try and assassinate people. ADG rotating in their own jungle, trying to maybe get a pick, but instead Ray just has to clear out super creeps. And Amazing J continues to apply pressure here. Somebody has to go stop him.
Yeah, certainly doing. He's just so tanky that they're going to ignore him in the end, and that might mean that they lose the entirety of their base.
Yeah, tier 2 goes down in the bottom side. They'll keep pushing for this inhibitor turret now as well. It's going down fast here to Zhang damage, and it's dead.
Yeah, so they can't fight at all. They're going to lose all 3, it looks like, Pastry Time. And that just might be ADG's hopes.
Yeah, we'll have to see. EP might be able to seal the game here. Going to move in with their Maokai, meet the creep wave, and then bop over to the top side of the map and seal ADG's fate here. It's been a long, hard-fought series by both sides, but EP on the verge of pushing themselves into the semifinal.
Yeah, they're pinging out a ward. They want to fight one more time. Energy Pacemaker not going to let them. Looks like they're trying to sweep it out. They won't be able to find it, though. Jarvan still has a hope.
I mean, he's actually, sitting in the base right now, trying to queue up the flank there with the home guard teleport mobility.
He's going.
Boots. Yeah, Ray needs it. This might be the last hurrah coming through for ADG. He's going around the back. He's a massive flank now as well. Diving in onto Zanga, but he gets snared up by the Maokai. Gonna die here in the collateral, but flashes away. Shine gets hooked up. Zangao's still kiting. Shu gets the kill going in. Still the front line dives in, and nobody can kill them. That's 2 for 0. That's probably going to be it here. Bamey even going to get dived as well, although EP, little too overzealous for the dive. Shu flies Jinjiao back, though. Hook lands in. Raphael gets a 3rd kill. Zangao's dead, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah, they're just 3 for 1 there coming through. Azir takes down turrets as well as an AD carry at this point in the game, so they'll probably be able to finish it off. Admirable fight coming through. Maybe one more.
Yeah, Ray looking to queue it up again, but Amazing J so tanky, just face tanking a Nexus turret. Raphael going to clean it out. The Nexus now under threat. Death time is fairly short. EP do have to back away. But NEG have lost so much in this game.
Yeah, they've lost everything, unfortunately, pastry time. They going out the way they come in. Extremely aggressive stuff coming through from ADG. Maybe surrendering it up.
Sitting in the base, Amazing J starts high-fiving his teammates, and that's going to be it here. ADG do tap them at an energy pacemaker. 3-2, push themselves over the finish line.
Yeah, so they're able to get there in the end to set up a date with Masters 3 to try and re-enter the LPL. Much better final game coming out of Energy Pacemaker, able to get it together. And that's probably going to be a pretty good set.
Yeah, well-fought game between these two teams where EP do come out ahead 3-2. I have to say ADG, very impressive looking here. We're again the top remaining seed from the LSBL teams in the promotion tournament, and it really showed there. EP though, just a bit more experience as that LPL team, despite being the last place LPL team, and they're able to just make it out alive.
Yeah, so they're able to get over the line. I like what you say about this ADG team. They're coming together. Individual play looks very strong. Still maybe some teamwork stuff to get in the mid game, but when they won, they did it in an explosive fashion. Definitely someone to watch coming through.
And can't stop singing the praises of their solo laners. Ray and Bamey look wonderful. Possibly watch them to even be subbed for LPL teams moving into the summer split. They're wonderful.
Yeah, they certainly are, especially Ray. He just can play everything. Played very standard. His oddball picks were really on point. Probably didn't have a bad game through the entirety of it, but you have to hand it to Amazing J. The 3 games they won, he was huge in all 3.
Yeah, Battle of the Carry top lane is almost in this series, and Amazing J just managed to eke ahead there. What a fun series, though, and Energy Pacemaker, a tough matchup now remaining in that semifinal.
Yeah, they certainly do. They go against Looper, both teams. It's kind of weird. The battle of the solo lane, as you feel throughout the entirety of this. Amazing J is going to go up against Looper. Raphael versus Dade. I can't wait.
I can't wait either, but we will have to wait a little bit more. But we do have more League of Legends coming up later this evening as well. 40 minutes time, around 7 p.m. local time. We'll have the LPL playoffs coming through as well. Quarterfinal action. Ahoy's Vici Gaming are taking on Invictus Gaming. Me, myself, and Papa Smithy will see you in about 40 minutes. Hello and welcome everyone back to the LPL Spring Playoff Quarterfinals here. We're lining up for our second match of the week here. It's going to be Vici Gaming taking on Invictus Gaming and what will be one hell of a battle. My name is Julian Page-Time-Car. Joining with me this time is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And this could probably not be a bigger series. We thought yesterday was going to bring us drama, but this one should be insane.
I don't know if it'll match the drama, but high-octane League of Legends, that's what we have for sure between IG and Vici. We're still on the same side of the bracket. The winner of this match between Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming will face EDG in the semifinals. But after all the drama of yesterday, maybe that's not the scary thing it was previous to that series.
Yeah, and Vici vs IG finishing strong at the end of the season there as well. I believe 4th and 5th place, so right in the middle of the pack, have to play each other. Theoretically, according to the standings, should be quite close in skill. And I have to say, given recent form for both teams, I think that's probably true.
And that's the exciting thing, is that both these teams definitely have momentum behind them. You can move up to 3rd place. OMG in particular, no form to speak about. Snake have kind of been up and down, but IG and Vici both been on the trail and moving forward. You know, about the same time as World Elite formed, we've been kind of looking as recent memory, moving towards patch 5.6. Both these teams are in high form. We're going through the lineups. Carry, the Riven he's known for, but that Riven, the Gnar actually has been his big pick. But Riven, man, what a Riven we saw last time out for Vici.
Yeah, Dandy as well, messing around a bit. Fizz and Zach, massive performance on the Fizz especially, but mostly Rexler other than that has Hitong as well. Pretty stable champion pool, I have to say. Lots of Cho'Gath, Twisted Fate, but a smattering of other utility champions as well.
Yeah, but crucially drawing Twisted Fate bans just because Vici play around that Destiny Global so well. Vasily joined in with a bit of fun, went out for the Vayne. That was another victory though. They've been on a winning run, and Marta plays everything, but the Blitzcrank in particular, the shooting gallery against Master 3 was one of the best solo performances we saw all throughout the LPL.
It was just an incredible game here. Every single blitz hook felt like it connected in that game, and Vici had to be on a high after that game. We said that series against M3 seemed to be having a lot of fun. Actually pushed M3 into the promotion tournament. They played yesterday and sit in the semifinal, of course, up against EP, who just qualified in the recent promo tournament there as well. But Vici looking to move in here, but IG, certainly a team not to mess with, especially in playoffs.
And you have to say that Vici M3 game had a lot of playoffs about it in terms of really being played on the highest level. So Vici already have experience against teams that are desperately wanting to win. Of course, a lot of teams playing for seedings. You're never sure what to expect in the last few weeks before playoffs. But Vici are in form. They've got the fun out of the system with the roaming Blitzcrank. But hey, maybe we'll see it again today.
Maybe. I mean, that's the thing. You kind of look at Marty and be like, oh, whatever, he's playing a silly champion, but he brings it out again in a serious match, and all of a sudden, you wish you'd prepared for it. Vici are a team, that series hides a lot of stuff for them, shows that they're a very strong team, and just puts them in the perfect mental state coming into playoffs as well.
And then you move over to the side of Invictus Gaming that we'll get to soon. They're kind of an enigma. You never really know what to expect out of Invictus Gaming. I feel like their early season form of 6 wins into 6 losses really told you everything you need to know about IG. They've changed their lineup dramatically. It's no longer Zitai in the mid, but still found his way onto the lineup. But you still feel that identity, the aggression, it hasn't left Invictus
Yeah, he made
Gaming.
it into the top lane, and he's looked best on Mages, to be honest. His Gnar's fine, but his Fizz, and particularly Karthus in the last few games as well, has looked wonderful.
I mean, the carry champions in general, I feel like is Zitai's strong suit. Kakao, he got the Evelyn in there somehow. Clear Love, Kakao, both getting 1 Evelyn game a season.
Yeah, apparently in their contract, his rookies looked great all split long. Probably the most consistent member of Invictus Gaming, plays just about anything.
And you see a lot of Azir for both these mid lanes. Probably going to be a contested pick coming through. Kid has played a lot of Kalista, 10 games in fact, but to not much success. So I don't know if IG will continue to prioritize that champion, as yes, that is a Bard.
Yep, Kitty's decided to play Bard, but again, very versatile, very strong support as well. Can play Thresh, can play Annie, Leona Nautilus, and of course the Janna as well.
It's the Janna, again, another contested pick. Marta, enough said. You know that he's a wonderful Janna player. Played it throughout the Samsung White Season 4 winning World Championship run. Going to be a priority for both these teams. I believe both their highest win rates are on Janna. So support bans, mid lane bans, there's a lot to consider. And it's always the first game of the series to really see what tone to expect for the best of 5.
I think the biggest thing here has to be consistency. So we've noted that IG throughout the season certainly struggled, very up and down, managing to just finish in the top 6 of the event, or top 5 of the event as well. Best of 5 is a much different beast. Vici have recently shown a lot of consistency, so a real test now for these two teams. It's not the best of 2 format of the regular season. It's straight into best of fives.
That's why IG need to leave their streaky behavior behind. That's been kind of the calling card for them, is when they're on, they're really on. A rookie on your screen has probably been the most consistent of the players. Basically, when they're looking good, but I mean, this is playoffs. You need to be clutch now, and you got to begin with the winning.
Yeah, and again, a lot of teams have plenty of threats going on, plenty of versatility in a lot of the lanes as well. Going to be a really curious draft phase and even better games.
What we got coming here for big games of League of Legends. Two top teams, two teams in form. There's a lot to be expected, and as I mentioned, I just want to see that draft. What are the priority picks? What's getting through? Is Zatai on Shen duty? Is he back to the Maokai, which he's kind of struggled on? Or is it to the carry champions? That Karthus top in particular, channeling all his days as a mid laner, hitting skill after skill, lay waste after lay waste. When he's on the carries, it just opens up a new IG.
I mean, we've seen people try and pick on Dandy. Maybe IG will throw a few bans in there as well, but have to think Kakao feels reasonably confident playing up against him. In fact, we're going to go some of the picks here. That's Vichi's recent plays.
I mean, it's been a lot of not necessarily the highest win rate, but the Rumble, especially for carry. Haven't seen it recently. In fact, Rumble mostly fallen away as a top-rated pick, but 90% win rate, 9-1, is a massive statistic. The Twisted Fate in mid lane is another one to look out for. It feels like when they can, Vici play that all-out press system where they take over the enemy jungle, strangle them out of resources, and then if you have the Twisted Fate to ensure that you react first, you just take over games.
They can moving in there as well. Rookie's already been another big one as well. Seeing lots of respect bans for it. You can see Kakao's jungle pool a bit different now. Gragas has been quite popular as well. Unfortunately, Lee Sin and Jarvan, despite seeing a lot of play in the first half of the season, kind of dropped off in play in general.
And Rookie's Ahri is still a very big pick for him. We haven't seen much Ahri in the finals series. Again, where it fits in the meta is perhaps still being up for debate. Rookie still plays a lot of unique champions. You don't see Yasuo on that list. Has made Yasuo the only person to play it multiple times during the season. You have to think that these players have been holding back in the last couple weeks, especially in terms of unique picks. We saw EDG in the first game pulling out a really impressive Urgot comp. There's no reason to suggest that we don't have more unique picks, more innovation coming from these two teams.
And again, they'll adapt through the series as well. It's going to be a great best of five between these two teams. Again, I think as far as favorites go, we have to maybe just tip Vici for consistency, but it's going to be explosive no matter what happens. And Vici kicked things off on the blue side with a ban aimed straight at Rookie's face.
And look, all I'll say about Invictus Gaming before we start this series is never bet on or against Invictus Gaming, because they have upset bigger teams than Vici in playoff series in the LPL and lost to lower teams. It's just one of those things where on the day, this team can be so far ahead, so cohesive, and then just fall apart on another day.
Well, LeBlanc is there, the first two bans for Vici. Rek'Sai Nidalee actually for IG, so throwing bans at Dandy. Dandy chucks one back with the Gragas ban there, aimed at Kakao and IG. Only one ban left now.
The Gragas ban on blue side is very interesting. Dandy has played it in the LPL already, but clearly they're not prizing it as a first pick. Red side has definitely been the side to be on from what we can tell. It's been about picking up those two priority champions. There isn't normally that first champion to snap up. Sejuani makes it through the picks and bans though. That's instantly locked.
Yeah, Maokai ban from IG is the last one. Leaves Sejuani over for Vici, but Zatai already locked in the Gnar for himself, so going to be playing it again. And Kakao, always curious to see what he's playing. Kind of banned himself away there, honestly, with the Rek'Sai Nidalee bans. But both Dandy and Kakao very deep pockets as far as the champion pool goes. And IG, considering their next pick, take Sivir.
So Zatai's playing the Gnar. That's actually his most played champion so far in the LPL at 3-3. Has a good KDA on it. It's been a consistent champion for them. Locking in the Sivir. Sivir was a first pick yesterday in the EDG series consistently. So, I mean, the priority for that champion, you can already tell, it's going to help with the engage options coming through for Gnar. But it does leave the Nunu open, and Nunu's been a first-round pick.
He's been fantastic. Even Kakao hovered it there on their side as well. We have do have China open, but I think the days of people throwing bans at Mata have kind of come to an end, at least for now, just because he plays so much and there are too many threats here on Vici. Both these teams presenting plenty of threats. You can see the jungle the target for IG and the mid lane the target for Vici, and they take time with their last few picks, but it's Janna Lucian as Vici complete their bottom lane.
Very late priority comes through on Lucian. Lucian and Graves have definitely been the calling card of Vasily. Those are the champions he's looked strongest on. A lot of Graves game, I believe 9-2 on that champion. Lucian right behind it at 4-1. Similar playstyle to Forgiven from SK Gaming, known for playing those lane-dominating champions. It's when he's pushing his lane, when he's winning in a 2v2, and Hatong can play the Destiny, or the jungle pressure comes through from Dandy, that's when they can start moving up Mata, now on the speedy Janna, to push up those wards, get aggressive vision out, and stranglehold IG out of resources.
And IG, third and fourth pick there, Nunu and Nautilus there too, so good engage there. Probably support Nautilus coming in, and Kakao will take away the Nunu into Sejuani.
I mean, Nunu versus Sejuani, definitely different styles of jungle. We're expecting a much earlier Sightstone coming out from Kakao in the jungle on that Nunu, trying to make Dandy predictable, especially around level 6. You know, when the Glacial Prison's available, you need to give your lanes advance notice. Dandy's picked up this Sejuani once already, and we saw just how strong it can be. We thought, okay, he's away from the Rek'Sai and Nidalee. He's on something a bit lower pressure. Maybe that will mean he'll stay in the jungle. We won't impact lanes as much. But level 4, level 3 ganks have been commonplace for this Sejuani. And the Rumble gets through. The priority wasn't there for multiple weeks, but he brings it back.
Yeah, Carry going to take, I believe, an undefeated Rumble from the split. 9-1. So just one loss there, but a very strong performance over the regular split. Takes it back into the top lane. And Atong has kind of been relegated to utility duty for a while, but the counter pick comes through swiftly. Rookie will be on Cassiopeia for game 1.
Cassiopeia definitely going to be a high octane lane. You have to feel like Atong can probably hang back and wave clear confidently against the Cassiopeia, but it's a very high damage lineup coming from the mid lane. Honestly, they had the Gnar, they had the Nunu, they had the Norse. Not a lot of damage from those 3 picks. They're going for comp. They're trying to pick this Cassiopeia for a bit of damage from the mid. Of course, going to have the speed up from the On the Hunt to potentially get into the back line. But it's always a risky pick. You know, Cassiopeia, she either goes really well or really poorly. And if your positioning's on point, and honestly, Rookie's positioning on Azir has been a highlight of the recent weeks, she can do crazy things.
Yeah, champion that really does suit Rookie. Can maybe dominate the lane as well, which he loves to do. But we move into our matchups now. Rumble versus Gnar in the top side, and Sedge versus Nunu in the jungle.
Yeah, Rumble into Gnar is not an ideal matchup. You expect Gnar to definitely win the early laning phase, of course. There could be lane swaps coming through. No teleport smite is a notable thing here, Patient Times. In the mid lane, Lulu's going to try and wave clear, and Cassiopeia is just building up to the late game.
And Vasily back on Lucian, of course, versus Kid Siva. Be curious to see if they get themselves into a 2v2, and if so, what happens. And rounding out the supports there as well, Mata back on Janna, and Kitty's nice and aggressive on the Nautilus.
Yeah, Mata on Janna is a lot of comfort. We already mentioned this is a priority pick for both these supports. Mata on Janna, never something you want to opt into, but getting it in the 3rd round of picks suggests to me that IG's happy to give it away.
I mean, I think teams in general, again, they just stopped banning it because they would run out of bans.
Absolutely, and that's kind of the reality, is that as these seasons progress, we might not have must-ban champion. I thought maybe we'd move towards just banning away particular picks like Froggen on Anivia, for example. Mata and Janna, same sort of story, but available here.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get to. We're about to get into game 1 between Vici and IG. And welcome onto the Rift here for our first game between Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming. The LPL Spring Playoff Quarterfinals and a best of 5 between 2 of the best looking teams in our split.
And you can see on this minimap, Nautilus and Siva already very hastily made their way to the top. So they're looking for the lane swap here, our Invictus Gaming. It doesn't look like it's going to be spotted out. And the lane swap, if you just rush to lane, you don't even look for the aggressive vision, you can be pretty confident that at best, at worst, it's going to be a 2v2 top.
And I think that's fine. Again, I'm not sure if the teams necessarily want to swap one way or the other, although we actually do have Vici backing off already, and 3 people have snuck into the top here for IG, so it might be something a little bit gimmicky in the top lane.
There hasn't been any people stepping over wards at this position, so at this present point, it's just an educated guess coming through from Vici with no information at all. They guess into the lane swap, but as you mentioned, 4 members in the brush, moving forward now aggressively. Still not spotted out by a ward.
Yeah, late invade is what they're looking for here. Vici's ward, though, will know they're going to wait here potentially. That ward is there, but they will finally spot them off with about 5 seconds left on the ward. Mata will just brush past them, but IG are going to get a blue buff.
So this is a tie with the jungle follow in this situation. So it means that IG, they have multiple members. All of their team at this present point, there's a tie, will quickly teleport bot in the top lane. So it should be vertical jungling with IG controlling the top side of the map, but that, of course, cedes Dragon advantage, especially in the early levels, to Vici.
Yeah, interesting there. Maybe Kakao can steal it away with the Nunu. We've seen a lot of level 4 dragons recently from junglers, but we'll swap into the 2v2 in the top side this time around. So for all intents and purposes, standard lanes.
So you're just inverted. So you have to give Nunu the advantage when it comes to jungle pressure in the early levels. He also has the lanes that are going to be aggressive. You look at the likes of Gnar, who should be able to push in the Rumble very confidently. Rumble's one weakness, especially in early levels, is the fact this can't counter push with the Q max coming through. Although Dandy, as we mentioned, is on the blue. we're expecting early pressure from Dandy. He certainly hasn't been a farm till level 6 jungler on the Sejuani.
No, just in general, Danny loves to get in early and affect something, whether it's the lanes, whether it's the enemy jungle. He always wants to be applying pressure, and as always, still the master of the counter gank.
Still the master of the counter gank, absolutely. As we see farming going through quite quietly. I mean, surprisingly low octane start, but it is Sejuani and Nunu. We're not expecting super amounts of skirmishing in the early game.
No, and a pretty neutral mid lane there as well. Cassio, probably a slight advantage, but nothing major. Although, did take the double mobility summoners there, did Rookie, so apparently not satisfied with the Sivir ultimate to get him in there, wanted the Ghost as well.
In general, Cassiopeia players, when Cool played it, for example, it was Flash Cleanse, just because it's all about consistent damage in a fight if you're Cassiopeia. Quite confident to take double escape summoners over the cleanse when you're against a Sejuani. You feel like the Sejuani is the sole CC, so cleanse would completely negate that glacial prison coming through, but not respecting it, just looking to try and either ghost or flash away from it and then pump out the damage.
Yeah, confident in positioning his Rookie and starting to lane nicely. Actually pushed Lulu out, interestingly enough, in the early stages. About a 10 CS lead already, but Hetong gone back for a second Doran's ring.
Just wants a bit more mana regen for wave control in this situation. Of course, the extra health will help him in trades coming through from Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, in general, happy to just hang back. Again, if it's a farm lane, especially damage-wise, it definitely advantages Cassio in the late game.
Yeah, Rookie happy right now, just going to farm away, but we've seen Lulu be surprisingly contested, I have to say, over the last few weeks of late. Been a pretty popular first pick, and again, all you really need is those 2 items, and you're good to go.
I mean, the thing about taking Lulu away in the first, because you don't show your hand about your comp at all. Can go mid lane, can go top lane, can even confidently go in the support role. That's probably the least popular of all the options. Again, you're negating the potential of the enemy team, just locking in a Juggermore if your first 3 picks show your hand. You give yourself the opportunity to go. You can just change your comp on the fly with your second set of picks. So it's such a safe first pick because you're not giving away any information.
Yeah, and again, we've sort of seen a trend from Vici in particular where they've, kept Hetong on more utility champions. Twisted Fate, Orianna, even Cho'Gath. These are much more utility-based mid laners where we look over on the other side there as well. In the bottom side now, actually, although effectively the top lane for Vici and carry there, he's not a big damage champion this time, a carry champion.
The only synergy in terms of team fight you have to think is Dandy initiating with the Glacial Prison, and then the Equalizer being layered on top of. Of course, the Wild Growth might help with a bit more CC, but it's definitely not the box and other multiple kinds of AoE CC. But he's already shown a lot of priority on this champion in previous weeks. He hasn't shown it in the LPL for a good month or so, I believe. So it's just interesting to see him back on this champion when it counts in the playoffs.
Yeah, what a better time to bring it out than right now. Here is Kid and Kitties continuing to clear out minions in the top side of the map, but very comfortably CSing right now. Kid slightly behind due to all the pushing by Vasily and Marta, but Sivir probably expected to be somewhat behind in the early stages against the Lucian.
So of course, Lucian is going to have the better trades in early levels. You feel like it takes a couple of levels in the Boomerang Blade before you can start getting aggressive trades in as Sivir. In the early levels, the passive does so much damage from Vasily. Of course, we'll continue to do as the game goes on. Dredgeline goes in, but this is just a 2v2. No junglers on the way.
Yeah, just some Boomerang Blade trades back and forth there as well, so nothing major there, as we do see some trading in the top side of the map. Looking down to the items now as well. Rookie picked up a tier nice and early, so going to stack that up. Wonder where he wants to go with the next build, and Kikau comes in the top lane for a bit of pressure, but finds a Trinket Ward instead.
So of course clears out the Trinket Ward now, so no wards available whatsoever for Vici. They now have to hang back so defensively, have to respect even a Nunu jungle who of course has decent ganks in the early game, but doesn't normally have kill pressure. But we have to mention it is a Nautilus support, so plenty of CC coming from the lane.
Yeah, we see one ward actually coming through that Kikau did put down in his time in the top side of the map as well. Going to clear the Scuttle Crab right now. You have to think, but we've seen this a bit more. No more side stones after machetes here. Everyone's finishing the Trailblazer right now.
Just going for a bit of clear, I have to guess. I mean, the priority on finishing the Cinderhulk might be the big factor there. Cinderhulk's such a strong item. We're still on patch 5.6. No nerfs come its way just yet. So finishing that item gives you so many turret dive opportunities, let alone tanking up the dragon and just scaling up into the late game. It's a bit of a death cap for health, you have to think, which is obviously one of the most wanted things you're going to have as a tank. That's why we see multiple smites on teams in many metas. Notable that in this game, though, we don't see that.
No, I mean, we've seen a lot of teleport smite. Thought that we might just see nothing but that during promo and playoffs here, but certainly teams still willing to play, I guess, more tanky, more utility-style top laners, or even more carry-style top laners. And, without Hecarim, Shyvana, or champions that really suit that style, if you still want to play something like Rumble, Nara especially as well, you just need to take your standard summoners.
You feel at this point, if you're going to go Hecarim or Shyvana, you will be opting into the teleport smite, but everyone else is different. There's the flash.
Good flash ulti there from Zatai, but can't combo the wallop, and carry flashes immediately after getting stunned into the wall. Kikau is there for pressure, but still No first blood yet at about 8 minutes in.
Yeah, Zatai was really showing you a glimpse as why you need Flash, just to reposition for that big Gnar ultimate. Whenever you have a setup CC or just a potential AoE CC, unless it's massive range like the Onslaught of Shadows, when it's melee range especially, like the Gnar, Flash, definitely a requirement.
Yeah, and interestingly, with all the people on the top side of the map, Kakao and Zatai, after the pressure on carry, will look to take away the first dragon. It's not super early here. Kakao, level 5, could have attempted to take it earlier if he wanted to, but we'll take it at a nice clip there. Nice and early there for a first dragon, about 8 minutes in.
And now is one of the best top laners at opting into an early dragon. Of course, Hyper gives him percentage maximum health damage. So it helps up the Nunu Gnar, very fast deal, of course. Even Blood Boil, especially in mini Gnar form, is very useful for the Gnar. So a very good clip for Dragon. It's not 4 minutes, but 8 minutes still on the early side.
Yeah, good stuff. I mean, it's, again, with everyone swapping top lane, eventually someone was going to give swap back and maybe look for the dragon. So IG, stop that potential for now. Get to leave the duel in the top lane for a little while longer if that's what they want. We see the Cinder now through for Kakao, but Dandy taking over the top side of the jungle, going to take the Raptors away from Kakao's jungle.
Just surprising. It's been such a quiet early game. 9 minutes in, no turrets, 1 dragon coming down, no kills at all. This is the LPL page time. Usually we see 4 or 5 kills. A kill a minute has been on average in a lot of games, but just been a very quiet strategic game. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised, because Vici in particular have definitely been looking over the waters to the Korean style of play. They've been more about opting into vision control and just smart rotations rather than just the deathmatch style that LPL can sometimes get to.
Yeah, and IG have really been finding their identity, I think. Certainly have a new-ish lineup, still one of the rosters that has been around probably for the least amount of time, at least in this LPL season, was the Tide rejoining the lineup as the top laner this time around. I mean, IG do have a lot of scaling to look for as well, so happy to play a more passive game, but IG in particular are playing quite subdued here, just happy to let the game farm up and take Vici to a mid-game.
And of course, one of the IGs we saw this season, that's how I kind of coined the fact that IG have changed their style too much. Of course, we remember the multiple, I believe it was triple tier, Catalyst stacking Ezreal's meta game where they would not get any kills, like 4 kills in 40 minutes, just powering up till everyone had their Ceres and their 10-stack World of Ages. That's one of the IGs we saw this season. So they've already shown they can play that way. Vici are most comfortable when they're just playing around smart vision. You can look at this minimap. It's already lit up by Vici Gaming. They have excellent vision, especially around the blue side area of Invictus Gaming. They haven't got any turrets yet. They haven't started to push in, but that's been their trademark. It's been about taking early turrets, pushing up vision control. Dandy and Mata roaming in to get vision. Again, we're saying all these things. Sounds like Samsung White, but that's what Vici have been doing their best to copy.
Yeah, it's Samsung White with a bit of an aggressive Chinese flair, I guess is how we've seen this team. And bottom tower does go down as a result. Good early rotation by Vici's bottom lane, able to take that turret away. And I love that you mentioned the wards, because you look over at Danny's inventory, no sightstone. He's stopped doing that after about week 5.
The sightstones have definitely fallen off. Still picks it up sometimes. That Sejuani, especially with Cinderhulk and the fact that you're getting even better effective health from the Sightstone, you might opt into it after the Cinderhulk item. But yeah, they're doing excellent warding even without picking up the Sightstone at this point, as we do have a brief pause. Obviously some technical issues coming through.
Just looking through the items as they stand right now. Rumble looking good for carry. Got a Seeker's Arm, got his Sork Shoes up as well, so going to be looking quite strong for that next Dragon fight when it does pop back up in about 3 or 4 minutes time. Cinderhulk almost completed for both junglers, actually sitting with a Trailblazer plus a Balmy Cinder each, with a slight advantage for Dandy with an extra pair of boots in there as well. Other than that, BF Swords in the bottom side, a pickaxe up for Kid now as well, who I guess shopped a bit more recently than Vasily has, but that lost in the turret, to be fair.
It is a bit crazy to see a Rumble Gnar matchup where Rumble's winning in CS. That's a notable thing. We already mentioned carry 9-1 Rumble, very good at this Rumble. But I mean, up in CS in a 1v1 lane, and just with 86 CS at 10 minutes, that's a surprise in itself. We've seen so many Rumbles struggling to get their Magic Pen core, the Haunting guys, into the Sorcerer's Shoes very early in the game, but because he's just been unharassed, Sorcerer's Shoes are now building towards the Zhonya's as his first item with the Seeker's Arm Guard. Zatai definitely building for lane at this point with a Hex Drinker and another Null Magic Mantle. It's always dangerous, and it's kind of deceptive because we so frequently see Rumbles at 2 items very late in the game. A snowboard Rumble can still do disgusting things, and if you get an early Zhonya's in particular, you can actually overheat, dive the backline, and use that stasis while the Flame Sweep is still running. The backline damage of a snowboard Rumble is notable.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about Rumble is just that he always has interesting peaks and troughs in his power. We talk about how he's good with little items. They're just the 2 items, the Sork Shoes and the Haunting Guys, usually enough for the early stages of the game. The thing is, though, Rumble definitely gets to a point where that's no longer enough. You kind of have to judge your part times correctly. Rumble is all about very heavy, consistent peaks and troughs, and you've really got to take advantage of your peaks and make sure you farm up during your troughs.
But I mean, when the standard is a trough at the start of the game because you've been thrown into a 1v2, or this, you're usually evaluating Rumble's power at maybe, say, a Leandri's into Sorcerer's Shoes at 30 minutes into the game. You have to reevaluate it at the fact that Rumble scales really well with AP, both offensively and defensive. Of course, has his shield W that also scales with ability power, can do a lot of damage to the backline if he's ever able to get into range for the Flame Spitter. But you don't see Flame Spitter Rumbles in the backline with Zhonya's unless the snowballs happen. So again, it's just a different situation. With Sejuani, with the setup CC, if that allows Rumble to both layer the equalizer and get into the backline, could be surprising things from the Rumble.
It could. I mean, that's the other thing as well. Rumble's required to do damage in this team comp because Zitong, on a utility champion, he has the Lulu. Lulu does respectable damage. We've certainly seen Lulu's contribute heavily to fights just based on her damage and AoE alone, but Carry is expected to do a lot of the heavy lifting as far as extra AoE magic damage goes, and for that, he'll need his Zhonya's.
When you're looking at these team comps, actually quite enigmatic team comps from both teams just looking down. IG, they've got Sivir Cassiopeia for damage, but they have the Gnar, Nunu, and Nautilus. Gnar, Nunu, and Nautilus all about the dive. Sivir can dive in, but 500 range might deal with all the magic damage coming through from Carry in particular on the Rumble. And Cassiopeia, I always prefer her fighting the back lines with a hyper carry where you have to respect the Petrifying Gaze. If you ever have to use that Petrifying Gaze for engage or supplemental engage in this situation, it's just so infrequent that you'll see a situation where, say, 5-man Petrifying Gaze into 5-man Gnar. It's not really a setup CC, it's more of a situational CC. So if they're going for a dive comp, I don't necessarily see the Petrifying Gaze being super important to their team fight, but I remain to be convinced.
We'll have to see, but Zatai for me really is the person that does need to get in and use the ultimate. It's going to be a lot of it how he can get into the fights, what position he can get into, because IG have great zones of control between Cassiopeia and Nunu to get their short-range carries into good positions, and Kitties will peel, at least for Sivir especially, quite well. But that's a hard thing to set up. You have to all be stacked together, find the right team fight, and get Zatai to actually get in place for that big ultimate.
And Zatai's the only person who can truly engage. If Kitties ever tries to use the depth charge to engage, Mara just stands in front and just uses the Monsoon to push the rest of the enemy team away. So on the hunt into the picture-perfect Gnar ultimate is the only true engage. Of course, Cacao, no engage from that Nunu. They have some decent pick power if they can get ward coverage advantage, but getting a ward advantage against Vici Gaming of all teams, the masters of ward coverage in the LPL, especially in the past month or 6 weeks, is a very difficult thing to do. So I feel like IG will struggle if they ever fall behind in this game, or if they really want to try and look for an aggressive pick, because they just haven't picked a comp that has many tools to do so.
Just a reminder, we are still in a pause, of course, as well, so just waiting for that to be resolved. As a quick check here, 1-0 up in turrets for Vici, and about 1,000 gold ahead as well. So elite here, but nothing massive, and IG, of course, have claimed the first dragon. So fairly even right now, but with the first rotation coming to the bottom for Vici by Vasily and Marta to take away the bottom outer turret, Vici might be looking to start putting the foot on the pedal and really get the game rolling.
I mean, their rotational play was the hallmark of their 6-0 run a couple of weeks ago. They kind of fell off in the last few weeks, but then again, LGD, OMG, many teams were struggling towards playoffs, trying to hold back strategies. We expect them to start rotating around with Vasily. It'd be interesting to see if he actually goes the Bloodthirst solution that we've seen a few times, which of course makes it that much safer to overextend for turret damage, but you don't have the critical strike. And Lucian, with that passive, the Light Slinger, gets so many auto attacks in that the 20% critical strike, okay, it's not the 25% of Infinity Edge previously, but it's a very relevant statistic.
It's just one of those things where I guess the nature of crit is such that if you throw out more auto attacks, you'll just theoretically get more crits.
And he's always putting out so many auto attacks because the passives register it as autos. Even if they're critical doesn't mean that they're doing full 2.5 modifier. 2.5 of half damage is still going to be over a regular auto attack, instantaneously being shot out. So I don't mind the Bloodthirst if you have multiple sources of damage, but as only Rumble and Lucian as true damage sources, Sejuani and Lulu as kind of more incidental utility-based damage sources, probably want to go the IE.
Yeah, might even see a Phantom Dancer following second as well. We don't see it that often. Static Shift tends to be the preference for Lucian in particular, but just again for more carry potential, because that is Vici's one potential issue moving into the mid and late game stage, is that they just might not have enough damage. But we've seen so many 2-threat comps this season that both teams actually running them should be just fine.
We've definitely seen less damage as early as recently as yesterday, where in game 1, EDG were just running Urgot and Hecarim for damage sources. It was Lulu in the mid lane, it was utility jungler, utility support. In this case, Lucian Rumble do excellent late game damage. Lucian in particular has kind of challenged our assumptions and shown that with 3-4 items, he is a valid tank buster and also has that strong early game. So maybe more of a meta pick than Corki, which has kind of fallen away with the tank meta and the health stacking coming through, negating his early damage. When there were lots of carries in Assassin, the fact that Corki could go Sorcerer's Shoes and use those rockets for early magic damage, the low health pools made him hard to itemize against. But if you're just itemizing health, stacking 3,000, 4,000, as we saw Clearlove yesterday. Cinderhulk into Giant Spot at about 15 minutes in the game onto Rek'Sai. It doesn't do so well. So we've seen Corki fall away and Lucian as a valid tank buster, but also that strong early game pushing with the turrets. Very popular.
Yeah, it's funny as well because Lucian sort of originally developed before Cinderhawk as a counter to both Graves and Corki, interestingly enough, who are seeing a ton of play due to their early strength. Those champions still definitely run around. Vasily especially does love himself a couple games on Graves, but Lucian's been his go-to ever since he sort of rose back into prominence in the metagame, and he's just never looked back.
I think Lucian also gives this comp something different. If we just had, say, Graves, Sejuani, Rumble, we're looking for one big AoE burst, and then not much damage. I mean, Graves fine for damage, but usually has to use that quick draw defensively, can't use that attack speed steroid offensively. Lucian, he can throw out the culling from similar range, not instantaneous damage, but usually does register, but then has much more dueling compared to Graves in the late game especially. Even though they're both short range carries, usually take Lucian in every situation.
Yeah, Graves just really reminds me of offensive Sivir, I guess. They both need to get into short range. They both love continually using their mobility, in Sivir's case, their ultimate and passive, in Graves his quick draw, to continually do damage. We talk about Graves being almost a melee range champion in a lot of ways, and Sivir is often at her best when she's doing the same thing.
When your tank line's super strong, when the peel is there, getting in the front, you can do a lot of late game damage with auto attacks as Sivir. You're the only AD carry with a true auto attack reset in the Ricochet, so double Infinity Edge crit is a lot of damage to anyone, but it's just those situations where you're isolated, when you just have your support peeling and then a Shyvana rushes at you, or a Dr. Mundo rushes at you. When your positioning is at a premium, you have to give up damage because you can't deal with threats on top of you outside the one spell shield. But aggressively, absolutely. If you have divers, if you have other multiple damage sources, Sivir can be very relevant in late game damage.
I think for me as well, looking through the comps here, I do like what both teams have put together. Can certainly see the win conditions in both of them. Lulu for me is definitely the curious pick here because we originally saw Lulu in the Jungle World. That was the thing that she really became known for in recent memory at least. She's still very flexible. She's a great strong pick. Often lanes quite effectively in almost any situation, but I don't really know what it does in this particular comp for Vici.
So Vici had to blind pick their mid lane, you have to remember. So you had to go for something safe. We haven't seen Hatong go to too much of the Orianas of the world or other wave clear champions. Lulu, you can say, is very flexible, as you mentioned. You can just put her in the mid lane. It was a first pick in this situation, so they just threw it into mid because she can just happily wave clear. And given their strategy, given the fact that this map is already aggressively warded for Vici Gaming, the fact that she can often push any champion in, whether it's Cassiopeia or most of the mid lane champion pool, it does open up time for you to have the wave at the enemy turret, open up space for your jungler to get in aggressive wards. So lane controls what Vici are looking for from the mid lane, whether it's Twisted Fate, the ability to fast push then rotate, or just Lulu to fast push, exit lane, and open up time for the enemy, for your jungler to get in wards. That's basically Hatong's job, is to cause enough pressure to allow Mata and Dandy to aggressively ward the enemy jungler.
And that's been Hatong's job recently for sure. We've mentioned the heavy utility, the Twisted Fate, which we're very likely to see, honestly, in this series. I've blind picked that as well in certain situations, so I wonder if Vici will fancy that at some point here in this series. But we do unfortunately still have a pause going on, and the players starting to get a little bit impatient. Rookie putting his hand on his head there, just being like, yep, ready to play more League of Legends.
Yeah, Rookie's just feeling the pinch a little bit. It's been a long couple of days, especially I know for you as well, into your 16th game of casting or whatever.
Something like that.
Whatever it feels like. Sometimes it all blends into a 14th, I believe. Of course, 2 best of 5s going the distance and the quick 3-0 for Master 3 yesterday. I mean, this game's still very close. Of course, 1,000 gold lead and the aggressive ward advantage for Vici Gaming as of this point. and Invictus Gaming just looking to scale up. The big question mark always to me is, what is Rookie going to be able to do on Cassiopeia? She's always gone through peaks and troughs of popularity. Fell away for a long time just because she's not a reliable champion. In a lot of hands, she can get some work done in lane. Of course, has always been a huge lane bully, but it's all about late game team fights where she keeps the poison up and suddenly Twin Fang goes on multiple times, Rylai's is picked up, enemies are slowed, and she gets a massive triple quadra kill, or she lets that passive, the poison fall off and just doesn't contribute much to a fight. You know, the petrifying gaze misses or is flashed away from. Cassiopeia played well, is one of the highest damaging champions in the league. Fiercely single target, but man, single target damage aplenty.
Yeah, I mean, it has, I guess, very narrow AoE, which is the issue. We actually have a tier there for Rookie, so building in towards an Archangel's eventually, but we've seen, I believe, Abyssal Scepter was one of the choices today. We saw Bamey in the promotion tournament play that in the mid lane for ADG as well. So with the Ruby Crystal in Rookie's inventory, not entirely sure what he wants to go for. Maybe a Haunting guy is coming through.
I'm going to guess either Catalyst or Rylai's are going to be the purchase, of course. Ruby Crystal, such a flexible item pickup. We see multiple junglers just picking out double Ruby Crystal because Sight, Stone, Giant Spell, everything builds out of Ruby Crystal at this point. If I was a betting man, it's going to be Rylai's. That's been kind of the common build, is tier into Rylai's. But tier Catalyst, if you're looking for a real late game and just can pick up the Rod of Ages unhindered, it's a decent start as well.
And as we do pop back into the game, finally back on the Rift here for Game 1 versus Vici and IG. Been a close one so far, like we already noted. But Vasily getting that first turret, it's going to start to open up the map for Vici.
So wait to see if we do see rotations coming through from Vasily. We can see the back coming through now. With the aggressive wards, they can definitely start cheating towards whichever side the jungle seems to be less attended and start pushing things out.
And unfortunately, another pause here. Seems like continued issues here in the game for whatever reason, but, you know, a little bit of play more kid, going to get a couple extra CS here. And again, that somewhat greedy shot, losing him a turret, but going up the pickaxe. Super champion that has certainly seen a resurgence recently is, I believe that's Carry? Can't quite tell. Covering his face. Yeah, it is Carry. Feeling, again, the same thing. It's a long day for these players. Best of fives are grueling series for any teams to have to play in here. And unfortunately, you know, they're going to have to settle themselves and make sure they stay focused because they're in the middle of their first game, unfortunately for them.
Exactly. There's plenty coming after this one. It's only the first game. We feel like we'll find something about this series from this game, whether the rotational power of Vici will be enough to overpower IG, or whether Rookie, who's really been the man to carry IG in recent weeks, can really step on this Cassiopeia. If he can force Cassiopeia to be banned in future games, a situational champion that has that high payoff or the real high risk when it comes to the pick, that'd be a massive strategic advantage for IG.
You can certainly tell that both teams have done their homework. We're very confident in their picks. That Cassiopeia pick for Rookie was made almost instantly after they saw the Lulu and rounded out their comp with the Sivir being picked early. So clearly knew what they wanted to take away here. Rookie's been a strong player throughout the entire split. His champion pool in general is always fun to watch because he does play just about anything along with Pawn for EDG as far as champion diversity goes. But we do pop back into the Rift, hopefully with no more pauses ready to go. And Carry and Zatai still 1v1ing each other in the top lane.
Zatai definitely has an item build to completely deal with Rumble. He's not building any health, so not really incentivizing the Leandri's rush. Just stacking magic resist and also having that Hex Drinker shield for a bit of offensive items. But in general, it's going to be super hard for Rumble to push out a lane.
Yeah, Hatong returns to the mid lane as well. Got his Athene's, not Athene's, the Chalice and the Fiendish Codex building in towards the Athenes. Mato actually in the top, going to maybe force the tie-in, but Vasily's here as well, and Cacau's also rotated in, but Nunu might be the one caught. A good flash from Cacao keeps him safe, and Zatai played that very safe, but rightly so.
We're waiting to see which lane Vasily would enter. Vasily might have moved towards top. They had a lot of defensive vision around there, do now, but it's very shallow vision at this present point. No aggressive vision towards the enemy red buff, for example, so they still have to respect the jungle pressure, but with Cacao no flash on a Nunu, perhaps they can overextend a little bit.
Yeah, and Vici again rotating in, trying to take out turrets with the Lucian. Vasily's gone back. He's got his pickaxe now as well, but Kiddies and Kid have rotated back in to push him off. Zatai almost transformed into Mega now. Form tried to line up an ulti, but will just transform, and Rico is going to go back down to the bottom lane.
But you can already note, Patient Time, that Kid is playing very reactionarily this game. He waited to see which lane Lucian showed up in and then went to answer it. But the issue there is that if the wards still continue to be confirmed, we can now see good offensive vision in the top. We saw multiple wards towards the Wolf camp in the bottom. Vici will just keep rotating. They have Lucian for excellent turret damage. And if they know that there's only 1 or 2 members in the area, the fact that Lucian has great turret damage but not necessarily great sieging, as he's a 500 range AD carry, it doesn't matter if your rotations are on point.
And these teams are going to have to be careful with this swap back to the top side as well, as we sort of reset to our original lanes here in the game, because Dragon is back up in less than a minute now, and if Vici leave the lanes as they are, that should be IG's once again.
IG definitely in position to take it over. There is some pink wards in the area, but no, very neutral vision when it comes to exactly on top of the Baron. Kakao, I think, might be spotted out here. The Cinderhulk aura maybe just being spotted out by the ward. And you can see Vasily and Mata, they head back very quickly.
Yep, I think everybody knows that Dragon's back up soon. 30 seconds is about the minimum amount of time you can leave to try and get to the Dragon. So Kid will just be able to get there in time. It seems like, what item can he get to? No, just a Brawler's Glove there for a bit of extra kit. But again, everyone buying up whatever they can with their gold, because they know a big fight's just about to start.
Yeah, very similar item timings coming through between Kid and Vasily. Of course, Kid going to be praying to the RNG gods a little bit more with the Brawler's Glove, giving less critical strike than the Crit Cloak coming through from Vasily, but still very early times. You were actually on the ball. It was a Haunting Guys coming through from Rookie. That early power spike, that's something you might not necessarily expect, but now we're talking about 3 Twin Fangs, 4 Twin Fangs every time the poison is connecting, doing massive chunk damage.
Yeah, it's a very mid-game focused item here for Rookie, and I guess it fits in a little bit more with IG's team comp in general. They've got the Sivir, who's pretty strong in the mid-game, but does do respectable late-game damage, especially if set up well. But right now are just fighting for vision here around the Dragon. Blue buffs on both the mid laners. They'll quickly wave clear away. Level 11 crucially on Hatong, but not on Rookie, and that might be just enough of the difference here.
It might be, but just the fact that he's opting into Haunting Guys tells me that IG want to double down the mid game, double down on their objective control. They, of course, have the exact timer for Dragon. It's respawn now, but the only reason to opt into Haunting Guys this early is definitely to win these early fights.
It's 11 now as well, so Rookie will have the rank 2 ulti ready to go. Zatai moving in for his. In fact, both the top laners pretty desperately searching for about half a bar more of experience just to hit level 11 so they can be super effective once they get down to that Dragon fight. Teleports up for both of them, and interestingly, that standoff, which lasted about 45 seconds, means Kakao's actually going back home to shop again.
I mean, but Carry picking up level 11, we're talking about Rumble. Consistently been a champion that you have to respect around Dragon fights. People always said never opt into a Dragon fight against a Rumble. So if he can pick up level 11, it really opens him up to the contest. Already has some good item timings. Crucially not double magic penetration just yet. Of course, he got the Seeker's Arm Guard for a bit more laning power against the Zatai. But level 11 being achieved before a fight, you can already see some layering between the Glacial Prison and the level 2 Equalizer. That should be enough to win a fight for Vici, even taking into account the Haunting Guys on Cassio.
Yeah, Zatai, again, going to get aggressive. They're hopping towards Carry. Is Meganar now as well, so Vici going to give up the Dragon once again. They've got good vision around it. They actually have secured 2 pink quads in the area around it, so continuing to get superior vision control over against IG, and around important objectives, that's all the difference they usually need.
So crucially, level 11 is hit. Couple skill shots go wide. Nobody's wanting to start the Dragon because the power spikes, to be honest, with the items that are finished, are very similar.
It's just too tense here. There's no first blood in this game even, Papa Smithy. So teams being very careful, don't want to give away the first crucial fight. And this always happens in these very mid-game focused teams. When the first fight happens at 15 minutes, it's bloody, and Vici back off the Dragon. Teleports coming through for both sides. The ties down here going to rebuild back the Rage. Vici now back on top of the Dragon. Kakao going to come in, but Sejuani will get it. That'll even up the score. The ulti goes out, but it just tags the tie for the slow. Sivir ultimate hooked in there as well as Carry gets moved in. Kakao, good ultimate to cut them off, but still no kills.
Yeah, Vici got the objective. They missed the Glacial Prison completely. The Equalizer also was off. They needed to get out straight away. They were forced to flash in general, but they've already got the objective. They don't need to fight when that Glacial Prison finishes, and they're going to get punished by this rotation to mid by IG.
Yeah, that mid lane turret going down means that Vici, despite the fact they got the Dragon, probably lose the... probably get the better or the worst objective out of it just with their first Dragon to equalize from IG. So a good rotation there. Kid's going to move back into the top lane action, maybe try it again.
The moment the Glacial Prison misses, you need to back away, kite back, otherwise you will get punished. That was the result. The turret damage from IG is very high again. with the auto attack reset on the Sivir. So they power down that turret, and in fact, they're rotating top with multiple members, Nunu and Sivir, just to be discussed. It's going to be a quick turret.
It's going to go down, in fact, here, as we've got 3 members from Vici, not quite enough to defend it. Shield from Marta might protect it for a little while longer, but Hook landing onto Carry might get to go in now as Riptide goes through as well. The tie bouncing forward, the damage is coming in. Snowballs here from Kakao, but Carry still quite tanky there with the arm guard and the shields from Jana, and again, still no first blood at 18 minutes.
Yeah, IG could overextend for damage, knowing that the Equalizer and Glacial Prism were both not available. Vici have a very high skill cap comp here. They need to layer their CC perfectly or they drop off damage massively, especially in the early game before peeling for Lucian becomes a realistic option. So smart of IG to overextend for damage, but as you mentioned, just not quite enough to get that first blood.
And as we check in on those carries, Rookie has the Archangel staff now as well, so going to build in towards that Seraph, even though there's a spare amp tone, so possibly going in for Leandre's second there as well. Popping down to the bottom side, Vasily now, Infinity Edge plus Zeal, and Kid just behind him there with a Brawler's Cup and the IE of his own.
So the stacking comes through very quickly from this Archangel's already close to 600 mana. 8 mana per stack means it should have it at the 21, 22 minute mark and just have so much innate tankiness to go with the high damage. And he's going Leandre's pastry time because he just wants to punish Sejuani in particular. It's only 1 health stack. If this was a double tank lineup, I'd love this pickup of the Leandre's quick from Rookie. But I guess he's just looking to the fact that Lulu's going to increase effective health pools and the Leandres will still do a lot of work.
I mean, it's nice and cheap, which is the good thing, and I love the note about Wild Growth as well. If he is going to go for Rylance, there's a bit of additional synergy in there as well. So, Rookie, I mean, I'm never going to fault him for a build, at least right now. He usually knows what's going on. A very savvy player, very strong. But Hatong, wave clearing up with the Lulu, building in towards his death cap, you have to think, with that blasting one, and well on the way to it now as well.
So the Vision's definitely become a lot more defensive from Vici Gaming. They've lost all the aggressive wars. They've lost all the rotations recently. They've been the ones that have been eating turrets. We haven't seen a lot of games where Vici fall behind in turrets, but to be honest, those seem to be the few games that Vici lose. So they need to definitely try and get on top of this game with some better rotations, start getting those wards down, because at the moment, they're just kind of walking around mid, walking around turrets, and watching IG get objectives.
Grouping up now as well. You have to think Vici might be looking for a fight, but we're between dragons right now, so a potential lull in the action's coming, although IG grouping aggressively, even going to steal away the blue buff here. Kakao on the Nunu should be able to secure it and does take it away.
So they're starting to already get objectives now that they have the mid and top turret down. It makes sense that they're able to contest for the enemy blue buff. That's what getting those outer turrets down does. It opens up room for you to get aggressive vision without any real chance of being collapsed on. So they take the blue buff. It's looking good for IG, and things just really stalling for Vici.
Yeah, now it's IG, the ones that have good vision down. Vici's vision still fine, don't get me wrong, but kind of concentrated in towards the center of the map where IG been able to spread their wards out towards the left and right-hand sides, really deep in enemy jungle for both sides.
But look, Vici have a lot of vision in general. They've kind of had overwater maps for most of this season, but it's a lot of defensive vision coming through. Before, they were littering the enemy red, the enemy blue buff with wards. Now it's just defensive vision, so they're not looking for as many aggressive rotations, and they're just kind of watching IG play their game and not getting anything themselves.
Satai almost caught out there, but does manage to escape. Fairly tanky on the Nara as a Banshee's Veil done, actually, so going to shake off that Sejuani ult. I like that pickup quite a bit. Good rotation there for Vici. Does net them a turret as a result. Vasily, when he gets free time on structures, will take them down very swiftly.
Yeah, a lot of turret damage, as you mentioned, coming through from Lucian, despite his 500 range being a little bit scary to get an auto attack range. But when you go to Sejuani standing in the front, having all summoners available, probably much easier to do.
Yeah, plenty of peel here as Zatai still moving in, going to fight Carry as he pleases. Here, Carry building up towards his Zhonya's, you have to think, although maybe a Leandre's coming through before he does want to go in that direction. But the tie getting tankier. 8 is completed now as well for Kakao, and the transform plus Silly Andrews through for Rookie. He even powers up from the passive just then as well. All of a sudden, Rookie getting scarier and scarier.
And that's the scary thing, is the person that really benefits the most from this passive early game is Cassiopeia. Definitely has the damage advantage from the mid lane. Hasn't been pushing a 45 CS advantage against Hetong. Hetong on this Lulu hasn't been able to do a lot of work, just been pushing waves as we mentioned. It allowed the early vision to come through from Vici, but they didn't capitalize on that. And suddenly they're just left with a free farmed enemy Cassio.
Yeah, just been farming up a storm here as the tie continues to pressure Carry back. Zatai, again, very strong in the mini now form, but Dragon back up in 22 seconds. That would break the tie right now. and give either team their second if they chose to get it. And once again, Vici are in there first to get the vision down.
But you worry that the poke damage from Rookie, let alone the all-in damage, is going to be very, very relevant now. Every poison tick going to be applying that Leandries as well. It's going to be a lot of damage coming through. Specifically Sejuani, who hasn't been able to build up an Aegis of her own just yet. That's just been focusing on the cost-effective cooldown reduction and health. It seems like it's a risk to opt into a dragon fight. And remember, Cassio with Leandris, Cassio already had massively high neutral damage to either Baron or Dragons, just even higher now.
Oh, Kitties might be caught up there, gets tagged by Goodlance's Tornado comes through for Mata as well. Kitties, though, will use the ulti defensively as he puts it onto her tongue, but Rookie looking for a flank around the side as well. Might have to give it up. So Ty's actually pushing, and they don't want him to teleport. Doesn't have enough Naba here. Vici will get the second dragon, but Zatai might be able to answer with a tier 2 turret.
But it was a very defensive teleport coming through from Rumble. Wasn't really in position to get any sort of flank. And as you mentioned, Zatai gets an inner turret over second dragon. To me, that's an easy choice. You take the inner turret every day of the week. Suddenly, they just stole away the enemy blue. It feels like blue. The blue buff will be on permanently on Rookie, and they should have real lockdown on both blue buffs on the map.
That's 2 different times that they've taken towers away for Dragons. It was the mid outer turret first, their very important turret in the game, which of course Vici did manage to answer as well, with the 2 turrets being that one and the bottom side one as well. But a tier 2 turret's quite a good trade in there as well for IG. So it seems like maybe the third dragon's the one they want to contest, but at least for the first 2 for Vici, they're happy to just get some trades. And there we go, a 4th turret dropping now as well.
In general, if you kind of evaluate these comps, Vici definitely have the mid-game comp with the Rumble, with Rumble especially, who definitely peaks in the mid-game, despite the fact that he's basically been free farm in this game and should hit items at a very good clip. But when we're talking about AoE-centric teams, they almost always peak in the mid-game, because once QSS, once multiple Banshee's Veil, and of course we already see a Banshee's Veil on Zatai, come through for IG, layering that CC becomes so much harder. Fights get a little bit more disorganized, and you feel like Vici's comp is going to start falling away. So the fact that Hatong is in such a big CS disadvantage of the bits, now it's going to 60 CS against the Cassio, because the damage is so there with IG. Look, they have a couple of extra dragons, but at some point you're going to have to start opting into fights against this IG team. And if you dive into that Petrifying Gaze, it's not going to be a fun time for Vici.
Yeah, Rookie is exceptionally strong at this point, still stacking up the passive, picks up the blue buff, has distortion upgrade on the Sork shoes now as well, level 14 on Cassiopeia as well. And Vici decide they want the outer turret. That's a bit of extra gold for them to take here. Might have caught out Zatai, but he's quite tanky at this stage. Almost got a Randuin's completed, but 4 members of Vici on the top side, that'll be a turret.
I feel like this is going to be a record for latest First Blood. No First Blood at 25 minutes this game. 7 turrets down though, so the map's starting to get open.
First blood is brewing though. Hatong gets knocked up, forced to use the wild growth on himself, but ultimate comes in. Vasily gets the kill onto Cassio, and Vici closed the trap wonderfully. Carry pops his Zonya's there. That's a 3rd kill already. Maybe going to be 4 clean kills. Here is the tie getting low there. Eventually will fall. Carry gets the kill. Nobody on Vici dead, and Kid, you have to run.
Desperately poor positioning coming through from IG. Kid started the fight, moved down. 2 members caught between 5 members of Vici. They died instantly in the middle. You need to fight around your AD carry and your mid laner, even with all these escape summoners. And Vici, after the first fight of the game, turn onto Baron.
Yep, they're going to do the EDG here. 25 minutes, win a team fight and take the Baron. And it's dead here. Kid can't defend it, just pushing in the waves, but Carry's even coming to join him now as well. And all of a sudden, a game with no kills in it at all. 4 kills for Vici and a Baron. And curiously enough, still a very slim gold lead.
They win the first team fight is the notable thing, and then when they just watch this engage. So you see the ultimate used onto her tongue, you think, okay, Vici are caught, but look at this choke they're fighting in. Carry basically disregards the backline who are trying to get on top of him. 2 members die in the middle. It's already a 5v2 fight at this present stage, and Nah gets a triple Nah, but it doesn't matter at this point. So I don't understand why Kakao and Zatai, the 2 frontliners of the team, were completely split away from the carries, but the result was an easy team fight win for Vici.
Yeah, they almost out-rotated themselves here. And we mentioned Rookie's big damage. He was primed in that fight to wipe the floor with Vici, but just got caught out of position due to IG honestly being in very poor spots after that tower went down.
They out-rotated themselves in their own jungle. That's this crazy thing, is that they must have been thinking 3 moves ahead, but the current move was a winning one for Vici. Pick up the Baron as well. And in a game with no advantages, suddenly a 2,000 gold lead and maybe even that dragon lead will be be a very relevant statistic.
Yeah, and it's how much Vici can get done with this Baron that might be the real important thing. They've got the buff for a couple more minutes. Going to start to get some aggressive vision down and really stick it to some of these inner turrets especially. Dragon will be back in a minute 45 as well, and Vici have to think they're on the rise now.
They have very high turret damage, as you can see. Carry has a lot of flexible options at this point. Because he has teleport up in a couple of seconds, he can just port back, and although Rumble has the problem where he often gets outscaled by enemy top laners and can't just stand up to them in a 1v1 in the late game. When you got Baron buff minions, it's a moot point. Rumble can happily stand toe-to-toe with Gnar. So the one strategic advantage that IG spent this whole game building, the 2 outer turrets in top, is completely negated by the Baron buff. So Baron buff always important, but just with the texture of this game in 28 minutes, it's doing a lot of work for Vici.
Yeah, and Carry just went back, picked up a Void Staff there as well. Hatong, good to go with cooldown boots, but plus his 2 major items with the Athenes, plus the Rabadons in there as well. Even Mata with the trademark Manjai's coming through, getting a couple stacks as well. Vasily now with 3 items. I mean, his build's slightly cheaper than Kid's, but Kid's a full item behind right now.
And you can see that Kid's support. Kiddies understands that he is the real only initiation option, has managed to actually build up a Righteous Glory himself, gone for basically Moby Boots, Sightstone straight into a Righteous Glory. It's not quite Annie when it comes to engage, but Kiddies is taking it on himself to make things done. This is the worrying part of the game we spoke about, is that when IG want to engage, they have so few options, it's going to have to be Kiddies.
Yeah, and Carry still split pushing here, level 16 on the Rumble, immensely strong at this present stage. Dragon back up in 20 seconds. Carry does have his teleport. He's going to buy another Blasting Wand and look to maybe port down, but Vici at this stage can probably start the Dragon without him.
You're not rushing towards the Andrew. He's probably going to be going to a Death Cap with this Blasting Wand, or potentially the Abyssal Scepter if he wants to just pump up the damage for Sejuani and Lulu. Next Dragon coming through is the 3rd Dragon. Vici as a rotational team love to pick up that 3rd Dragon to even further aid the rotations, and then start putting those aggressive walls and have a couple on the enemy red side, but none on the blue side just yet.
And IG, who look to make some good trades for the first 2, don't really have anything that they can trade easily for now as well, and the Dragon's going to go down. That's Vici's 3rd, and IG, who again started a very close game here with Vici, have lost quite a lot of control. 3,000 gold to lead now.
But with the vision they've had, they're trying to rush down and break the base. That's the last thing they want to do. The Baron buff has fallen off, though.
Yeah, Kakao gets knocked up. Vasily comes in. Good trades, actually, and you can see the Last Whisper doing good amounts of damage to the fairly tanky Nunu, although he doesn't have that much armor right now. And Zatai trying to push the minions out on the top side, but that's a long way to the inhibitor turret that he's pushing towards.
And it's only really Sivir that has instant wave clear. So Vici's trying to take advantage of their ward control and get damage onto both inner turrets. Mata actually tanking up the turret for a couple of shots just to mean there was a bigger minion wave stack to open up time for Vasily to do turret damage. And not able to break the base with the Baron, but they got a lot of map control, you have to say. And look at this, we were talking about how it looked like that IG will be monopolizing the blue buff control. They actually just had Vici steal away the enemy blue, and all the neutral control from that one Baron, it goes to Vici.
Yeah, it didn't take much, but again, in any game that builds up a lot of momentum towards a big mid-game fight, it's usually the first fight that decides the game, and Vici have won the only fight that's been in the game so far. 4 kills in 30.5 minutes. What is this, Papa Smithy?
It's a quiet game pace for time. It's both teams playing very defensive, picking defensive-minded comp. Engage being at a premium. We only seen 1 Glacial Prison in this game. I believe there was a second one during that replay, but there was 1 notable Glacial Prison in the first 25 minutes, and then a second one that led to a 1-team fight. So it's just been a really quiet game. Not really comps that promote action. There's no Destiny coming in. There's no really strong skirmish junglers, and the result has been a very rotational focused game.
And that has to favor Vici. You think IG look best when they're able to be proactive. Kakao and Rookie, we talk about them as the big threats for the team. That's not to write off Zatai Kid or even Kiddies, who are all great players in their own right, but when Kakao and Rookie rule the roost, the team tends to succeed, and that usually happens when they're both being incredibly aggressive.
So if you have any question marks about the Vici comp, it's damage in the late game, but they're now perilously close to the 4th and thus 5th Dragon. So one of the win conditions for Vici here is achieving that 5th Dragon and showing that everyone has those 12% multiplicative stats, and just the burn damage also coming through, the true damage. So IG need to start contesting for Dragons. The Baron comes up in a minute 20. I believe Dragon's about 2.5 minutes behind it. They need to start opting into Dragon fights, but we've already mentioned, unless they can get ward control in that area, hard to force a fight from Vici.
And Baron up in a minute now as well. Going to mean IG have another objective on the other side of the map to worry about as well. And they've got double side stones, but maybe not enough wards for this situation, because at the end of the day, Vici is just running you around this map, and IG is struggling to keep up so far.
I mean, IG is struggling just to keep their structures up that they already have, and you can see on the minimap, there's already pink wards supremacy. They've never been able to get around Dragon to potentially put down some pink wards of their own. They're being run ragged by Vici, and they've got the Janna on the Vici side. They're already a rotational team. It suits Vici, and Vici are playing their own game.
I mean, that's the reason why Mata does see a fair amount of Janna bans. He's got plenty of individual... Oh, Dandy stole away the red buff, I think, there as well. Actually, Equalizer might start a fight. Is a tie potentially caught away from the rest of his team. We'll get the Nara ulti, but Dandy with a wonderful ultimate on top of Kid and Rookie, following with the Wild Growth as Mata's going to chase them down. He resets there with the ulti as Kakao gets knocked back in. Kid gets the kill on Mata as they dive in, maybe a little too deep, but Dandy chasing out Rookie. Hatong will join in to try and get the kill. Eventually do get it as Polymorph goes in, and Vasily just picks up a triple kill.
And Rookie was basically assassinated by Dandy in the backline. The one solo Sejuani could deal with all of the late game damage coming through from Rookie. Rookie and Kid was out of that fight very early, just sitting in a brush, maybe only contributing the Boomerang Blade for fights. And Baron comes back, and they're already ready to pick it up.
So 2 team fights, and Vici win them both, losing only one person in the process here. Another Baron's going to come through, and again, it was a very slow 25 minutes in this game, but the last 10 have been very fast.
It was a very smart use of the Glacial Prison, held onto it, even though you saw the layering of the Equalizer. Equalizer was out. Forced to stand on it was Zatai. There was no other members that had to respect it, but the Glacial Prison actually used straight onto Cassiopeia, and then dashing over the red wall was what won them the fight. They got it onto 2 priority members, ensured there was no follow-up damage while they were freely DPSing down Zatai. And when the tanky Zatai dies for free, IG just had to go in separate ways, and they just fell apart.
And Rookie, as you look over, I saw a need to see Large Rod earlier. There's a Luden's Echo on his Cassiopeia.
I mean, it makes sense as a Cassiopeia item. You move a lot between spells. You get a lot of spell casts out. Anyone who has very short cooldowns, and of course, when you register that poison, the Twin Fang Dainto, I believe, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2 second cooldown, Luden's Echo proc should come out. Gives him a bit more wave clear as well for whenever Siva's not grouped. So it's a decent item pick, and her AP ratios, while fine, don't demand a fast death cap. So Luden's Echo as a substitute, I don't mind it.
Yeah, it's almost a thing where it just increases some of the AoE damage. We called Cassiopeia fiercely single target before. Going to supplement a little bit of the AoE plan now as well.
But no rush towards Rylai's. Of course, Rylai's being completed would ensure that the Leandris was always proccing for the full duration rather than the half duration when you don't have any CC effects down. I would have preferred to see the Rise just because, I mean, Rookie, even with some relative tankiness from the Seraph Embrace shield, is getting DPS down quite fast. Is a short-range mage, so he needs to fight in the front lines. Usually you need the likes of Abyssal Scepter and Rylai's to team fight well as a Cassiopeia, but going for the much more greedy, high AP build.
Yeah, really relying on positioning here at this stage of the game, and it's cost Rookie in the only 2 fights that have been in this game. He's been killed twice now very quickly in the early stages of those team fights. And Dragon back up in 5 seconds now. Vici are already lined up for it. And again, it's been a quiet game, but Vici have just overtaken 8,000 gold ahead now.
But the crazy thing to me is despite only having Sejuani as a frontline, it's actually been Lucian's been able to put out the consistent damage in these fights. Has 4 AD items already. 4th Dragon DPS down almost instantly by Vasily. So much work has been done on Dandy as a solo frontline tank, and it's opened up Lucian to put out more damage than a Sivir. I did not think that would be the case when the Sivir has Nunu, and Nautilus in the front line, but we've seen 2 fights. One where IG were hopelessly out-rotated, and the other one where the Glacial Prison just completely locked them down. Righteous Glory popped, but don't think they're going to find anything.
Yeah, they're trying to chase Dandy. Even the Sivir ultimate popped as well, but all for naught there, unfortunately, as Carry continuing to push on the top side of the map. Now has a death cap, plus a blue elixir ready to go as well. Hatong, with almost a Lich Bane completed, is pushing in aggressively towards the turret as well. Rookie will come in to clear out the Baron Dart minions, but IG are running out of things to defend. Yeah,
Hatong doing his best Twisted Fate impression, of course, loves to rush the Lich Bane and start the split push. Just went for split push even without teleport. That's why you saw the On the Hunt and the Righteous Glory pop. They knew it would be a 5v4 at worst in that situation. But it's hard to lock down the Piggy. Despite the big model size, got the Arctic Assault, had Flash available, able to get away easily.
You can see Hatong kind of just zipping through the lanes here between bot and mid, using the Whimsy to speed himself up. Even has Home Guard boots just to get between the lanes once he does go back home to shop for that Lich Bane. QSS done on Vasily now as well means he'll be dishing up maximum damage in any sort of team fight. So any hope of maybe catching him in a Cassiopeia ult or a Nara ultimate, even that's too hard now.
I mean, he still has to respect the depth charge because QSS doesn't work against the knock-up effect, but every other CC, even the Nara, it's still a bit of a It's still a really bad situation if he eats the Gnar, because of course the base damage between the Boulder Toss and the Gnar is very high. But he's able to get out of any CC effects. Very hard to catch him. Petrifying Gaze, to be honest, has been a moot point this whole game. But QSS, especially in a snowball situation where he has an extra AD item and a QSS to match the Spectre's Cow coming through from Kid, man, he has so much more gold than Kid. Just looking down, we're talking 2,500, 3,000 gold more than Kid.
And I wish I'd noticed this earlier. Cacao has a face of the mountain. That's the gold generating item.
We've seen Nunus go pretty supportive with their builds. Mikhail's was a common pick, but this is something I was waiting to see. If you've got such high health values, you can opt into it, but I think we're going to see a fight.
Yeah, red buff there. Going to get taken away. I think Cacao might have gotten it here, but no, Vasily looks to have it. Cacao's forced to flush over the wall, and Vici going to force IG out.
But they do draw out the teleport from Carry, so maybe they'll be able to take advantage of that. Zatai still has his teleport available. Now that Baron is no longer riding, he should be able to 1v1 Carry in an off lane, but the push is going to continue.
And as again, still looking at that Nunu saying, yep, that's still definitely a face of the mountain.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, if you're stacking high health values, donating a 500, 600 shield, which in these days of Cinderhulk is a possibility, isn't a bad call. Mikhail's would have been another option. That's what we saw Beast doing quite frequently for Snake and for Crystal in particular. But Face of the Mountain, I don't mind it as a purchase. I mean, you might want to buy it straight up. You just buy a Kindle Gem, then finish the item. But it's something different.
Yeah, I think it must have been that way, because I think I would have seen a Relic Shield hanging out in Cacao's inventory, but it's cute. I even like that you can consume minutes to execute them, as Rookie solos out Hatong very comfortably.
And that was a flash into the Petrifying Gaze, possibly even cancelling the animation. And hey, he does a lot of damage, and you saw that register died during the duration of the 1.5 second stun.
And that's not a long stun, so Rookie not kidding around when it comes to the DPS here, maybe even moving into the Rylai's finally with a blasting one there in the inventory. Again, with that passive Cassiopeia build up, absolute mountains of AP, but it's just one pick there for IG, but they'll try and make the most of it.
Yeah, what will they get out of it, though? Still a minute till Baron spawns. Dragon about 2 minutes behind that. There's no obvious advantage to pick up. There's no easy turrets even. We're going to see the replay. Just watch what happens here. I mean, Hatong just doesn't expect it and then dies to triple Twin Fang and a couple of Luden's Echo procs. Notably, in about a second, there was 2 Luden's Echo procs to show you just how fast Cassiopeia puts out those spells.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage, actually, from Luden's Echo. So impressive to see Rookie come up with quite a creative build there. Blue buff going to get stolen away here as well. Vici Gaming, it was only one pick, but it might have cost them a little too much here. Baron up in 35. Dragon going to follow in a minute 40 from now. But Vasily Amada going to push in the turret, and Zatai is the only one here to defend.
Yeah, Vasily tried to disregard Gnar, but look at this Gnar. It actually has a Trinity Force built up at this point. So while it's no Thornmail, they have to respect the damage from Gnar, so the rotation comes to nothing for Vici.
IG's comp looking stronger and stronger as we move in to the later stages of this game. 40 minutes have elapsed now, and we talked about it being a quiet game. Vici have played very methodically to get themselves to quite a strong lead, but they might have just spent a little too much time in this game. Even Cacao, 4,000 health almost on the Nunu.
We're a minute away from the 5th Dragon pressure coming through from Vici.
Dandy coming in, good ulti there, lands on Cacao. Cacao will get melted down there as Hatong gets the kill. Depth touch in the back onto Hatong with too much damage there from Carry. Vasily following in as well, and they're just cleaning house here. Rookie gonna go down as well, so Tai will make it a 3rd kill, I believe, for Vasily. No, just Hatong with the double, but that's 5 for 1.
Yeah, 5 for 1, and Vasily was free hitting the whole fight. The equalizer from Carry was majestic, splitting the team up, and with these long death times, 50 seconds for Rookie, this should be the end of the game, even with just 1 minion.
Yeah, Hatong able to tank it up as well, going to give some good shield. So is Mata over to Carry. Plenty of Magi stacks there as well. Mata using his flash, I think signals that the game at this point is probably over. Vasily going to shred through the remaining structures, and Vici Gaming, with only 16 kills in a 40-minute game, take the first.
It was a bizarre game pastry time. We're talking about kill a minute. It was actually half a kill a minute, even lower than that. 41 minutes for 16 kills, but that suits Vici, a team that have been so on point with their rotations. Their rotational play, it struggled a bit in the last week of the LPL, but obviously don't read into that too much, because you step into playoffs and suddenly, a first 10 minutes, a little bit shaky. The next 30, all in the Vici Gaming's advantage.
Yeah, and execution heavy is what we call this team comp. You saw the last few team fights, or the only team fights really in the game, and Vici really delivered when it came to executing properly. Carries Rumble especially. We talked about how he hadn't seen it in a couple of weeks, but it might be hitting the ban list once again.
And, I mean, you saw Rookie on your screen. He looked a bit puzzled as to what happened that game. It felt like a lot of that game was in rotations rather than kills. And IG, they just had no answer to the game plan from Vici.
Well, we'll see if IG can play a little bit more at their pace in the next one. But as we go to a break, when we return, we'll have Game 2 between Invictus Gaming and Vici Gaming. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL Spring Playoff Quarterfinals. My name is Julian Pastry Time Carr. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And it was a fairly long game, but at the end of the day, Vici just rolled all over IG.
40-minute game, 10-minute pause, but there's so little action to dissect. So there's one bone I have to pick, Pastry Time. The champion select coming through from Invictus Gaming. I just don't know what they were thinking there, Pastry Time. And let's just talk about the draft a little bit when we get into it. But I feel like that was more a misdraft from IG, meaning that when the game actually got going, they just had no answers.
Yeah, I mean, some definitely poorly executed fights on their part as well, and some great capitalization by Vici as well. Meant that we had about 3 team fights, and that was all the game needed. Took 25 minutes for the game to start, but again, both teams warming up. The first game in a best of 5, always such a big factor when determining momentum. So you have to think Vici, especially as they learn their opponents more, are going to start to pick up the pace and snowball their momentum.
Yeah, but dubious honor of the latest first blood of any game in the LPL so far this season. It came in the playoffs of all places. I mean, Vici just got to play their game, and Invictus Gaming with the comp they had with such low initiation against the disengage of Janna, what proved to be more the disengage of the Glacial Prison than necessarily as an engage tool, and the Lulu picking no engage against that comp. Basically, we saw the effectively had to go for a Righteous Glory on the North just to find any hopes of engage, meant that Vici could keep rotating around, taking turrets, and IG, when they wanted to make their stand, they could just never force a fight.
And for me, IG have always looked best when being proactive with Kakao, with Rookie, and just getting in there. Even Kiddies can get aggressive if he wants to, and we'll see if they change things up at all. I'd like to see IG play a bit more their style, maybe even use all of their carries, both Tatai and Rookie, to really get in there and start some things off. We've seen Kakao play Gragas for most of the end of the LPL. Gragas would have been great there.
So he was on Nunu duty. They went for that very early. That's fine. But then you realize the fact that, okay, you have Na. Na's a fairly poor single tank just because he needs some setup CC before he can really be useful in the front line. The Na ultimate needs a bit of setup, needs someone else diving in with him to get going. But who was that person? Was it Nautilus, who can just be split away with the Monsoon? It definitely wasn't Nunu, who wants to be fighting around the AD carry. And the result was when they wanted to press the go button, they couldn't find it because they didn't have one.
Well, we'll see if IG can find it this draft. They ban away Rek'Sai on the blue side. There is their first one. Vici answer with Rookies LeBlanc being put back into the banned list as well. Nearly another ban there for IG, consistently banning 2 junglers against Dandy as they ban there as well. I believe 4 same bans done already.
All I'm looking for from IG, the path for me, would just be a comp that has an identity. When you saw the disengage coming through from the Janna in the second round of picks for Vici, go for some poke, because of course Janna's going to be strong at resetting fights. You can't necessarily pick dive when Janna's selected. So go for some poke, go for a comp with some identity. Instead, Vici got what they wanted, rotated around the map, and IG just had nothing. No kind of trumps to be talked about. They're going for a team fight last pick, when team fights were just going to be so difficult with the previous 4 picks they had.
Yeah, Maokai banned there as well. So IG sticking to their guns from the Game 1 draft here. Vici wonder if they'll look to adapt, and they will, banning away Sejuani on the red side. First pick it for Dandy in Game 1. Do not want to give it to Kakao.
Yeah, so very strong priority onto them. First picking, then banning away the Sejuani. What will IG first pick? We've seen Hecarim be a consideration. Siva's been very popular. The Gragas, though, okay. Finally, they have a champion that really opens up multiple strategies. We've said that Gragas, one of his greatest strengths is opening up turret damage comps to make them turret sieging comps. Because again, there's champions like Lucian who do so much turret damage, but to get into 500 range is risky. Throw out that explosive cast for displacement, and then take down objectives. So they've got some strategic options here. Can disengage, can engage fights. Much prefer that over the Nunu, but of course, that leaves up the Yeti for Vici.
Yeah, Vici might go full disengage. Love the Gragas throw from Kakao. Nice and proactive is the main difference for me, is why I like to see him on these sort of champions. Vici considering some of their options, though, going to look through. Dandy seems like he wants Nunu. He's going to lock it in, and Mata's going to get Thresh.
And look, I don't mind. It's not a terrible situation here for IG, but I mean, just coming back to the last game, instead of Cassio, why don't you go for the Xerath? When you have wave clear with that champion, you can do long range damage, and you actually forced Sejuani to get into the backline. The fact that you could use the ultimate defensively is what kind of unsettled that comp. They just had no long range threat. Cassio, too short range, suits more of a team fight comp. So in this situation, when you see Kite, but also Engage from Vici, you have multiple options. Kallista's open in this situation. Kid, he loves the Kalista, but they have a 30% win rate with it, and they go to it again.
Yeah, I mean, Siva open as well, but instead they'll take Kalista. Lulu there as well for IG. Probably going to be a top laner there for Zataibet, potentially a mid, or of course the support there as well. Plenty of flexibility. IG's first 3 picks, mostly ambiguous, I guess, especially with the Lulu being thrown in there. But Vici going to see what they want to do now.
I just don't understand you have a draft where Kallista's available, but Urgot's available as well, and you opt into the Kallista. The laning matchup is going to be horrible for Kid, although we have seen some people successfully navigate it if they can get the strong push on at level 1. Vici have multiple options here. They can look towards the mid lane, the top lane. Hecarim's up, and Hecarim's locked in.
Hecarim's fairly safe as far as top laner picks go, especially Blind, so Carry will take that one away. Vasily going to go back to Urgot. I love that they're picking them together. Just so Hecarim could supplement the slightly lower damage Urgot with a bit more carry potential of his own.
And it's what we saw from EDG. We mentioned in the previous series. EDG, game 1 yesterday, all their damage sources were effectively Urgot and Hecarim, and the Hecarim deals so well with the enemy AD carry and can just DPS them down, then can constantly put out those Trinity Force procs, especially if you go for the teleport smite build that really opens up Hecarim to just completely ruin an immovable carry's day.
And I wonder what Rookie wants to play. We've got Annie here potentially as well. Annie Callista, very good lane, nice and strong. See a flash of the Janna there as well, which might mean, oh no, that would still make sense, sorry. Potentially picking a support away. IG flick some things around and they settle on Janna and Twisted Fate as their final picks.
Twisted Fate as their last pick is a super interesting one. It's finally a proactive mid laner coming through from Rookie. It's a blind pick, though, which is always a risky proposition. Ahri is available. Ahri would be a strong pick in this situation, but it also opens up a potential Kassadin pick. Might have to take Teleport to match the global presence, but Kassadin has a 100% win rate since we've seen the changes on 5.6. Saw Pawn heroically step back into the lineup and do massive things on that champion yesterday, and it's at least being seriously considered here.
Yeah, Hetong, I don't remember if he's an Ahri player. We know Rookie, of course, is a big on that champion, but Hetong might just keep it on comfort. Analyst rapidly pointing at Marta's screen, and he swaps back to Kassadin at the last second.
So they had those two options considered, obviously, deeply considering the Cho'Gath. Difficult to hit CC specifically onto Kid because he's going to be hopping around with the Martial Poise. So he went for the more reliable option of the Kassadin. Haven't seen much Kassadin in a long time from Hetong, but the strength on this patch seems to be consistent.
And again, adding some more damage to supplement the Urgot. So I like that teams know where to move around their CC and damage. If you have Urgot, move it to your other lanes. We saw Carry more damage for his top lane last game because Hetong was the one with the utility champion. This time it's Vasily, so they move a bit more damage back into the mid lane.
And they needed someone that could really pressure Twisted Fate, and if they had gone for the Urgot middle, although you have kill pressure because of Twisted Fate's low base stats, the wave push advantage for Twisted Fate over the Urgot is such that he can exit lane quite happily.
And you can see Kakao versus Dandy. Gragas versus Nunu should be quite the jungle matchup, and Rookie on Twisted Fate much more proactive, but Kassadin always looming in the background.
But if those first few Destinies do go through and can snowball other lanes while Kassadin's ramping up, it still could be a good lane there for Rookie.
Yeah, we see Callista Urgot there as well for the Eddie Carrison. Support now as Kitty steals away the Janna, but actually got gifted it by Mato, who wanted to play Thresh instead.
I mean, that's the big consideration, that they were happy for once to sacrifice the Janna. Such a high win rate on that champion, but second most pick, it's the Thresh, so probably going to be happy with that result.
Yeah, Mata, an absolutely fantastic Thresh player as well. I mean, we could say that a lot about Mata just in general, I feel like.
I mean, Mata, he's one of the best supports in the world. The MVP of the 2014 World Championships. No introductions required for Mata.
No, not too many at least. And Vici, they looked strong in the first game despite how slow it was. We'll see if they can pick the pace up a little bit more. And so we're going to get straight onto the Rift for game 2. And here we are for the second game between Invictus Gaming and Vici Gaming. Vici up 1-0 here in this best of 5 in the LPL Spring Playoff Quarterfinals. The winner, of course, of this match goes on to face EDG, but we're a long way from that so far.
But the ironic thing is the identities of these two comps have kind of shifted, as now it's Invictus Gaming that have the rotational comp. They're going to have Lulu pushing hard in the top. Definitely going to have a advantage in a 1v1 lane, although we've seen a lot of teleport smite lane swaps going on to avoid those 1v1 situations. Twisted Fate going to apply so much pressure. We already mentioned that teams hate to give Hetong that champion just because it already expands on what is the standard gameplay mode of Vici, who love their rotational play. The only difference is that they don't have necessarily the Lucian Graves early power spike from Callista, but we've already mentioned 2 items. She might be the strongest AD carry with 2 items in the league, so Invictus Gaming taking a page out of Vici Gaming's playbook.
Yeah, Rookie going for double mobility. Someone is once again as well on the Twisted Fate. You can see teleports there for both the top laners, but Carry, of course, on the Hecarim, going to opt in for the Smite as well.
So we've seen a lot of weird lane swap situations being going on, specifically in that EDG versus WE series yesterday. One thing we saw is that even in favorable 2v2 lane matchups, EDG were happy to initiate a lane swap. Even in the Urgot versus Kalista matchup, initiate the lane swap just to open up space for Hecarim to use that Smite to go for a very fast jungle follow and stay out of lane. And it seems like in this situation, yeah, it is a red side lane swap. This is all about letting Hecarim exit lane and pick up camps wherever possible, because you have to expect the freeze coming through from Kid. That's plenty of time for jungling.
Yeah, exhaust they use on the Kiddies. Carry getting low, but Jana a bit too aggressive, trying to at least poke them away from the blue buff. We'll track them for now, maybe force Carry back, but at the end of the day, Kiddies just using the summoner spell for almost no gain.
Yeah, but look, he didn't need to be in lane. The freeze had already been set on by Kid, so actually forcing Carry to go back. He's already used his Smite, so the thing that Smite opens up as a jungle, as a top lane Hecarim with Smite is to pick up 2 camps very early, get a very early load of experience. So even if IG choose to push in the lane, you're very close to level 3. Now that he has to back, his jungle follow is going to be slower, and just the results, it just delays those power spikes from Hecarim that little bit.
Rookie in the mid lane, you can see doing nice harass onto Hetong, really bullying the melee Kassadin, and this is going to be generally true of Twisted Fate. Any lane where he can happily push in and pick cards constantly and just do damage to you as well is a happy lane for Twisted Fate.
Instant locked 3 gold cards in a row, so definitely got those mechanics down pat. Just trying to harass Kassadin as much as possible. If you can afford to push lane in this hard, and remember, you're against a Nunu who doesn't have the strongest gank pressure, it opens up situations like this where they can freely do this early dragon, and just with this lane pressure, with the minions pushing in so aggressively, Kassadin can't hope to rotate towards it. And in general, you know that Nunu's been jungling on the top side.
Yeah, Mata coming down as well, knows that Rookie's been a bit too aggressive. Dandy going to come in as well. Rookie's going to pop the ghost. Mata will line up the hook, but goes in for the flash play, tries to find the hook, but the rest of IG here now as well. Only level 2 is Cacao, gets a double knockup. Dandy gets stunned as well by a gold card and Twisted Fate. Gonna get the first blood as Mata getting chased as well. Flays Cacao away, but the gold card coming in again. Mata gets knocked up one more time. Zatai gets that second kill, and IG get everything.
And Vici were just far too aggressive in face-checking multiple members from Invictus Gaming. They knew they were at Dragon. They would have seen the level up and the indication that the Dragon had come through, but they went for the fight anyway, and they paid for it.
They really did. Their Rookie getting a kill and an assist. Gonna go back. Boots and a Fiendish Codex finished all ready for this TF, and he's was pretty far ahead in CS of Hetong, so now catching up under Turret as he has to go back, but this will not last.
The consistent CC coming through from IG was the big factor. That's the thing. The second, the third gold card, that's what gave them kill pressure. Twisted Fate so strong with those double mobility summoners, and suddenly Vici on the back foot.
Yeah, Rookie level 4 now, moving in towards the 6s. In the top lane, Vasily getting some good aggression down. Zatai only level 2 though, has to flash away, but Mata hooks him after the flay, and Mata actually going to get the kill.
That was actually a really poor flash from Zatai. There was it wasn't looking to flash a skill shot that was being thrown out, so it just allowed the instant flay into death sentence. That was his death.
Yeah, Rookie has double buffs now though, so things starting to cause problems in the mid lane of the map. Hetong actually going for a blasting one, maybe just for a bit of extra wave clear, or maybe trying to fight, but I have bad news for you, Hetong. Right now, you cannot fight this Twisted Fate.
No, definitely not. Has the blasting one, gives him a bit more range clear, especially if you're maxing Force Pulse. It actually helps you push the wave back as well, but with the double buffs especially, the lane control being so much in Rookie's advantage, even though he was ganked, means that when that level 6 comes around, he's going to have so much space to use the Destiny.
Yeah, and getting good pressure onto the turret now as well, constantly throwing cards and harassing Hetong. You can see why Dandy wanted to gank him before. Rookie's been playing so far up in this lane just to harass Hetong, but his team was there when they needed him. He's got plenty of mobility. Someone is not so right now, but Rookie is playing very aggressively. This is where he excels.
And look, he doesn't really have to respect the ganking pressure from Nunu, so that's why he defaulted to playing so aggressively. It's all about showing aggression and then disappearing off the map, because now, of course, he's not sitting in a ward. He can go for any sort of roam. He has the Destiny available, and it's the jungle mid lane roam.
Oh, Mata, they're going to get stunned up now as well. Cacao even moving through, but Dandy's here as well. Rookie might be able to find a killer. Cacao still getting CC'd up. Rookie now going to get too low as Dandy and Hetong turn their attention. Cacao gets the kill. Kiddies just comes in to shield, but it doesn't quite get there, and Kid going to keep hopping in. Cacao, another double slam though. Hetong not quite level 6, is forced to flash away. Kiddies coming in. Kid gets the Ren though to kill Hetong. Now chasing it onto Dandy. Another knockout comes through. Double tornado moving in as well. Kid gets a double kill.
Dandy not respecting expecting the early damage coming through from Kalista. Another kill trade goes to the advantage of IG, even though it looked like IG had bitten off more than they could chew.
And Cacau's Gragas, you can see the difference it makes when he's able to make plays on a champion. There was about 4 different two-man body slams in a row.
The 2-man body slams and the 2-man Howling Gales as well coming through from the Janna. So yeah, the CC train was actually really impressive, and IG a big advantage, 2.3k gold at 7 minutes.
And Rookie, I think looking for Morello Nomicon possibly there as his first early purchase. So once the early CDR, might even see the cooldown boots that started getting a bit more popular on Twisted Fate. Tonga actually quite likes that build from memory. Zatai though, level 4, has sort of been the benefactor of a lot of problems, I guess, unfortunately. Level 4 only really struggling for farm, but Carry's sort of in the same position, and good news for IG. Rookie, he's very strong.
And in general, it's really only a solo magic damage lineup coming through from Vici. It's only really Kassadin for magic damage, and its bases aren't that high. You only need to respect Kassadin's magic damage in the late game, so just go for the cheaper choice, the Snowball Morellonomicon, and get those destinies rolling.
You can see the aggressive vision being put out by Cacao and Kitties as well. Moving in towards the blue side, pushing out the vision as well. Dragon will be back in a minute 30. Hatong comes in to claim his blue buff, and IG, interestingly, they're actually going to give it to them.
Yeah, they forced the lane rotation, so Urgot's now back in the bottom side, ready for Dragon. Of course, Urgot very, very strong at skirmishing at this part of the game.
Kitties gets hooked. The Kalangale does come through. Vasily rejoins in, though, and Dandy's going to pick up a kill.
Yeah, they could have actually passed that kill over to Vasily, but they just kind of haphazardly left it up to Dandy. So he gets the kill credit. Not ideal kill distribution, but he was quite behind after dying twice. There's a destiny.
Zatai looking for a dive. It's because Twisted Fate's coming through. Rookie will pop the ghost. Carry trying to buy some space here, but stun still comes through. Joined in by the polymorph, and Carry looking to go down. Actually, ultis Rookie out of the way. Gets the trade kill, but Rookie does go down.
He actually pinged 6 due to creeps dying to the turret during the turret dive. That's why they couldn't factor that in. They called for the gank before 6. The Terrified gives him a lot of kill bounty because, of course, the experience definitely in the advantage of Rookie. Actually gets a lot out of that carry.
Smart stuff by Carry, buying enough time to ding 6, and then wonderful play to get a 1v1 trade in a very awkward situation. Rookie's first Destiny does get a kill, but maybe not quite as cleanly as he would have liked.
No, not quite as cleanly at all. Definitely holds him behind. Has the Morellonomicon completed now, but it's more free time for Kassadin in the mid lane. 20 CS behind, despite Twisted Fate leaving the lane. Hatong definitely going to be hitting those power spikes a lot later than Pawn yesterday.
Kid and Kitty's now going to keep rotating in. Rico Bow actually up quickly for Kid. Might be looking for a fast Hurricane. Vasily, Brutalizer plus Tear of the Goddess moving through now as well. So getting stronger as everyone pretty much here. Hatong even moving in towards his Rod of Ages. Rookie done with his Morellonomicon now as well. Zatai looking for the same item as well. No chalices today apparently. More aggression coming through for the IG mages.
So you might be surprised to see the return of the Hurricane first Kalista, which is what we're thinking with the Berserker Greaves into the recurve bow. But there's a couple of factors this game that actually make it quite a strong purchase. People have been moving towards Bloodthirster just because in long laning phases, as a short range carry, it's nice to have the sustain advantage. It helps you in the laning phase situation. But in this particular game, we've seen a lot of rotations and fights in the early game. So of course Hurricane opens up potential Ren sets. But even simpler, the one disadvantage of Urgot in a lane is his ability to be pushed into, his counter pushing. If he has to use his mana pool to push in the minion wave, he just has to fight Acid Hunters to trim minions. He doesn't have as much mana to trade, so pushing in is one of the best strategies against Urgot. It's one of the reasons that Caitlyn is a very strong laning option against the Urgot. So of course, although Kalista doesn't have innate wave pushing, just go for that Hurricane and just keep pushing in waves and then rotate for the fights that Hurricane really looks good in.
Makes sense as Cacao trying to get some vision around for this next dragon. Did clear out quite a few wards, but going to start the second dragon up for IG. Rookie's already rotated in. Everybody available. Both Carry and Zatai have their teleports, but IG have aggressively started this dragon. They're on top of it. The Ren's in there as well. They should be able to take it away. Zatai teleports into a very safe spot. Pops them up there with the ulti, Will Gragas, but now kind of trapped in the pit. What can IG do as Carry dives straight in the back? There's Zatai getting low, but uses the wild growth. Dandy going to get low as well. Fate's Call just in time to dodge the absolute 0 damage, but Vici still too much damage coming in. Hatong dives in onto Kid and gets the kill, and a 3-for-1 win there for Vici.
Yeah, IG IG really didn't think that all through. They knew they could pick up the Dragon. It was smart use of the explosive cast to guarantee Dragon. But when you use that important cooldown to disengage the jungle, you don't have it up for the fight. And all the consistency, see the swap coming through from Vasily, the earlier power spikes coming through, just from the fact that it's Urgot. We'll see in this replay. IG just lambs to the slaughter at this point. There's nothing Rookie can do. He does live longer because, of course, the wild growth comes through. But you're fighting against an Urgot who does so much base damage with the Acid Hunters and just a bit of armor penetration. Fighting in the front line, you're against a Cassin who's able to rift walk out even with no big items completed, and the item snowballs start to come. There's the Rod of Ages quite early for Hetong.
Yeah, good part time there. Under 12 minutes to pick that one up, despite how poorly the early landing phase was going there as well. Rookie does have his cooldown boots down as well, so quite strong, but much better in any sort of laning phase or skirmish situation. Not so much in the Dragon Pit. Carry, though, will get polymorphed away. Rookie trying to go in, but Carry, devastating charges activated. Rookie will chasing with the Ghost. Does find the stun. Damage comes through. Slow from Zatai, and that kill goes to Zatai.
Oh, the Lantern was coming. Mada almost was able to react. Does have the mobility bits, but not fast enough. And yeah, the Ghost, that's the big equalizer with no mana, and crucially, the Onslaught Charge not available. Nothing Carry could do.
And Carry just gets his Skirmisher Saber and the Cinderhawk done now as well. So a little bit behind in his early item build. Potentially Hetong off to a decent start as well. As we see even Vasily moving through nicely. Dandy going to take the Lantern. Mata lining up a kill on Zatai. An amazing flay plus Boxer. Hook landing in as well. Dandy channels his ulti and Zatai will go down. No! Not enough damage there, unfortunately. The Wild Growth just saving him.
Yeah, Dandy actually fell really low during that exchange, so had to back away. Cassidy was in range, but Cacao there to relieve pressure, and no kill credit comes through for Vici.
That early Aegis from Cacao means that he can pretty aggressively go on top of Hetong, and Rookie going to get free time on this turret. Takes it out with one last blue card there, and that's going to open up space for Rookie, which is a very scary proposition for Vici.
I was going to say one of the scariest things in League of Legends is when a champion with as low base stats and great as roaming as Twisted Fate actually takes out your turret himself. When you don't have turret advantage against Twisted Fate, you have to hang so far back because you have to respect gank pressure in the mid. Of course, he's a great lane to gank for with basically very reliable instant CC coming through from the gold card, and then roams so well as well. So Cassidy always going to be in the back foot in this lane. Now going to have to be on the back foot under his turret 13 minutes in.
Another contest, though, by IG for the blue buff, but they'll give it up pretty quickly this time. Last time it happened, Kitties got himself killed. Invictus Gaming not interested in that happening again, so instead, Hetong will eventually ride in here as Dandy holds the buff for him, and Cassidy is able to take it away.
It's one of the disadvantages of the comp that Vici's chosen. Lulu's always going to have more lane pressure than a Hecarim, especially if you're not taking a combat summoner. You're actually taking that smite to help with your jungle pathing. Cassidy is always going to get pushed in by Rookie, especially when you have a jungle with such low ganking pressure as Nunu, so able to just basically disregard the Nunu and completely push in the lane. Only Urgot and Thresh could potentially be pushing the lane, but you can see on your screen, Vasily's actually been freezing this bottom lane largely in this situation. So the result is that IG have had the run of the map and now take out the all-important mid-outer turret.
Might explain why Kid is going pretty thin with his build, to be honest. Has the Rico BF sword. Never too sure about how this build really works out. We can understand their theory behind it, but really splitting the difference on the Hurricane and the BT.
I'm not a big fan of choosing between these two items, you know, building parts of both of them, just because then you don't get the laning sustain and power, the ability to last hit of the Bloodthirster, or the Ren sets and the pushing power of the Hurricane. You're always in that situation where at the next Dragon fight, you don't actually have either recipe. You don't have all the power that comes through with the completions. So you're just stuck between two items that make you so powerful, but with neither of them, you just don't really provide either lane control and team fighting or necessarily sustain. So you're just kind of hoping that no one wants to opt into a fight till you have one of them.
Yeah, just sort of delaying the build here. I mean, I do get it. Kalista does both need the lifesteal and some attack damage and the attack speed, so this is the cheapest way to get all of that, but it is a little bit awkward for sure. Zatai pushing in aggressively towards the top lane.
But commit to one. Get the power of pushing or the power of sustain. Don't have both of them and desperately hope that the game won't be played on your terms, that you'll actually be the one to choose when the fights happen, because then reactively, you just don't provide anything.
Yeah, Kid pushing in the bottom side. The Invictus Gaming starting to do very meaningful damage to these outer turrets. The bottom one will fall here as Kid and Kitties team up with Vasily, going back for his Glacial Shroud. They're keying up for the next Dragon fight. fight. And Zatai, good pressure on the top side, goes back himself, heads back towards the top lane, but his teleport's ready to go. Dragon back up in 50 seconds.
So Urgot loves to build Glacial Shroud, and you look down this lineup, Kalista attack speed based, Twisted Fate to a large degree has that stacked deck, so does love to build up attack speed as well. And Lulu very auto attack centric, so Frozen Heart's been doing triple duty in this situation. Also going to put him down towards 40% CDR, where you're able to get the maximum amount of Acid Hunters with your lock-on Noxian Corrosive Charge. I believe 37.5% CDR or more gets you the maximum damage output. And because you're all about your base values and armor pen, that's a great place for Vasily to be.
It is indeed, and Dragon up in 20 seconds. We'll see if IG going to take their third, or Vici can finally stop that snowball and stop IG in their tracks. And just casually looking up, actually, IG have a pretty substantial lead. Only just noticed, but the towers, and even though the kills are even, the tower advantage here and just some general CS, maybe even the loaded dice from Rookie helping out as well. That's 4,000 gold ahead already for Invictus Gaming.
We definitely need to mention CS. The 80 carries are even, which you have to give the advantage to Kalista in that situation. They just managed to even CS with Urgot, which is such a great laning matchup for the Urgot. Mid lane, as expected, been pushed in the whole time, so Caston's been doing what he can. The big difference is the jungle. 79 to 43 is a massive CS advantage for Gragas.
And look at the difference in items here. We've both got Cinderhogs and completed jungle items, but a completed Locket for Cacao in this fight versus just the components of the Aegis here. Zatai even going to get the top tower. Is forced to use the ulti as Carry gets aggressive, but Zatai not particularly afraid. Carry, the level 11, might try and dive in onto Lulu, but instead we're going to have a 4v4 around the Dragon.
I mean, look, Vici are getting punished for 2 losing lane matchups and just a low-pressure jungler. Dandy wasn't able to relieve any pressure because he was the one under pressure for most of this early jungle phase. Died twice in very quick succession around the first 8 minutes. Vici started the Dragon, but Cacao, he's waiting on quietly.
Yeah, Kitties and Cacao waiting in. The ultimate pop there by Twisted Fate. They are going to go into Lulu, looking to port as well, but Carry's also coming in. They'll pull them off here. Carry does have his ultimate. Cacao getting nice and aggressive as Twisted Fate's gone all the way around the back for a flank here. He just needs to find somebody. Probably wants to lock down Hetong if he can. Maybe Vasily as well. And Rookie a bit caught out of position. Marta going to flash hook forward, but he misses.
So Twisted Fate's going to come into this fight from the backside.
Cacao comes in, gets swapped into the back though. Great ulti as Kid takes out Marta. Danny going to go down low as well. Ulti resets for Kitties, and Rookie's in the backline, stunning people away. Cacao trying to fight Rookie. Forced to flash away, but too tanky there. Carry goes in, does get the kill, but gets killed himself. Hetong actually going off in this fight, getting so many kills. Vasily coming back and will take out Kid, and Vici turn it around. Zatai gets the polymorph, but Vasily should be able to take him away. Oh my god, it's a massive fight here. IG get their ulti back, but Vasily completes the ace.
Was that the second wild growth? Was it long enough fight for that? That's crazy to me, Pastry Time. But Vasily, despite not maxing that shield second, still very tanky with the extra mana coming through, and put out the damage to take him down through wild growth. You see the power of skirmishing with an early game Urgot.
Yeah, and Hetong, you could see when Cassidy does get into the fight, level 11 at least there for Hetong. He did so much damage before he died.
I mean, Carry as well was doing big burst of damage, almost got a double kill himself when he finally used that cooldown, the Onslaught Shadows, late into the fight. It was a close one, but for the second time in a row, Vici won a fight despite being 5k gold behind.
Yeah, we'll see it again here. This fight was very long.
So we'll wait to the replay. Marta had already missed his death sentence in this situation, so the fight was long and unorganized. It's broken up. Marta falls really fast. Dandy falls as well. So it's quickly a 5v3 page time. So you think, okay, that's going to be in the advantage of IG, but at this point, we see Urgot's been completely chased away from the fight. I thought he was dead at this point. I didn't realize that he was still alive, but Hetong's putting out consistent damage. That Riftwalk already on a low cooldown. Then Vasily shows up at half health with mana, and there's just not much you can do in this situation. Flashed away, but still died to Zatai.
And IG back on his Dragon, trying to still get their third. Hetong, though, will dive into the back. Rookie gets a steal as Dandy will take the Dragon away. Cacao, wild growth in the middle of the fight as Rookie and Kid trying to find a way back in, but Cassidy always going forward here, and Vasily does swap somebody in. Dandy turns his ulti as Cacao goes down. Kid looking for a kill, finds it onto Marta. Now IG going to keep going in. Rookie finding in there with the gold card, gets a kill into Urgot. Carry coming back in there, but will go down to Twisted Fate as he gets a double kill, and Rookie does have his ultimate. Will he chase in? He's low on mana, does not do it.
So Kalista was pressured enough to blow his flash at the start of the fight to respect the death sentence, but then got to freely auto-attack and suddenly has shown up with both those core items we talk about, the 2-item power spike from Kalista, outdoing whatever Urgot wanted to do. And that's the thing, when you're able to take out these fights, you've got high attack speed Kalista and Twisted Fate, the master of doing turret damage from the mid. So those turrets, they go quickly.
And Vici, they got the dragon, but they still don't have any turrets. They've won a couple of exchanges, and there've been so many kills already in this game, but IG, of all teams, have been the one to convert those advantages.
Well, the weight of global gold is just really working out for IG, and again, it comes back to the champions that we talked about in the first game. It felt like IG picked themselves into a corner where they didn't have poke or enough team fight to deal with the kite comp coming out from Vici, who rotated super well. In this game, picking losing lanes and a Nunu has just meant that they've never had any map control whatsoever, and although the very bloody fights have twice gone in their advantage, they were so close that there was no objectives to be gotten from them.
And they're so far behind in gold, almost 8,000 gold already in this situation, and IG continue to snowball objectives here. Twisted Fate going in for a Lich Bane, you have to think there with the Shin. Zon is already completed for Rookie, so lots of engaged potential now. Twisted Fate can go in with Reckless Abandon if he wants to, and as long as they pin down Hatong, IG don't really have anything to worry about.
And the scary thing is that one of the cornerstones of a Vici Gaming win is that ward control, and once again they have wonderful ward control, but consider they have to spend their gold on these wards. So what is a 7k gold lead already for IG is actually implicitly larger because they've been spending so much more gold, Vici, on Vision than IG has.
And Kakao getting big. Zatai almost done with his Rabadons there as well, so IG will push firmly through the mid game once a few more items have been completed. Last Whisper almost here for Kid. And of course, Rookie working on his third item as well. Even Kiddies just has his Mikhails ready to go, helping to peel for Kalista.
I mean, Vasily has got the Frozen Hearts. It doesn't have to respect the physical damage coming through from Kid in particular. That's the swap target they're looking for, is a swap onto Kid. But Kakao, you have to feel like at this point, he's just going to hold on to that explosive cast, and with its massive range, just keep it to stop the swap from registering.
Yeah, we'll see how IG navigate their next few team fights here, but Vici have to play quite far back now in this game. Hatong is trying to get some farm down towards the bottom side of the map, but getting pushed into Zatai. Starting to get bullied around a bit by Carry, though, as well. Actually uses his ultimate there, Carry. Can look for a solo kill, but Zatai, does have his ultimate and will use it. But Lulu forced away from the top lane.
Very curious use of the cooldown. Carry doesn't have a Trinity Force, doesn't even have a Phage at this point, doesn't really have the damage to do any sort of trade damage to Lulu. Okay, he blows the Wild Growth, but it's on a much shorter cooldown than the Onslaught of Shadows. So when we're talking about team fight spells being down, Onslaught of Shadows, very notable.
And Hatong's actually been the beneficiary of most of the big fights for Vici. He is the one doing a lot of damage. If he's able to run rampant in the fights, he'll do plenty to pick them up despite the deficit here, but still building in towards his next major items. He's got a Zhonya's now, which is nice. He just went back and completed it, but Rookie still keeping pace here despite the impressive score from Hatong, and Vici just seems like they're still waiting to find their real power spikes.
And Vici in general will be looking at their lineup and saying, okay, in the late game we've got it. We've got the Hecker and we've got the Kassadin. The Kassadin's doing well for himself, but because their base is so close to being in tatters, in general the map is well in the advantage of IG, 5 turrets to 0. And their top laner, consider the fact that Carry, he's nowhere near the Trinity Force. It looks like he's not even going to be building it this game, so it isn't going to be the backline diving threat. If he's not able to keep Kid out of a fight, whether he's killing him or just completely zoning him from a fight, if he can't do that job, you feel like the Vici team comp just won't be able to stand up to IG.
And it's crazy to see a Vici game that is here at 25 minutes and doesn't have any turrets down. That's the foundation of how Vici like to play League of Legends. They're a great rotational team. So the fact that IG have shut them out of taking any turrets so far in this game is very impressive.
Well, they didn't pick a rotational comp in the slightest. I said it in the Champions League. IG have the Vici-esque comp. IG have been doing their rotations, doing their best Vici impersonation, and hell, it's working.
It's looked wonderful so far as Zatai. Now as his Rabadon's Death Cap, has a Sapphire Crystal in there as well, so probably moving in for a Shane and then eventual Lich Bane there as his third item. Frozen Heart completed for Kakao along with the Locket, and IG are going to start to try and steal the blue buff one more time.
Opting into these late game power spikes. There is always that light at the end of the tunnel, but it requires IG to misrotate dramatically to not be able to take these dragons and barons that should be there.
Well, Mata flash, flay, and box only hits the hook on a Kid. Dandy goes in aggressive, though. Hetong also flashing forward as well, but Kiddies will get them out with the ulti. Carry gets exhausted as he jumps in, but Kiddies already dead. Hetong now dead as well, though, and that's real bad news as Rookie in the fight that gets wild growth by Lulu. Aggressively goes forward, finally falls down, but Kid gonna get a double, might make it a triple as Vasily goes down as well. Pencil in the quadra there for Kid as well, and an ace completed by IG.
Casual quadra kill from Kid, who once again was free hitting the backline. Doesn't even have QSS, but didn't need to respect the swap. It was used very early by Vasily, and if you let a Kalista free hit, this is the result.
And you can see now IG going to run over to the Baron buff as well. We saw an early 25-minute Baron for Vici in the last game after the first team fight. IG going to do the same. Seems that people might have been paying attention to EDG, who've been doing this all split long, but that's a Baron for IG, and Vici find themselves very far behind.
You don't even need the 2 smites if you're IG. Kalista out-damaging smite with the Rend. You see they're doing over 2,000 damage, I believe, to the Barons. They easily DPS it down. In fact, all 5 members had respawned. IG, they're really on this game.
Yeah, QSS up for Kid now as well, so he's almost impossible to pin down, even with the good CC that Vici have. Urgot ulti won't even be enough at this stage. Lichbane completed now for Rookie, who's dishing out respectable damage, not to mention his utility that's already quite strong. A Giant Spell for Kakao makes him even tankier, and Zatai slowly but surely working on his Lichbane.
So you might be asking, Page Time, why is this comp not working out for Vici, even though it's so similar to the comp that EDG ran successfully against World Elite in Game 1? The big difference is in the Hecarim. The Hecarim is so far behind this game. Has gone into the Spirit Village, won't be able to be building Trinity Force. He's not able to dive on Kid and kill him, or even take him out of a fight, because Kid just turns around and DPSs him down himself. And if Kid doesn't have to respect carry, the Hecarim pick just does nothing.
Yeah, and we've seen when Hecarims fall behind. This was true of Hecarim back when Amazing J started picking him in the LPL season. He's a bruiser. You need items. It's a big gold investment to get you to a spot where you're powerful. And unfortunately, as good as Cinderhawk is, that's just another investment you have to make.
And the unique thing about Hecarim as a champion is the burst damage. It's the fact that you have to respect Trinity Force Hecarim. But when you don't have the Trinity Force, you're just a tank that dives in, is quite able to sustain up with the Spirit of Dread. But if you're not doing any damage, you don't really have the CC.
Zatai getting aggressed on now, does use the Wild Grip, but Dandy's rotated in as well. Mata and Vasily also find their way out, gets flayed out of the teleport, and Vasily going to get himself a kill.
So if IG had really committed to mid lane, they might have been able to get turret damage down, but we saw Rookie was actually in the bottom lane. So no objectives to answer, and they have to wait out the death timer, and now wait for the grouping from Zatai because he's used his teleport.
Yeah, Rookie going to push the bottom side in there as well, but Hetong down in the bottom side, ready to clear it out, so get that for himself. As we just see as well, IG continuing to press forward here, 10,000 gold ahead already. Just have to sort of close out the game carefully at this stage of the game. So Tai, unfortunately, a little too reckless in his split pushing, despite the good wards there from IG. And maybe it's just a matter of grouping up and trying to fight. I mean, Rookie, he can split all he likes at this point on Twist of Fate. Need to see Large Rod joining in there as well. I think he's going for a Luden's Echo.
Luden's Echo might be the purchase, of course. Could just be a death cap for even more wave clear coming through. The Amp Tome, it's cost effective, so there's no need to necessarily dwell on that one. Worth knowing that Hetong very close to the important timings for casting. Level 16, when that base cooldown goes down to 2 seconds on the Rift Walk, and close to that 20% cooldown reduction item. We love the Athenes, because between Athenes, the Netherblade, and Dangerous Game, you're getting 43% of your mana back on a kill or assist. But in this situation, both are fine. He just needs to opt into fights. He's hitting those timings. It's just carry. Again, Hecarim CC doesn't necessarily need to be respected outside of the ultimate. If you don't have burst damage, you're just a tanky frontline. You're effectively a Mundo with lower CC. If you're not a threat, that should open up Kid to do another Rend set. And we've already seen the casual Quadra from Kid.
Yeah, 10, 2, and 5 right now on the Kalista. Having a great game here is Kid. And IG, again, kind of a bit slow between objectives. Maybe looking to snowball up, get to that 5th dragon, and close out the game from this point. IG certainly doing a lot of pushing right now, just making sure the side waves stay trimmed. But certainly when the objective comes back up, Dragon should be maybe 3-4 minutes away. Look for IG to group once again, and if Vici can test, they're going to struggle to really fight.
IG just don't have many easy objectives left on the map to pick up. They could rotate top to take this top turret, but maybe that'll be after they get the 4th dragon, just to take away any pressure from this potential 4th dragon coming through. Breaking the base it's not that complicated because there's actually very low wave clear coming through from Vici, but there's a lot of initiation potential from the Hecarim flank, from even a Marta death sentence coming out. So they have to be a bit careful. It's always very difficult to break the base. That's not a trivial requirement, but their turret damage, especially between the higher attack speed Kalista and Twisted Fate with Lichbane, is off the charts.
Yeah, you can see the gold leads especially. Just for everyone here in IG so far ahead. They've even got the Gragas to help push people off the turrets to try and take them out. So IG have plenty of good options here. You can see, can't quite read how much it is, but I can tell you Rookie's gotten a lot of extra gold from his passive.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have 279 CS, when you're randomly rolling with a increased likelihood of getting a 6 compared to a 1, you're talking 6 CS for every 20 CS that a creep gives, the cheaper creeps even. So you're gonna build up big gold bars. So no surprise that he's ahead. The Cassidy though has his core items, has Merc Treads, Zhonya's, Rod of Ages, and Athene's. His frontline damage is massive. Level 16 now. Gonna have to watch himself, kid, because we've already seen that you can hopping mad in the frontline with the 1.2 second cooldown on the Rift Walk and do a lot of assassination work on reworked Cassidy.
Yeah, Hetong's the big concern here. He's gotten massive here towards the 30-minute mark in this game. Next, big buffs are coming back up here as Dragon and Baron are both primed to respawn soon. Kid does have a build water, so that will help potentially peel off the cast and just try and out-damage him, or at least stay afloat with the lifesteal way. He just jumps on top of you, and there's Mikhail's there as well for Janna. They have the tools to peel here, but IG have to make sure they play the next fight super carefully.
I mean, the big thing for IG is they have a lot of targeted CC and disengage, but if they're trying to engage and those cooldowns are down, they don't have a lot of peel for kids. So in this situation, where they're going to be forcing Vici to come to them, whether it's to battle for the 5th Dragon, whether it's to battle for the next Baron, and you're able to stack the CC and disengage, whether it's the Polymorph, whether it's the Glitter Lance, whether it's even the Explosive Cask, and then all of Janna and Twisted Fate CC, they do have a lot of peel for Kalista if they're kiting backwards, and that might be the situation because Vici have to come and fight for these objectives eventually.
I think Polymorph's my favorite one there, actually. So underrated almost as a CC. So strong for so long, still very formidable. And I mean, Cassidy, the one thing he wants to do is dive in. Unfortunately, when he's coming in as a cupcake or a sheep or whatever it is this time around, I think a dragon actually with the skins that Ty's using. He didn't really do much damage, unfortunately.
You don't do a lot of damage, but Vici have a lot of consistent damage dealer, and all of them have opted into Merc Treads. 4 Merc Treads, just the Moby Boots on Marta. So they're respecting the high CC coming through from IG. So there is still that glimmer of hope, even though you're 12k down, that just the Hetong pick, the Cassidy, can really carry them through a fight.
And Vici, despite the gold deficit, are playing fairly aggressively for Vision around this dragon. Remember, Vici still don't have a turret, so while IG do have a big gold lead, Vici have plenty of extra gold to get just by taking out turrets. So if they win a fight, the gold gap will close considerably in that time, possibly by about half here. But IG are primed to try and win a fight here. Mart's going to throw out a hook, but misses it. Kitty's forced to flash away. Gets Fate's called there as well. Might pop his way back in, but no, just keeps it safe and sticks near Kid. Has to peel for him. Cacao fairly tanky here, but Dragon alive. No one dead yet, just a couple of cooldowns used.
Yeah, no one used an ultimate cooldown though, so we're waiting to see a big teamfight initiation used from Vici. They only really have the swap, the hyperkinetic position reverser from Urgot as a true initiation option. Carry needs to be diving onto Kid though.
I mean, Cacao just taking no damage at this point. Happy to initiate straight on top of everyone. They know Hetong's trying to peel for them. They're sticking on top of it as Cacao tries to get messy though. Now Rookie going to come in, actually uses his ultimate, and Cacao still in there. Marta flashing forward. Kid, he's getting chased on carries on top of him. Hetong's there as well. Hecarim will get the shutdown, and now Hetong has been unleashed. Rookie gonna go down there as well, and that's all the IG carries, dead. Hetong still chasing people down. Dandy did fall in the mess, but a 4-for-1 win for Vici.
And that's what Vici were working for. Enough item timings on the Cassidy, and it doesn't matter that Carry's so far behind. He knows that even if the first Riftwalk doesn't get him there, the next one's a second later. You will eventually get on top of Kid, and QSS is not enough, and no one can peel away a late game Cassidy.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't quite use the Greg Assault either. Cacao did a good job. He soaked so much damage there, but I mean, Kalista struggles at the best of times against Hecarim. Urgot, Cassidy in the mix there as well. Even Nunu is great against Kalista. I'm still not sure why people are continually picking Kalista. She's been so popular in the LPL, though.
I mean, look, we saw in the early game how much work she was doing. Remember, there was a casual Quadra not long ago. So at the start of this fight, not much is happening. It's just all been fairly quiet at the start of the fight, but it quickly goes from there, pastry time, as we see, wait for the engage onto Kid. I thought with the hyperkinetic position reverser down, Kid could just freely DPS, but you held onto the onslaught of shadows, and then here comes Cassidy, instantly bursts him down, has managed to keep hopping around happily, I believe there was 3 hops in the backline to take down Rookie. These are very low base health carries. Twisted Fate and Callista among the squishiest of all champions in the league. And the base values from Hetong and all the spells going around. Remember, the Rampage basically being used off cooldown. That Force Pulse has 100% uptime.
Kakao going in, but TC not lasting too long. Marta going to get chunked out. Will die there to Kakao. Now IG will continue fighting in, but Hetong diving into the back. Uses his Zhonya as their rookie, trying to find some stuns, but Hetong just keeps going. Gets polymorphed wonderfully though by Zatai and will go down. Now Dandy channeling his ulti will go down as well. Vasily looking to be the next target now as well. He'll get chased down as well. And all of a sudden it's a swap around. IG win 4-0.
The communication was definitely not there between the members. It was Kasten going in alone, using the Zhonyas preemptively. No onslaught of shadows coming out from carry. No damage reduction from that challenging smite. And with the 4 members down, this should be IG's game.
This game's over. There's so much turret damage here as carry. Gonna try and fend them off, but Hecarim gets polymorphed as well. Zatai will get feared away by the ulti, but Rend comes through for Callista. Another kill landing for Kid. And Invictus Gaming, it was a very short few last team fights, but they even it up one apiece now.
You could see that Vinci's comp did deal with IG's if they were ahead or even. The problem was that they had so many structures down that one misfire on initiation was enough for Invictus Gaming to finish the game. You cannot opt into 2 losing lanes and have lower jungle pressure against a top team, because this is the result.
And we talked about it before. That polymorph for Zatai was clutch in the last little exchange as well. Very strong play from the top laner. In fact, across the board there for IG. Certainly felt like they got themselves into a bit of a rut. It's taking too much time to close out that game, but you can tell when IG are being proactive, when they play on the front foot, they look incredible.
Yeah, parts of Vinci's comp came together, you'd have to say, but at the wrong times, at the wrong timing, it just didn't work as a 5-man unit. IG, they take it down after that last team fight, and we're back all square.
Yeah, I mean, a best of 3 now here in the playoffs as we move through it. Vici, very convincing win there in game 1. IG a little bit shaky towards the middle, but ended very strong for them as well. I think both teams in certain ways had a bit of a misdraft to lose themselves a game. So after 2 games, it's curious to see what they'll have learnt for game 3.
So far, the assertive team, the rotational-based team has taken down both games. Should be no surprise in a series with Vici, but the surprise was going for those late-game power spikes, those lane-losing champions. Usually we see Lulu, we see Graves and Lucian, basically whenever they're available for Vici, because they play so much better when they're actually winning those lanes and rotating. 0 turrets for Vici that game.
Yeah, that's a surprising result, but Invictus Gaming are able to take it out and equalize at 1 apiece, so we'll have a quick break, but when we return, we'll be back to a best of 3. And welcome back, everyone, to the Spring LPL Playoff Quarterfinals here. We're about to get into the third game between Invictus Gaming and Vici Gaming as they split the first two and now force effectively a best of three between the two teams. My name is Julian Pastrumkar. Joining with me is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. It's been a long series so far. Couple of pauses, some long drawn-out games, and all of a sudden, we're even as we move into Game 3.
There's some real bizarre picking coming out from both teams. In the first game, just lack of engage against the rotational powerhouse that is Vici really cost IG. So like, all right, Vici looking on form. And then in Game 2, they completely abandon their usual playstyle, go for late-game power spikes like the Caston, like the FLICKR, and seed map control. IG, they pick the Twisted Fate, rotate around, and just set up a situation where even though Vici was winning team fights, 10, 15k gold behind, lose one, and the game was over.
Yeah, and it was sort of like Game 1 where Vici, nothing really happened for 25 minutes, win a few team fights and close out the game. Very similar looking story. Hatong almost brought it back on the Cassidon because he got so strong, and we've seen the 5.6 Cassidon really be a powerful threat in the late game, but IG managed to keep it under control. And I guess our only question moving in is, what do these teams play next? Because it's twice now that the losing team has sort of picked a bit out of sorts for themselves and ended up in horrible spots and eventually losing the game.
And it felt like the drafts so far have been spoilers for the result, just because you could see clear problems for both IG in the first game and Vici in the second, and they just played out exactly as picked. What I want to see from Vici, they want to try and get those high-pressure junglers, which have been consistently banned away. The Rek'Sai and the Nidalee that have definitely been things that Dandy's been able to snowball vision advantage just from his sheer pressure, sheer carry jungle impressions coming through. Basic Spirit-esque has been Dandy on champions like the Rek'Sai and the Nidalee. So try and engineer a situation where, okay, if you're going to go towards the Nunu, at least pick winning lanes so that you can roam with the Nunu and equalize the fact that, hey, his ganking pressure is not the best, but he can do some excellent invading and contesting a buff.
I have to agree here as we get into the draft for the third game. Vici on the blue side, ban out LeBlanc away from Rookie and Kalista from Kid. IG sticking to their guns. That's Rek'Sai, Nidalee in all three games as their first two bans.
I want to see Dandy go deep. We saw the Udyr come out from him. There's a champion that can really get aggressive, get in the enemy jungler's face. He can happily build a Sightstone after the Cinderhawk and go and do that aggressive warding style that Vici loved to rotate around. If they can just pick a jungle mismatch, I feel like that's the core tenet to Vici really starting to win this series. Because, I mean, we got four massively strong junglers on this side of the bracket. We saw Clear Love and Spirit yesterday. Dandy versus Kakao, one of the Korean dream matchups from the jungle. The first match, Dandy was on form. The second match was all about Kakao.
Yeah, Azir the last ban there for Vici, as well as Invictus Gaming considering their last ban. I believe it was Sejuani last time they were on the red side, but I could be wrong. That might have been Vici's ban. But it's a consideration here. IG might go for another jungler, but plenty of picks for them to maybe want to take away. With Kalista ban, probably not going to look to the Urgot, and it's Maokai once again.
So they have Sejuani available as a first pick. It did a lot of work in the first series as a disengage, to be honest, but I feel like it was almost a situation where it worked out despite the comp being picked by Vici. It wasn't necessarily used for engage. Again, almost purely used for disengage. Can't expect the same sort of misdraft from IG this time around. But Sejuani's a priority pick. We've seen excellent CC layering from multiple teams on the LPL on patch 5.6, so shouldn't be surprised they're snapped up.
Yep, Sejuani the first pick there for Vici. Zatai insta-locks Lulu as a result. You have to think that's going to be his champion again as well, but it's nice to see some flexibility potentially coming through there as well. And IG considering taking Mata's Janna away as well. Mata actually denied to pick it up there in the last game there, and Kitties took it instead. But I really want to see this from Kakao. I love his Gragas. I think him in a proactive, high-pressure jungler makes a lot of sense. And Gragas, okay, sure, it's not Lily, it's not Lee Sin, but it's pretty close.
So there's the Twisted Fate. It's available. Previously, Vici have been very happy to blind pick this champion, so they're considering returning to their guns, sticking to their guns in a lot of ways, and just snapping it up and dealing with the poor matchup. But this is against Rookie, one of the strongest mid lane players in the world. Always a gambit to throw out a low base stat, poor laner like Twisted Fate and say, okay, what do you want to play against me?
Yeah, well, there's Siva for Vasily and Hatong on Twisted Fate. So Vici well and truly returning to rotational roots here. But I want to emphasize the lane in mid laner there for Rookie. His laning in particular is second almost to none. And we'll see what he wants to take in. He's got his pick of counter matchups now up against Hatong. They look like they're going to leave the... No, they actually already got a top laner. So saving Kit's pick, it seems like, potentially with these hovers. And as I say that, of course, they swap all the way over to Kog'Maw. We'll give IG a bit of time. They could, of course, run something Juggernaut-esque here. They're going to take away the Janna, and it's Kog'Maw as well.
So we were surprised in the first series when Vici started with Sejuani that ended up with a disengage comp using Sejuani's ult for disengage rather than engage, because remember, they had Sejuani, they had Janna. They had both those priority picks. In this situation, Lulu Gragas, already a lot of disengage. They just throw Janna on the pile, and it's time to protect the Kog'Maw. Pastry time. I don't know if they'll be able to deal with this with the picks they got. They're hard engaged, but Janna deals a lot with what they pick.
And I think that's the nice thing about picking Lulu early especially. You can build so many different comps around Lulu that she really does open up any sort of Juggernaut or even Kog'Maw-based comp in general. So I like what IG have done here. It's a strong first pick away for them. We've got the Naren for carry though. Mata's going Nautilus. They realize they have to try and answer this Kog'Maw, so they've picked very hard engage.
So will IG go completely all in and go for the Morgana mid for just the last supporters champion and just go for the protected Kog'Maw, go Juggernaut-esque and actually have Juggernaut at the front of the fight, or will they go for a threat? We've seen many dissenting viewpoints on what the mid laner should be with the protected Kog'Maw. In fact, they could throw it all out and just go for Kog'Maw mid as an option, but in this case, they might go for another high damage champion. They flashed Cassiopeia a couple of times. That's one of the potentials.
Rookie seems to really like it. I like the matchup that he'd have there as well in the mid lane, but we'll give Rookie a couple more seconds to decide what he wants. Is going to be the Cassiopeia again. High damage mid lane needs to supplement the 2-threat comp, and Cassio surprisingly good at protecting your carry as well.
The amusing thing is that either Cassio or Kog'Maw can fight in the front of this fight and then just become a Juggernaut comp just because both of them do so much damage in the front line. Okay, Cassiopeia a bit shorter range, but definitely going to be about IG's hypercarry getting aggressive, and that's one of the best things you can do for Cassiopeia. Opening her up to being basically suicidal aggression. Remember, one of the strongest comps in Meta's past was Cassiopeia Yorick, just to allow Cassiopeia to go on the front line. Throwing on the Lulu Janna, that's a good way to start.
Yeah, and I love the protection Cassio offers as well. Definitely some good offensive options opened up by the Lulu, which is great to see. But Cassio, you ever try and dive her? She's ulti. She's good against the Sejuani Gnar types, and that's what we've got here. Gnar versus Lulu in the top lane, and Sej versus Gragas once again.
We didn't even mention that, but we got the disengage from Gragas. That doesn't work. You just throw out the Petrifying Gaze, fight next to your hypercarry. So that's worth noting. In this game, we do have Cassiopeia with a hypercarry, so her positioning may be going to be a bit more predictable. One issue I see here for IG was actually in the mid lane. I agree with you. Cassiopeia can definitely DPS down the low base stat Twisted Fate, but if ever the jungle pressure actually tips towards Vici, with the high wave clear that Twisted Fate has, the Destiny can still get rolling if, again, he's able to actually stand up in that lane. Other things being equal, though, Rookie should run wild.
Yeah, if Rookie can keep track of Vitong and make sure he doesn't leave the lane, always important in any sort of Twisted Fate situation, but we'll have to see if that's what's going to work out here. Definitely tenuous there, but Rookie, it's the second time he's gone to Cassiopeia in the series. Clearly favors the champion.
I mean, Sejuani, usually you'd expect Gragas to have higher gank pressure than a Sejuani. Gragas has actually been likened to Lee Sin from patches behind. Of course, Lee Sin on this patch 5.6, despite having the missing health damage, just doesn't necessarily synergize as well with Cinderhawk. Still wants to go the warrior route, and there are just better picks in the jungle that synergize better with Cinderhawk. That's just so damn powerful at this present point. So Gragas, he has the early trade damage, can just pop that Drunken Rage and do similar damage trades early. Then, of course, just synergizes so well with cooldown reduction for the utility in his kit. It's not the AP burst Gragas anymore. It's all about the disengage. That if Dandy gets strong enough, can actually get on top of this mid lane, can actually open up a safer laning phase for Twisted Fate. Because remember, we've seen Twisted Fate blind picked into Arya, and that go just fine in previous Vici games. It's all on Rookie to really try and boss around her tongue, because if Twisted Fate gets going, the rotational play from Vici, that's their strong suit.
I mean, it might just be about the mid lane jungle duos for both sides. That's almost always the case with IG, but I feel like if Atong is on Twisted Fate especially, he needs to make sure he gets things going, and what better way to do that than to try and bring in your jungler to gank him? So Dandy almost naturally has to be drawn to defend his mid laner as well.
And we've seen Dandy previously pull off impressive ganks at level 4, level 5, just with that Arctic Assault blow flashes. Rookie has the cleanse, so they don't necessarily have the CC lock between the gold card and the Glacial Prison. They'll have to be on point with that cooldown, though. Again, I expect a lot of pressure around mid. It's a full dive comp coming out from Vici, expecting Atong to go very deep into the backline to deal with the Kog'Maw and the Juggernaut comp that's been assembled. Gnar going to be diving the backline, Glacial Prison, the Nautilus Ultimate. There's so much crowd control coming through in general, but we saw EDG run a dive comp against the Juggernaut from Snake and it not work out in a similar situation. I just want to see the mid lane snowball. If Hetong gets that going, I do believe that Vici can break the juggle ball.
Yeah, we'll have to see, as we do have a pause to start this game, hence why we haven't quite gotten onto the Rift just yet. I do like that Rookie has adapted slightly here. Not the double mobility this time, going for the cleanse, respecting the CC a little bit more, even in his own lane with the gold card as well.
I mean, in these team fights, gold card into a Gnar ultimate, into the Glacial Prison, we've seen those CC bars, that white bar that comes under the health bar, never drop. People just die during CC duration. You can't get the sneaky Zhonya's in anymore with the changes on patch, I believe, 5.5, making those overlapping CCs consistent. You're going to have to be on point with your cleanse use in this situation, and Kid in particular doesn't have a Morgana for CC and vulnerability. If he's able to get strong enough and can fight in the front line, it won't matter though.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Kog'Maw, especially in any sort of Lulu-based comp, which is where we get the Juggernaut idea from. If Kid can get big, if Lulu can help support him out, Kid will run wild in this game, especially with his tank busting abilities and the range that he has as well. It's nice that he does have a reasonably strong matchup to pick himself into, even though it is a fairly defensive support in the Janna and not the Nami that we've seen a little bit more of. But Kid, again, he went off on Kalista in the last game. We'll see if he can do it again on Kog'Maw.
And Cacao's already shown a propensity to pick up support items from the jungle. Remember, Face of the Mountain was his purchase in Game 1. In this situation, you're not on Nunu, you're on the Gragas, but he has a similarly low item threshold, just looking for CDR and health. Maybe the Mikhails will come back. The Beast special has been the Mikhails from the jungle. Double Mikhails between Kiddies and Cacao will negate the lack of a Morgana. It'll be two different cleanses through to Kid. He'll probably pick up a QSS himself. If you can ignore that CC in the front line, you can really start to pump out the damage. Because the damage from Vici, you know, it's there, but Gnar not known for his damage. Dandy will take till the late game when he really gets the health stacking to do any sort of consistent damage. The really only consistent damage for that is Vasily on Sivir, and at 500 range, team fights are always difficult for a Sivir to navigate.
I mean, it is, but let's take a step back here. We've looked at IG's comp and just how strong it can be if they do get it going. It's Cacao. That's had a pretty big year on that. Clearly, again, steadying himself for a possible 5-game series. But if you look over at Vici, what's been the hallmark of their play when they've been winning in that big streak they had towards the end of the weeks? It's effectively not fighting enemy. It's out-rotating them, and they have a great number of both pick tools and rotational tools in this comp.
So while IG, you feel, will hit that critical mass where team fights will be difficult for Vici to maneuver, as you mentioned, one of the best ways to deal with a strong team fighting team is to never team fight. If Hetong gets strong enough and can maybe rush the Lich Bane unanswered, can start the split push and open up global rotations, you've got Vasily on another high wave clear champion. It's worth noting that, of course, Lucian was available, Graves was available, and he defaults to Sivir. I thought Lucian would be the more obvious choice, as you can still push lanes and you still can play very aggressive but still have a bit of a safer late game team fight phase. Of course, Vasily, his positioning maybe not his strongest tool as a carry, is known to play aggressive, was always rocket jumping in on Tristana, usually relies on those repositions like the Relentless Pursuit for defensive options. He's going much more all in terms of the Sivir in this game. Maybe that suits the comp, maybe that will allow Carry to get in the back line. Carry on this Gnar, once again, very close to undefeated on this champion. Definitely his biggest pick.
Yeah, I mean, Vasily, we tend to see Sivir in any sort of rotational-based comp, and that is what Vici have here. It's interesting to see Sejuani in this style of comp, but I do like it. Nautilus sort of for the same reason. You pick an overload of CC, you can pick people off in transition, or maybe more importantly, when you start to siege up turrets in rotation and you get aggressed on, you can disengage effectively.
Well, I mean, the first choice was Dive. That's what they said. When they saw the Kog'Maw being locked in with the Janna, they went for Dive. Dive, I mean, your purchase may vary on whether that will work, but they locked in Sejuani first pick, and that's what they resulted in. But still, the Twisted Fate, that's the big question mark. Can they out-rotate the Juggernaut? Because late game, you always have to hand it over to the Juggernaut.
Yeah, you do indeed. No one usually stops it once it gets going, and I don't know if Vici have the answers. As you said, Hetong, he's the big piece here. If he can get in that lane and start ganking the Kog'Maw, Kid may never reach the power that he wants to in this game.
And that will be a big win condition there for Vici, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do. We're about to get straight onto the Rift. And welcome back here for our third game between Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming. All square after the first two games with a 1-1 split. And we have at least two more games left to play. And we'll see. We might go the full distance once again here. That'll be twice today between promo and playoffs. But the team that wins this game, big momentum going. Because from that point onwards, you only need one more win to push yourself to the EDG matchup in the semifinal.
And at least you can say in terms of champions select this time, Pastry Time, both these teams have a very clear identity. All about pulling into late game team fights at IG. And with that Twist of Fate, with the Sivir, looking for rotational based play on Vinci's side. If Vinci get ahead, they've shown that they don't often get answered. I believe they've never lost a game where they got the outer ring of turrets with the likes of Twist of Fate and Sivir. But again, it's going to be all about IG pulling it out to late and Vici just trying to be assertive in the early game. Lovely to see teams with clear win conditions, and whichever one acts on them better, they should win this game.
Yeah, given the first two games, which had some potential questionable picks there in the drafts, both teams with strong identities that fit their style that we've seen as well. So should be a very strong game. And as far as early adaptations go, we see a lot of early movement, a good line of wards there for Vici to try and potentially spot off a lane swap. But my favorite thing of all is Hatong and those boots one.
Yeah, the boots, just to navigate the poison coming through from Cassiopeia. There's many different schools of thoughts on how to deal with these high-impact lanes. You might think, okay, I'll opt into the Flask 3 potions, have over 600 health worth of sustain coming through. But against Cassiopeia, you just need to dodge that poison. If the Q poison never registers, then the multiple Twin Fangs won't come through. But you can see in this laning phase, the first one hits. Hatong's going to have fast feet to deal with this Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Cacao takes away the blue buff. Satai is jungling with him. We've started a freeze fairly strong for IG here in the top side of the map. So Kid going to get what he wants away from the Sivir lane just to make sure Kog'Maw is nice and safe. And Kitties on the John are going to start to roam.
I mean, this is what Kitties did the previous series, getting the trades in.
He stole the wolf.
He got the big wolf.
He
Look
did.
at his experience bar. He's actually almost level 2. It's not quite the Gromp steal that we saw Mako do with Support Vega. Rest in peace, Support Vega on patch 5.6. But hey, it's pretty close.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mako probably has the monopoly on hilarious things that supports it. Actually, you got a red buff steal on Annie in the last week of the LPL as well. But stealing a wolf there with a John auto attack, Kitties can chalk that one up as a very big achievement.
And it's crazy how big an impact that actually has, because what's this jungle follow? Carry's still level 1 for this second buff coming through. Wasn't able to pick up level 2. Janna continues to roam, of course, making her way down bottom to help with the Lulu.
Oh, Marta now going to do his best Kitty's impression, going to try and steal this away, but Cacao's there with the smite, gets his way over the wall with the body slam, and Marta gives him a chuckle instead.
So after that awkward steal coming through, Cacao kept his notes, listened to his support, kept onto his smite, and wasn't punished.
Good stuff there. We can see the Scuttlecrow being taken out. Dandy will be able to take that away, but level 2 is this Sejuani already, I guess, matching Gragas there as well. But again, Kitty's even the spare 53 gold as he joins Zatai for a very different looking duo lane now, kind of pairing with his top laner. Getting pushed in so far as the Lulu with Vasily and Marta playing aggressively forward, but should be able to clear out just fine.
So the freeze breaks here for Vici Gaming. Kog'Maw hasn't broken the freeze quite on top. No, he has as well. So, of course, Na is actually rotating at the right point. I thought they might need to send Sejuani to try and push in that lane, but the freeze breaks identically on both sides of the map.
Yeah, good movement there from Na. Carry going to reach the lane just in time to start picking up CS. You can see Lulu doing the same thing. Actually equalize right now for these laners. So Zatai, again, Lulu can struggle in these situations. Doesn't always last hit that well under turret.
I mean, the first Destiny could be really big coming out from this Twisted Fate because there's a lot of CC in the lanes. Nautilus, 4 CCs once he has ultimate, the depth charge available in the top lane. If you manage that Na bar towards level 6, so just the consistent slows coming out, you have quite a lot of CC in Na's kit. And Sejuani, I mean, less said the better. Level 6 Glacial Prison. The Destiny ganks, we mentioned the fact that they will open up the early game rotations. They need to be on point, but they've definitely picked lanes that combine well with Twisted Fate.
And Hatong already gone back now. Got a Doran's ring to join in with his boots, plus a bunch of consumables. Rookie going to go back as well. Probably a tier coming through, and we'll see if he does want to go for the same build as last time.
I don't know if he'll be opting into the Haunting Guys, just because the power spikes of his team this time are much later than the power spikes were in Game 1, I believe, when we last saw the Cassiopeia. Much more likely to see some later game purchases, maybe just the Rylai's for a bit of dueling effort in the mid game. If Hatong ever wants to rotate into a long lane and you have Rylai's, you have so much chase power, especially with the summon spell Cleanse, or you can just stay on top of that Twisted Fate when he looks to rotate around the map. Probably not going to be the catalyst, just because you don't want to opt too much into late game and ensure the game doesn't end before all your teammates hit their power spikes.
No, but going to opt into the tier for now. Hetong actually without his ultimate roaming down, but just going to put a few friendly wards in towards IG's jungle entrances. Dandy jungling out as well. Now level 4, going to go back and spend a bit more gold as he moves in towards Cinderhulk after his Trailblazers being completed. But Rookie definitely has control of the lane right now. A good CS lead actually coming through.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, Twisted Fate's going to have to play defense in this lane, respect the poison. We saw the first poison registered despite the fact that Rookie, the boots were picked up by Hetong. Rookie smartly actually spots out the pink ward that usually gets so much value. We see those pink wards stay up for 10 minutes or more, but in this game, picked up.
Yeah, done his homework there, has Rookie, so able to clear that up very efficiently. Back in the bottom, Vasily clearing away, but AD carry CS is fairly even. You think that has to favor Kog'Maw again. It's we do often see Kog'Maw in a lane swap, but it's almost always with a Janna versus Nanami where they do prefer to lane.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of the 2v2, the Nautilus, has actually stayed in lane a lot more, but because Janna picked up that wolf, hasn't been punished for roaming around the map. Of course, visited top, visited mid, went bottom, helped with the jungle follow, but it's still same level to Nautilus, who's been anchored, bad pun intended, to the bottom lane.
Yeah, stolen a wolf there as well, did Kitty. So done a lot of early work here and just soaking some experience. Dandy actually hiding here, looking for a 2v2. Kitties might face check him there and does. Now discovers him, but Dandy going to move in. Knockup does come through, but Kid going to get onto carry, and I think has to respect the damage. Kitty's still not using the flash, but Hetong's going to join in now as well. Kid does have his heal. He's going to use it at the last second. Kitties doesn't even need to use his flash, just the exhaust, and they'll keep chasing. No follow pressure coming, unfortunately, as Kakao has come to the bottom lane, but IG's dual lane dodges that Destiny wonderfully.
And importantly, a big misfire on the first use of the Destiny page down. We talked about the fact that rotational play is largely opened up by successful uses of that global in the early game to snowball your way towards 20% CDR. And again, CDR means more and more Destinies, means more and more global presence. In this case, gets him nothing.
IG had a look at the dragon there as well, but I think smartly decided it was a little too risky, given that Vici had already pulled away from the gank, but Kid continuing to farm out now. Hasn't quite gone for that first shot yet, as we see Vasily already returning to his lane with a BF sword, but pushing the lane in, starting to deny carry a bit of CS, although he's keeping up nicely with the Lulu, And Fiendish Codex up for Zatai as well. Carry still with his longsword, has to make his first big purchase.
Things have gone better than expected for IG. Their first Destiny didn't work out. And despite the fact that they were the ones to initiate the lane swap, they don't even have to deal with a dragon coming to. No dragon advantage from sending their duo lane top from the jungle follow that followed. I mean, Kitty's just delaying the power spikes for Gnar and Sejuani in the jungle has really helped them out. They lose their turret in bottom, but of all trades, they'll take that one.
They will for now. Here, Kid does return to that lane with a fade as they've swapped back down, probably just for some dragon control here as well. Rookie returning to his lane with some very early sorcerer shoes. I like it. Knows that Hetong went for some early boots. Needs to be able to chase him down.
Yeah, he's gone for the flat magic resist blues as well, so just a bit more magic penetration. Helps with his wave pushing because, of course, the magic band works on those lane minions. And again, gives him more trade damage to Twisted Fate. And Twisted Fate can't just use a gold card to disengage because, of course, the cleanse has been elected to from Rookie. It's all about kill pressure onto Twisted Fate. They've punished him for his first roam by picking up CS. He's 26 CS up, which is actually quite a massive lead for this early into the game. And now he's getting kill pressure, and that's the ultimate punishment, death onto the Twisted Fate.
And Hetong seems to be looking for a Merc Treads, I think, as well. So very defensively minded there in the mid lane. Null Magic Mantle's just been picked up on his last shopping trip, but not really picking up any big ticket items or even decent mid-game items here for Hetong. So struggling on the TF so far with the Cassiopeia, I guess semi-counter pick coming through for Rookie, but the Dragon's still available. Carry's getting farming. For the most part, everybody's pretty happy. Once again, almost 10 minutes in and still no first blood.
It's still no first blood. Both junglers been just onlookers for the start of this game. Actually a 5 CS advantage available for the Sejuani. But, I mean, you have to say that Cinderhulk is basically an item that keeps scaling into the late game because, of course, you get more and more gold value from each of your purchases. Sejuani getting closer to the late game with all her innate health scaling. It suits Vici if Sejuani isn't punished.
And it's one thing for Kakao. It's always interesting to me when he doesn't choose to get super aggressive early on any champion. He's found success on pretty much everyone but Nunu as far as early pressure goes, and the Gragas you saw in the last game was much higher pressure than this. I know that IG are looking to scale into the late game, but I think for me, when Kakao's farming like this, look for his mid-game presence. That first Dragon team fight, if there is a big fight for it, if Kakao doesn't make a high-impact play from all the farming, he kind of probably just wished that he spent more of his early game just applying more pressure.
And you think to some degree he'd harken back to the last time these two teams met during the latter stages of the LPL, I believe it was week 9 or so. He picked up the Nidalee and literally solo carried that game with a late game teamfight, picking up a crucial triple kill onto the backline and getting IG back into a game. They looked like they had no chance to. Of course, Gragas isn't a Nidalee from the jungle. I'm waiting for the hyper carries, or so at least the jungle hyper carries, to be picked up, but it's been very defensive junglers. The disengage Gragas and the engaged Sejuani have been the popular picks this series. And then, of course, Nunu, the other one, enough said. Not much about the early jungle pressure.
I mean, to be fair, it makes some sense as Vasily does get slowed, I think, by the Zephyr. Might have spell shielded off, but Kid, with the Phage, looking to chase, doesn't even have the Sheen here and still feeling confident to win trades against the Sivir.
I mean, Sivir has Twisted Fate for backup, but still is respecting the pressure coming through. Of course, didn't have the Nautilus, didn't really know the positioning of the Sejuani, but you look at the mini-map, 2 pink wards around this dragon committed to. That's 200 gold Vici have spent to get dragon control, but still haven't felt the confidence to actually pick up a dragon.
Yeah, 11.5 minutes in. It's been a late look at that first dragon here. Teams kind of just getting some vision and backing away. No one really committing to try and take it yet. Vici have a slight gold lead here of 800 gold. That's mainly from the tower that they've got him in the bottom side of the map, but all the other towers are fairly healthy here. And again, Hetong, he's got his destiny back, but he's not been able to find any time to roam with it.
And that CS advantage that Rookie's been able to pick up doesn't count for much if this game goes long enough. And the innate lane matchups, Cassiopeia always going to be able to boss around Twisted Fate. Lulu always going to have the early advantage over Nah. The scaling in those lanes is definitely to the advantage of Vici. So if they're not being punished, it buys time for them to get stronger. But you can say the same about Kid to some degree. The one-item power spike from Kog'Maw has really brought him back to the meta with just the Trinity Force. That's usually the go button when it comes to team fighting. He's going to have at least the Sheen when he goes for this back, perilously close to that Trinity Force.
Yeah, and just comfortably getting there as well. That's the big issue. Again, a fairly long early game here, pretty long landing phases. One attempted a gank here by Hetong, but a misfire on the first Destiny. And that's just comfort room for Kog'Maw. He's farming up. If that Trinity Force comes in 16 minutes, 17 minutes or so, and Kog'Maw's being unhindered, especially if there are no extra towers or dragons to speak of, IG are going to have a field day with their mid-game.
We already mentioned that Vici are the ones looking to take this game in the mid-game through rotations, ensure that just like IG was afforded last game, they can lose a few team fights in the late game, but if you're 8-0 turrets up, you win one fight, you win the game, and that's what rotations can do for you. There's been some decent rotations. They have the turret advantage, but no dragons to show for their early game comp.
Yeah, blue buff here for Cassio, and the dragons are an important highlight there as well. Vasily already took the bottom lane turret, probably wants to move into another lane and try and pressure it down. Hetong's done a good job here in the mid-game, actually pushing Cassio back and then getting on top of the turret. But this dragon still being up has anchored Vasily to the bottom lane where he can't go and take out other turrets.
But the crazy thing is, Pastry Time, they've had 2 pink wards there for over 5 minutes. They should have had run of this dragon, even with the fact that Cassiopeia had the pressure on the mid lane. You've got Destiny, you're always going to react first to whatever's happening around the dragon. So for them to not be confident enough to start the dragon with Sivir, with Sejuani, who can now mostly shrug off this dragon damage, it's just a hole in the game plan for Vici.
And Dandy started it, but IG is going to go in and fight them. Teleports up for both the top laners. Dandy has actually got exclusive vision, which we've talked about Vici having for a little while here. They will get the first dragon, but it's so late. In fact, Kakao might even try and steal for it. He's going to throw in the ulti. No, doesn't bother. Teleports do come in, though, for Carry, but Kakao going to knock him out of it. Knocks him back beautifully. Ulti just splashed there by carrying Kakao. Now gets Wild Growth away as well. The ulti comes through the hits on the Kid and Zatai, but Kakao is forced to flush away. Dandy very low in the back. Cassiopeia going to get the first blood as a result, and IG going to reset with the Giant ulti, continuing to chase in. They've got so much potential to move in there, and they've got a lot of slows. They only get the 1 kill, but not too bad.
Yeah, really low mana bars coming through. Sivir, Twisted Fate, both completely out of mana. Meant they weren't able to fight, despite the fact that Twisted Fate can move around those fights so slipperily and get out those gold cards on the Twisted Fate. So IG, they do move towards the mid lane. They should be able to answer this first dragon for the outer mid lane turret, and you'd always take that trade because the outer mid lane turret gives you so much access to the enemy jungle and get those aggressive wards down.
That's twice now that IG have opted into this trade as well. We'll see if it works out slightly better than it did in that last game here, but Kid now could be in trouble there. Marta's coming through as well. The Destiny's in. He's got to find a away to flash, but the gold card's going to come in after the dredge line. Exhaust down there as well. Slow just missing. Kid will flash. Hetong will follow the gold card back in again, and he'll get the kill.
There's a trade of flash. Much more important for Kog'Maw to hold on to his flash than Twisted Fate. Doesn't quite have the distortion boots just yet, but it's a good pick coming through. But again, it's a kill for no objective. In the end result, it's 1-for-1 in kills for an outer mid lane turret for a dragon. You always give the advantage to the outer mid lane turret, as some people are having some fun in the crowd.
Yeah, apparently not enjoying the pace of the game so far, preoccupying themselves with some other things, but starting to pick up here. I understand it's been a slow-paced series so far, but don't let that fool you. The mid-game again, looking to be very explosive for these two teams.
And if anything, we thought Vici would be the team prioritizing early turrets, maybe seeding away a couple of dragons. Never ideal to do that against a Protect the Kog'Maw comp, but when you've got the Twisted Fate, when you play so confidently, when you're rotating aggressively around the enemy structures and have 3 outer turrets done at 10 minutes, which has again been a common thing for Vici, you look a lot better. In this situation, they finally got that second outer turret, but they're working on this mid.
Yeah, mid's probably dead here. I think Hetong's been doing great work. Good shield from Kitties to deny the picker card burst there coming out from Twisted Fate. Athene's is done now on Hetong as well. Archangel's also completed for Rookie, so first items for everyone starting to come through, and Kakao again comfortably has an Aegis looking there as well. Does find the slow into Hetong. Will ult him back into the team, and Rookie's on top of him. Hetong nowhere good to go. Gets knocked up by a tornado, and who gets the kill but Rookie with the ulti?
Actually forced out the petrifying gaze. I believe Rookie dropped poison, wasn't able to get the refresh on his Twin Fang, so has to use a team fight cooldown. No big structures to fight over, so probably not going to be punished by Vici.
And the longer IG can hold on to this mid tower as well, I think the better things are going to look for them. Vici have managed to get the 2 side towers, but the ever-important mid tower that IG have already taken away from Vici is still here for them.
I mean, Cassiopeia's had the blue buff. She hasn't been pressured that much. She's been able to wave clear despite not having instant wave clear, just because, again, has so much mana at this point that can just spam out those Twin Fangs quite happily. Getting that outer mid turret should open up some of the split pushing that we've expected to come from this series. But again, Twisted Fate's been basically anchored to a mid lane matchup. It's not going to win.
Here's the Tyler, good ulti by Carry. Big combo coming through for the Mega Naren. Now going to pop back into Mini Nar form. Hyper will proc as a result. Damage going to come through. And now Tower being aggressed by IG, but get ulted there.
There we go.
Now the Hetong going to come through as well. Tornado moving in. Master's going to ult onto Kid. Kakao is so tanky though, and Kid turning around with the damage. Kakao gets the first kill. Reset coming through from the Monsoon as Rookie zoning everybody out. Doesn't have his ulti, but doing so much damage. Gets the kill onto Mato, and 2 kills there for IG.
It was just crazy use of the Destiny by Hetong. Basically went for a melee range Destiny about 2 flash units away, died to focused fire. Good rotation coming through from Rookie, and it's the second outer turret matching the turret score from Vici with a Protect the Kog'Maw comp. Everything going well for IG.
And Carry not able to be there either because he spent all his resources trying to kill Zatai, who just wild growth off the damage and then kept wave clearing away from his turret. Vici have not looked like they have in the later stages of the LPL this series, I have to say. Even Zatai going to find a pink ward and clear it away.
And so many wards in the items. Remember, we haven't seen the Sightstone coming out early from Dandy, but multiple wards from members, 2 pinks, multiple wards coming through from Hetong. That just means that the gold lead 2,000 is actually implied 3,000 or more gold lead coming through from IG because of all the commitment towards warding. And the item timings are actually starting to look better for IG than Vici, even though they're the team with Twisted Fate. They're the team that's supposed to be out-rotating. So far, the Destiny hasn't contributed anything. In fact, it's actually hurt Hetong.
It has, and the big one here for IG as far as timings go has to be the Trinity Force now done for Kid. Rookie going for the Haunting guys again, but does have a Giant Spelt this time, so maybe going to move the Rylai's into the build a little bit quicker. Rookie probably going to end up with the same sort of makeup. Seraph's Embrace eventually when the Archangel's transformed. Shorksu's Haunting guys and a Rylai's, but he might change the order ever so slightly this time.
I think Rylai's earlier is the big adaptation, just because if you pick up the Rylai's, there's no way Twisted Fate can split push with you, just because you'll just die towards all the refreshing of the 35% single target slow from the Twin Fang. Of course, you have a global, so perhaps you can out-rotate the Cassiopeia, but it definitely doesn't set up multiple situations where Twisted Fate can split push.
No, and Rookie, the longer he stays alive in the fights, the better. If he can stick on targets, especially these big melee divers, Nar and Sejuani, that are trying to get onto the backline of himself and Kid, the better. And Rylai's a fantastic Cassiopeia item. I think Rookie slightly missed it by not getting it. I did like the Luden Zeko, but we'll probably see it later.
It's just so much more important in this game because we outlined it during Champion Select. Vici have some very situational ways they can teamfight against IG, but on the balance, you take IG's teamfight comp every day of the week. They need to out-rotate IG. They weren't able to do that in the first 20 minutes of this game as we just ping over to 20 minutes. And with items like Rylai's being completed, with less and less split push options for Hetong, those options for out-rotating get so much more difficult.
I mean, Hetong is in the bottom side of the map. He loves to do this on TF, and just his mages in general stick in the bottom lane. Once the lane starts to break out, get some sideway farm and push in, but Vici still don't have that mid turret here. Like you said before, it's even on turrets. Dragon is actually back up here, so IG might just start it because no one here from Vici is really in the area.
But the crazy thing is, Beishamn, he has no defensive wards around the enemy blue buff. He was actually just pushing in away straight to Kog'Maw, who was lapping it up. There's no advantages being gained there. Giving free farm to the Kog'Maw is not what you want to be doing as Twisted Fate, but realistically, he can't push past the river without immense threat of death.
Oh, and you can see Hetong's positioning on the minimap, recalling quite far towards his own side of the map here. Vici did get a turret there. Vasily actually just kind of walked into the mid lane and soloed the rest of its health out, but IG managed to trade a dragon for it. So the game starting to open up a little bit more now. The farming sort of coming to an end here in this game. Again, it's been a slow one. 21 minutes in and only 5 kills, but quite a few more towers, and the map opens up. More people going to start sticking together, or maybe in Vici's case, split up and start pushing.
Yeah, I mean, 1-3-1 is all that Vici can really hope to do. But again, if it's not successful, later and later, more and more items to Kog'Maw. Suddenly, you need to itemize armor to complement the magic resist that works so well against Kog'Maw for those first 25 minutes of the game. But by the moment that Blade the Ruined King comes through, suddenly you need to be looking at higher armor values to just deal with him in a fight.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Vici, it's neutral-looking warding across their map here. All the pinks very defensively positioned, especially towards the bottom right-hand side of the map. IG are the ones now maybe looking to get some aggressive wards in it. Again, if the wards are neutral for IG, they're happy because that means they're happily farming on their side of the map.
And if they're able to get this vision control around Baron, remember, this is Cassiopeia, so even before the Blade of the Ruined King, but especially after that is picked up by Kid, they have immense single-target Baron damage. Hell, Drunken Rage now does 300 damage. The cap increased towards monsters, so the amount of Baron damage from just those 3 members, and of course Lulu and Janna to throw on shields and provide innate tankiness, means that IG always have to respect the Baron threat, but they do have the Destiny coming through to reveal positioning. And right now, Hetong just keeps trying to split push.
Smart rotations here from IG, actually. Moved in towards the top side, tried to push down the tower. Vici immediately pinged mid and ran there, but Rookie rotated back around again. IG playing safe to tie in the bottom lane now, pushing out Hetong, using the Lulu wave clear to get the minions out from under their tier 2. And again, there are no major objectives up. They've got Baron warded. All IG have to do is sit back and farm.
And that's the thing. Trading farm with a Kog'Maw Cassiopeia, protect the Kog'Maw, or even enable the Cassiopeia depending on how this game goes. That just suits IG. Whenever you're pushing farm towards a Kog'Maw, you're just looking at that timer, you're looking at the items, and realize that this game's only going to get worse for Vici.
And Rookie, he keeps tricking me. Now has the Leandries finished off as well, so going for the same start he had in Game 1, but that Giant Spot I can only imagine will one day be a Rylai's. It's just a matter of when he wants it.
I mean, we say this, but there's no guarantee. Maybe it's the casual Warmogs on Cassiopeia. In Meta's past, it was about the tier the Athenes into the Warmogs, just because, again, the consistent damage is there. Reginald loved that build many, many years ago. I'm dating myself with that particular comment, but probably going to be the Rylai's. Again, if you anchor Cassiopeia to bottom, Kog'Maw to top lane, and just lap up the farm, ensure there's nowhere for Hetong to split push, you're happy if you're IG.
I mean, if Rookie's fending off divers as well, I do like the Leandries build for Cassiopeia here. Will obviously be augmented by the Rylai, so that's mostly why I'm expecting it here. But if Dandy and Carry find themselves in a position where they dive on top of the squishy mate and just melt to Cassiopeia damage, Vici, again, have no hope of winning the team fight. So again, they got to split them up. But Vici's rotations haven't really been rotations. They're just kind of sticking in the lanes and hoping that the turrets fall down by themselves.
But sticking in the lanes and fighting farm tells me they're looking to opt into late game team fights, and then I completely agree with you. Leandries on Cassiopeia will do so much work against the triple dive that's going to come through between Nas, Sejuani, and the Nautilus, you have to say. Nautilus doesn't afford to buy that magic. He's just building health at this point. They will melt to all the damage ticking from Cassiopeia.
Yeah, Cacao now going to clear out some more vision as well. Actually, a good time to check in on some trinkets here. Upgraded vision totem there for Zatai, so a couple of extra wards. Lots of sweepers actually for Vici, so trying to get some more aggressive vision down. And as we've noted, they have mostly neutral vision at this point. Upgraded sweepers up for both the supports as well, so junglers haven't quite swapped over yet. But again, Cacao, every time I look down, he seems ahead of Dandy somehow, because their items are identical apart from the Sightstone that Cacao happens to have.
And that's despite You can see Danny doing some power farming. He's given up on any sort of hope of lane pressure and power farm to 106 CS. Again, it's another reason why Rookie's build is actually looking good, is because when you're going Leandries and the Rylai's, you're just looking to kill frontline tanks. So that's his job. And guess what? Kid's going to kill everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost got a Blade of the Ruined King here on the Kog'Maw, 217 CS. Actually pretty far behind Vasily as far as CS goes. And Vasily moving into his third item now as well. Going to be a last Whisper, it looks like, after the Infinity Edge and Static Shift that he's already built. Hatong now with the Zonies might be able to make more plays, but Vici have to do something soon. Dragon back up in a minute as well. That might be our next pressure point, but even the second Dragon's not quite enough for Vici to really pressure IG.
And honestly, how is Sivir going to do damage in fights? You're going to wait for these fights. You're not going to walk past the Petrifying Gaze. You're not probably going to be able to DPS down Kid unless he has so many defensive utility shields and health increases like the Wild Growth that he wants you to be hitting him. So he has so much more range than you do as Sivir that you feel like there's going to be one of those situations where Sivir, her 500 range will betray her late game fighting. Although she does a lot of damage unhindered, there's plenty of hindrance, disengage, CC coming through from IG.
And speaking of CC, Rookie, I'm happy to report, has gotten one step closer to the Rylai's. Got the blasting one now as well. I think about 1,000 gold away from the purchase at this point.
Don't try and cramp his style. He could turn that into a death cap. He's a strong man. He can build whatever he wants.
He built Luden's Echo in the game 1, so I'm definitely confident Rookie can do absolutely whatever he wants here, but almost level 16 now as well. Hard to believe this game has gone so long with this few kills, but everyone is strong here. And again, Vici looking around this next Dragon, I think maybe thinking to themselves, I don't think we can fight anymore.
Well, Vici, they have to force fights, but the issue is you can't force fights against a Cassiopeia Kog'Maw comp that has all this disengage from the rest of their members. They're realizing there's no way for them to force objectives, so the only way they can force the enemy team to aggress onto them is to actually have a lead, like a 4th Dragon towards a 5th Dragon or Baron, but they're even in those sort of trades. So they're going to try and force a fight, but they need the enemy team to fight on their terms, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, ports are coming, carry charging in. IG on top of the Dragon. I actually don't think they care if they get at this. Maybe want to start a fight. Dandy missed his ulti. The tie gets hooked over. Kid going to come in. Then Rookie, a massive ulti there to stop the dive in. Marta going to get low, but a good ulti there from Carry comes in, but still cutting back. Kakao chasing Vasily there as well. Almost gets the kill by himself. Rookie finally claims that Kid, though, will go down, and it's a 2-for-1 win there for IG.
There's a
for
very
Vici, sorry.
big Nara ultimate coming through. But that's the re-engage.
Rookie gets hooked now as well, but he's still going in. Fairly tanky on the Cassio, but Carry able to pick him off. Kakao trying to get the kill, but Marta flashes forward to protect him. And Vici, we weren't sure they could win a fight, but they pull it out just.
Yeah, they were able to win the fight, but I think a big indicator there is that Rookie doesn't have the Merc Tread, so it is dying during this CC duration. It's still Sejuani into Naruto. It's still Nautilus with 4 different CCs. You have to respect the support Nautilus and all the CC he provides, but Rookie, Sorcerer's Shoes, not going to do that much work in a fight.
And I think an even trade there, 2-for-2, perhaps 3-for-2 in favor of Vici at the end of it all, but they don't even get the Dragon that they were originally fighting over. The gold still basically dead even between these two teams. IG actually up 400 gold still, despite being down a turret. If the game continues at this pace, Vici will eventually run out of options. If they have to press momentum and press now.
It was actually a very good Glacial Prison coming through from Dandy. It forced the flash away from Kid. Doesn't have the QSS available. Didn't have that item timing previously. Now has the null magic mana towards a QSS. Will be so much more offensive in his positioning once that QSS is completed. But now the Mikhail's also completed from Kiddies. Suddenly Kid's life got a hell of a lot better.
Now we're going to start this fight again for Hatong's actually the one split pushing now, but IG doing so much Dragon damage. Take it out. Hatong though, how much damage can he get done? He doesn't quite have the Lich Bane yet, but he's doing considerable damage to this turret.
It doesn't regenerate any health as well. There's multiple members. They should get this turret, but they're scared of an engage.
They're looking for a Kakao, throws his ulti in, but kind of boosts Dandy a little bit further away, so can't quite throw anyone in, and this is IG's problem. They don't really have hard engage.
And that's the funny thing, is that both teams are looking for the enemy to hard engage upon them. Vici have more engage options, but they've already tried going for the big flank engages with Twisted Fate and paid for them, but the gauge is hit.
Vasily ulted in, massive ult there from Dandy, hits on the 4, the death charge will follow in as well, and they're trying to kite away. Kid gets nailed ultimate, Mikhail's helps him out. Rookie though, not so lucky as he goes down to Vasily, but Kid still cutting away. Kakao buying time. Hatong dives in, way too aggressive, but Will's on is at the last second. Kid going to go down. Hatong will force it to the tie, who is still kiting on the Lulu, but the rest of Vici gonna chase him down. Carry actually forced to run away, and Zatai 2-for-1 trade in favor of Vici.
IG just weren't fighting with their tank line in front of them. Crucially, Gragas was zoned away from that engage. They were finally able to pick off Kid, and that opened up a team fight win for Vici.
But Kakao didn't have his ultimate and was zoned away, and IG still kind of lost the minimum there.
They lost the minimum, sure, but I mean, IG should be winning these fights at this point. It should get better for them, so maybe they're not going to be in panic stations, but they have to watch these engages, because even with the Protect the Cogmore comp, if you stagger your engages, stagger your CC, the Glacial Prison was wonderful. Look at this Glacial Prison, triple Glacial Prison into the knockup coming through. Mikhail's hasn't been used at this point, I don't believe. I think it was used for sustain at some point, but yes, when the Gnar ultimate registered. Kakao's completely off your screen, doing nothing in the backline whatsoever. Isn't able to stop Vasily doing damage. Vasily just skips ahead, of course. There's no tank line at all. 4 members getting on top of Kid should never happen in a comp with Lulu and Jana, but Vici did it that time.
Yeah, maybe a bit early on the ultimate for Zatai, but managed to do a lot of work and kite them around. Dandy actually going to get caught out. We'll get Gragas ulted back. Tornado plus the slows coming through there, and Dandy has to get a block. The good knockup comes in, but Carry comes in to save him. Kakao going to join in there as well. Still chasing RIG. They really want to kill Dandy, but he's fairly tanky on the Sejuani. The tower still in their way. Zatai going to whimsy his way forward. Good ulti from Dandy will keep him safe, and now Hatong coming in as well, diving in onto Rookie, who instantly cleanses the gold card. Can turn it around. The ulti will threaten, and Vici Gaming will back away.
Might have been a chance for a petrifying gaze, but Vici got the hell out after the cleanse was used. So probably smart position from them. They have a lot of Baron damage, and Sejuani's in base.
Yep, smart stuff, knowing that Dandy's recalled and can't get back safely. Just get on top of the Baron and take it away. It dies so fast, and Rookie gets it. Kakao didn't even smite.
Yeah, the miss smite actually comes through. That's a big problem, but this is the engage.
Yeah, Carry getting chased down. Kakao in the front line. Petrifying gaze will peel off Carry as he dives in. Marta going to be the next to fall as Kid managed to pick up the kill onto Nautilus. 2-0 now as Hatong getting chased away. The barrel just short there onto Hatong, but RG starting to gain momentum.
Yeah, much better team fight with Kakao in the front line, with the Wildgrow is still available in this situation. Rookie fighting next to Kid. Those are the fights IG are looking for. Took them 30 minutes, but they look good when they get them.
And now the towers are going to start to fall. IG evened up the turrets. Now going to be ahead by 1 as they take their 4th turret of the game. They don't even need Zatai, who can teleport in if needed, and this tower is also going to go down.
I mean, that's the thing. The Cogmore does so much safe damage to these structures, keeps proccing that Trinity Force. Cassiopeia setting up an effective zone even without the Petrifying Gaze. The base is broken, and so might be Vici's game plan, because they never got the rotations they were looking for. For once, Hatong's Twisted Fate, it's really contributed nothing.
And he didn't even get that punish. Yes, Rookie was pressuring him in the early stages of the lane, but I felt like Rookie started playing back in his lane, just scared of Dandy once level 6 here for Sejuani. Maybe Hatong just sort of put himself off kilter by failing that first Destiny a bit, but it's weird to see Vici pick this sort of comp and do so little with it in the first 20 minutes.
The thing to mention is that usually those Twisted Fate split pushes that have been so successful in previous series have been facilitated by aggressive wards being put down by Dandy and Marta. This game, we've noted many times, their ward line has begun and ended defensively, maybe up to the river, but no further. So we never saw a situation where Twisted Fate could split push, and when he was split pushing around this area that you see him on the mini-map now, he was just pushing farm into Cogmore to gleefully just pick up without any pressure whatsoever. In terms of Destiny, we've seen 3 of them used for no real gain at all. And, I mean, 5 score involvements out of 5 is 100% kill participation. But with this rotational game plan, they should either have a turret lead or a hell of a load of kills, and they have neither.
Sick flash there for Kakao. Hatong flashes out of the Grug Assault, though. Will get the stun. Can't proc the barrel, so no slow for Kakao. But now the teleport coming in for the tie. He really wants this kill, but a little too deep there for the Lulu.
They get both escape summoners from Twisted Fate. They'll take that trade. Another outer turret goes down. The thing about Vici is their comp does nothing in this situation.
Yeah, Kid actually face-tanking turret with a Lulu shield on him. Zatai maybe even just joining in for the Lich Bane damage as he's managed to finish that up as well. Carry looking in, but they can't really dive Rookie with the ultimate up ready for Cassiopeia. Kick
I mean,
out.
IG going to make all the decisions. They have the explosive cast available soon. They have the petrifying gaze, so you can't dive into them. They've already taken the turret and the inhibitor, so no reason to overstay. And Vici, even with all this initiation CC, we're getting to the point with Mikhails, with QSS, with all the other options. IG have all the cards, and it feels like Vici, even with Twisted Fate, usually pretty good with the cards, not going to help out.
No, not so much, as Atong still in the top lane trying to push that out, knows that he can't really contest the Super Minion waves just yet, despite all the AP that he has. Dragons respawning right now for IG, though, and they will be able to pick it up as they prep for all this damage. And Baron melted, Dragon's going to go even faster.
It's just been a really smart play by IG to answer all the obvious threats coming through from Vici. The Twisted Fate split push threat has been answered by strong wave clear from Lulu, so they never could opt into a situation where Twisted Fate was split pushing against Lulu. Cassiopeia's had incredible kill pressure onto Twisted Fate, so he's been avoiding that lane since very early. And look at this, Lulu just whimsying in, forces the ghost from Atong.
I mean, Zatai does respectable damage now on this Lulu. Morellonomicon, Deathcap, and now the Lich Bane means that the squishy Twisted Fate absolutely has to be scared of this top lane Lulu. And Lulu, normally a champion that's just fine with her 2 items. Zatai, a real threat on this team now as well.
Yeah, with the Lich Bane, as you mentioned, some single target damage continues to build AP, which of course builds up his defensive utility. And Kid is super scary. No rush for any sort of armor, any sort of armor penetration. No need for a Last Whisper, because only the Randuin's completed for carry.
And Rookie is about to evolve into disgusting damage from Cassiopeia. I think he's maxed out his passive stacks, but he's got a Rabadon's on the way, and when I last checked, it's 558 AP.
Yeah, 558 AP, add an extra couple of percentages there from the Death Cap, but it's going to be a lot of AP coming through from the Cassio.
It really is here, and the Death Cap's not far away here for Rookie either, and to be honest, he hasn't really been needed. IG have just found some strong fights. Kid has been able to pick people off, and IG have played wonderfully around the map to get themselves to this spot. They steal away the blue buff from Rookie. Rotations even easier now due to the 3rd dragon they've gotten as well, and Kid, he's got his Phantom down, so he's ready to go with all of the Bioarcane Barrage damage.
I'm really loving the introduction of Cassiopeia to these Protect the Cogmore comps as Cacao gets a bit feisty in the back lane.
Just throws his ult onto Vasily. Apparently doesn't really mind. The cooldown's pretty short, and Hatong going to go in. Actually peeling away as Carrie's found a very good spot, but he's getting ulted down. He's so low. Finally knocks him into the wall, and massive CC coming through, but IG still cutting around, keeping Kid alive. He's been wild growth. He's doing so much damage, but it's not quite enough. Cacao will fight back there. It's a 2 for 2 so far, but Cacao will quickly fall. No, gets out of the way. 2 for 4 so far, and Cacao might make it 5. Vici Gaming are keeping themselves in this game. Cacao tagged by a boomerang, body slams again. Barrow will keep him safe, so only 4 for 2, but Vici fight back. Oh god, their base.
What an engage from Na. Triple or quadra Na into the wall, getting the CC on both of the high damage threats. I never thought that would happen, but Cacao's now just going to try and buy time as the super minions do all the work.
Yeah, they're both Nexus turrets are already dead, and Carry gets basically soloed out by Cacao's Greg as Mata is desperately fighting off the super minions, but he can't really do that much on this Nautilus.
Yeah, the Riptide buffs, they help a little bit Pastry Time, but the moment they start to aggro the base, there's Sejuani. They might be able to buy just enough breathing time, but you're against a team with a Kog'Maw who can do so much damage from structures from safe range. Don't know how much time it really buys for Vici.
I mean, they maybe just be able to sit everyone forward, drag assault them off the Nexus, and just have all the shields sit on Kid, and he can just solo it out. Base is now wide open for IG, so Vici, despite winning that last team fight, lost a little too much as a result.
Look, it was an excellent engage. Honestly, it was sloppy vision from IG. They had no vision to their sides, so they got flanked by the Sejuani, who was kind of waiting. He saw the Gragas ultimate being used. He said, I realize now I'm not being spotted out. So he just stood there for a long time, did Dandy. Finally got the Wonder engage. They didn't respect the Gnar bar from Carry. It filled up. Triple Gnar into the wall, into a 4-man Glacial Prison. They won the fight off the back of that situation. But yeah, the trade for the base, certainly not ideal for IG. So they lost the minimum for what was a poor team fight for them. But just coming back to Cassio one more time. A high damage mid laner, because remember, people have been trying to introduce a second threat to Juggernaut. A high damage mid laner with such an excellent disengage CC, Petrified Engage so much better disengage. And then hell, it helps with neutral control. The Baron dies instantly.
Yeah, Baron dead there. Hetong uses his destiny and gets the bad news. Baron well and truly dead. I like to bring up Cassio as well because that Rabadon has been completed. 709 AP, I believe, is where she got to. It's Kakao. He's going in 1v5 at this point, getting a little too low. Quite tanky there, pops out with the Drunken Rage. His team catches up. Dandy forced to use the ultimate. Kakao somehow still lives, but that was very aggressive.
Felt a bit like a rage ultimate. No one else was looking to engage with the Glacial Prison, so it buys a bit more time to continue with the wave management, the emergency wave management you have to think with the base so much in Ruin. Vici just going to keep pushing out their waves. Again, Cassio replaces the likes of Zed that we've seen in these Juggernaut comps. A high damage laner, but again, with defensive utility. That's the thing I love, is that you add another defensive utility. So someone dives onto you. If you get through the Explosive Cast, the Petrifying Gaze, all of Janna's disengaged CC, and hell, some of Lulu's, you probably deserve to win a team fight.
I mean, I can't think of a better way to kill these tanks as well, other than a Cassiopeia with Rylai's, Rabadons, and a Leandri's, plus the Seraphs to keep her nice and healthy. IG going to storm in, take his inhibitor kid. We'll just walk back and forth between cooldowns and be able to take it away. And you saw Carry before when he dived in, just managed to get the big Gnar ultimate before dying. That will not happen again. Rookie should be able to kill all of the tanks now.
That's the thing, was that it wasn't a repeatable Gnar ultimate. That was just IG's overconfidence and Vici's problem.
Oh, Carry gets popped out there. He tried it again, but Kitty's with a very nice Janna ultimate. Disengages, and Kakao walks in aggressively. Ultimate popped though by Vasily. Kakao still chasing people down, soaking up quite a lot of damage. Maybe a little too much here as the depth charge is used on the Kid. Hetong maybe look to dive in. Kakao disengages with the ulti. Carry gonna get ripped to shreds there by Kid. Does go down to Rookie. Kakao almost dead, but gets Wild Growth at the last second, and Rookie running rapid in the backline. 4 members dead already for Vici. Hetong off to the side hiding, and IG, they're going to take it to a game 4.
Picture perfect team fighting from IG. Rookie staying right next to his good friend Kid. Held onto the Petrifying Gaze till the big multi-man engage came through, and IG won the fight.
We predicted that IG, if they got to the late game, could not be stopped in team fights by Vici, and at a 40-minute game, that's exactly what happened. Vici just let IG scale up, and I think Carry's face tells you a lot there. He's looking at his screen going, why did we do that?
And that's the thing about Vici, is they got the Twisted Fate. Usually it means they're going to play that rotational style. But when you've got Lulu, a Cassiopeia with the cleanse, there's just so few places that you can actually choose to split push. They never got the wards down to open up aggressive pushing. It wasn't Vasily mowing down waves on the enemy side of the jungle. It wasn't Twisted Fate with a Lichbane doing turret damage. And the result was just more and more farm. The late game came earlier, and IG ran away with it.
And Dandy's face as well, a little puzzled after all that. Again, that's uncharacteristic of Vici to lose a game like that. They had all the tools to play the game that they love to play in, and instead got dictated to by IG.
And they're dictating the jungle bans in particular, Page Time. What's been banned every series has been the early presence junglers that Dandy's been loving. The Rek'Sai and the Nidalee that he picked up on patch 5.4 and never gave away. Forcing him onto Sejuani, so much harder to get that early snowball. And if he can't snowball, if he's not the one putting down the vision, Vici have no answers.
And Vici now have to answer 2 match points away from IG as they go up in the series 2-1. But we'll have a quick break, and when we return, we'll see what happens in game number 4. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Playoff Quarterfinals between Vici Gaming and Invictus Gaming. My name is Julian Patriot-Tamkar. Joining with me here is Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And Invictus Gaming, after losing the first game to Vici in a very strange way, have just dismantled Vici over the last 2 games.
I feel like they've really shored up their pick and ban strategy pastry time, especially in that last game, having so much disengage and then also having the Juggernaut, hell even a Cassiopeia for damage and disengage as well. It was just always going to get to a point where Vici didn't build up a massive lead early. They get outscaled, and that's the result.
And that's 2 games of Gragas in a row and 2 wins there for Kakao. So I think something has to give here in the draft. We've seen very similar bans across all the games so far, but moving into game 4 with IG up 2-1, only one more game left until they push themselves into that semi-final date with Edward Gaming. So IG on the blue side for what could be our last game, sticking to what they know so far. Rek'Sai and Italy both banned away, and Vici ban away the Cassiopeia.
I feel like Vici have to ban the Lulu this time. So much Lulu this series, often on the winning team, another disengage option. Janna and Lulu keep getting over to IG, and they use them so potently. Yeah,
Lulu is banned there, so smart adaptations by Vici. I think starting to realize what's been happening in this best of 5, but is it too little too late here for Vici? We'll have to see, because they have to win out now. 2 wins in a row required to upset IG from this point and be the ones to face EDG. But Invictus Gaming starting to build momentum, so we'll see how that works out.
It's 2 match points to IG, as you mentioned. You have to think Gragas is going to be another highly contested pick. Wouldn't be surprised to see it first pick. No, it's banned away as well. All disengage, barring Nami and Janna, really off the table.
Nice ban there from Vici. Finally, I think, hitting on the picks that have won IG the last few games. IG sticking to the same bans, by the way, still picking on Dandy and banning away the Maokai once again from carry. So we'll see what IG want to take. Janna would be a fine first pick here if they want it, but Sejuani's open also.
Sejuani is a consideration for Kakao, but he's shown prominence on other jungle picks. Been defaulting to the Gragas, but Azias, the champion that makes it through the pick and ban, also great with the disengage, so not a bad first pick.
Makes sense here. It's one of Rookie's best champions, and Atong, no slouch on the champion either. That does leave Vici some power picks here, depending on what they want to take away, but Azir's been banned a couple of times already in this series, so I like the pick away by Invictus Gaming.
Sejuani Janna, I think, will be a very powerful duo. Get Marta back on that Janna. Remember, it was when he was on Janna in Game 1 that was Vici's big victory. Fits their champion pool, doesn't give anything away. They've got engage and disengage with his first 2 picks, and suddenly draft looks a lot better for Vici.
It does here, and I would love these picks away. Can't imagine them changing them to anything else here. We'll give them a couple seconds to decide, but Sejuani's locked in, and Janna soon follows.
Just so much, not necessarily inherent synergy, but suddenly you have the protection and the engage coming through. Getting on top of an Azir, locking him down from range is actually a very desirable thing. So getting it from the jungle with the scaling of Sejuani is a very big power pick for Vici.
And IG going to mull over their next few picks as well. They've got the Azir already. We've seen Kakao's Nunu once already this evening. Didn't quite work out maybe the way that they wanted it to, but it would combo in nicely with the Azir that they've already picked. Kid loves to pick up Kalista as well in almost any situation. Urgot is open, so it's a bit dangerous, but Nunu, Kalista are IG's 2nd and 3rd.
Of course, if you do go with the Urgot, again, another threat of these low damage lineups coming through. Have to see if he goes for it. Vasili's Urgot has been impressive in the past, so it could be a consideration in this matchup. Kassadin versus Azir is the matchup we saw yesterday, of course, in the EDG versus WE 5th game, and it went just fine for Kassadin. It wouldn't be a bad lock-in, but of course, remember back in the first game, Kassadin didn't quite work out.
No, I mean, almost did, honestly, for Hatong. He looked great on the champion once they got to the later stages. I think Vici have to sort of settle themselves and go for things that they know. The drafting's certainly been a bit off, but it's more their play that sort of intrigued me. IG cleaned up their drafting and have played great. Vici looking to draft perfectly fine, but maybe not executing quite as well. Kassadin and Lucian, big comfort picks here for Vici.
And Kassadin versus Azir is definitely not the same sort of losing matchup as we saw with Kassadin versus TF. So Azir definitely going to be a little bit more on the back foot than Rookie was able to be on Twisted Fate, where he's just pushing so aggressively. Have Sejuani coming through from the jungle against the jungle Nunu. So you would say a little bit more ganking pressure, at least in the early levels, and especially around the level 6 power spike. And Lucian, Janna, that's a very strong duo lane.
It is indeed, and we're hovering the Annie now as well. The aggressive Kalista duo being considered here by Invictus Gaming. But not too long left here. I like what they're showing so far. They will swap it over Thresh, actually, to pick there for IG. But Zatai showing something new, I believe. Aurelia's his pickup here.
Actually moving to Aurelia, not his usual champion pool. I don't believe he's played Aurelia in a competitive game in the LPL yet this season. He needs to blind pick something. So I guess he goes with the Aurelia, who can deal with most of the top lane meta matchup.
I just like it a lot against Janna. That's the big issue here for IG, is that they have to get through Janna, who's been potent in this series so far. I think Aurelia looks great in that particular matchup because they've already got enough protection for Kalista. That's not really the issue, but they've got to get on top of Vici's carries as well.
Speaking of carries, looking to opt into what is on some level a losing matchup. We usually see Aurelia's outscaling Rumbles, but it is a skill matchup to some degree. Carrie's already shown that he's a massively feared Rumble player, 10-1 for the season against the untested Aurelia from Zatai. Maybe he just feels that he can opt into a skill matchup but outskills Zatai in the top lane.
I mean, Carrie's had a great series, I have to say. Been consistently good so far in the games they've had against IG. Vici pulling out all the stops here as they move into what could be their final game, and I can't blame them. For the most part, I look down at Vici and one word springs to mind. It's comfort.
It is a lot of comfort coming through, and Carrie's really threatening to be in the same league as top lane Rumbles like Acorn when it comes to just his power on that pick. You see the synergy there with the initiation from Sejuani into the equalizer combos coming through. He's opting into the skill matchup. He must be confident.
Yeah, we'll take it against the Ties Aurelia as Kakao back on the Nunu versus the Sejuani. Didn't go so well last time. We'll see how he does in this game.
I mean, Kakao will have to be a bit more proactive than we've seen previous Nunu players be. This is a better lane matchup for Cassidy. Saw the first Cassidy loss early in the series basically because Twisted Fate had no jungle pressure whatsoever. Sejuani needing to provide that.
Yeah, and there's Kalista again for Kid. Always loves this champion, but couldn't quite get it done. And Lucian now for Vasilian. Kid is back on Thresh, but Mata back on Janna.
And consistently, we have seen these Lucian lanes beat Kalista in the 2v2s early, but when you get enough attack speed, when the Martial Poise is frequent enough, and you get the bigger jumps to try and avoid the piercing line, the lane starts to go towards Kalista.
Yeah, and I wonder if they'll try and swap away again as a result. Again, Kalista into tanks, Papa Smithy. I'm yet to be convinced.
I mean, you say into tanks, it's only really a single tank lineup. It's only the Sejuani in terms of frontline threat. If carries kept down and we don't see a damaged Rumble where you have to respect both the Flame Splitter and the ultimate, if he's forced onto an equalizer-centric build, you can see those Rensets coming through from the Kalista. I understand your concern, and in the late game, there is that really big threat that Cassidy, with those three items, the Rod of Ages into the Zhonyas and the Athenes, can assassinate the short-range Kalista. But in terms of the mid-game, keep the Rumble down, boost up the Kalista. You do have some options.
Yeah, again, we do have a pause to start this game, so not quite in there yet as we do see Dandy looking a little bit concerned. He was rubbing his eyes before the match started. Again, Vici have to refocus. He can't afford to make any more mistakes at this point. They have no more games left to give away.
I mean, look, Dandy has a right to be concerned. It's match point for IG. IG have had the run of the last 2 games. There's a lot to be concerned about if you're Vici Gaming. I feel like the comp really works their strengths a bit better. I was optimistic about Game 3, but they could never get the rotational play going against the Juggernaut that's proved so successful during the course of the LPL. Now they have a better lane matchup for Cass, and they have Carry on his ultimate comfort champion. And Dandy gets another shot at the Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, his Sejuani's fine, but just not had the same control over the jungle and vision that we've seen earlier from Vici as Mata. Pinching his cheeks, again trying to refocus, is on Janna. It's arguably his best champion, certainly his signature champion, and you can see trying to pump himself back up. I mean, Vici, again, they've got everything to lose here at this point, but don't think that IG won't be focused. And for me, the wildcard is the top lane. How good is the Ties Aurelia?
That's the big question mark. We don't know the answer to that question for each time. Might see a lane swap coming through. Of course, you'd probably take Aurelia in a lane swap over Rumble. Rumble does struggle to get any sort of counter pushing going. His jungle follow not as good as Aurelia's either, so that might be a consideration coming into this series. IG crucially only had the single disengage this time. It's not Janna Lulu, the embarrassment of riches with the kiting back and disengage. It's only really Rookie with the Emperor's Divide.
And Rookie, his Azir is fantastic, so I wonder if he can maybe even bully that Cassidy in the lane as well. We have a lot of questions moving into Game 4, unsurprisingly.
That's just the reality, but it is match point to IG. They have a good comp being chosen, but Vici, they're on comfort.
Yeah, I mean, Vici, they should be as well. Again, it might be their last game here, so we'll have to fight back. We'll see what they can do as we're about to move into IG's game number 4. And welcome back onto the Rift here. Invictus Gaming versus Vici. A best of 5 here in the LPL Spring Playoffs, and Invictus Gaming find themselves up 2-1.
Invictus Gaming, they have the momentum, 2 wins in a row, but a lot of that was off the back of very strong disengaged champions. The likes of Janna and Lulu in multiple games. They don't have that this game. Vici, they've mostly been about avoiding fights during the LPL, out-rotating their opponents. They tried to opt into fights last game and then just found multiple sorts of disengage, whether it was Gragas, whether it was Lulu, whether it was Janna. This game should be more on their terms. They should be the ones choosing engage coming through with the Sejuani and all the other offensive options they have.
I think for me, the other question is, can Kakao deliver again on Nunu? He's had great Nunu games. In fact, Nunu, who we thought coming into this series would be quite contested, has had poor showings by both junglers who are traditionally quite good Nunu players, Dandy especially. Kakao's definitely been dictated to when he's played the champion so far in the series, but if he can have another influential game like he was on the Gragas, IG will look in prime position to advance to the semi-final.
And one thing we didn't mention in Champions Day is that although it's not Nunu Jinx, which has probably been the most winning duo when it comes to Nunu AD carries, of course the Blood Bowl is such a core tenet to Nunu's kit, can really set up success. It is Nunu Azir in this game, Pastry Time. So empowering the Azir to get even more damage out of fight, already itemized into the Stinger to really get that attack speed with cost-effective cooldown reduction. But Nunu Azir is a really powerful duo.
It is, and I'm excited to see the Blood Boil Azir again. Maybe more excited to see what Kalista can potentially do with the Blood Boil for additional movement speed and just so much attack speed for the Marshall players. Maybe Kid will change up his item build. Not entirely convinced of that yet, but as you break down here, Kid and Kiddies take the Krugs and return to the bottom side. Kid already level 2 starting to get aggressive because we've got standard lanes once again.
It is actually interesting to mention the Blood Boil synergy with Kalista. Okay, it is an AD carry. They all crave movement speed and attack speed, but that just means the Marshall boys is double scaling off one ability. Suddenly the Piercing Light becomes super, super hard to hit on the Kalista, and that can change the texture of a fight, so it's a smart call out.
I mean, maybe not even just that, because in lane, obviously Blood Boil not there, but in team fights, absolutely. Hitong maybe not peelable, but avoiding the Equalizer, avoiding Sejuani, or perhaps something that's much easier now for Kid.
Watching this mid lane as well. We'll be interested to see how Rookie and Hitong go. We saw Akaston do very, very well from Pawn yesterday. Hitong's probably not quite Pawn tier when it comes to the Kassadin, so it could be different.
Yeah, we'll see now. Azir with an early lead. Rookie actually loves to bully on the champion as Dandy just missing getting hooked there. Has been exhausted by Kiddies as well. Kakao continues in with a snowball. He wants to chase, but will just take a bit of damage. But IG trying to 3-buff Vici and look to be successful.
Yeah, Kakao really wanted to force the flash defensively out of Dandy. Wasn't able to do that. But even with 2 members towards the bottom, the fast reaction from Kiddies means that should be able to pick up a 3rd blue buff.
And this is what we expected more from Kakao, especially on a champion like Nunu. Against Sejuani, pick on her. We've seen Kakao constantly pick on Sejuani since 5.6 happened with a whole host of champions, and now finally doing it on Nunu.
And he's kind of alone in that regard. We've seen multiple members get close to contesting a Sejuani at a 2nd buff, but not really follow through and actually pick up that 3 buff potential. Sejuani always opens that because her first clear, she falls so low in the jungle that you can go in there with your support and just chase her away.
Yeah, Rookie set now against Hitong, harassing nicely, sort of as expected, I guess, in this matchup. A good lead already, 23-11 CS. Now double actually at 24-12 as Rookie again. We've seen him do this before on Azir specifically. He started getting banned away because he just punished people in lane with it.
And even though Hitong is getting zoned, he's still skilling for teamfights, still skilling for skirmish in terms of maxing the force pulse first. Getting a gank, but not going to be able to close the distance onto Rookie. You usually want to max that Q if you want to just trade from range, get a bit of a magic resist shield, which should be very effective against all the harass coming through from Azir. But going the more optimistic route, going the more late game route and maxing the force pulse.
And I saw Kid do a good bit of chunk of damage there to Vasily. It looks to be maxing Pierce this time around, so going to look to poke in on Vasily, stay out of range of the piercing lights, have a bit of a lower cooldown for some more hops as well, and so far looking to be successful, actually leading in CS in this lane.
I mean, the Pierce Max first is really interesting to me, Pastry Time, because the cooldown doesn't scale with level. It's just the flat amount of damage it does. It just gives you so many options in terms of counter pushing. You can counter push down a wave with that AoE Pierce, so it's all about trying to control the wave with a bit more ranged clear. Yeah,
and just maybe a bit more poke as well for Lana. Zatai hopping around the minions there, takes good damage though from Carry's Flame Spitter. Started with a flash, did Zatai. Cloth Armor there for Carry, who must know this matchup exceptionally well, being a seasoned Rumble player. We'll see how the tie goes as we move through, keeping up in CS so far, but Carrie's Rumble is a sight to behold when it gets going.
It's quite significant that he opts into the cloth armor instead of, say, the ruby crystal, so it means not going to be the fast haunting guys. We recall that in the earlier game we saw Carrie played Rumble. It was another situation where he got the very fast Seeker's arm guard. He builds more for lane than most Rumble players I've seen. But hey, it seems to be working out.
Yeah, wants to make sure he gets through the awkward laning phase that Rumble can have sometimes and make sure he's always powerful when it comes to the mid game. Is down the bottom Kid. Good chunk of damage here. Put down onto Kalista. Kid actually leading in CS by 10, so maybe Vasily over-aggressive in his harass. Matra even has to be careful. Does get soul marked, but won't get ganked. And Dandy's here is why they're playing so aggressive.
Dandy's crucially level 5, doesn't have access to the Glacial Prison. Isn't going to come in aggressive yet, though.
No, gonna wait here. Use the hook now, Kid. Actually in a prime position as Kiddies wants to go aggressive, and Dandy been very patient here. Has the flash, but Kid now gonna get preyed on. The tornado comes in as well, and first blood goes to Vasily as Kiddies now has to run away. The Flay coming forward, moves 2 back, but Vasily gonna move in. Flash there will keep it. Vasily follow flashes, heals as well, wants to kill Sobo. Vasily taking out the turret. Now Kakao has to run back in as well. It's just the 1 kill, but it's crucially gone to Lucian.
And the patience of Dandy paid such great dividends, getting the first blood onto his AD carry, Vasily. You mentioned it already. This lane was actually going very poorly for Vici. So for them to get that advantage really unsettles all the good 2v2 work that Kid and Kiddies had done.
And Dandy again, now level 5, going to accelerate slightly towards level 6. And we see Dandy do this quite a lot. He ganks rather a lot actually on Sejuani, but that one certainly paid off.
Yeah, the patience though, just most junglers would have backed away, gone back to their camps, but crucially didn't have anything to kill it. Just picked up the Gromp before he went bottom. So there was no camp to really draw his eye, and knew that at some point the overextension would come from Kid. He registered such a big damage trade onto Vasily with the max range Pierce that it was priced in to keep pushing. And there was Dandy.
Yeah, Rookie returns to his lane though. Chalice of Harmony plus an amp tome. So Chalice coming through for Rookie there as his first item. Makes a lot of sense. Hatong returning again, blasting one and a Ruby Crystal. So able to fight back quite a bit better now in the lane.
With the Force Pulse Max and the flat ability power coming through from the Blasting Mod, we'll have a bit of counter pushing. So maybe it will start to look better when it comes to lane control. But you can see that CS advantage. It's grown. It's already 20 CS in the mid.
Good pierce there from Kid. Going to clear out the wave pretty quickly. And a recurve bow is actually Kid's first item. Might be going in for again that quick BF sword plus the recurve bow build that he seems to love so much.
But look, if there's no team fights to really punish the fact that he doesn't have neither the lane sustain nor the Hurricane for the potential for the Ren sets, it's not a big deal. If you can get away with this build, it's just fine, and you don't have to auto-push the lane with a Hurricane, nor spend so much gold on sustain when you also want to have offensive opportunities with attack speed. So if you can choose to straddle the line and not get punished, you're perfectly happy if you're Kid.
Yeah, Rookie now as well, pushing things out, looking good on the CS front, but Hatong has caught up nicely. Danny going to catch Kakao there, Permafrost in there for the slow. Ulti actually used as well. Hatong will dive over, and Cassidy going to get the kill. Carries teleported in, but he is not needed.
And even though Rookie had both his Summoners and the Emperor's Divide, just couldn't get in position for that to be a meaningful statistic. Of course, you can just use the Rift Walk to move and navigate around that ability, so it wasn't going to come up trumps in that situation. And suddenly, it's another Nunu that's behind in the jungle.
Yeah, Kakao again on the Nunu behind. Dandy leading in front with the Sejuani once again. It's kind of a flashback to game 1. Tatai, though, almost solo killing Carry there in the top lane. Will force the flash, but Dandy should be able to steal away the Dragon for his team.
Surprising that Carry felt confident enough to pick up the Haunting guys, build for team fights rather than for lane. The hook comes through, but no potential for the steal. Carry has to be careful.
Yes, the tie going in. Might look to dive, but can't quite go aggressive. Maybe going to wait for his cooldown. 6 seconds till Blade Surge is back, but Carry smartly will back away. Does not want to get dove here by the Aurelia. Is going all the way back to his tier 2 turret.
I mean, the big adaptation I expected was Seeker's Arm Guard just for a bit more laning power, because of course there will always come a point where Aurelia will naturally build that Trinity Force and Rumble just won't be able to duel her. She'll outscale in terms of 1v1 split push pressure. So building for Haunting guys, that's definitely building for the Equalizer, building for team fights. I thought he would opt into more selfish items to try and deal with the Aurelia, but he went the Haunting guys, and this is the result. He's quickly forced out of lane.
Yeah, no arm guard just yet. Just still with the cloth arm that he started at level 1 with his back in the bottom lane. Vasily returns with a BF sword. Marta actually moving in for a tornado. Very nice there. Hook almost landed, but Vasily predicts it and dashes out of the way.
CS very even in the bottom lane. Still waiting to see if we see the BF sword opted into yet. Of course, BF sword and actually completing the Hurricane going to be very similar gold values, but if I'm going to be a betting man, probably going to be the BF sword from Kid.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Tong clearing some stuff out. Actually has a red buff after the few exchanges. Kitty's getting low on the bottom side as Kid dodges some bolts from the culling. That's a good chunk though for Vici. And again, Vasily finally back in a 2v2 lane on Lucian where he can bully the enemy AD carry.
I mean, the burst trades are so much stronger for Vasily, even though Kid is going for the burst trade max and maxing the pierce. That's just the nature of the kits between Lucian and this Kalista. Dandy, I believe, was spotted out coming into lane, and you can tell Kid not interested in staying in lane.
No, just going to take away the Krugs here as well. Does get them, but that might mean Vici get an early turret here, and it's been a while since we've seen an early turret felled by Vici, but they're starting to press the momentum. Already have a gold lead of about 1,000. Going to go up just a bit more as they take out the turret.
This was still their MO in the previous series. They got the first turret of the game in Game 2, but were never able to capitalize and out-rotate the enemy, and then in the previous game didn't get a turret at all. So good to be on the board for Vici. They've got the kills, they've got the dragon, they've got the turret. So the early objective play has been back theirs. Look, they skipped away for a couple of games, but they're back onto their playstyle in Game 4.
I just think it's nice to see Vasily play an aggressive AD carry and have Dandy back in his lane getting him ahead. We've seen that Vasily plays best from in front. He always wants to go aggressively. Even was famous for juking forward when he played in the NALCS, always moving towards his enemy. Vasily has the option to do that now as Kitties gets nailed by the slow of the ultimate there from Sejuani. Knockout coming through, a great double play. Rookie gets them out with the Emperor's Divide and a good save by the mid laner.
That time the Emperor's Divide was clutch in the situation. Seeing the trade in top.
Yeah, Zatai actually now getting on to carry. Good damage trade coming through Zatai. Can't quite get it. Flashes for the last auto and gets the solo kill. Just lives from the last tower bolt.
Good calculations. Probably could have got it a little bit safer, but no one to punish him in the top side. And a solo kill for Zatai on the impressive Rumble from Carry.
Rookie starting to destroy her tongue here as well with the blue buff. So many Sand Soldiers just moving in for the damage. Rookie aggressive. He's got a good CS lead here as well. Zatai building a similar lead, but Kakao, he's been the one that's got caught out a few times. Dandy will get him again. Her tongue's coming through. He challenges his ultimate. He gets knocked up. Rookie trying to zone them off. Goes back in aggressively once again. Teleport here for Zatai. There was Rookie. Doesn't have his ultimate. He's still fighting. Goes back in. Kiddies gets the hook. Kid gonna hop his way in. He's actually got a Hurricane now as well. Can't get the rent sets. Gets the kill onto a tongue versus Rookie. Now the knockout comes through from the Fates calls. Dandy's forced to run away. Kid still moving in forward and TP's come down. Dandy only goes down and 2 for 1, I believe, for IG.
Fortuitous timing to have the Hurricane complete. This time it pays off. Vici have to back away just to respect the potential rend set coming in. Dandy was super low. Things were going from bad to worse for Vici. The result is a pretty even trade.
And it's, what, 25-30 CS ahead for the mid and similar or the same for the top side of the map. We talk about Rookie's early landing on champions like Azir, but Zatai's Aurelia looks very practiced.
I mean, and you can see from the CS advantage and the fact that Carry's built for teamfights rather than lane. He's basically ceded any hope of lane control going for double magic penetration over the likes of a Seeker's Arm Guard. Seeker's Arm Guard wouldn't have been the solution to the laning phase, but it would have improved it. In this situation, he just has to back away and basically uses Equalizer off cooldown just to try and push the wave in.
Yeah, Carry has no good options. Now 13-minute Trinity Force has been completed by Zatai, so can completely take Carry out in any sort of 1v1 situation. They might even look to rotate Lucian just to maybe get some tower damage down, but Dragon's back up in a minute 30. Vici can't afford to swap right now.
And Hetong's struggle is that he's going for those aggressive trades, but with the 6-second rift walk, just isn't able to get a burst trade in and then disengage before all the Sand Soldier damage comes through. And the trade damage from Rookie is just higher than what Hetong can put out.
Yeah, I mean, all these autos coming through for this Azir just adding up to so much sustained damage.
Mid.
Good Lantern, though, does free him up. Dandy looking for an ulti, but doesn't find it this time, and everyone needs to stay alive. Dragon's back in a minute.
A minute, and we look at the prep vision. It's still there for Vici. Good defensive vision coming through from IG means that there's no aggressive vision they'll be put in to make this Dragon a safe one for Vici Gaming, but IG, they need to commit if they want to try and equalize the vision on the actual Dragon Pit.
Yep, Infinity Edge finish for Lucian there as well, so a big power spike for Vasily as he move in for our Dragon number 2. Rookie getting aggressive now at level 11. Zatai the same here, hunting Carry, you have to think, trying to zone him out by standing in the brush. Teleport's not up, actually, so if they do want to start a fight around this Dragon, it'll be 4v4.
I mean, Carry's got the double magic penetration, wants to get in there with the equalizer, but not level 11 and no teleport. Is awkward times for the Rumble, who still can't stand in lane. He might have to just pack up and leave. He considered it, but he's just choosing between going top and bot.
Dandy coming in again. Kitties actually pops the box. Dandy might use his ultimate. Marta's got a a tornado to knock him up. Kitties does flash a bit late, but is able to get safety and cross maximum distance. Great equalizer, though, by Carry as he roams down and he snipes the kill.
Even though it's just 100 damage a tick, 2 ticks is enough to take out the Thresh. That should free up the second Dragon for Vici. Good trade, but he doesn't actually lose his turret. It's very, very low in the top.
Yeah, the mid turret goes down, though, as Azir was able to take that out just from minions pushing in. He's even moving to the top lane, I think looking to try and take this turret out, maybe even get a gank on to Carry. Nunu's come down as well. They will walk over a ward, and they want to go in here, and Carry already knows what's wrong, is going in towards his tier 2 turret.
Yeah, the turret's at about 30% health, so is critically low. Cannot stand up to the Aurelia. Shot goes back, shops, just picks up a null magic mantle. But hell, it helps the 1v1 that it was already heavily in the favor of Zatai.
Yeah, Rookie returns back to his lane as well. Berserker Greaves now finished for Kids, so going to start pushing his waves up nice and aggressively with the Hurricane. Does have to be careful, though. Hatong is joining down, but Kitties is going to get the hook onto him as well. Flay back out as well, but Riftwalk is, of course, up. And he'll be safe over the Dragon Wall.
And with just the Hurricanes, definitely not the single target damage build that Kid's looking for. So wouldn't have definitely had the secured damage, even if the first Riftwalk was interrupted. Zatai, this is causing really bad times for Carry. Remember, he picked this Rumble into Aurelia.
Yeah, Zatai's just diving at this one, and Carry can't do anything. A solo kill now as Zatai dives the turret, and Dandy is here to try and save him, but Zatai might even be able to go on as well. Too many minions are going to make it a problem, and Dandy will get the trade.
Again, the big issue is that Carry picked Rumble into the Aurelia, fully well understanding this matchup, and doesn't have any semblance of wave control already at 13 minutes. He basically has to pack up and leave and get those impactful equalizers down. But if he ever misses it, he's going to lose multiple turrets in the bottom lane, and whenever he returns, he's giving up CS, he's giving up lane control. Aurelia is only going to get more and more favorable in the off lane.
And that's exactly what they need. Aurelia, for me, is the big solution to all of the CC coming through, and even the Kassadin. If Zatai can hold down Hatong and be the one diving onto him, all of a sudden the squishier threats here, the Azir and the Kalista, that are so threatened by this mid to late game Kassadin, are nullified by the strong mid game Aurelia.
It's a good pickup. Kassadin himself, 4 stacks on the Rod of Ages, still about 24 minutes to finish up that Rod of Ages transform. The item timings are fine for Vasily, but Kid went for the Hurricane build, hasn't been punished in terms of lack of wave control, because of course with Hurricane you're forced to only push in the minion wave. You cannot hope to freeze it because you're doing the AoE with those bolts. But able to pick up, and that Bloodthirst, it can't be more than a few minutes away.
No, should be there soon. BF Sword has been completed, and Zatai going in again. Carry immediately backs away. He does have some support this time, but IG may be sniffing out this gank, have Thresh in reserve as well.
I mean, Rumble's so far overextended. You know he has at least one friend, in this case multiple friends, 4 members up top. IG don't necessarily have the ward coverage to know where people are. They happily spot them out with the one ward they had down, so it wasn't necessarily predictable, but the positioning from Carry kind of gave him away.
Yeah, we can look moving now as well. Rookie actually going in with his stinger now as well as Carry. Everyone leaves, and Zatai immediately jumps in him. Going to look for another solo kill, almost gets it again, and Carry can't really rejoin this fight. Just an ultimate at this point.
Exactly. Not a solo kill, but might as well be. Forces him away, might even force a teleport if IG can get a big rotation, but not much to contest for at this stage.
Dandy hanging out, hoping someone walks by the ward that he set up, I think. Although, actually, that's an IG ward, so never mind. Kakao actually doing a good job with the site soon, getting aggressive vision down, and Dandy going to find himself grossly out-rotated at this point. IG get a free tier 2 turret in mid.
With all the attack speed from Hurricane, okay, it doesn't help in 1v1s, but taking down structures does just fine. 3 turrets to 1. Vici getting out-rotated. Feels dangerously reminiscent of the last couple of games, Pastry Time.
4-1 in turrets now for IG, and it's accelerated here this game. This is normally what Vici do to people. They've got 2 dragons, so they have control over that area, but just getting out-rotated pretty consistently. I said, you know, with the bottom tower going down, looks good for Vasily, but you reminded me that that keeps happening in games, and Vici somehow still find themselves behind.
They break that first turret, but it's never the 3 turrets at 12, 13 minutes that was happening in the LPL. It's a single turret. They don't get the rotations they want in other lanes. Now Lucian's back up top again. They might finally fell this top turret, but that doesn't open up the strategic hole that Aurelia's just going to keep happily split pushing with teleport, and they have no one to send against it.
Yeah, I mean, rotation finally comes through for Vici. Does claim them an outer turret, but IG and Kakao with the Blood Bow working in, and at this point just using the Nunu as a rotational tool has been wonderful for IG.
And this is the Nunu paying off. The Blood Bow is doing a lot of work in this situation. Azir, Kalista, whoever they choose, they're answering outer turrets for inner turrets, and anyone can tell you that is in the advantage of IG.
I mean, Vici should know that better than anyone. That's how their team normally operates, and maybe the Kassadin's a part of the comp that I don't like, not because I don't think Hetong's Kassadin's good. It's actually great, nor do I think it's bad against this team comp. It just takes a little too long to get going, and IG are completely exploiting that power trough.
Certainly not Twisted Fate, who can threaten global pressure. Twisted Fate, I believe, available in this game, not selected. Kind of understandable after struggling in the previous game. But I agree with you. You need some wave clear. You need to at least control this minion wave. Have a counter push opportunity, and even if you go blasting one first, you're never going to be able to outpush Azir as Kassadin.
No, and you can see the CS late for Rookie being consistently high in this particular lane. Top lane is just disgusting at this point as we pop up there. 60 CS and counting for Zatai, who's got his Trinity Force, a Hex Drinker, and a Glacial Shroud.
And that's the thing, is that Rumble can hope to group and maybe fight for the Dragon, always been his strong suit, the Equalizer in one of those choke points. But Aurelia's going to group now with all these item timings, so many mid-game items, and the Trinity Force. Don't think even the Equalizer can undo Invictus game.
I mean, crucially for Kid, has not completed the Bloodthirster if he has enough gold for it, so will be slightly weaker for this next Dragon fight, but plenty of strength left here on the IG lineup, and they're going to fight for this one.
Wait to see what Aurelia does. Hetong's already been poked out below half health. His frontline dive not going to be good without a Zhonya's, and they're catching people in transition.
Oh, Zatai going in again, diving onto Hetong. Not going to chase him too far forward, but zones him off, and that should give IG their first Dragon.
I mean, they have multiple options. They could have got a little bit of turret damage in, but the Dragon's so much safer to pick up. And now Rumble can't split push against Aurelia, and they have to give up the Dragon. Things go for bad for worse.
They do, and that's been the story of this game. And honestly, this series for Vici looked fairly strong in the first game. They took subdued ID and managed to win with a few precise team fights, but it's been the opposite story now. Vici, a team that's so proactive, that's been so good at punishing teams and consistently outclassing and outmoving people on the Rift, have had ID do this to them.
And that's the most surprising thing about this series, that they're being strategically outplayed by Invictus Gaming. That's not what the MO is of Invictus Gaming. That's not what we expected coming through. Though Invictus Gaming, if you give them one strength, it's their ability to adapt to the enemy's playstyle. Vici's has been very predictable. It's been about win lane, win game, push out those minion waves, move up that vision line, and just starve the enemy out of objectives. And IG's adjustments, that seems to be their strong suit. They've come in strong this series.
They've looked very good so far. Poised, of course, to meet with Edward Gaming in the semifinals if they can win this game. And they've started off strong, 3,000 gold ahead, 5-2 in turrets, the biggest thing for me. And Rookie, blood boiled up on Azir, aggressively moving towards an inhibitor turret.
The dictators are being dictated to Patient Time. They keep being misrotating here, Vici. They're going to lose an inhibitor turret for free, even with this teleport.
Yeah, Carry's forced to port. He should save the turret. Maybe not, actually. I think you were right, Kid. Going to get aggressive. It drops to 50% health, and IG just going to move to the bottom side to the minion wave that's maybe pushing in. An Equalizer comes down. Kid's forced to flash away. The hook goes in for Kiddies, but it actually misses in there. Cacao gets ulti, but Rookie going to force them away. Kid just needs to hop towards his team. Hetong's getting jumped on now, so Cacao, a massive ulti to zone them away. And Zatai is so tanky in the backline. Mata resets with an ulti. Dandy gets tagged though and looks to go down. Hetong needs to find a way to go back in. Kill does go down, actually. It's Cacao, the only death so far. And finally, Vici get a win.
No Ren set crucially meant that the fight kept going on. Zatai put it into the back. He wants to get the jump over, not able to get it.
Didn't have vision, but a very good ultimate. If he'd had some ward, he'd been able to blade Surge over. But despite the kill, IG are still pushing in. They'll back away now, given that they're a little low on health. But one kill, not enough there for Vici in that situation.
The crazy thing is they showed perhaps too much respect to the oncoming cavalry from Vici Gamer. They probably could have got that turret to 20% life. It'll start to regen now. So undoes some of the good work coming from IG, but Vici always so late to these rotations, always second to the rotations, always answering the rotations from Invictus Gaming. Outplaying them at their own game. That's a good sign for IG coming into that big semi-final, as you mentioned, but they still have to take out this game.
They do, and it's a crucial game for them to take. I mean, you can give one away if you have to, but always nerve-wracking to play a fifth game. It's so tense at that point, so just take it away now. Make sure you can secure your series. Get a bit more rest, honestly. It's been a long series already between these two teams, and so Ty's Aurelia, I can't remember if he's played it in the top lane so far in the LPL. I don't believe he has, but I've been incredibly impressed.
Definitely something he's added to his champion pool. And that's the thing about Zatai, is that he looked so shaky when he came to the team, playing basically Maokai only. And you're like, okay, why isn't Pokemon playing? One thing you can say about Pokemon is he can play tanks. But you then bring Zatai onto the lamp. He can play those oddball picks like the Karthus top, like the Fizz top, and make those champions work because he's had a carry mindset for years. A 17-year-old as a 3-year veteran who's always been a great carry player can bring those carry champions to the top. Okay, it's mostly been the tanks this series, but he can always throw in those other champions to the pool.
Kiddies has to be careful. Takes good damage there from Vasily. Does get the ulti onto Jana. Sorry, the hook there. FLICKR will keep him safe. Kid will hop away as well, but now he's in trouble actually as he tries to throw his Thresh. Oh, already died. Kid getting low there will die to Dandy, but now Zatai diving back in, gets the Trade kill onto Mata. Kakao here as well, channels his ulti. Rookie joining in and getting onto Vasily. Emperor's Divide will get the kill, but Rookie has to back away from the Cassid, and Zatai trying to peel once again, going in onto Atong, but IG 2v3 right now. Kakao looking to fall down as well. Zatai still fighting on the Aurelia. He's so strong, but finally goes down. No, somehow lives for now. Dandy goes in. The flames bitter enough there for carry, and Vici have started fighting back.
Massive misfire from Kid, and Kid is not respecting the damage coming through from Vasily. Vasily has Infinity Edge and Static Shiv. You do not let him free hit you if you're Kiddies, but Kiddies got DPS down. Fate's call to bring him up, so he just changed target to the Kalista. Almost instantly killed her as well. It looked like it might get better when the cavalry came, but the same was the result for Vici, and it's a team fight win for Vici Game.
And IG maybe thinking their lead's a little small, a little bigger than it actually is. It's only 1,000 gold between the two teams, or maybe, no, yeah, 1,000 gold actually. So they did have a decent lead before, about 4 to 5k, but that's shortened considerably since then. And the thing for Vici is they do have a good scaling comp here. Tongue in particular starting to get stronger. Lucian's not getting any weaker either, and Invictus Gaming, a couple of missteps there really cost them and closed the lead that they just had.
And it's a consistent story. You cannot just have one peel against the Caston. The Caston got into the backline, DPS down the backline, and they just had no options, even with Aurelia just applying the Equilibrium Strike and trying to DPS them down. The second Rift Wall's going to come through. He's going to get out. You see CDR boots and the Divinish Codec going to be moving towards that 40% CDR with blue buff. Peeling away her tongue is only going to get more difficult as he moves towards a 1.2 second cooldown Rift Walk. And IG just have to fight carefully because they have to respect Cassidon.
I think for me, it's, gets the time maybe not as strong as he thought he would be in this Splinters. Kiddies gets tagged by Dandy again. He's now getting caught in his own jungle as he tries to be safe. Kakao, I think, tried to flash over to help him. No, that was somebody else. Actually, Thresh flashing away. That would make sense, but Dragon back up soon. Zatai still split pushing, but does not have his teleport quite yet to join in for Dragon in 15 seconds.
Crucially, there is no one that can be sent against Zatai, so carry needs to stay towards the Dragon. Third Dragon's a nice power spike. They need to make plays around the map because they cannot answer this Zatai split push.
Oh, Fate's Call forced out there. It's Atong. Dives in onto Kiddies. Aurelia still on top of that tower and will get it actually. So all of the inner turrets down now as well. 6-3 in turrets for Vici, and IG threaten that Dragon with a Baron, and Vici have to back away from it.
IG trying to collapse onto the Baron. Probably not going to be successful. They can't fight in the choke. Still have to respect the Equalizer.
It's going to slow Dandy away, but he's rather tanky on the Sejuani. The Locket especially being a big help. Zatai does go back, gets a Spirit Visage for himself, so now diving the Cassidon seems like a much easier prospect. But Dandy nails Rookie with the ulti. He cleanses out of it. Emperor's Divide to peel as well, but Cassidon will not be peeled, and Atong dives in onto the back with great AoE.
This is all without Zatai present, so it was a great time for the go button. Excellent layering of CC with the Equalizer. Some of the spells definitely now on cooldown, and that should be the go button for the third Dragon.
Yep, Vici on top of it. They are going to go in, but IG still want to fight. Rookie at 50% HP. Kakao fairly low as well. They are going to try and go in for it, but they have to be careful. Zatai dives into Vasily. 1v4 just trying to get the kill, but he's getting peeled off beautifully here. Kakao zoning away as well. Now Hatong will dive back in, but gets exhausted. Damage still coming through. Kid gets the kill on Tamata. Kakao will die in the crossfire. That was Rookie. Doesn't have an ultimate to try and go in. Carry. Zoni's at just the last seconds. Zatai needs to find more kills. Azir manages to trade back away, and it's 3 for 2 somehow in favor of IG. And Zatai diving, trying to make it a 4th kill, but Dandy just gets away. Forces the flash, though.
IG just have so many threats that go unchecked. If you're chasing down the Aurelia, that means that Kalista and Zia free hitting in the backline. So many consistent damage. That's 3 of them, in fact. Not much burst on this team, but over a long fight, the consistent damage rings true.
Impressive show of strength there for IG as well, to go back in with a fight where they ran out of health and cooldowns and know they could fight Vici.
So we'll watch the replay coming out. So Aurelia just goes crazy and dives 1v4 in this situation. Vasily isn't assassinated, but Zatai's chased away. But in the backline, Kalista's already free hitting. Suddenly, 4, 5, 6, 7 Ren stacks into Marta at this point. So Kid is chased upwards. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Azia can show up late to this fight, positions the Sand Soldiers into a choke, and they do so much damage, changing targets between Dandy and the other option, and just got so much work done.
Good hook there by Kiddies as well. Basically sniping carry with a death sentence, and the Zhonya's unfortunately was too low to be saved in that situation. The gold lead grows here for IG by ever so slightly. 3,000 gold ahead now, but IG have to respect that they're starting to lose ground here in this game. Vici are powering up as well, and that 3,000 gold at 30 minutes, not that significant.
Yeah, the big person that's powering up is the Cassin. Has Athene's completed, been sitting on his large rod for what feels like an age. It must not be prioritizing the Zhonyas at this point. A lot of Baron damage, and they're starting it up.
Yeah, IG are going in here. They've got Consume and the Rend here, so plenty of ways to go in. They do water it away, but IG might be able to finish it. It's at 50% health. Dandy maybe going to entertain a steal here. It's getting low. Dandy dives in. Nunu does consume it and steal it away, but Dandy now actually caught into the backline. The rest of Vici can't follow in. A great job is only Vasily. Someone gets hooked, and Emperor's Divide plus the tie absolutely wreck him. Now Carry getting chased down as well. Kakao will get that kill. 3 kills actually already as Carry somehow died in the crossfire as well. And IG playing with momentum. Marta getting stunned as well by Zatai. Blows him away with the Monsoon. Tornado will peel, but IG barreling down the mid lane.
5 members and the Baron buff all up. At least the minimum is that the inhibitor goes down. It's actually early in the game that I realized probably can't finish the game with this push, but they might try it.
They are indeed going to try. Blood Boil is one hell of a steroid here, and IG going to at least take some Nexus turrets. 2 seconds till Dandy, 4 for Vasily. 1 turret goes down. IG might just have enough firepower here. Good Tornado from Marta to peel. They are going to get to the Nexus, and IG do take it against Vici. One massive fight, and they've made it to the semis.
Invictus Gaming will be meeting Edward Gaming in the semifinals. Only needed the 4th game, 3-1. Crucially, lost the first game, made some adjustments, and kind of seemed to figure out Vici's playstyle. Never were they able to strangle IG out of resources. In fact, it felt like it was the foot was on the other shoe, and it was just such impressive play from Invictus Gaming.
I mean, for me, you said it, I think, in that last game, but so impressive for IG to beat Vici at their own game.
The adjustments, that's been kind of the calling card of Invictus Gaming, really trying to button down what their particular style is. It's so nebulous because it changes from series to series, but when they're able to adjust to the enemy's win conditions, understand them, and just outthink them on them, this is the result. It's a comfortable 3-1 win.
Well, can they adjust to Edward Gaming? Because that is their opponent in the upcoming semi-final. IG vs EDG will be one hell of a match, but there's still more playoffs to go here. We're done with this side of the bracket, but the other side's just as scary.
The likes of OMG, LGD, Snake, and King wait on the other side of the bracket. We now confirm that it will be EDG versus IG in the semifinals. Would have looked comfortable for EDG a few weeks ago, but with Pawn's injuries and just the relative difficulty they had dispatching the 8th place World Elite in a 5-game series, IG, you never want to face EDG necessarily before the final, but this might be the time.
I mean, IG just looking so good there. Scary for any team to play at this point because they didn't show that much towards the end of the regular season. All of a sudden in playoffs, and look who shows up at Invictus Gaming.
And that's the definition of clutch pastry time. When you've already confirmed your place in the playoffs, why show any new strategies? Why show anything new? They didn't, and suddenly look at this. Aurelia from Zatai, obviously a very critical pick this game, completely outdid Vici. Vici opted into Rumble versus Aurelia, a skill matchup, and the previously 10-1 carry Rumble crumbled to Zatai's Aurelia.
Yeah, I guess finally 10-2, but that wraps it up for our broadcast this evening. Congratulations to Invictus Gaming winning over Vici there 3-1 in a fairly strong finish to this series. We will, of course, be back tomorrow. The summer promotion will be back, and the spring playoff quarterfinals will also continue. But for myself, Papa Smithy, and Spawn, we'll see you tomorrow.